Detected that the host's lazy cells have reached 99.9%. Meets the basic requirements for living off others. Would you like to bind to the ultimate freeloader system? Congratulations on successfully binding. Earth Online wishes you a happy life. At first, I thought this was just a dream. It wasn't until I heard the system's voice in my mind that I had to believe it. If it was before my senior year, I would have considered it. But now that I'm in my senior year, not having a girlfriend is one thing. I haven't even found an internship. I'm basically a college student with nothing to show for, except for being young. I'm not afraid of living off others, I'm afraid of not being able to. But after the voice just now, the system fell silent. If it's not the system, where's my newbie gift pack? Sorry, due to the system being busy lately, there's no newbie gift pack. The host can receive rewards by completing system tasks. To become a qualified freeloader, one must be able to socialize and cook. The host's qualifications are at the bottom. It is recommended to study more. The following are required courses: cooking, fitness, drawing, and fashion, singing and makeup. Foreign languages, what's going on? I asked a bit nervously, why would the freeloader system have these things? I feel like I've been tricked. One must study more to confidently live off others. There are also 353 recommended elective courses for the host. At least learn 219 of them. Only then can the host reach basic qualifications. Please work hard. I have to learn so many things, yet I still have to rely on others for food. It's impossible. I request to unbind now. I said loudly. Unbinding is not supported voluntarily. The host must physically disappear to unbind. Please cooperate well, strive to be an excellent freeloader, and find your ideal meal ticket soon. Just then, the alarm on the bedside phone suddenly went off with a beep. I picked it up and saw it was 6 in the morning. Am I crazy? I don't have classes today, system. I immediately turned it off, ready to go back to sleep. But the system in my mind rang again. Based on the host's qualifications, the system has set a reasonable study schedule for the host. Please strictly follow it. I ignored it, closed my eyes again, but there was still a timeline in front of me. 6 to 6:30 wash up, drink a glass of honey water, maintain gut health, and have a happy day. Moreover, that timeline keeps flashing, giving me a headache. I could only helplessly get out of bed, and after 2 minutes, I finished washing up. I found a half-empty bottle of honey from the pile of shoes, scooped out a spoonful, and stirred it in a cup. I drank a glass of honey water. That line of text in front of my eyes finally disappeared, and I instantly felt much more comfortable. But immediately after, another line appeared, 6:30 to 7 o'clock, go for a run. A healthy body keeps the mind clear, ignites fighting spirit, and maintains a positive mental state. I almost couldn't hold on to the essence of the country. Finally made it to my senior year without drills, and now you want me to go for a run? I explosively jumped up. Then I received books, clothes, and socks thrown by my roommates. In the end, I slinked out the door. Stepping out of the dormitory building, I started jogging on campus, with no one around. I ran faster and faster, passing by the teaching building and dormitory. The basketball court in my world kept receding. A large amount of cold air rushed into my nose, instantly clearing my mind. I felt that getting up early wasn't so bad. My daily habits were terrible. Since failing to find an internship during my junior year winter break, I felt like I had hit rock bottom. Every day hiding in the dormitory to play games all night. At that moment, my brain, which felt stagnant, suddenly came alive a bit. And at that moment, the system voice suddenly sounded. Detected within 500 meters of the host, a 24K golden single woman, with a net worth of 19 million, rich in knowledge with a score of 86, and slightly above average looks with a score of 78. Host, please act actively. Come on, this dog of a system has some tricks. I, who was about to run some errands, instantly felt energized. With assets of over 10 million, who needs intelligence or looks? Even 50 points are fine, not to mention 78 points. In an instant, I was like Superman, charging forward. Before long, I saw a person walking towards me. Closer and closer, he was wearing a white tracksuit, gold-rimmed glasses, and a gold chain, swaying slowly. As the old lady walked, she saw a student running towards her. The old lady stopped and greeted, well, if it isn't Xiaofeng. Young people these days can still get up early to run. Hello, Professor Liao. Just running around casually, I replied, looking confused. Professor Liao is a retired professor from Tsinghua University. He was rehired by the school to teach us calculus. He's known to be quite strict. The old lady was dressed elegantly, and I only caught his attention after failing an exam twice. After Professor Liao left, I turned to the dog system and said, you better explain this to me. Liao Fanghua, 69 years old, lost his spouse 7 years ago. He's in good health, follows a healthy lifestyle, and can live for another 32 years, based on the host's previous habits. You can live for at most 29 more years, but he can still send you away. I put on a polite expression and said, okay, you're playing like this, huh? After bidding farewell to the 69-year-old golden single lady, I continued to run. Little did I expect that my first taste of destined good fortune would be so old. But this dog system is quite impressive. It can actually detect wealthy women within a 500-meter range. It lists information such as assets, intelligence, looks, and age, which is actually a pretty good feature. Unknowingly, I arrived at the girls' dormitory. Midway through my run, I felt it was a bit creepy to wander around the girls' dormitory so early in the morning. I turned back, as a homebuddy's ambitions are often short-lived. But as I ran back, I actually saw a beauty. Coming towards me is Chin from the neighboring finance department, carrying a Chanel bag. They say this bag alone could cover my living expenses for a semester. Chin is known for being aloof and hard to pursue, always single. A local from Jogging, her father is the branch manager of the Xingye Bank on Longshan Road. Don't ask me why I know so much, because I also drool over the apricot blossoms. We're about to meet, but the system remains silent. I can't help but ask, am I not deserving of this? After system identification, it's confirmed that Chin has been in a relationship with a man for 3 years. A man with principles helping single rich women. You're not worthy. As I brushed past the department flower Chin I suddenly realized. Early in the morning, she was returning to the dorm from outside, and her white skirt was slightly wrinkled. Just like my wrinkled heart, I kept running. The crowd around me grew, and I felt like I was about to collapse, my legs already numb. The words in front of me kept flashing, even after running for 30 minutes. Why hasn't it ended yet? It's so hard, to the point of thinking about dogs. The system actually said it can only live for another 29 years. I'm 21 this year, so that's only 50 in total. Even the sum of our lives until death is still 19 years younger than Professor Liao. Thinking about this made me shiver again. After running for another 10 minutes, the words in front of me finally disappeared. I lay on the ground, feeling like I was about to collapse. Running for 30 minutes felt like hours. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations to the host for completing the first exercise. A strong physique is the foundation for living comfortably. Keep up the good work. I can't do it anymore. I won't rely on others anymore. I'm panting like a dying dog. Host, although your aptitude is poor, your perseverance is commendable. Just now, the system granted you the use of the beginner's item, timeware, which can enhance your workout. You just ran for 30 minutes, which is equivalent to running for 120 minutes in terms of strain and effect. That's why you feel exceptionally tired. Upon hearing this, I suddenly realized that I thought it was my body. I didn't expect that I ran for 2 hours straight. I looked at my hands, then my legs, and suddenly it dawned on me. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I asked, where does that little item timeware go? Can it be used at any time? Like during what time, for example? Host's expression is unclear, unable to analyze. I need to hold a circle with my hand, shaking it. The system remained silent for a while and then said, strongly rub, ashes fly, smoke vanishes. The morning wind was chilly. I felt like a fool, actually tricked into running by this damn system. I'm ignoring this system. I'm just a dog. Host, for the first time, diligently completing the exercise task assigned by the system, you are rewarded with the removal of a scar. A top-notch soft rice male must have a flawless body. Please continue to work hard, host. I keep myself pure, without any scars. I took out my phone, opened the front camera, and saw an ugly man with many dark spots on his face. Then I looked at myself. There was a scar on my left eyebrow, from when I fell off my bike as a child. Then, in plain sight, the scar slowly disappeared, and my eyebrow gradually grew back, restoring symmetry. It was simply incredible, even more impressive than girls getting their eyebrows tattooed. I was utterly amazed. In an instant, I felt the ugly guy in the front camera wasn't as ugly anymore. His face was more symmetrical. Then a new line of text appeared before my eyes. Eating breakfast between 7 to 8 a.m. reduces the risk of gallstones and kidney stones. A man without stones is a healthy man. I was speechless. Do I have stones? According to the test, the host's body is in a subpar health state, currently with 46 stones, 2 regular, 3 small, and 41 potential small stones. Just as I was about to start, I heard this voice, causing me to panic and recoil. Host, work hard, and you may have the chance to obtain the basic item egg to break stones, making stones laugh. If the host eats one, the egg can expel a stone. A man without stones is a healthy man. Host, keep it up. I shivered again, stood up, and tremblingly arrived at the student street. There's a noodle soup shop that's delicious, usually sold out by the time I get there. If I count after graduating from college. What I miss the most is the lady boss of this noodle soup shop. The lady boss is fair and plump. This ordinary street-side noodle soup shop, without a sign, has a rich aroma. I couldn't help but ask again, where should I go to eat with the time given? Are utensils too much for eating? Overeating can harm the stomach, lead to weight gain, and obesity is the biggest enemy of a soft rice meal, so it is not recommended to use utensils for meals. I walked up to the boss lady and said, "Boss, I'd like a bowl of vermicelli soup with fried dough sticks, fatty and lean meat, vegetables and mushrooms, fish slices, and beef and shrimp. Put them all in." I boldly said to the fair-skinned boss lady, "Young man, you look really energetic. That will be a total of 24 yuan. After finishing the deluxe vermicelli soup, I felt rejuvenated. It's rare to be out so early, so I packed a few portions for my dorm mates. Walking on the road, I suddenly realized that I had completed 3 tasks, yet only received 1 reward. I couldn't help but ask, don't I get rewarded for waking up and eating? After a while, the system's calm voice finally sounded, in view of the host actively completing tasks, in order to urge the host to become an outstanding soft rice male as soon as possible, rewarding the host by removing 2 scars. I took out my phone, opened the front camera, and observed my face. Where did the removal happen? On the upper left side of the host's buttocks, there were 2 small scars, which the system removed, giving the host a clean left buttock again. I couldn't help but touch myself. It seems I fell when I was a child, but who cares if there are scars on the buttocks? Wait, the dog is better than the system, it can actually see its own buttocks. I was struck by lightning. If something happens to me, I must delete the system records first. Returning to the dorm, those lazy animals are still asleep. I put down the noodles, looking expressionless as a new line of text flashes before my eyes, 8 to 9 p.m. Studying English, learning is the ladder of human progress. The more you learn, the more ladders you have. By stepping on these ladders, you can easily reach your destination. Facing the resurrection, it's the first time I've seen someone describe studying in such a materialistic way. I dug out my English book from a corner, slung my backpack over my shoulder, and headed to the library. After all, I'm still a student, so let's start studying. I walked proudly and confidently towards the library. I don't know why, but the thought of studying soon made me feel justified. This is probably the weakness of a 4th-year student dog, afraid to face society, yet scared of wasting time. So let's study, whether we have time or not. In a corner of the library, I opened my 3rd-year English book. It was new but unfamiliar. Nevertheless, I delved into it like never before. I have average talent. I remember my teacher saying when I was young, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. I silently recited the words, my hands continuously copying them. Unknowingly, I had copied many pages. Although I didn't immediately gain anything, I felt very grounded. The morning sunlight quietly crept in through the window. The clock continued to tick, finally reaching 9 o'clock. I breathed a sigh of relief, slumping into the chair. My hands felt sore. Feeling very thirsty, congratulations to the host for completing the task of studying English under the effects of the time-warping buff item. It's like the host has studied English for 4 hours. The effect is like building a skyscraper on flat ground. You can rely on your abilities to freeload. It's never too late to learn. Host, keep up the good work. My mind is completely blank. I don't feel like talking or complaining. Then I hear the system. Continue, host. You've completed the learning task for the first time, performed excellently. Rewarding the host with a clear and pleasant voice. The effect lasts for 1 day with just 1 sentence from you. I want to hear the next sentence. Is my original voice not pleasant? I couldn't help but retort. Originally, Juju's voice was too loud, with unstable breath and an unconfident tone at the end of sentences. Every time he speaks, it sounds like self-doubt. It's hard to capture others' attention. A qualified freeloader must speak pleasantly and be likable. Host, keep it up. It makes sense, but it's frustrating. Indeed, being a freeloader is not that easy. A new time slot appears in front, 9 to 9:30. Eating yogurt and fruits, balancing work and rest, is the basic principle of a qualified freeloader. This is also a task. I feel a sense of gratitude and happiness inexplicably welling up in my heart. Leaving the library, I went to a convenience store. After eating yogurt and fruits, an old acne mark on my chin disappeared. At this moment, a new time slot appears, 9:30 to 10:30. Reading books is a tool to nurture the soul. There are countless attractive appearances, but a unique soul is rare. Among countless souls, only a few are interesting. An excellent freeloader must have an interesting soul. After finishing my meal, I went back to the library and took out a new book, but hadn't opened it yet. Unconsciously, I took out my phone. I was about to open a game, but then realized it was time to read, so I quickly closed it. Just then, my phone rang. I quickly opened WeChat and saw my roommates had sent me money for noodles. I clicked on the red packet, then casually opened my Moments, where the first post was from a seller promoting original flavor products. The second post was from a girl in my class, Gua Man, posting a selfie holding a doll. The wall behind her was crooked, and the heavy use of filters made her look at least 30 pounds lighter than in reality, unlike the chubby girl weighing 130 pounds, boldly presenting herself as 90 pounds. I reluctantly gave it a like. This girl, whom my roommate Lao Xiao particularly likes, already had a comment from Lao Xiao saying she looked good. With a smile, I wanted to continue scrolling through my phone, but then noticed the text in front of me flashing intensely. I quietly put away my phone. Speaking of studying, to be honest, by the time I reached my 4th year, I rarely studied quietly. In fact, it wasn't just in my 4th year. It seems that once I entered university, I didn't study properly. I'm not sure why, maybe restless. When the library clock pointed to 10:30, the time display in front of me slowly disappeared. The host actively completed the reading task, rewarding them with a random small benefit from the book and a refreshing breath. As long as the host speaks during the day, there will be a fragrance as if they had chewed peanuts, so they need not worry about garlic or chives before kissing. I took a sip and immediately smelled the crispy scent of fried peanuts. The next moment, a new time slot appeared before my eyes, 10:30 to 11:30. Swimming is the best exercise for shaping your body and improving lung capacity, giving you a good mood. Host, confidently show yourself. This is one of the top 10 places to find a meal ticket. The school at Union College is wealthy. They even built a swimming pool. Arriving at the entrance, I bought a pair of swimming trunks and walked into the changing room. The exit for boys' changing area was on the side. Next to it was the exit for girls' changing area. Just as I finished changing clothes, I arrived at the entrance. I saw a girl coming out of the changing area. I glanced at her, noticing she was wearing a particularly fancy swimsuit, but I didn't dare to look closely, afraid my brother couldn't handle it. I arrived at the edge of the pool and dived in. I know how to swim. My form is very standard, quite professional, relying on pulling water to increase speed. After swimming around once, I was pretty much exhausted. Just then, a girl in a bikini walked over, her belly white and fair. She didn't dare to look at me, let alone stare. I was a bit flustered, started doing the doggy paddle, and splashed water accidentally. The girl thought it was intentional. She cursed, "Are you crazy?" with a rather shrill voice. Much nicer than how my roommate curses. I refused to back down, jumped up and apologized back. "Sorry, time flies by quickly." The time bar in front of me quietly disappears, leaving me exhausted, sitting on the steps by the pool. Several girls in swimsuits walk by, swaying their hips. I watch calmly, not worrying at all about my swim trunks or swimsuit, because I'm too tired to get up. The host actively completes the exercise task arranged by the system, exceeding expectations and gaining an additional millimeter in height. Can be used on any part of the body. I once again marvel at the dog being somewhat better than the system. Without hesitation, I say, I choose height, gaining a millimeter in height. Host, won't you reconsider? Once chosen, you can't change it. Most people would choose a special part of the body. Without consideration, I firmly say, I'm a single dog. What does it matter how I play with my height? The system remains silent for a while and then says, special parts refer to eyes, eyelashes, and fingers. In front of the screen, if it were you, which part would you choose to grow by a millimeter, like Wu Yanzu? Becoming a man with a height of 173.1 centimeters, Feng Chen exuded the aura of someone standing at 185 centimeters tall. After swimming, despite feeling physically exhausted, his spirits were truly high, experiencing a particularly refreshing sensation, a feeling of vast opportunities and a bold spirit. Exercise was truly invigorating, and of course, the rewards were even more so. System, if the scars are completely eliminated, what reward will I receive next? Host, do not worry. From head to toe, including but not limited to scars, acne marks, dark spots, and enlarged hair follicles, there are a total of 233 areas. Please actively complete the tasks, obtain a flawless body as soon as possible, become an outstanding soft rice man, and reach the peak of life. Feng Chen. No F*** King Wei. At this moment, he felt a strong urge to start the tasks immediately. The timeline inexplicably felt endearing and lovely. 11:30 to 12:30 lunch, have a full meal for lunch to stay energetic all day long. Being eager to learn, he was pleasantly surprised to see that the task was to have lunch. Today, he spent extra money and chose to eat at the school cafeteria. It wasn't delicious but it was cheap and filling. He ordered 3 portions of rice, 2 meats, 2 vegetables, and a soup, totaling 15.5 yuan, which was usually the cost of a fast food meal for 3 people. He finished his meal completely, almost licking the plate clean, and then packed up the leftovers for his roommates. With Lao Yang out, only Lao Xiao and De Qiao were left, so he packed 2 portions for them. Returning to the dorm, a peculiar smell greeted him. Normally, he wouldn't notice it, but today, perhaps due to exercising, his nose was unusually sensitive. The smell of sweaty feet mixed with food. He immediately went to open the windows, letting the air flow through by opening both the door and windows. Lao Xiao and De Qiao were still playing games, engrossed in their own computers, paying no attention to him. Fengchen had just sat down when he saw a new task, 12:30 to 13:30 organize and tidy up, a necessary basic skill for a good husband and father. A clean and tidy environment will make you happy all day. He felt a bit overwhelmed. Normally, everyone in the dorm was lazy. Lao Rui, the oldest at 23, was a bit more diligent. When things got too dirty, he would take the initiative to clean up. Activate the basic organizing skill buff, organize the living environment, tidy up, clean up, make yourself feel refreshed. Which woman wouldn't like you? Fengchen. Don't fool me, I've been a single dog for 21 years since birth. To his surprise, organizing even had a buff. Curious, his hands moved involuntarily. He started by disposing of the trash scattered around, food boxes, plastic bags, tissues. Lao Xiao and De Qiao finished their game and sat face to face to eat, sharing the dishes. De Qiao elegantly sipped water from her cup with her pinky finger raised, while Lao Xiao gulped down his drink. Both of them looked puzzled at Fengchen, the youngest in the dorm. Was Lao Si, Fengchen, feeling off today? Lao Xiao took out his phone and captured Lao Si's current state of being possessed, cleaning the dorm. He sent it to Lao Yang to see what was going on. Later, he would show it to Lao Si himself, wondering what had gotten into him. Lao Xiao ate while his phone was recording. Ignoring his roommates, Fengchen continued to tidy up diligently. He sorted and organized books, neatly folded the bedding, categorized and stacked clothes, and arranged items on the desk. He worked with great care. Through Lao Zhao's phone lens, Fengchen appeared with hair neither long nor short, not particularly handsome, but with neat features and a meticulous demeanor. The boys' dormitory was filled with too much clutter, especially the senior boys' dormitory. Shoes and socks were scattered everywhere, an old honey jar from a year ago, barbecue skewers, clothes, books, cups, broken bowls, beverage bottles, and even a corner covered in moss. Fengchen used a knife to scrape off the moss, put it in a broken bowl, played around with it, and it unexpectedly turned into a miniature landscape. Watching someone tidy up was truly a remarkably comfortable experience, turning chaos into cleanliness and order. The scene in the lens seemed to fast forward. The wash basin and toilet are arranged in the same position, toothpaste and toothbrush facing the same direction, clothes arranged from light to dark colors, books categorized neatly. The best way to organize is not in luxurious apartments or mansions, where tidiness is expected. In this dorm room, with over 20 square meters, 4 bunk beds, 4 wardrobes, 4 desks, 2 communal desks, 4 chairs, lots of books, clothes, sneakers. At first, Lao Xiao would eat while filming himself with his phone on the shelf, but later on, after finishing his meal, he found the scene before him so impressive that he voluntarily started filming. De Qiao felt embarrassed to play games and couldn't join in, so she helped with taking out the trash. They managed to fill over 20 bags of garbage from their dorm room. Fengchen seemed to perform magic, transforming the dorm into a new space where everything had its place, easy to find, with colors symmetric and comfortable. Neat and tidy, he took a photo at the dorm entrance with his phone, making it look like a model dorm room. It was so comfortable, with many things yet not chaotic, but orderly, a blessing for those with OCD. Especially comfortable. After finishing everything, Fengchen went to the bathroom to wash his face. Looking up, he saw Lao Xiao still filming him, so he splashed some water at him, saying, "Go away, don't use your tricks to impress girls on me." Lao Xiao chuckled and put away his phone, saying, "Lao Si, you look particularly handsome through the lens, your voice is nice too, it's charming." Fengchen. He was really exhausted. He went back to his bed and soon his snoring could be heard. The time in front of his eyes was soft, flashing with a yellow light. 13:30 to 1400 hours nap. A nap at noon keeps you energetic all day. Roommates Lao Xiao and De Qiao saw Lao Si sleeping soundly and wondered what had happened to him, why he was so distressed. The dorm room now was so new and cozy that they were careful in their movements, feeling that playing games in such a beautiful environment was not right. They took several photos of the dorm room and sent them to Lao Yang outside, who was also amazed. Was this really their dorm room? Lao Xiao also took a photo of the sleeping Fengchen and shared it in the group chat. "Look, he falls asleep right after work. I wonder if something happened at home." "I haven't heard anything," De Qiao said puzzled. Lao Yang also sent a shaking head emoji. But Lao Xiao, you've become quite skilled at taking photos and videos for girls. Lao Si looks handsome in your photos, his voice is nice, and even his sleeping posture is charming. When I come back, help me take a set, I'll post it on Douyin. Me too, De Chao chimed in. Lao Xiao, get lost. Lao Xiao lay on the bed, flipped through the photos and videos he had just taken. They seemed quite nice, and oddly comfortable, especially when comparing the before and after of the dorm room. Lao Xiao was a professional licking dog, licking everyone, self-proclaimed as a sea dog. He often edited videos for girls. During his 4 years in college, he didn't learn anything from his major courses, but he developed this skill, and now suddenly found it interesting. He got up, put the videos and photos together, and edited them seriously. Surprisingly, it turned out quite well. He also had a Douyin account, added a line of text, "My divine roommate," #organizing expert hashtag, and posted the edited video. It was the usual routine he did for girls, a selection of Feng Chen's organizing video, close-ups of his face, him working, washing his face, sleeping, before and after shots of the dorm room, with minimal changes, but the girls seemed to like it. After posting it, listening to Lao Si's snoring, he felt tired too and fell asleep. De Qiao also fell asleep, with a face mask on. At this moment, room 402, quiet, clean, and cozy. On the table by the window, the moss on the broken bowl was lush and green, displaying a unique beauty. There is nothing useless, just misplaced. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Chen's phone alarm went off on time. He opened his eyes, having slept for half an hour, plus the time spent on buff, making it 2 hours. He was very tired, never having exercised like this before, so he went back to sleep. Finally catching up on the sleep he missed from staying up late playing games last night. Now Feng Chen felt unusually clear-headed. Looking at the new schedule in front of him, he surprisingly felt familiar and relaxed. From 2 to 3 o'clock, study accounting. Men who can do accounting are the most charming. A cute one who understands accounting, which rich woman wouldn't want to support. Apart from the sarcastic remarks at the end, Feng Chen found the study schedule quite good. Most of the time, it's not that he doesn't want to work hard, but he doesn't know how to. He found the accounting books from his first and second year. There was no such course in the third and fourth year, and now he feels like he has basically returned them to the teachers. He had planned to study in the dormitory, but since the dormitory was clean, it wasn't so uncomfortable. It's just that the bed was right there, the computer was right there, the phone was still plugged in, making it easy to get distracted, either wanting to play games, lie down on the bed again, or couldn't resist checking the phone. He decided to lightly pack his bag and leave the dormitory. His 2 roommates were still fast asleep. They had played games until late last night. Playing games was also a tiring thing. Feng Chen randomly found a classroom close to the dormitory building. In the afternoon, the classroom was very quiet, not many people around. Rows of desks, bright windows, green leaves outside the window, taking a casual photo, everything looked beautiful. Feng Chen had never felt the beauty of the campus or the classroom before. Last winter vacation, when he went to find an internship unit, he stayed in his cousin's rented house for a few days. His cousin was the object of boasting in the hometown, saying he had a high-paying job, attended a prestigious university, and so on. Feng Chen also admired this cousin a lot, but when he arrived at his place, it was a semi-basement. His window faced the street outside, couldn't be opened, stuffy, with just a little light coming in. It was dark and damp inside, and his cousin was very busy, coming and going early and late. Feng Chen stayed for a week and then fled. When he returned, during the Chinese New Year, listening to everyone boasting, seeing his cousin dressed up brightly, Feng Chen felt embarrassed to look at him. He found a spot by the window where he could see the big tree outside by just lifting his head. Feng Chen opened his textbook and started studying from scratch, having forgotten most of it, but as he read, memories slowly came back. He had once listened attentively in class. Study time flew by, flowing swiftly from his pen, but it was particularly peaceful. Moreover, after the nap, his mind was clear, and his memory was better. Feng Chen had now adapted well to the buff system of time travel. Being able to have more time than others to study and exercise was remarkable, just like playing games, getting familiar with a character by playing more rounds, seriously summarizing until you get good at it. Entering a second-tier university, Feng Chen knew he wasn't a genius. He could only rely on diligence to make up for his shortcomings. He didn't have any other advantages, but he could endure patiently. At this moment, in the eyes of others, he had studied for less than an hour, but in reality, he had studied for nearly 4 hours, almost finishing the content of the first-year accounting book, and his efficiency was still high. The words in front of him disappeared. He stood up and strolled around, gazing at the big tree outside. Under the big tree, there was a boy and a girl talking. As they spoke, the girl playfully hit the boy, and the boy, without embarrassment, pulled her close and then unexpectedly leaned down to kiss her. Unbelievable! In broad daylight, under the vast sky. Titanium. The dense leaves of the big tree covered the scene, making it unclear. Fengchen felt a bit envious. He has never kissed a girl before, not even in kindergarten. When he first entered university, he was quite daring, but unfortunately lacked follow-through. His dorm mate, Lao Yang, had gone through several girlfriends. In his freshman year, he dated a sophomore. In his sophomore year, he dated a fellow sophomore. In his junior year, he dated a sophomore junior. In his senior year, he dated a sophomore elementary school junior. He learned about relationships from Lao Yang, but sadly, he had the knowledge without the opportunity for practice. Host actively studied accounting, quickly grasped the essentials of knowledge, and was rewarded with a primary memory capsule. Taking this capsule would increase memory by 100% for 24 hours. With that, he now had a green capsule in his hand, similar to cold medicine. Will I get addicted to this? What are the ingredients? Any side effects? Fengchen was curious and wanted to open it up to check if there were any strange bugs inside. No addiction. Ingredients: egg yolk, pig brain, peanuts, walnuts. Side effects: 30% decrease in desire, the system replied matter-of-factly. Fengchen, can these things really enhance memory? I doubt you're just fooling around with me. Decrease in desire as a side effect? Well, that doesn't matter to him as a single guy, saving energy by not indulging in certain activities. He decisively opened it up and found small white granules inside, smelling like disinfectant. He took it with the water he brought. At noon, while cleaning, he found the water bottle he bought in his freshman year, filled it with hot water, and headed out. The capsule dissolved instantly in his mouth. After taking it, he felt nothing. A new term popped up before him: 15 to 1600 hours study English. Mastering a language allows you to read the knowledge presented in that language, broadening your horizons and becoming a cultured and knowledgeable man. Fengchen finally felt like a top student today. Tired of math, he switched to English. And he finally understood the difference between smart people and fools. Before, he couldn't remember a word even after reading it 10 times, but now, after reading it 4 or 5 times, it was as clear as if it were ingrained in his mind. Damn! So satisfying. No wonder top students love studying. The foundation is different. At that moment, the TikTok video posted by Lao Xiao unexpectedly went viral, probably because TikTok was promoting a column on organizing experts, and for some reason, they promoted Lao Xiao's video. Likes kept increasing rapidly. TikTok is truly a place with a vast audience, with likes going from 200 to 600, 800, then quickly to 2,000, 5,000, 14,000, and still rising, already surpassing 20,000. Not only were there many likes, but there were also numerous comments. Very cozy. Extremely comfortable. Although the guy isn't very handsome, he's quite stylish. The organizing guy of my dreams. Before tidying up, it was our dorm. I wish I had a roommate like this. Willing to pay a high price for such a roommate. Want to wake up and sleep with the guy, feeling unexpectedly warm. There were also some negative comments mixed in. Using beauty filters, the real person is a big ugly, case closed. This must be staged, it's impossible to tidy up such a messy place in an hour. Here, our organizers earn over 20,000 a day. Would they tidy up your dorm? Naive, just another internet celebrity persona promotion. The voice is definitely fake, must be a voice actor. I can't forget a single sentence, please recommend that voice actor to me, thank you. Intentionally staged, all for show. Nowadays, where on TikTok can you find natural shots? It's all teamwork. Most comments were, comfortable. Extremely comfortable, I haven't stopped playing it on loop since I opened it. A blessing for OCD. The dorm after tidying up is already a screensaver. I really want to visit your dorm. Extremely comfortable. In the classroom, by the window, a young man sat upright, with clear features and a clean face. Holding a pen, he diligently copied English, occasionally smiling, embodying a top student, radiating brilliance. Studying makes me happy. Fengchen splashed in the ocean of knowledge. His mind was clear, memory off the charts, efficiency sky high. If he could maintain this state during the college entrance exam, he believed he could make it to a top university. Afternoon English study, coupled with a buff to enhance focus and basic memory capsules, his efficiency skyrocketed, surpassing what he had learned in the past half-month. Comparison is the thief of joy. Memory doubled, not just in effect but in the feeling of multiplying knowledge. Previously, despite hard work, knowledge couldn't fit into his brain, warning of memory overload with just a bit more. Before, it was a case of working twice as hard for half the result, now it was half the effort for double the result. Learning turned out to be such a joyful thing. A bit tired, but feeling great. Learning is truly delightful. It wasn't until his senior year that Feng Chen deeply realized the importance of studying. Perhaps it was too late, but now he felt lost, thinking that having something to do was comforting. Under a tree, another couple appeared, leaning against the trunk, lost in their own world, freeing Feng Chen from the ocean of knowledge. Watching the couples cuddling under the tree, he surprisingly remained calm, with a phrase popping into his mind: "Those who show their love will die quickly." Congratulations, host, for mastering the essence of learning. Everything else is trivial compared to studying. Rewarding the host with a small item, Charlie Chaplin's speed buff, 1 day, increasing speed by 100%, applicable to any part of the host's body. This time, Feng Chen chose without hesitation, boosting his hand speed. He smirked shyly. A new time slot appeared before him, 16 to 16:30 break. A balance of work and rest leads to longevity. Ironclad rich women, transient gigolos. To be a long-living person is to outlast the rich women. Feng Chen stood up, strolled around the classroom, and his phone started ringing. It was a call from his roommate Lao Yang. He answered. "Lao Si, do you have a minute? Our class teacher Lu is sick. Let's go visit her together. I bought fruits. Let's meet at the cafeteria at 4:30. All right." Feng Chen was used to Lao Yang's decisive style. Even though it was a question, everything was already arranged. Feng Chen slung his bag and went straight to the cafeteria entrance to wait. Walking slowly from the classroom to the cafeteria, he considered it a break. Would visiting the teacher later conflict with the system's tasks? At the cafeteria entrance, not seeing anyone, he sneaked in and bought 2 sausages, quickly finishing them, worried his roommates would see and expect him to treat them. The self-cultivation of a poor guy. A new time slot appeared, 16:30 to 17:30 parenting, taking care of children, being able to care for them. Raising children well is a basic skill for gigolos. She earns money to support the family. You take care of the appearance, raise the kids, cook, clean, take care of the elderly. System, are you using ellipses because you can't bear to continue? Is this still human? When Feng Chen was puzzled by the new time slot, his roommates arrived. Lao Yang was carrying a beautiful fruit basket, generously saying, "I got this from a friend, very cheap, only 50, similar ones outside cost over 100, just give me 10 each." The roommates were cooperative, each giving 15. They all arrived at Teacher Lu's house. A young woman in a white floral dress, slightly messy hair, wearing white socks and slippers, opened the door. "Teacher, are you feeling better?" Lao Yang spoke up. Usually, he was the one to handle these kinds of small talk. He was the best at it. Lao Shou at 23 couldn't compare to Lao Yang at 22 in terms of conversation skills. Feng Chen wasn't good at it either. He wasn't one to be eloquent. Although he cared about the teacher, he just couldn't find the words. Teacher Lu was quite happy. Looking at the group of young men, she asked them to come inside and sit down, scolding them for wasting money on buying fruits. The one-bedroom apartment in the school was cozy, but there was a strong medicinal smell in the room. Although Feng Chen was curious about the illness, he didn't dare to ask. At that moment, the time bar on his forehead was flashing conspicuously. Feng Chen thought, without children, where could he learn about parenting? Suddenly, there was a noise in the room. Teacher Lu hurried over, and the others curiously followed. They saw a little boy lying on the bed in the bedroom, his waist and back wrapped in white bandages. The noise just now was from the boy's phone falling to the ground. When the boy saw Feng Chen and the others, he raised his head and greeted, "Hello, brothers." They knew that Teacher Lu had a son who seemed to be in elementary school, but they hadn't heard that he was sick. Seeing the current situation, it seemed quite serious. The boy was fair and pretty, like a smaller version of Teacher Lu, but he could only lie down and couldn't move. His phone had fallen, and he couldn't pick it up. It turned out that Lao Yang had made a mistake. It wasn't Teacher Lu who was sick, but her son. However, the concern at that moment touched Teacher Lu even more. Teacher Lu picked up the phone and said, "Xiao Yu fell last year." At that time, neither his dad nor I paid much attention, thinking it was nothing. But this year, he complained of leg pain, went to the hospital for a checkup, and it turned out that the femoral head where he fell last year had necrosis. He had to undergo surgery, just finished it, came home to recuperate, and once he's better, he'll be able to run around like before. Teacher Lu explained calmly, but Feng Chen noticed that her eyes were red, and her cheeks trembled slightly when she mentioned the surgery. The time bar in front of him was also trembling. Feng Chen didn't know what to do. He wasn't good at parenting. Although there was a child right in front of him, the child's injury looked particularly severe. Just the thought of it was painful. To cut open the waist and take out the damaged bone inside? Then patch it up again? The child was still growing. The mended bone wouldn't grow. Would they need to cut it open again in a couple of years to fix it? Compared to illness and pain, he suddenly felt that although he was not very capable, he was still fortunate. How about we play a game together, a full team of 5? Feng Chen suggested, then wanted to slap himself for suggesting playing games with the teacher's son in front of her. Unexpectedly, Teacher Lu agreed. Xiaoyu, play games with your brothers for a while. Mom will go cook. She usually opposed her child playing games, but now that things were like this, Lu truly didn't dare to think too much. She just hoped her son would be healthy and happy. Playing games was fine, as long as he was happy. Feng Chen and his dorm mates never expected to play games at the teacher's house one day, accompanying the teacher's son, a typical elementary school student. It was quite interesting to play as teammates in a real game. Although Feng Chen was a grown man, he liked playing the role of Dodgy. Elementary student Xiaoyu played Luban, and the others chose their favorite heroes. Familiar voices sounded, and he headed towards the middle lane. Then the opponent ran over, and he hit them once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. Without using any skills, he killed the opponent. Feng Chen was puzzled. Was the opponent a fool? Or was it a long-distance delivery? Then the opponent revived, and he hit them once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and killed them again. Revived again, and killed them with 3 hits. When the opponent took a bit longer to revive, he went to the bottom lane to help Xiaoyu, and after 8 hits, he finally killed the opponent in the bottom lane. Then, swipe, push towers, kill opponents, harvest minions, push towers, and then the game ended. Feng Chen felt a bit dazed, as if he had entered a different kind of game. It was like a high school student entering a middle school scene. Directly MVP, first place, he scored 14 points alone, none of the opponents scored more than 8 points, and one of his teammates only had 1 points. Everyone else was also puzzled. Why did Feng Chen suddenly become so strong? Let's go again. They started another game, and then 1, 2, 3. 12 times, this opponent was quite skilled, but still lost, just lasted a bit longer. Then help top lane, fight opponents mid lane, help top lane, help bottom lane. This game was faster, not even getting excited. It ended unexpectedly. Feng Chen looked at another MVP, 13 points. This time he helped Xiaoyu, bringing the opponents to low health for Xiaoyu to finish off, and Xiaoyu also scored 11 points. And then again, they started another game. Playing games is addictive unconsciously, one game after another. Feng Chen had never experienced the feeling of dominating in real life, but today in the game, he felt it, feeling incredibly powerful, controlling the game, the top player, with a speed so fast it left after images. Because he was playing with Xiaoyu, he consciously adjusted his playstyle, assisting the opponent, striving to win, and even thinking about when to jungle, when to take objectives, how to play, making winning easier. He had never used his brain or helped teammates while playing games before. Today, he finally started thinking while playing games, even in a game that could be considered a waste of time. Feng Chen felt like he gained something inexplicable. They kept winning and had a great time. Xiaoyu was lying down humming, laughing, and talking louder than before. Lu Chuanli saw the students in the room and her son. Her expression relaxed slightly, preparing to cook more food and have some students stay for dinner. The kitchen was filled with a fragrant smell. An hour of exhilarating gameplay. Increased speed buff plus memory capsules. Feng Chen gained a new fan directly. Xiaoyu looked at him with admiration, extremely excited. A rare happy smile appeared on his face, completely forgetting the pain. Feng Chen, who wanted to continue playing, saw the new time limit above his head and could only reluctantly put down his phone. 1730 to 1830 study housework. Boys who can do housework are so sexy. Feng Chen felt like the system was fooling him. But the system's feedback was timely, like playing a game. A little work meant a little reward. It didn't seem unacceptable either. So he told Xiaoyu they should take a break and balance work and rest. Just then, Teacher Lu came in to remind them to take a break. Hearing Feng Chen's words, Lu Chuanli was momentarily surprised. She had a deep impression of Yang Wenming, a student in the class, mature and sweet-talking. She only remembered a few others were Yang Wenming's roommates. Teacher, let me help you. Feng Chen spoke up. Others also offered to help, but the kitchen was too small, so in the end, Feng Chen took the lead and squeezed in to help. People who were not good with words would be much more confident when they had work to do. Feng Chen was quick and efficient at helping, cleaning up, cutting vegetables, washing vegetables. I didn't expect you, Feng Chen, to be so good at housework. Lu Chuanli looked at her student, who was like her son, much older but having raised a son, she knew Xiaoyu was a bit impulsive. She didn't expect this young man to be so efficient. When I was young, my parents were busy working, so I often prepared lunch by myself, that's why I know a bit. Feng Chen replied. Lu Chuanli was cooking, the big bone soup was boiling, she picked up a ladle to skim off the foam. Teacher, let me do it. Feng Chen took the ladle from the teacher. Normally, Lu Chuanli doesn't prepare so many dishes, but the students who come are all big eaters. Young men of this age have the biggest appetites. So today, she made a bit too much, and things were a bit chaotic. She stood on the side continuing to stir-fry the dishes, while Fengchen stood next to her, watching the bubbles rise to the top of the big bone soup. He used a spoon to skim them off, a meticulous task that required patience to ensure the soup wouldn't taste fishy. Fengchen had helped his mother with this task when he was young. At that moment, his internal system suddenly spoke up, detected a single silver woman with a net worth of 6.2 million yuan around the host, well-educated, 80 points, above average appearance, 80 points. Host, please make a good impression and good luck. This sudden voice startled Fengchen so much that he almost dropped the spoon in his hand. What a beast, this was his respected teacher. He had never thought of Teacher Lu as a woman. Although he quite liked Xiaoyu, liking him and seeing him as a father figure were two different things. Teachers already had children of their own, how could they possibly be single? Lu Chuanli, 32 years old, divorced with a child, owns a large flat in the city center worth 4.8 million yuan, a 300,000 yuan commuter car, 1 million yuan in savings, a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan, in good health, no bad habits, a 9-year-old son, excellent cooking skills. Fengchen was astonished by the information displayed by the system. He had never imagined that Teacher Lu had such good conditions, owning a house, a car, and savings. And her appearance was rated 80 points? The doggone system was more rigorous than he thought. Honestly, Fengchen had never really paid attention to what his teacher looked like, mainly because he never thought in that direction. Teacher Lu was usually quite stern in class. Now, in the kitchen, he saw a woman with a low ponytail, wearing a white dress and a blue apron. The dress was loose, tied at the waist, accentuating her figure, subtly highlighting her waist and hips. The teacher had fair skin, even the back of her neck behind the ponytail was white, with fine hair. A bit greasy. Seeing this, Fengchen's heart trembled, spitting out in disgust. The doggone system was leading him astray. This was his own teacher. After that, Fengchen tried to keep his distance from the teacher as much as possible, helping to tidy up. The kitchen was small, so he couldn't really go far. Lu Chunli cooked and stir-fried, with a male figure in the kitchen, and laughter coming from the living room. She felt a bit dazed, as if she had returned to the time before her divorce when she and her husband used to be busy in the kitchen, entertaining friends at home. However, her husband started traveling frequently. Lu Chunli's cooking skills were indeed excellent. She made 4 dishes in a soup: cabbage stew with tofu, green pepper beef stir-fry, braised pork, potato and green bean stew, and radish and big bone soup. Each dish was generous. They were all big eaters. Now was the time to eat. Not only did they finish their plates, they almost licked them clean. Teacher Lu sat down to eat with them, wearing a simple white linen shirt, trousers, her hair in a low ponytail with a few stray strands framing her face, looking gentle, without the fierce demeanor she had in class. Perhaps because they were all seniors about to enter society, chatting felt like peers. Lu Chunli unexpectedly found that Fengchen, who usually went unnoticed, was quite refined. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, pleasant to listen to, giving off a sense of reliability and maturity. He was also very efficient. The key was that Xiaoyu really liked him, and it had been a long time since she had seen Xiaoyu so happy. While eating, Teacher Lu sat next to Fengchen and even served him food. "How's the internship search going for you all?" De Qiao was local, so his family had arranged it for him. Lao Yang had a wide network, so he had also found one. Lao Xiao hadn't found one yet, but he was too proud to admit it. Fengchen spoke up directly, "Teacher, I haven't found one. Could I trouble you to sign a form for me when the time comes, just to get by?" Lu Chunli lightly tapped Fengchen's arm. "Stop daydreaming." Fengchen felt his arm warm and focused on eating. After dinner at Teacher Lu's house, they bid farewell to the little ones. Xiaoyu, in particular, was reluctant to part ways and even added Fengchen on WeChat, with Teacher Lu adding him separately as well. Previously, Fengchen only received group notifications from the teacher and had never been added individually. The ordinary Fengchen received admiration for the first time. Even though it was from an elementary school student, he felt quite proud. By completing childcare, household chores, and eating tasks, the system automatically eliminated 3 small scars. The old acne marks on his chin had faded, making it smoother to touch. Back in the dorm, De Qiao stopped him and asked, "Lao Si, what face wash are you using? It seems to be quite effective. Can I borrow it?" Fengchen silently handed over his Dove soap. Tonight, surprisingly, all dorm mates were present, unlike usual when Lao Yang was always absent due to excessive social activities. When Lao Yang entered the dorm, he was taken aback by how clean it was. "Lao Si, are you okay? If you need anything, just say it. We've been dorm mates for 4 years, so we'll help as much as we can," Lao Yang spoke up. De Qiao also stopped obsessing over soap and added, "If you're short on money, I can skip buying those shoes and transfer 2,000 to you. Lao Xiao, who was the poorest in the dorm, also chimed in, I don't have money, but I can lend you 300, no, 500. I can't offer more, Lao Si, just tell us what you need, I may not have money but I can help. These sudden words from his roommates left Feng Chen stunned. Feeling a bit confused, he hadn't expected his dorm mates, who he thought were a bit rough, to be so kind. They were so moved that they couldn't find the words to express their gratitude. It's nothing, just feeling a bit lost about work. You guys don't know me well yet, I have my ups and downs, Feng Chen said casually. Your ups and downs are quite scary, Lao Yang remarked. We're seniors now, about to start internships. Tonight, I'll take you all out to have some fun and broaden your horizons, Lao Yang suggested. Lao Xiao eagerly asked, is Lao Yang taking us to a bar? I've never been to one. Not a bar, but a karaoke place. I've invited some English major girls for supper and singing, Lao Yang replied. Let's go. The roommates cheered loudly. Before leaving, Feng Chen received a WeChat message from his teacher. Thank you, Feng Chen, Xiao you had a great time today. The teacher's profile picture showed her with long hair, a white shirt, smiling with a gap-toothed grin, looking gentle. Her WeChat name was Lu Chunli. Curious, Feng Chen clicked on the teacher's moments and saw her signature. Keep going, Chunli. 1830 to 1930 dinner, eat well for dinner, have a balanced diet. After dinner, Feng Chen noticed that the time bar on his forehead had disappeared. A bit humane. Rushing to the next event, Lao Yang had chosen a self-service hotpot place that offered buffet meals and karaoke, charging by time and headcount, with a maximum of 4 hours at 69 yuan per person. It was located in a town outside the school. Feng Chen hadn't left the school grounds all day. The system had introduced two wealthy women, 69-year-old Professor Liao and 32-year-old teacher Lu. Exiting the school now, he felt a bit excited. He wondered if the system would keep bombarding him with information about wealthy women along the way. He subconsciously walked with his head held high and chest out. However, the system remained silent throughout the journey. Was the GDP of this town a bit low? Arriving at the hotpot place, Lao Yan was already waiting in room 809. He emerged first, a 22-year-old in a light pink shirt, black trousers, and black leather shoes, giving off a slightly corporate vibe, appearing more mature than Lao Xiao. Lao Yang had a 3:7 hair parting, sharp facial features, and stood tall at a standard 180 centimeters. Yang Wenming looked at his dormitory mate. Da Xiao's red leather shoes were unbearable to look at. He didn't know whether to remind Da Xiao, as the girls in the class often complained about his shoes. Lao Xiao still looked a bit sloppy. No matter what clothes he wore, they always seemed messy, not upright, a bit hunched over. Lao Si unexpectedly looked refreshing today. His hairstyle was neat, his face clean, and he was dressed neatly. Whether it was a sudden improvement in his emotional intelligence or just a coincidence, he managed to elevate his usual 6-point appearance to a solid 7. Brothers, this is our last chance to get out of being single, so let's perform well later, Yang Wenming chuckled. Feng Chen felt one thing as soon as he arrived, he was hungry. He hadn't eaten enough at the teacher's house, and he felt a bit nervous for some reason when the teacher sat next to him during the meal. Although Lao Yang was quite pretentious, he chose a good location, a buffet. He was sure to eat his money's worth. They all went to the dining hall together. Feng Chen meticulously filled the table in the private room. Neat and orderly, with excellent color coordination, it made people inexplicably hungry. At this moment, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up, detected a platinum single rich woman with unlimited potential within 10 meters of the host. Net assets of 2.3 million, average knowledge, 77 points, excellent appearance, 83 points. Host, please show your best and good luck. Lao Yang stood up with his phone in hand and said, they're here, I'll go out to greet them. Due to taking the basic memory enhancement capsule, his desires had decreased by 30%. Feng Chen, who had been single for 21 years, now only had 19,700 points of desire, out of 100. This didn't diminish his excitement at all. It didn't have to be a rich woman, any woman would do. A platinum-level single rich woman with unlimited potential, net assets of 2.3 million, average knowledge, 77 points, and excellent appearance, 83 points. Although her assets were a bit less at 2.3 million, according to Lao Yang, he spent 180 yuan taking his girlfriend to do her nails once. With 2.3 million, he could do it over 10,000 times, trying a different color every day for 35 years. Feng Chen suddenly felt a bit floaty. He had less than 600 yuan on him, yet he now thought that over 2 million wasn't much. As for average knowledge, Feng Chen didn't dare ask the system. His own knowledge was probably even lower. To think his appearance was rated excellent at 83 points. The system had rated teacher Lu at 80 points, and when he sat next to her during dinner today, he indeed found her very beautiful. She had a delicate and gentle beauty that was simply irresistible to a young man, making him too nervous to eat much during the meal. Feng Chen wondered if Teacher Lu's ex-husband had something wrong with his head to divorce such a beautiful wife. Now there was a woman with an appearance rating of 83 points. How beautiful must she be? Feng Chen anxiously asked, how old is she? Su Qingqing, 21 years old. Also, the host's knowledge level is at 69 points. Host, work hard. While a handsome body may attract a rich woman at first sight, rich knowledge is what will keep her heart. Feng Chen felt honored to have 69 points. He thought he had a maximum of 50 points. Curious, as students, why did she have so much money? Red envelopes during Chinese New Year, pocket money from elders, the system explained lightly. Feng Chen instantly felt overwhelmed. This was a real rich woman. She had received millions in red envelopes. He conversed with the system while eating tomato pasta. Today, both his body and mind were exhausted, and he urgently needed to replenish from his stomach. Meanwhile, Daqiao nervously took out his phone, opened the front camera, and carefully styled his stiff hair. Lao Xiao was also a bit nervous. Although they were seniors in college, they were all gamers who stayed in their dorm rooms. Only Lao Yang was more involved in social activities. Nervously, Lao Xiao took out his phone and unconsciously opened TikTok, and then, wow! He had so many likes on his TikTok. Lao Xiao's hand holding the phone was shaking. At that moment, the door to the private room opened. Old Yang was chatting and laughing with several girls. Many envied Old Yang for this, as he usually ate and picked his feet in the dormitory, but when facing girls outside, he could speak clearly without blushing or trembling, behaving like a gentleman. As a few girls entered, the lighting was dim, typical of the bar's private room with a few spotlights, creating an overall dim atmosphere. However, the table was neatly arranged. Catching their eyes first was the boy eating noodles. He sat upright, ate gracefully, dressed neatly, had a fresh face, looked obedient, and gave off a good vibe. They were all seniors, yet none of them had noticed such a boy in the computer science department. Leading the group was Lin Xiaoya, the English department's beauty, with long waist-length hair, truly straight black hair that many boys liked. Unexpectedly, Old Yang had even managed to charm Lin Xiaoya. Impressive. The other three girls following were not well known to everyone. Feng Chen curiously raised her head, wondering which one was Su Qingqing. The girl who entered behind Lin Xiaoya was a bit chubby, about 1.5 times Lin Xiaoya's size, wearing a light blue tennis skirt, with short very white legs, looking well-nourished, the type Old Xiao liked, as he often said he liked plump girls. Feng Chen turned to look at Old Xiao, surprised that he didn't jump up to greet her, which was unusual. The two girls behind walked side by side. The girl on the left had short hair, was tall, at least 170 centimeters, dressed a bit tomboyish in a white t-shirt and jeans, making the girl on her right look short. Feng Chen confirmed at a glance that the short-haired tall girl was Su Qingqing. Lin Xiaoya, the department's beauty, was very pretty, but after the short-haired tall girl entered, she suddenly felt that Lin Xiaoya was just average, as the short-haired girl's features were exceptionally bright. Her legs were straight and long, almost no gap between them. At first glance, it seemed like legs below her chest. Her legs were longer than life. Feng Chen asked curiously, how many points does Lin Xiaoya score for her appearance? Lin Xiaoya, 22 years old, net worth negative 69,000, average knowledge, 66 points, average appearance, 73 points. Hearing about the negative net worth, Feng Chen shuddered a bit. How could the prestigious department beauty only score 73 points for appearance? Could it be due to makeup or plastic surgery? Feng Chen couldn't help but take another look at Lin Xiaoya, but didn't notice any makeup, not even bright red lips. System. Observation was just a moment. Suddenly, there were 4 real living female humans. Feng Chen communicated with the system while nervously stuffing the remaining noodles into her mouth. De Xiao wasn't doing any better, he was sucking on a straw to finish his cola. Old Xiao was still holding his phone, looking dumbfounded. Yang Wenming was also at a loss. His roommates were usually full of fantasies in the dorm, but now in front of the girls, they were all dumbfounded, truly beyond help, still single in their senior year for a reason. He first introduced Old Xiao, who had a good temper and was a loyal follower. This is the leader of our dorm, Brother Xiao, a master of photography. If you need anything, you can ask him for help, he's the most enthusiastic, right, Brother Xiao? Xiao Rui was holding his phone, feeling confused. The number of likes on it was still increasing, already over 70,000, unbelievable. There were also over 4,000 comments. Am I going to be famous? Am I a genius on TikTok? Am I a photography genius? In any case, he was excited all over, feeling like he could conquer the world and give orders. So at that moment, he unconsciously nodded. Yang Wenming deserves to be single. The chubby De Qiao finally let go of the straw, stood up, and introduced himself. "Hello, ladies, I'm Xiao Doi, you can call me Di Xiao, or Little Xiao." He spoke with a bit of a feminine tone, making the girls burst into laughter. Feng Chen was still eating noodles after the 4 girls entered. Except for Old Yang, everyone else seemed restrained. Lin Xiaoya sat next to Old Yang, and the remaining 3 girls sat next to Lin Xiaoya. From right to left, it was Lin Xiaoya, fatty, round face, and the girl with short hair and long legs. So, the girl with long legs happened to sit next to Feng Chen. Feng Chen nervously poked his thumb with his fingertips. He felt like a fool. Luckily, the dim lighting meant no one would notice his hand. Due to the small private room, they were sitting close, and he felt his spine stiffen. He didn't know what to do. There were very few girls in the computer science department, and he had limited interaction with them, let alone at such a close distance. Although he boasted about finding a sugar mommy, he was actually timid and shy. He was even hesitant to eat now, feeling awkward. Even though no one would pay attention to him, he felt uncomfortable. Should he start a conversation with the girl next to him? He couldn't think of any topics. He admired Lao Yang, who was naturally good at living off women, but talking to girls was too difficult for him. He dared not look at the girl beside him, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw a new time prompt appear, 2030 to 2130 singing. Singing brings joy, boosts immunity, enhances memory, relieves constipation. Sing more, be a happy and healthy handsome man, and sugar mommies will like you even more. Feng Chen, alright, I'm in. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. The host has completed the parenting task and received sincere thanks from the other party, granting the host a temporary empathy buff. One day, express yourself sincerely to make others empathize with you. At that moment, Feng Chen felt a warm connection with the system. He couldn't initiate social interactions with girls, but he could complete tasks. Although he might regret it later and scold himself, for now, he just couldn't do it. Socializing was so difficult. He didn't know what to say and feared making mistakes. He always felt short, unattractive, unable to speak, and lacked confidence. He had limited knowledge, was not humorous, and although he knew many jokes, he couldn't remember any now. Feng Chen felt like the Sugar King system had bound him, turning the tables on him. If he could really land a sugar mommy in his lifetime, then the system would win. He wondered if when he reached the age of 60, there would be an 80-year-old sugar mommy willing to accept him. Wait, the system said he could only live until 50. So, he didn't even say hello. Feng Chen abruptly stood up, went to the karaoke machine to select a song, and without hesitation, chose the first song that popped up, Sending You a Small Red Flower. Meanwhile, Lao Yang took to Chow to buy drinks. The bar was self-service for food, but drinks were charged separately. Lao Yang's usual tactic was to spend other people's money on his own affairs, so De Qiao was likely paying for the drinks. However, De Qiao was willing because Lao Yang knew how to handle things. In the private room, Lao Xiao, who usually fawned over girls, was sitting with 4 beautiful female university students, including Lin Xiaoya, a girl with long legs comparable to Lin Xiaoya, and a plump girl that Lao Xiao liked. Surprisingly, he wasn't trying to impress them but was lost in thought with his phone. As for Feng Chen, he couldn't save the situation. He quickly started singing. Singing could relieve tension. Otherwise, it would be too awkward. The slow prelude began, followed by a child's clear singing voice. Because of the child's pure voice, it touched everyone's hearts. Then came a slow accompaniment. Sending you a small red flower, blooming on the new branches you grew yesterday, rewarding you for having the courage to talk to me first. The girls, who were chatting, suddenly paused upon hearing the song. The ice-cold water that doesn't mix, the fiery liquor without hesitation. In the midst of such hardships, you have overcome them all. Who understood? Feng Chen's voice echoed in the private room. It was as if a drumstick had struck her head, a heavy blow that silenced everyone. Su Qingqing was dragged out to play by her roommate Lin Xiaoya and was starting to regret it. She usually didn't participate in such pointless social activities, it was boring. But in their final year of college, about to go their separate ways, despite the minor conflicts and disagreements, she suddenly felt a bit reluctant to part ways. Su Qingqing came from a privileged background, was low-key, didn't flaunt luxury items. Perhaps only Lin Xiaoya in the dorm knew that Su Qingqing's family wanted her to study abroad. She was an English major who had passed both the TM8 and IELTS exams. There didn't seem to be much worth remembering. The male students at school seemed immature to her, just like in her dorm, where Lin Xiaoya was the only one who dressed up. Once she removed her makeup, she looked ordinary. Yet, the boys in the dorm worshipped Lin Xiaoya as a goddess every day, and they deserved to be deceived. Su Qingqing planned to sit for a while and then leave. She didn't touch the drink in front of her but took a cherry tomato, wiped it with a tissue, and brought it to her lips. Suddenly, she heard the singing. That voice. The once sweet cherry tomato in her mouth turned sour. Sending You a Little Red Flower was the theme song of a movie about two families battling cancer. It depicted a journey from despair to cherishing life, encouraging people to stay courageous and optimistic in the face of difficulties, treasuring every moment in life. Life has many significant moments, and there are many beautiful things in life, subtle but existent. There are shoots in desolation, water sources in the desert. Be grateful for life, appreciate life. Music knows no boundaries, it doesn't even need a universally understood language to convey emotions. At that moment, feeling lost about studying abroad, uncertain about the future, and finding everything boring, Su Qingqing suddenly felt her heart beating fast, with strength, her eyes inexplicably sour, her blood rushing through her body, limbs heavy, only her heart kept beating. There was a yearning for life, an anticipation of the future, new thoughts, a threat of sorrow. And all the while, Lao Xiao, who had been glued to his phone, was earnestly recording. Fengchen sang as if completing a task or assignment, earnestly finishing the song. As the song ended, a voice rang in her mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully charming the platinum-level rich lady Su Qingqing, with an initial favorability rating of 60. Please continue to work hard, strive for the best, and climb higher peaks. Fengchen, what is this? 2030 to 2130 singing. Singing brings joy, boosts immunity, enhances memory, relieves constipation. Sing more songs, be a happy and healthy handsome young man, and the rich lady will like you even more. Fengchen finished singing a song with gusto. At that moment, Lao Yang and De Qiao entered with beer. Lao Yang saw Lao Xiao standing up, filming Lao Si with his phone, and was speechless. The four girls sat there brightly, not being filmed. Instead, they were filming their roommates. No wonder they were single. It had to be him to make a move. Lao Yang had De Qiao open the beer and offered snacks to the girls. Some people were naturally good at socializing. Lao Yang noticed that Su Qingqing only liked fruits, especially with the peel on, so he placed cherry tomatoes and longans in front of her. Each girl had her favorite snacks in front of her. With Lao Yang joining in, the atmosphere suddenly warmed up. Lao Yang poured beer for everyone and brought a cup to Fengchen, who was singing in the corner. Fengchen had just finished a song, feeling a bit thirsty but embarrassed to go get water, so he chugged the ice-cold beer Lao Yang handed him in one go. Those who could drink started exchanging drinks, while those who couldn't, like Fengchen, downed a cup before anyone else. After drinking, they immediately felt a warmth in their throats, their blood flowing faster. It was as if their courage had suddenly grown a bit. The intro to the second song began, soothing like the sea. I spent half a year's savings to come see you across the ocean. For this reunion, I even practiced my breathing for when we meet. The deep voice sang, crashing like waves. For your promise, even in the most desperate times, I held back my tears. Fengchen sang with intoxication, his voice clear and captivating, making one yearn for the next verse. It wasn't just about the singing, the emotions were overflowing. As he sang, the image of holding back tears came to life. Lao Xiao was filming with his phone, and inexplicably, his eyes welled up. In a strange city, in familiar corners, we once comforted each other, embraced each other and sighed together. At this point, a few girls had tears in their eyes. Watching you fade away in the swirling sand and wind, I felt a sadness beyond control. Yang Wenming was stunned. He was skilled in socializing, always catering to everyone's preferences, never lacking a girlfriend. But now, he remembered his first online relationship, the excitement of meeting, buying tickets, traveling, only to find the girl absent, who usually called him darling. It was after that incident that he seemed to have changed for the worse. He wandered at the station in that city, amidst the bustling crowd, feeling like a joke. De Qiao was wiping his nose. He had never experienced meeting a girlfriend from another place, but the mere thought of such a scenario made him uncomfortable, almost wanting to cry. Fengchen sang earnestly, repeating the song until it ended. Then, a familiar mechanical voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully charming the platinum-level wealthy lady Su Qingqing, making progress with a favorability rating of 70. Please continue your efforts, strive harder, and reach new heights." Fengchen was stunned. He hadn't told anyone, yet his favorability rating was 70. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why rock stars were so admired, why their concerts were so wild. Could it be that everyone was trying to charm themselves? The brothers sang on stage, and their fans below had already imagined countless scenes. Heartbroken for the brothers. Everyone in the private room was immersed in the scenes of the song, their eyes reddened, feeling a pang in their hearts when they looked at the singer. Some girls felt Fengchen's singing was too emotional, surely he had been hurt before. In a girl's mind, there was an equation, hurt before equals a good person. Many scumbags liked to play the role of someone who had been hurt before, naturally lowering a girl's defenses. After the song ended, Lao Yang asked if anyone else wanted to sing. Lin Xiaoya was eager to try, she was a good singer. Lao Yang invited her to choose a song, and in front of everyone, he casually touched her hand, just helping her stand up before letting go. But it left Feng Chen and the others emotionally numb. With a favorability rating of 70, he should have seized the opportunity. If he could, Feng Chen wouldn't have been single until now. After singing, he sat with Lao Xiao. Only De Qiao was earnestly chatting with the three girls. De Qiao was actually doing quite well in the conversation, well versed in cosmetics and various female brands, quickly engaging them. The reason he was single was that girls never saw him as a man. As soon as Lao Xiao saw his Douyin account upon entering, he became extremely excited. Not only his hands trembled, but his whole body shook, as if his fate was about to change. He had been a licking dog for nearly 4 years in college, taking photos, editing, filming, practicing photography and editing, but his Douyin account only had 789 followers. His videos usually received single-digit likes, rarely reaching double digits. And now, as everyone was heading for internships in their final year, he offered to take photos for free, but no one needed them anymore, they were too busy. He couldn't even find an internship for himself. With no future prospects, he spent his days playing games in the dormitory. He was older than his roommates because he had repeated 2 years. Despite the difficulty of getting into university, it was all in vain. He didn't dare to call home. After countless rounds of gaming, he lay on his bed, staring at the dirty ceiling, sometimes shedding tears in weakness. The moment he got off the bed, he turned back into the shameless and heartless old Xiao. He truly didn't know what he could do. He urgently wanted to make money, to succeed, to go crazy. He wanted to show off to his parents and relatives, to prove how amazing he was as a university student. But in reality, he was just a failed bootlicker. No rewards in sight. But things were different now. He saw an opportunity. Not everyone has many chances, and not everyone can seize them. The year he messed up the college entrance exam, failing to get into a top-tier university, he firmly decided to repeat the year. However, after repeating, he ended up in an even worse second-tier university. Xiao Rui understood this lesson. When there's an opportunity, you must seize it, with no room for trial and error. Seize it and charge ahead. He grabbed Feng Chen's hand, excitedly saying, "Lao Si, let's collaborate. I'll make Douyin videos for you in the future." Feng Chen struggled to pull his hand away from Lao Xiao's grip, saying, "Brother Xiao, are you drunk? The girls are over there, and I'm your roommate." On the stage, Lao Yang gazed affectionately at the English department's beauty Lin Xiaoya, singing together, "I only have feelings for you in the whole world. No matter how wild we play, I'll behave when you glare at me. No matter how wide or far the road is, as long as you hold my hand, I'll feel safe. I'll be obedient, clingy, gentle, and considerate." Feng Chen, Lao Xiao, let go. Lao Xiao had drunk too much. A person's character shows in their drinking habits. When Lao Xiao drank too much, he didn't cause a scene, he just hugged people and cried. He wanted to hug everyone. Feng Chen was hugged the longest. Several times he tried to push Lao Xiao away, but Lao Xiao's strength was overwhelming, and he couldn't succeed. Playing around. Being seen by a rich woman wolfing down noodles, then messing around with roommates, Feng Chen felt there was no need to save himself. Forget it. Mainly because Lao Xiao's crying was too stifling. He was a grown man, yet his cries were soft and small. Only when he felt his shoulder wet from Lao Xiao's tears did he realize Lao Xiao was crying. Honestly, at that moment, Feng Chen also felt like crying. Over the 4 years of university, they had been in the same dorm room without any changes. Lao Xiao was kind and honest, often taking care of cleaning and ordering takeout in the dorm. He always said he was the eldest, the big brother, but they never called him Brother Xiao, only Lao Xiao. Lao Xiao's signature smile was simple and honest. Sometimes when others said mean things to him, he didn't get angry, he just smiled. He always looked a bit awkward in whatever he wore, tall but slightly hunched, giving off a sense of timidity. Initially, Feng Chen didn't think much of Lao Xiao, especially because he acted like a bootlicker every day, fawning over girls regardless of their appearance. But by their senior year, Feng Chen suddenly realized that maybe he wasn't so different from Lao Xiao after all. Lao Xiao had experience being a bootlicker, while he had nothing. Lao Xiao came from a rural background, with parents who worked in farming during the off-season and took odd jobs. They had no education or special skills, so when they worked, it was usually on construction sites or in restaurant kitchens. Lao Xiao didn't have much pocket money, evident from his clothes, but his parents still bought him a camera and a computer, ensuring he had what he needed. Feng Chen's family was average. His parents were originally workers in a state-owned enterprise with company housing, so their conditions were decent. However, both parents were laid off later on. His father was skilled in cooking and opened a small food stall, which eventually became a small restaurant. Their life was stable, just enough to get by. But Feng Chen's second uncle's family was very well off, and his younger aunt had married into a good family. His second uncle had gone to university, which was highly valued back then, and now he was a professor. Aunt Xiao also went to college, graduated to become an elementary school teacher, and then married a civil servant. Uncle's career prospered, and he now works at the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. His father didn't go to college, started working in a factory early on, different choices leading to different lives. Anyway, during family gatherings, Feng Chen always felt a strong contrast. Lao Xiao envied the businesses in his family's town. He envied Di Qiao, whose family owned a factory, making her a small second-generation rich. Lao Yang's parents both worked for a government unit, seemingly holding minor leadership positions, but Lao Yang never specified. Lao Xiao had average alcohol tolerance, getting drunk quickly and wetting Feng Chen's shoulder with tears. Feng Chen had to take care of Lao Xiao, barely exchanging a few words with those girls. That night, Lao Yang seemed to have drunk too much, earnestly engaging Lin Xiaoya in a deep conversation about life. De Chao wanted the girls to drink but ended up being outdrunk by them, being both inexperienced and playful. In the dorm, only Feng Chen remained sober. Watching De Chao, the chubby girl, and the bespectacled girl chatting animatedly, Feng Chen felt a sense of detachment. De Chao seemed tipsy, shifting the conversation from makeup to my dad's factory. The two girls listened intently, their expressions warming up. Seeing this, Feng Chen comforted Lao Xiao on the sofa, then got up to pay the bill. The less money one had, the more they cared about appearances. During family gatherings, his father was the least successful, yet he always footed the bill. Feng Chen had developed a habit of paying. However, when he went out, he found someone had already taken care of it. Su Qingqing stood there in her white shoes, heelless, easily over 1.7 meters tall. Feng Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Usually, Lao Yang handled such matters. Unsure why Lao Yang, who rarely drank, had overindulged tonight. He should have come out earlier. Playing with the girls, they usually split the bill, with each person paying around 100. Approaching her, he hesitated to speak. "Classmate, can I add you on WeChat? I'll transfer the money to you," Feng Chen asked awkwardly. "Sure, I'll scan yours," Su Qingqing replied, looking at him. The bright hall lights illuminated the clean-shaven face of the young man before her, his neatly groomed eyebrows showing a hint of nervousness. His voice was pleasant, attire ordinary but not unattractive. The girl in front of him had delicate features, no makeup, fair skin, tall stature, long legs, slender waist, ample chest, and a striking face exuding a sense of determination. She was not the delicate type but had bold eyebrows, large eyes, a straight nose, small lips, and a stubborn beauty. She seemed capable of shouldering an AK-47 at any moment. Feng Chen quickly transferred 69 yuan per person, totaling 552 for 8 people. The recipient returned the excess. "You only need to pay for your dorm mates," she said. Feng Chen then transferred 276 yuan. She accepted it. Suddenly, he heard in his mind, "Congratulations to the host for successfully charming the platinum-level rich lady Su Qingqing, with a favorability rating of 75. Please continue your efforts and strive for greater heights." Feng Chen didn't understand why, but during the transfer process, his favorability rating increased by 5 points. It was already past 11 when he returned to the dorm. After washing up, he lay down, looking at the time strip in front of his forehead, 23 to 6 o'clock rest, good sleep, good digestion, less risk of diabetes, hypertension, baldness, kidney deficiency. Be a healthy man who sleeps well. The pale yellow time strip softly flickered. Feng Chen drifted off to sleep peacefully after a long day. When the bright time flickered, Feng Chen waved his hand in the air a few times, subconsciously wanting to close the time bar and sleep a little longer. However, after waving a few times, the time bar became even brighter. So his mind cleared up. The sleep quality was good last night. He almost fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed, and he didn't even get up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. But at this moment, his whole body ached everywhere, as if he had been run over back and forth by a 12-car train. He couldn't even lift his hand. The aftermath of exercise. People who haven't exercised for a long time, suddenly engaging in intense exercise, will have sore muscles all over the next day. He ran and swam yesterday, completing a month's worth of exercise in a day. Now he really ached all over, even turning over hurt. Looking at the notes behind the time bar, he felt a tightness and chill in his heart. Feng Chen struggled to get up and wash up. The honey he found yesterday still had some left. Honey is a magical thing. A jar of honey seems never-ending no matter how much you drink, and that little bit at the bottom seems to last for half a year. He made a cup, drank it, and then went to the bathroom. Yeah, a lot like a Labrador. He felt a bit more relaxed, but his legs hurt when squatting. Running from 6:30 to 7 o'clock, A healthy physique keeps the mind clear, ignites fighting spirit, and maintains a positive mental state. Going downstairs was a bit difficult. Walking to the first-floor playground, Feng Chen's legs shook like a gatekeeper, especially sore on the inside of his thighs. It hurt at a touch. Not to mention running, even walking was difficult. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. The host has earnestly completed the singing talent performance, rewarding with junior calcium capsules. Taking this capsule, no more sore waist or legs, effortlessly climbing 15 floors in one go, effective, one day, a must-have little pill for softies. Calcium capsules? Seriously? And this darn system had a delay, watching him struggle down the stairs, legs shaking like this, only now did it distribute last night's reward. He had a white calcium pill in his hand? It tasted a bit sweet when he put it in his mouth. Indeed, after eating it, the effect was rapid. The soreness all over his body felt like a thin piece of clothing being taken off. His legs, feet, and arms suddenly felt agile, no more sore waist or legs. The morning breeze was not harsh, very clear. Last night at the bar, the private room was poorly ventilated, crowded with people and food, feeling greasy and smelly, but now walking a few steps on the morning road, he felt the morning breeze cleanse his lungs, refreshing. The roadside trees stood tall, the sun had not fully risen, bright but not scorching. Feng Chen started running, stretching his legs and arms. Perhaps he was too happy, lifting his legs too fast, swinging his arms too high, almost tripping himself. There shouldn't be anyone up this early to see. Real-life simulation navigation learning has been activated. Please correct your running posture, breathing, PowerPoint, sharpening the knife without mistake. Host, keep it up. The familiar voice sounded again. Even running had real-life navigation. The magical dotted line showed that his arm swing was too wide, his legs were a bit too high. Like swimming, there was a kind of pulling pressure. Once he got his foot's center of gravity right, the pressure disappeared. Feng Chen ran slowly, adjusting as he ran, indeed feeling much easier. There was no more feeling of panting heavily after a while of running. Then he saw Professor Liao in a purple tracksuit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and a gold anti-loss chain hanging around his neck, swaying and walking slowly. Morning, Xiaofeng. Morning, Professor Liao. Feng Chen greeted with a smile because he suddenly felt running was easier, then continued running. Young man is really energetic, good job. Professor Liao continued to walk leisurely, swinging his arms back and forth, slapping his body, making a clapping sound. The purple sportswear looked brand new and expensive. Professor Liao, 69 years old, had good features but slightly aged skin with signs of aging like age spots and crow's feet. Despite that, he scored 78 points, which was quite good. Feng Chen continued running and suddenly heard the system's excited voice. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the wealthy single lady Liao Fanghua. Initial progress achieved, affection level at 60. Please continue your efforts, strive harder, and reach new heights. Feng Chen stumbled, almost falling. He corrected his running posture and focused on running from the South Campus to the Union College campus. The road circled the lake, offering beautiful scenery. The Union College was on an island in the middle of the lake, with a picturesque environment and modern buildings, albeit with higher fees. At night, the road was filled with a sour smell, as couples strolled hand in hand. In the morning, it was peaceful with few people around. Even the lovey-dovey couples were still asleep. The morning breeze, green trees, sunrise slowly receded. While running, Feng Chen suddenly heard a splash as a fish jumped out of the lake, creating colorful splashes under the morning sun, a beautiful sight. Feng Chen couldn't help but stop. Another fish jumped, splashing colorful water. Feng Chen felt hungry, seeing the plump fish. With such good exercise, the fish meat must be delicious and tender. Classmate. When Feng Chen stopped, he heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw a girl wearing a black duckbill cap, loose white t-shirt, and tight yoga pants that hugged her thighs, revealing fair legs and white running shoes. She stood beside him, smiling and greeting him. She was as beautiful as a fish leaping out of the lake. Morning, Feng Chen was surprised to see Su Qingqing. She stood before him, shining brighter than the water splashed by the fish. Shall we run together? Su Qingqing asked generously. Sure, Feng Chen replied, eager to run as fast as possible, feeling a bit nervous. He had been talking about girls with his roommates every day, wondering when he would have a girlfriend. Now, with a girl standing in front of him, he wished he could disappear. Feng Chen focused on running seriously, paying attention to his posture correction tools, fully immersed in his run. He didn't speak to Su Qingqing. He wanted to study hard, strive diligently, and aim to be supported by a wealthy woman soon, becoming a successful freeloader. Would women only slow him down? Su Qingqing also ran seriously. She enjoyed sports, running, and playing tennis. Last night, when they discussed boys in the dorm, Lin Xiaoya mentioned Feng Chen's morning runs, as his roommate had said. Usually, Lin Xiaoya liked to show off her knowledge in such conversations, making it seem like she had a good understanding of boys. Su Qingqing was surprised to have actually met him. A chance encounter was more exciting than a planned meeting. Seeing Fengchen during the day, he seemed quite ordinary, just an average guy. But his singing voice was really nice. Not many guys woke up early to run, and his professional running posture indicated he did it regularly, with good breathing. Although they had just met, she discovered many pleasant surprises beneath his ordinary appearance. He was quiet and reserved. So, what started as a solo run turned into a run for two. In his final year, Fengchen finally ran with a girl on the lakeside road. His roommate, Lao Yang, had been strolling hand in hand with a senior girl from the second day of school. The same distance, but some took only 4 days, while others took 4 years. Running back to the student street from the lakeside road, Fengchen's posture became more and more standard, his breathing also corrected itself, and as he ran into the second half, he found himself really enjoying it. Plus, today's style was particularly sweet, probably because there was a girl beside him. Su Qingqing's hair smelled sweet, like lychee, emitting a faint scent as they ran. As Fengchen reached the end of Binhe Road, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the platinum-level rich lady Su Qingqing, with great effectiveness, raising the favorability to 78. Please continue your efforts, strive for the best, and climb to new heights. Friendly reminder, unlocking new system functions at 80 favorability. This added another 3 points of favorability, inexplicably. Fengchen was focused on running the whole way, not engaging in conversation with Su Qingqing. Partly because he was not good with words, and partly because you can't chat while running, it hinders your breathing. Yet, Su Qingqing managed to raise her favorability by 3 points again. This girl was just too easy to please. What qualities did she possess? Su Qingqing's demeanor revealed nothing. She was tall, with a handsome face that seemed slightly serious and aloof, not easy to approach. Mostly because of her height, she easily dismissed many guys. A girl of 170 centimeters visually appeared half a head taller than a guy of the same height. Seeing such a girl in daily life, Fengchen probably felt like he had to walk on eggshells, always afraid of getting scolded if he got too close. And yet, his favorability had reached 78. As they leisurely walked back, Fengchen boldly spoke up, "Su classmate, let me treat you to breakfast. There's a great noodle soup stall at the student street, and it's not expensive." After saying it, Fengchen felt a bit of regret. She was a real rich lady, surely she wouldn't care about the cost, only he would. Oh well, since he had already said it, let it be. At least his voice was steady, his tone appropriate, and his words firm and confident, without any timidity. But he still needed to keep learning, otherwise, the clear and crisp voice buff would wear off. Sure, Su Qingqing replied. Was it that easy? Fengchen found it hard to believe. Was it really that simple for Lao Yan to ask and receive a positive response? They arrived at the student street. The noodle soup stall had 3 small tables, and at this early hour, 2 tables were still vacant. Noodle soup was a snack from southern Fujian, with vermicelli as the base, cooked until very soft, allowing it to be sucked up with a straw. Various toppings could be added, almost anything tasted good when mixed in, with a peppery flavor and the fragrance of vermicelli, especially delicious when paired with fried dough sticks. Fengchen asked Su Qingqing about her food preferences. She said she didn't like onions, but everything else was fine. Fengchen opted for the deluxe yacht version of the noodle soup, 2 servings, both without onions, and ordered 4 fried dough sticks. Watching Su Qingqing pull out a wet wipe from somewhere and wipe down the small table and chairs, Fengchen placed the food on the table and was about to sit down. Suddenly, the system spoke up, a daily tip for flirting: when sitting side by side is better than facing each other. Facing each other gives a feeling of mutual scrutiny, while sitting side by side naturally lowers defenses and increases favorability. Fengchen's hand was on the small chair. He awkwardly picked it up and moved it to Su Qingqing's side, and they sat at adjacent corners of the same table. After sitting down, he realized the system had a point. Sitting side by side made it easier for arms to touch. Why wasn't that considered intimate skin contact? Also, sitting face to face meant the other person could watch you eat, making you worry about food stuck in your teeth. Eating sideways meant you wouldn't be stared at accidentally, and if your profile was good looking, you had an advantage. Sitting side by side was indeed better. At least Fengchen felt less burdened psychologically and could eat more naturally. Unexpectedly, Su Qingqing also had a good appetite. He thought she would leave more than half of the noodles, but she finished a whole bowl of noodles and even ate a youtiao. Fengchen had 3 youtiao. After eating, he packed up as usual to share with his dorm mates. Su Qingqing didn't pack up since the girls' dorm had snacks, bread, and milk. She found Fengchen interesting, always feeling that his words were somehow charming. After packing up, she headed back Time was tight, tasks were heavy, no time to waste. Fengchen was now full of energy, determined to study hard, strive for progress every day, and become the king of living off others as soon as possible. Su Qingqing stopped at a fruit shop on the student street to buy fruits. She bought quite a lot, and Fengchen helped carry the bags. He had a keen eye for these things. At home, his mom always treated him as a porter when they went shopping. Girls were really money draining. Even though she was full from the noodles, it only cost a few bucks, but buying fruits casually cost over 380. Fengchen was amazed. There was a reason he didn't date. Otherwise, accompanying a girlfriend to buy fruits twice would probably drain his living expenses. At the dorm intersection, the boys' dorm was downstairs, and the girls' dorm was upstairs. Fengchen handed the fruits to Su Qingqing. She only took a small bag and said, "The rest is for you." Fengchen, huh? Not good. Really? Thank you. Are you going for a run tomorrow? Su Qingqing asked. I am. Okay, see you tomorrow then. Su Qingqing waved and briskly walked away. When Fengchen returned to the dorm with the fruits, Lao Yang was surprisingly awake. Lao Si, did you strike it rich? Buying so many fruits? Fengchen guessed that if he said a girl gave them to him, his roommates would tease him. He couldn't explain how he ended up with fruits from a girl. Did that mean he was naturally suited to living off others? Walking back to the dorm with the fruits, Fengchen's mood was complicated. Suddenly, he understood why everyone wanted to live off others. Wasn't it enjoyable? Fruits were so sweet and fragrant, emanating a delightful aroma along the way. I've put the fruits on the table. Save some for me, I'm going to study later. Lao Yang, you look energetic today. I have an appointment and need to go out, Lao Yang said, fixing his hair in front of the mirror. He had just showered, and the scent of shower gel lingered on him. De Chao's head popped out from the bed. Lao Yang, didn't you say you only like sophomore girls? Are you changing your taste now, eyeing the senior sister Lin Xiaoya? Please don't. Leave us some fantasies. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoya and I are just regular classmates. She's consulting me about an internship at a company, Lao Yang explained. Upon hearing this, De Chao and Fengchen unanimously teased him. They all called her Xiaoya. Lao Xiao in the dorm was still sound asleep. He couldn't handle alcohol well, so he would probably feel terrible when he woke up. Fengchen took a quick shower, packed his bag, and left. From 8 to 9 o'clock, he studied English. Learning is the ladder of human progress. The more you learn, the more ladders you have to climb, making it easier to reach wealthy women. Off to study. In the dorm, Lao Xiao woke up with a headache, seeing the bright daylight, cold noodles, and fruits, realizing he was the only one left. His head was pounding. He had drunk too much last night and had many chaotic dreams. He dreamed of running a successful Douyin account, making a lot of money, buying a car, and receiving praise from the villagers for his success. Was it a dream? He quickly grabbed his phone and opened Douyin. It wasn't a dream. Account name, I'm not a bootlicker. Received 10 likes, 80,000 views, 559 followers, 3,723 fans. In just one day, his 789 fans increased by nearly 3,000. That TikTok video has also received over 100,000 likes. Xiaorui got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, didn't even change his clothes, still smelling of smoke. He grabbed some noodles, eating as he walked, messaging his buddy Lao Si. Where are you? I'll come find you. Want to make TikTok videos together? Lao Xiao, are you kidding me? Taking advantage of the time buff, Fengchen, who had been studying English for over 2 hours, took a break to rest his eyes. He was studying diligently, benefiting from a memory buff as well. His efficiency was impressive. He had just reviewed half a semester's worth of content and revisited half of his freshman English book. Although unsure of its future utility, every bit of learning counted. Then he sought his roommate Lao Xiao. His eyes were bloodshot, looking like he had been up all night, walking unsteadily towards him. I'm not joking, Lao Si. I've noticed the changes in you these past few days. You must have encountered something. You've never been this dedicated before. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. In our dorm, it's just the two of us without internships. My family is poor, from the countryside, no connections. You're just an ordinary guy like me. We're not like Lao Yang Dachio and the others. We have to rely on ourselves. Lao Si, you're getting popular, you have a chance to shine. Look at this video I made. Fengchen took Lao Xiao's cracked phone and watched the video of an unattractive guy tidying up the dorm room. Wasn't that him? Lao Xiao, did you forget to turn on the beauty filter for me? Beauty filters distort the image, not good. No, that's not the point. Look at the likes and comments. Fengchen checked the comments. Ugly guy, confirmed, really ugly. Is this a dorm room or a pigsty? This guy looks a lot like the male lead in that Japanese action movie I watched. Avi. Excuse me, Can I say something? What are all these comments about? Feng Chen was puzzled. A decent guy like him was being portrayed in a different light. There are compliments about your looks, at the bottom. I haven't had time to delete the negative ones. Feng Chen scrolled down, seeing numerous comments of all kinds. Still a bit confused. The video wasn't anything special, just him tidying up the dorm room. The shaky footage clearly shot on a phone, with simple content of cleaning up the room, ending with him washing his face and going to bed. The video was short, just over 2 minutes. That's it? Why did this go viral? It was all so random. Previously, someone sang I am from Yunnan, Nujiang, and just that one lyric went viral, receiving hundreds of thousands of likes. But there were no follow-ups. Some people were like shooting stars, shining brightly but fading quickly, disappearing fast. Lao Si, I know this video going viral might be a fluke. Maybe if we make another one, it won't be as popular. Or it might end up like my previous ones, with single-digit likes, unnoticed. I don't care about the reasons. I just know that this video went viral, right? I don't need to research, analyze, or do anything. I know that if I film you, it will go viral. I don't know why, but I can keep filming. Maybe I'll figure it out later. Ahem. Lao Xiao seemed excited, his throat seemed choked up. He coughed a few times and continued, Lao Si, let's make TikTok videos together, let's collaborate. I'll film, you just show your face, I'll handle the editing, I'll cover everything. Even if we don't make a penny, we can consider this our internship. Isn't this better than just aimlessly working at some company? Feng Chen looked at Lao Xiao's current state, feeling like he had been deceived into joining a pyramid scheme, his eyes bloodshot, speaking loudly with spit flying, waving his arms, his emotions showing in his hands, which were trembling. It was rare to see Lao Xiao so emotionally excited. As an intern, Feng Chen was a bit tempted. However, he was also a bit worried. He had a reputation to uphold. If he followed along to make videos for Douyin, would he be exposed as a cheat? Would he end up in a mental hospital? Host is advised to expand the promotion of their channels, show their face appropriately, which will help the host achieve their goal of living off others as soon as possible. The mechanical voice of the system sounded. Lao Si, what do you think? Clap, clap, clap. Lao Xiao, don't get too excited. I agree to make videos, but it can't interfere with my daily life, and I can't film anything strange. I'm worried about my parents and relatives seeing it. Of course, Lao Si, I believe we can make it. I've never been so determined to do something in my life. You study first, I'll go edit the video of you singing last night, and then come back to film you. Lao Xiao excitedly rushed out. After a few steps, he stopped, turned around, and ran back. Lao Si. Yes? Lao Xiao ran back and gave Feng Chen a tight hug. Lao Si, thank you, thank you. Trust me, we will definitely succeed. Definitely. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the rusty bronze level single man Xiao Rui, with an effective good feeling level of 80, reaching the stage of close friends. No matter how far apart you are in the future, there will always be a place for you in his heart. Please continue to work hard, strive for further progress, and reach new heights. Feng Chen was startled and quickly pushed Lao Xiao away. Lao Si, I'll support you in the future. Feng Chen, get lost and go work. Men can actually be captured. Scary. Although Feng Chen had never had a real girlfriend, he firmly believed that he liked girls. He was male in gender, but his preference was for females, no deception. Good feeling level with the target has reached 80, system upgrade completed. This upgrade has improved character information and optimized reward mechanisms. The mechanical voice of the system sounded, and then a panel appeared in front of Feng Chen. Name, Feng Chen physical strength, 6 out of 10, average physical strength, needs more exercise, you're too weak. Intelligence, 6, +1/10, average intelligence, improve memory, easy living isn't that great, sharpen up. Emotions, 7, +1/10, high emotions, as a young person, you still have a lot of energy, keep it up. Morality, 8, -1/10, high moral level, advantage, easy to gain good feelings, disadvantage, easily taken advantage of, often self-blaming. Appearance, 6, +1/10, average appearance, needs more effort. Looking at this clear attribute panel, Feng Chen realized he was indeed an ordinary person, meeting the standards of an average person. Average abilities, average looks, but with an exceptionally high sense of morality, unable to stand injustices. Perhaps it was because NPCs like him were spread all over the world that peace was maintained, contributing his modest efforts to world peace. Host successfully captured the heart of the rusty bronze level single man for the first time, reaching a good feeling level of 80, rewarding the host with 1 attribute point. It can be freely allocated. Although Feng Chen was not good at gaming, He had played before and understood what the system meant. Adding attribute points to NPCs. He looked around at his own attribute points and, following the game logic, he should strengthen his strengths. His standout point was morality. What would happen if he added one more point to morality? When the host's moral level is far higher than average, the advantages are easy to gain favor and trust, but the disadvantages are prone to internal conflicts, leading to emotional depression. Having high morals without corresponding abilities will make your life more difficult, like walking on thin ice. Host, please choose carefully. Fengchen fell silent for a moment and allocated attribute points to his appearance. Perhaps it was the comments on Lao Zhao's Douyin that triggered him. Being called ugly, although he wasn't handsome, he was definitely not ugly. Appearance, 7, ±1/10, average appearance, host keep striving. A good-looking appearance is the basis for catching a rich woman's eye at first sight. Fengchen opened the front camera on his phone. Looking at the ugly man in the camera, he seemed a bit more pleasing to the eye, the ugliness not so obvious, and after staring for a while, there was a faint hint of handsomeness. If even the front camera shows a bit of handsomeness, then he must have truly become more handsome. Very good. Fengchen was very happy, almost wanting to go downstairs to the girls' dormitory right now. But as he looked at the time bar above his head, it started flashing. 8 to 9 o'clock. Study English. Learning is the ladder of human progress. The more you learn, the more ladders you have. Stepping on these ladders will easily bring you in front of a rich woman. Glancing at his watch, it was almost 9 o'clock in 5 minutes. A 5-minute time buff is also 20 minutes, approaching half an hour, not short. Keep studying. He had only started studying seriously yesterday and was enjoying this learning state, wishing to pick up the knowledge he had missed in the past 21 years. And after studying, he felt a bit stronger than yesterday. It was the feeling of filling his empty head with a bit of knowledge. Knowledge has weight, making people feel stable. Feeling a bit smarter made him a bit happier, very content. In the last 5 minutes, he pushed through the study, continuing to focus on the textbooks. Fengchen sat upright, quietly reciting words, his pen in hand continuously taking notes. The classroom was bright, with green trees outside, a gentle breeze, and slowly streaming sunlight. This was the best time. The young man was truly handsome. 9 to 9:30. Eat yogurt, fruit. Balancing work and rest is the basic principle of a qualified soft rice meal. Fengchen stood up, stretched lazily. He packed up his books, slung his bag, and strolled to the library. When he came out to study in the morning, he bought yogurt, fruit yogurt with pulp, and ate fruit and yogurt at the same time. He felt his brain had grown. System, regular yogurt 1. 5 per bottle, orange 0. 8 per piece, a total of 2. 3 yuan, the host bought orange-flavored yogurt for 8. 8 yuan, the host needs to strengthen his calculation ability. A soft rice male who is not thrifty at home is easily despised. Fengchen. His brain shrank back again. The host efficiently completed the learning task proactively, showing outstanding performance, rewarding the host with intermediate clear voice capsules, effective for 6 hours, can be stored, valid for 1 month. Effect, hear one sentence, want to hear the next. There is a probability of affecting animals. Fengchen found a small capsule on the panel, more advanced than before, which could be taken or stored. He chose to store it temporarily. At this moment, the effect of yesterday's primary clear voice buff, one day, had just disappeared. Eating yogurt, Fengchen thought that when he had the clear voice buff yesterday, he spoke a bit louder, slower, less rushed, and with a steadier breath. He tried to speak like that in his daily conversations as well, which should be fine. Fengchen passed by a barbershop and realized his hair was getting long. With a turn of his foot, he walked in. It definitely wasn't because there was a girl with a high ponytail sitting at the entrance of the barbershop. After taking the last sip of yogurt, resisting the urge to lick the lid, he felt there was at least a third of a cup of yogurt left on it. What a waste. The barbershop on the student street near the school is simple and cheap. It costs 15 yuan for a haircut. If you go to the United College campus, the barbershops there are more expensive. It is said that haircuts start at 60 yuan, depending on the barber's title, ranging from 60, 120, 300, to a legendary chief barber charging 2,000 yuan, rumored to have styled hair for celebrities. Fengchen has never been inside. He heard about it from the barbershop owner. The owner is a semi-bald man, and the girl at the door is his employee, said to be a distant relative who didn't go to college, lacks ambition, just plays on her phone, and looks somewhat pretty. The young man looks spirited and handsome after the haircut, the owner said, looking at himself in the mirror, quite satisfied, feeling that his skills have improved a lot. Fengchen looks at himself in the mirror. With a slight increase in attributes enhancing his appearance, his looks now rate at 7, ±1/10. Looking closely at himself in the mirror, he does appear much more handsome than before. Feng Chen never thought he was not handsome, it's just that his handsomeness wasn't very obvious. Anyway, he thinks he looks decent. Wearing glasses gives him a somewhat nerdy feeling, illusion, as wearing glasses makes him look like a bookworm. Now, he feels like he has grown a bit, his eyes are slightly larger, his jawline more defined, his lip line clearer, his nose bridge more prominent, his face cleaner, his skin a bit fairer. There are no particularly abrupt changes, it's still him, just a bit more attractive. Perhaps this is why the system wanted him to make Douyin videos, as this change isn't strange, no one has mastered makeup or advanced technology to change drastically. Leaving the barbershop, Feng Chen's net assets, -15/350. He has 335 yuan left. In a few days, he'll probably have to ask his dad for money again. Sighing, he scrolled through his chat history with his dad, filled with transfer records. His spending in his final year of college is skyrocketing, without any earnings yet, but he's already feeling the pressure of spending money. To prepare for his internship, he needs to buy clothes and shoes, a formal suit, which falls under equipment expenses, requiring approval from his dad. Lao Xiao suggested treating making Douyin videos as an internship, but Feng Chen didn't take it seriously. It's not that he's not tempted, but becoming popular is too difficult, they are all ordinary people and dare not dream too big. Suddenly, he remembered when Lao Xiao was worried about something and offered to lend him 500 yuan. Feng Chen was curious about how much money Lao Xiao had, being classified as a rusty bronze-level single man. And Lao Xiao is indeed single, despite being a loyal follower for so many years. He hasn't gotten into a relationship even once? Rusty bronze level single man, net assets 2,900 yuan, approximately 2,303 yuan from recycling computers and phones, 597 yuan in cash, average knowledge score of 70, photography and editing skills at entry level, average appearance score of 66. After the system upgrade, there was a slightly more detailed explanation, which moved Feng Chen. Lao Xiao only has this much money left and yet gritted his teeth to lend him 500 yuan, not knowing what might happen. Such borrowing might end up being unrecoverable. Lao Xiao is a true friend, a real brother. Lao Xiao returned to the dorm, turned on his computer, and didn't play any games, starting to edit the video he shot at the bar last night. The lighting in the bar video was a bit too dark and needed some adjustments, but he couldn't overexpose it and cause distortion. Also, the sound quality transmitted through the phone wasn't as good as it sounded live. However, with no one in the dorm now, he played it on loop through the speakers, finding it quite comforting. Working with this music playing, he felt highly efficient and focused. Today's video might not have the same visual quality as yesterday's, but the music was impeccable. Lao Xiao decided to edit 2 videos because Douyin videos couldn't be too long. 1 song per video, interspersed with some audience shots. Because Xiao didn't know why his previous video went viral, he still followed his own ideas. He tried to keep the original as much as possible, cut 2 short ones, then kept the entire song, and cut 2 long ones later. Xiao Rui was very excited, very dedicated. At this moment, the dirt-covered father who was carrying bricks at the construction site, the mother wearing a greasy apron squatting in the restaurant kitchen washing dishes, seemed to fade a bit from his soul. He always unconsciously bent over, perhaps because his soul was always burdened. He carried his parents with everything he did. He loved them, they were his driving force and also his obstacle. Time moved forward. The sunlight climbed over the broken bowl on the windowsill, making the green moss inside the bowl even greener. Xiao quickly tapped on the keyboard. His greasy bangs fell on his forehead, he brushed it aside and continued typing. The keys of the keyboard shone with oil. The sunlight passed over a pot of orchids on the library windowsill. Feng Chen earnestly turned a page of the book, absent-mindedly twirling a pen in his hand. A stray short hair left by the barber stuck to the back of his neck, tickling him. He patted it away and continued flipping the pages. 9:30 to 10:30 reading, books are tools to nurture the soul, Hugo. There are millions of good-looking appearances, but only a few interesting souls. An excellent parasite man must have an interesting soul. Read more, play less on your phone. Feng Chen held a plain book in his hand. The system did not restrict the choice of books. He just randomly picked one. If the goal is to become a high-quality parasite man, studying calculus now probably won't be of much use unless he wants to find Professor Liao, which he didn't. So he went with a random choice. Every time he went to the library, even just browsing through book titles, he felt like he was gaining knowledge. He was studying the second half of the first semester of English for freshmen in the morning. Now, his mind was filled with twisted words, almost wanting to speak English to the librarian. Can I borrow a book? After studying hard, memorizing, not showing off, it was a pity. When he felt he had learned enough, he would show off by reading a full English original book someday. The book in his hand was Postpartum Care of Sows. He didn't know why he picked up this book by accident, probably because the pigtail on the cover was particularly cute. Curly, check if the afterbirth is completely expelled. After a sow gives birth, check if the number of afterbirths matches the number of piglets born to ensure no afterbirth residue. Wash the sow's body. Clean the sow's hindquarters, vulva, and udder to prevent bacteria from entering, preventing piglet yellow and white scours. Exercise appropriately. During the postpartum recovery process, proper exercise and sunlight are needed to improve the sow's physical function and promote milk secretion. Sows assisted in labor should pay attention to cleaning the birth canal and using medication for anti-inflammatory purposes. Useless knowledge increased a bit, but reading books felt more solid than scrolling through TikTok. Perhaps because reading isn't easy to get addicted to? Things that are not easy to get addicted to, things that go against human preferences, can strengthen human will. Things that are easy to get addicted to and fun are not allowed. Living seems to be a continuous struggle. The host has completed the reading task with great dedication and remembered 1/3 of the content. The host is rewarded with a random small benefit from the book Basic Nursing Skills, Permanent. Congratulations to the host for advancing further towards becoming a high-quality parasite man. Life is full of surprises. Mastering basic nursing skills can solve most accidents. How can you not feel at ease with your nursing knowledge? Although it's a strange skill, the following unit is actually permanent, feeling like a bargain. Suddenly, his phone rang, a WeChat message notification. It was Xiaoyu, the son of teacher Lu, whom he added yesterday. How good, my mom suddenly has a meeting today. Can you accompany me to get my medicine? Sure, I'll come pick you up. Feng Chen wasn't good at refusing people, especially children's requests. That was probably his weakness in moral integrity. At the same time, the schedule on Feng Chen's mind had been changed to childcare, a very human touch. He remembered that yesterday at this time, he was supposed to go swimming. 10:30 to 11:30 study childcare. Taking care of children, being able to take care of children, and taking good care of children are basic qualities of a soft rice man. When they arrived at teacher Lu's house, no one answered the door. It had a password lock, and Xiaoyu sent him the password. 1990926. Feng Chen entered the password, and the door opened. The room was clean, with a medicinal scent and a faint fragrance. Xiaoyu, it's me, Feng Chen, he called into the room. How go, help! The little one inside the room shouted. When Feng Chen approached, the little guy looked a bit pitiful. Although he was sitting in a wheelchair, it was stuck between the table and the bed, unable to move. Feng Chen didn't ask why he didn't look for teacher Lu. He somewhat understood the psychology of a boy this age, eager to grow up, prove himself, and not appear weak in front of his mother. Feng Chen helped pull the wheelchair out. What do you need me to get for you? The book on the shelf. Feng Chen saw the Manga Doluwa Continent. Is this the one? Yes. Getting the manga, Xiaoyu instantly brightened up. He had wanted this book, but the wheelchair got stuck. Luckily his phone was nearby. If changing the medicine hurts, you can lie down and read the manga. It's my favorite, very passionate. Xiaoyu had a good personality, not stubborn. Feng Chen felt he was much more cheerful than himself. He remembered being very cheerful and talkative when he was young, enjoying chatting with people. When did he start talking less? It seemed to be around this age. His parents were laid off, selling snacks outside, and life at home changed suddenly. Originally a dual-income family, they had a monthly salary, spending as they earned. Life was fulfilling and comfortable, without any sense of crisis. He remembered his parents being very affectionate, but after they were laid off, they argued frequently. Although they didn't argue in front of him, he could sense the tension. Perhaps it was from that time that he gradually became quieter. The little guy now talked a lot, chattering all the way. Feng Chen pushed him to the school clinic to change the medicine. My dad was supposed to come today, but he stood me up again. The lady over there is pregnant, and he said she wasn't feeling well, so he had to take her to the hospital. Under the shade of a tree, the little guy pouted, looking a bit unhappy. Feng Chen thought, everyone has their moments of unhappiness, not knowing how to comfort them. How go, why is my dad like that? He just divorced my mom not long ago, and now the lady over there is pregnant. He's so bad. When I grow up, I definitely won't be like him. Feng Chen. That's not certain, boys tend to be like their fathers. How go, if my dad has a new child in the future, does that mean he won't want me anymore? Well, I don't want him either, it doesn't matter. How go, after we change the medicine, can you play a game of Honor of Kings with me and my classmates? Sure, Feng Chen replied. Great, I'll tell my classmates in a bit. My dad said this place is too remote. He was supposed to pick me up and take me to the city for the medicine change, but he didn't keep his word. Oh, my mom will be upset when she finds out later, so I came to you, to delay her sadness a bit. By the way, how good, my dad's new lady is pregnant. Please don't tell my mom. My mom is really nice, I don't want her to be sad. My dad is a jerk. The new ad he found is not good looking at all, just 3 years younger than my mom, and he got hit in the eye by a firework. I hope my mom is happy. If I were my mom, I would find a young and handsome guy right now, someone 10 years younger, to infuriate my dad and put him in his place. Feng Chen. You are truly a devoted son. Finally arriving at the school clinic, Feng Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The gossip he had been hearing along the way was a bit too stimulating. He felt like he knew too much. The school doctor, Lao Dong, was a chubby, semi-bald man. Chen Xiaoyu obediently greeted him, Uncle Dong, I'm here to change the dressing. Teacher Xiaolu said you were going to the city. I thought you wouldn't come today. It's just me here now. Classmate, come over and give me a hand, Lao Dong said. Feng Chen looked like a well-behaved student, so Dr. Dong casually asked him to help. Having just finished reading a book on postpartum self-care and acquired the permanent skill of basic nursing, Feng Chen's knowledge was now put to use. Initially, Dr. Dong only asked him to assist, but then found him very capable and ended up being assisted by him. Dr. Dong, a medical school graduate turned school doctor, naturally had a lazy streak. Feng Chen's movements were meticulous, steady, powerful, with just the right touch, swiftly changing bandages. An inexperienced person handling a wound could turn a minor injury into a major one. A professional was as smooth as peeling a banana, pulling off the bandage effortlessly. Feng Chen's actions seemed simple. Changing Xiaoyu's wound dressing and disinfecting it was relatively easy, the key was in bandaging it. Since it was on the waist, if not wrapped properly, it could lead to a secondary injury. If wrapped too tightly, it would restrict movement, affecting recovery. Feng Chen used a crisscross bandaging method to secure the bandage without completely limiting movement. Dr. Dong was somewhat surprised. Classmate, have you studied professional nursing? Your technique is very professional, even better than our nurses. Xiaoyu chimed in, lying down, yes, Hauge, you're so amazing. Last time changing the dressing was so painful, felt like my waist was injured again, but this time it doesn't hurt at all. Well, my grandma is a head nurse. I used to follow her to the hospital when I was a kid, Feng Chen explained. He wasn't lying, just hinting that he might have learned back then. After saying this, Feng Chen himself was surprised, suddenly feeling he had the potential to be a scoundrel. His lie was so sincere, without a hint of flaw. After changing the dressing, Dr. Dong drew back the curtain, only to find Teacher Lu standing outside. Teacher Lu was slightly out of breath, probably from running all the way, her eyes a bit red. Feng Chen had respected the teacher, but with Xiaoyu filling his head with gossip, he now felt a bit awkward seeing her. Mom, why are you here? Xiaoyu looked up, a bit happy and surprised to see his mother. In fact, he was just a 9-year-old kid, wanting to be strong but not really strong. You troublemaker, always causing others inconvenience. Lu Chuanli thought the child's father was coming to pick him up today. Due to the unpleasantness of their divorce, she was worried about arguing with the child's father again, making the child look bad. So she left early to avoid it, not expecting the child's father to blame her for not taking care of the child properly, saying he was coming to take Xiaoyu to the city to facilitate the dressing change, but he didn't show up. Thinking of her child waiting at home alone for his father, and not finding him there, especially when the child was unwell, she couldn't help but feel extremely uncomfortable, her chest tight. She couldn't understand how anything could be more important than Xiaoyu's health to his own father, yet he didn't show up. If it weren't for hearing from a colleague that they had seen Xiaoyu, she wouldn't have known. It's not a bother, teacher, I happen to have some free time. Feng Chen felt that Teacher Lu was like his own mother, scolding the child first when faced with a situation, but actually loving the child dearly and reluctant to let go. Although her tone was reproachful, she was more heartbroken. He didn't quite understand this feeling before. Just now, watching Teacher Lu and Xiaoyu together, he suddenly understood. Feng Chen saw Teacher Lu's emotions were a bit agitated, so he stayed true to his kind nature and accompanied them to take Xiaoyu back. Xiaoyu was a bit sad in the morning, but now, he was happy. Sitting in the wheelchair, he kept saying, Mom, Hauge is amazing. Hauge promised to change my medicine and play a game with me. Mom, Hauge even learned nursing, so when he changed my medicine, I didn't feel a thing, not even a blink. Mom, I want to eat braised pork for lunch, can I? Mom. All the way, hearing Xiaoyu call for his mom, Feng Chen started missing his own mom and decided to call her when he got back. They arrived at Teacher Lu's house. Xiaoyu reluctantly held onto him, and he signaled that they could continue playing games in the dorm. Teacher Lu saw his hesitant expression, saw him heading towards the door, and like scolding his son, she patted Feng Chen's arm. Where are you going? Stay and have lunch at teacher's house. Ah! Fengchen felt his arm burning and jumping. Xiao Yu giggled. Seeing Hauge getting scolded made him quite happy. Fengchen wanted to help in the kitchen but teacher held onto his arm. Just the three of us will eat, you don't need to help. Play with Xiao Yu, he'll definitely pester you to play games. This time, when his arm was grabbed, it wasn't just a pat and go, but a tug. Fengchen's face turned red in an instant because he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt in the summer. Teacher Lu was wearing a thin silk shirt today, slightly puffy, and a black fishtail skirt that hugged her body, resembling a fishtail, revealing her fair slightly plump legs. Teacher Lu seemed to be around 1.6 meters tall, wearing a pair of thin high heels, about 3 centimeters high. Even with high heels, she was slightly shorter than Fengchen. Su Qingqing's appearance score was 83, Teacher Lu's 80. But for a young boy who had never been in love, an elegant 80 was irresistible. He panicked and escaped to Xiaoyu's side, sat down, took out his phone, and started playing games. His speed and memory buffs were still active, with a 24-hour duration, not expiring. Xiaoyu saw Hauge blushing and sweating, and asked, Hauge, can you help me turn on the air conditioner? Thank you. The remote is on the bookshelf. Fengchen followed Xiaoyu's instructions, reached for the remote in a small box on the third shelf of the bookshelf. Then he noticed a fallen photo frame, casually picked it up, and saw a very tall and handsome man in the frame with Teacher Lu, who resembled Xiaoyu a bit. No wonder Xiaoyu was so pretty, his parents were good-looking. That should be Teacher Lu's ex-husband, very handsome with well-defined features, a high forehead, and a tall nose bridge, no flaws, estimated to be over 1.8 meters tall, with a good physique and a stylish appearance, the look of a successful person, dressed sharply and expensively. The photo was just an ordinary snapshot, but in it, Teacher Lu was wearing a skirt, one hand linked with the man, the other fixing his hair, with a smile on her face. Looking at the photo, one could feel the sweetness of that day. Fengchen glanced at it before putting the frame back. It seemed Teacher Lu had divorced, hence the frame tucked away in a corner. He hadn't expected Teacher Lu's ex-husband to be so handsome. Fengchen felt like he was losing his mind. Stop daydreaming. It's not right. He played King of Glory with Xiaoyu, and in less than half an hour, Teacher Lu called them for dinner. Fengchen and teacher helped Xiaoyu up together. With his son injured, Lu Chunli was afraid to use too much force, fearing to hurt Xiaoyu, yet also afraid to be too lax, fearing he might fall. On the contrary, it was Fengchen who had mastered basic nursing skills, considered entry-level. He was careful in his movements, especially when assisting patients. With a gentle pull and tug, he easily helped Xiaoyu up. As a result, Teacher Lu was nervous and dared not touch her own son. In her fluster, she held onto Fengchen's arm. Fengchen almost threw Xiaoyu out. Teacher, don't move. I can handle it. I'm very strong. After settling Xiaoyu, they sat down to eat. The time bar in front of him had been flashing for a long time. 11:30 to 12:30 lunch, must eat well for energy throughout the day. Lunch consisted of tomato scrambled eggs, braised pork, seaweed and rib soup, stir-fried hollow heart vegetable, and pan-fried tofu. The dishes were colorful, fragrant, and delicious, much tastier and more fragrant than cafeteria food, full of home-cooked flavor. Fengchen looked at Teacher Lu in front of him. Due to work, a strand of her hair clung to her fair cheek. She tried to push it away twice but gave up. Fengchen, for some unknown reason, mischievously reached out and tucked Teacher Lu's hair behind her ear. Lu Chunli was startled but immediately glanced at Xiaoyu, who was engrossed in eating braised pork, before breathing a sigh of relief. Turning back to Fengchen, who was smiling foolishly at her, she couldn't understand why she had thought the boy lacked presence yesterday. Today, she found him quite handsome and charming. She realized she was being silly, letting her ex-husband cloud her mind with nonsense. Seeing someone take care of Xiaoyu made her overthink things. At that moment, Fengchen's mind flashed with the system's reward settlement. Host has exceeded completion of childcare tasks and received genuine gratitude from the other party. Host is rewarded with a 1 mm increase that can be applied to any part of the body. Height. Feng 173. 2 centimeters, couldn't help but smile. Hurry up and eat, stop daydreaming. Lu Chunli adjusted her mindset, watching Fengchen's silly smile in front of her. Her strange thoughts from earlier quickly dissipated. Okay, teacher. A half-grown kid eating like there's no tomorrow. Fengchen devoured the food, with both him and Xiaoyu fighting over the last piece of braised pork. He finished all the soup in his bowl, mixed it with rice, and it was delicious. The tomato scrambled eggs were crispy and fragrant, the tomatoes slightly sour, creating a superb flavor. The braised pork was beyond words, with the fatty parts cooked to transparency, not greasy or overly sweet, just right to go with rice. The hollow heart vegetable was vibrant and tasty. The pan-fried tofu had a golden crust, lightly salted, crispy on the outside, retaining the unique tofu aroma inside. Fengchen felt he could have another plate after finishing one. The ribbon seaweed soup had thick seaweed, sweet and clear broth without any strange ingredients, just pure sweetness. The seaweed was crunchy and delightful. After finishing the meal, he suddenly felt like crying. It was so delicious. Despite running a small food shop at home, they ended up having the most satisfying meals because the best selling times at the shop were meal hours, leaving them to make do during their own meal times. Strangely, in his memories, it was when they didn't have the food shop that they ate better and more abundantly. When his parents returned from the factory, they would prepare lavish dinners, and as a family of 3, they would have lively meals, chatting about factory gossip and sometimes asking about his studies. Eating at Teacher Lu's house today felt like going back to those childhood meals. It was even better than what he remembered from his childhood. The flavors were enhanced. With Teacher Lu's cooking skills, her ex-husband must have been a fool to divorce her. He was so handsome but definitely lacked brains. Fengchen was curious to read a detailed introduction about Teacher Lu. Silver single woman Lu Chuanli, net assets of 6.2 million, rich knowledge score of 80 points, cooking skills at a medium level, can enter the room, appearance slightly above average, 80 points, please host actively perform, come on. Sure enough, last time he didn't eat seriously, pretending a bit, but it was a pity. This time, he was more familiar with Xiaoyu, so he relaxed and enjoyed the meal. Delicious food really makes people happy. After eating, Fengchen wanted to help clean up but was stopped by Teacher Lu, asking him to play with Xiaoyu. Fengchen was embarrassed to play games with someone again. After all, the other party was only 9 years old. It wouldn't be good to get too addicted. Besides, his hand speed buff wasn't always there. Next time, he might not be able to keep up. In exchange for the kid making him 1 millimeter taller, Fengchen decided to play with Xiaoyu with Lego boys never grow up. 9-year-old Xiaoyu and 21-year-old Fengchen played seriously together, building a ship. Lu Chuanli, who had finished cleaning the kitchen, came out to see the two heads leaning against each other, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. She found a box in the living room cabinet. When the two finished building the ship, she came in. Xiaoyu, it's time for your nap, and your brother needs to go back to sleep too. There are classes in the afternoon. Xiaoyu was satisfied, obediently lay down, ready to sleep. Last time, the bandage change in the school infirmary might not have been done well, too tight, hard to move, these days have been uncomfortable. Today is much better, also because it's been a while since the surgery. How GE, can I ask you to change the bandage next time? Okay. Have a good sleep, listen to your mom, goodbye. Fengchen watched Xiaoyu lie down and then left. Lu Chuanli gently closed the bedroom door. Suddenly, there were only Fengchen and the teacher left in the living room. Fengchen suddenly felt a little nervous for no reason. Goodbye, teacher, I'll go back now. Fengchen felt his speech was weak, unstable, not loud, lacking in elegance. At this moment, he really missed the clear voice buff. Feeling his speech was muddled, lacking confidence, insecure, even a bit creepy. Wait. When there were only the two of them, the teacher seemed a bit stern. Try on these shoes. Fengchen sat down inexplicably, seeing a pair of black and white sneakers in front of him. With an N logo on them, he knew they were New Balance, probably worth several hundred yuan. Fengchen felt a little embarrassed, but thinking of how handsome the teacher's ex-husband was, he must not be interested in him, he shouldn't overthink, so he obediently took off his shoes, revealing gray socks inside. Thankfully, no holes, not worn for many days, not smelly. He put on the new shoes. Lu Chuanli squatted down and pressed the tip of the shoe. Just right, the length is also suitable. These were bought for Xiaoyu's dad by me before. Xiaoyu must have told you, we divorced recently. If they fit you, take them, otherwise it would be a waste. Fengchen looked at Teacher Lu squatting in front of him, only seeing the teacher's back, the teacher's buttocks, the teacher's hair. No, it's not suitable, this is not suitable. Fengchen nervously babbled. I said it's suitable, so it's suitable, wear them. Lu Chuanli put Fengchen's old sneakers directly into the shoebox, and even tore off the logo on the new shoes he was wearing. Fengchen left the teacher's apartment wearing a new pair of shoes, holding his old shoes, feeling a bit dizzy all the way. Back in the dormitory, De Qiao immediately noticed the shoes on Fengchen's feet. De Qiao was like a male version of a centipede, passionate about buying shoes. Seeing the shoes on Fengchen's feet, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, fourth brother, how did you manage to get these shoes? These are the New Balance Fresh Goods 990 V4 Collaboration Edition, super hard to get. I've been waiting for so long and still couldn't buy them. These shoes cost over 2,000 bucks. Fengchen. Suddenly, his feet felt hot. My sister gave them to me, Fengchen spoke up. No more explanations, no more fabrications, he couldn't make up any more lies. At this moment, Fengchen felt a bit of regret. He was really foolish, he should have added some intelligence. How could he have been so foolish back then, focusing on appearance instead? So what if people said he was ugly? Truly living up to his average intelligence of 6 points, he couldn't even think of that. People with an intelligence of 6 completely fail to realize they need to improve their intelligence. De Chao stared at Fengchen with shining eyes. I want a pair too, fourth brother. You look so tall in these shoes, not only taller but also handsomer. Truly worthy of being a collaboration edition. I want them too. De Chao exclaimed excitedly. He didn't even ask which sister gave them to him, he was eager to check the official website in the shoe-selling WeChat group he joined. Fengchen wiped the sweat off his forehead. Indeed, in just a moment, he started sweating, unsure if his morals would drop by -2 because he lied to his roommate. He instinctively felt that saying Teacher Lu gave them to him wasn't appropriate. Then he would have to explain about Teacher Lu's divorce and such. It seemed like there was a suspicion of gossiping behind someone's back. But receiving fruit was one thing, not too outrageous, but also quite outrageous, a few $100 worth of fruit. Now it was even more outrageous, receiving limited edition shoes worth over $2,000 when he didn't even have that much for a month's living expenses. His sense of morality was wavering. De Chao was very naive, not prying into others' business, he probably wouldn't ask. Lao Shao was even more naive and self-deprecating, he wouldn't ask too much either. But Lao Yang, he was seasoned, experienced, could spot a problem at a glance. Fengchen now didn't know if he felt ashamed for accepting gifts for no reason, or worried about being exposed and feeling ashamed. Indeed, easy money isn't that tasty. Where's Lao Shao? Went out to buy food. Fengchen had been busy all morning and was tired. The time now felt gentle, 12:30 to 1300 hours nap. A nap at noon keeps you energized all day. Fengchen happily lay down on the bed. People are really easily influenced. Yesterday at this time, making him tidy up the dorm, he felt as tired as a grandson after an hour of work. Today, being told to take a nap at this time, he suddenly felt happy. Lying down, he first took out his phone. He had spent less time on his phone yesterday, now it seemed even more fun. He held onto his phone lovingly, scrolling through the ads that popped up on his friend's circle. Huawei electric car ad, did they send it to the wrong person? Sending it to a nobody university student like himself. Does it mean they want him to work there? Wanting to work at Huawei, probably just wishful thinking, his school was unheard of even in the province, there was a sense of shame, going to work at a big company like Huawei, not sure if a security guard position would even be possible. After watching a car ad, he returned and couldn't resist opening Douyin. The first thing he saw was I'm Not a Bootlicker account. Turns out Lao Shao had deleted all the videos he had taken of various girls before, leaving only one video of Fengchen. A single account with just one video of Fengchen. Fengchen's heart sank. Lao Shao had stopped bootlicking other girls. He really went all out, deleting everything, every video he had earnestly bootlicked before. Now he was only favoring him alone. Fengchen closed his eyes tightly. Nap time. Can't look anymore. Another half hour passed in no time. The ticking of the clock was glaring. He put down his phone, thinking he wouldn't be able to sleep, but in reality, it didn't take long. Just a short while after setting down his phone, he turned over and started to softly snore. De Chao saw Lao Si sleeping and conscientiously put on his earphones, turning off the music playing out loud. He saw on the official website that there were still limited purchases, pre-sales, and even some lucky draws, quite troublesome. Someone in a WeChat shoe group was selling them, but he had never bought from this seller before and was worried it might be fake. When Lao Si woke up, he would ask his sister how to buy them. The dormitory door was pushed open. Lao Shao was about to speak when De Chao pointed to Fengchen on the bed. Lao Si is asleep, let's keep it down. Lao Shao went to the cafeteria to get 2 portions of food. He was really hungry just now. If it weren't for Hao Zi's fruit, he might have passed out from low blood sugar. The cafeteria was the cheapest option, cheaper than takeout. Ordering takeout in the dormitory also required going out to pick it up, so it was better to go to the cafeteria. De Chao took the boxed meal, paid Lao Shao, and then ate while looking at his phone. Lao Shao was very hungry just now, but now that the food was brought back, he didn't eat it right away. He continued editing the video. He had basically finished it, but because he had some expectations, he always wanted to perfect it further and couldn't help but keep making changes. He felt that today's video had already showcased all his skills. He usually browsed Douyin frequently and had also done some research. Douyin videos that went viral were different from those on TV. If it was edited like a solo concert, it would definitely not attract viewers because after all, you were an amateur, not comparable to celebrities. Why should your singing style surpass that of a star? Even if a concert footage of a celebrity was edited, it might not necessarily go viral. The video he edited yesterday went viral, and Lao Xiao thought it was because it had some unique features and stood out in the cluttered field of organizing and tidying up, so it managed to shine. But in the field of singing, with so many celebrities and big shots, even if you sang well, it was difficult to stand out. Today's title continued, My Divine Roommate, #singing prodigy #. In my 4th year, I discovered that my roommate is a singing god. Because there were people from Lin Xiaoya's dormitory in the footage, Lao Xiao also added them on WeChat to confirm. The opening scene was a variety of food, followed by Hao Zi eating noodles heartily, Lao Yang introducing people, Hao Zi stuttering and unable to speak, then the scene shifted to Hao Zi sitting in a dark corner, singing with a microphone. Due to time constraints, he couldn't finish all the songs. However, the video was still quite entertaining, at least it had a cute contrast. At first, Fengchen looked like a groundhog eating noodles, his face all puffed up, his eyes clear and foolish. But as soon as he sat on the singing stage, because the lighting was dim, he inexplicably exuded a somewhat melancholic and handsome aura. The moment he started singing was even more striking in contrast, it was as if he had entered a segment of a real singer's original song. Unlike the original singer, perhaps his skills weren't as good, and his voice wasn't the most powerful, but it was very clear and he sang with great emotion, making you want to keep listening after just one earful. Xiao Rui couldn't help but make changes 800 times, but it seemed like the first version was the best. He couldn't continue making changes, or he would be wasting his efforts. He decided to upload the video first. After clicking the red publish button, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the boxed meal to prepare to eat. He had packed himself braised eggplant and rice. After eating half of it, he thought for a moment and then changed the name of his Douyin account. The name I'm Not a Bootlicker felt a bit controversial, so he simply changed it to My Divine Roommate. After making the change, he put down his phone and ate his meal in peace. A mouthful of eggplant and a big bite of rice, very delicious. Ding ding ding, the phone alarm went off. Fengchen woke up. He had slept soundly. He probably still wasn't used to waking up early. He had drunk alcohol last night, and with his tiny alcohol tolerance, just one drink made his emotions a bit excessive. Taking a nap with the where-to-go buff added to his time, the quality was excellent. It was once again a vibrant young body full of vitality. Just as he woke up, he heard the system prompt. The host enjoyed lunch with great pleasure and devotion, did justice to the food, secreted dopamine, rewarded the host with a strengthened buff for basic props movement, one day, stimulated the host's athletic talent, making the host feel like a fish in water when exercising, able to fully display the host's strong physique on the sports field, shining like a star. How can one not love it? 13 to 1400 hours play tennis. The amount and intensity of tennis can be adjusted as desired, suitable for all ages from 6 or 7-year-old children to 90-year-old seniors. Show off your strong arms on the tennis court, hit the ball quickly, return agilely, show off your good figure, many opportunities. Master this sport, and you'll have an easy life from youth to old age. Fengchen. Useless knowledge gained again. Tennis is actually a sport where people of different ages can have an easy life. He chose tennis as an elective course in his sophomore year. The people in their dormitory had originally planned to take tennis classes because there were supposedly many beauties in the tennis class. You could see tennis skirts, long legs. In the end, De Qiao decided to take film and television appreciation, where there were more girls and it was less tiring. When Lao Yang went to check out the tennis courts, he ended up dating a sophomore with long legs, so he didn't come. Lao Yang had a moral code that didn't allow him to date 2 girls at the same time. Left were Lao Xiao and Fengchen. They persisted in going because they had foolishly bought tennis rackets in a group, each costing over 100. It would be a waste not to go. Actually, learning a sport in college is really cost-effective. After graduating and entering society, if you want to learn to play tennis, a private lesson costs hundreds of dollars, and court fees are also 100 or 200. In school, as long as you want to learn, you don't have to pay extra, and top-notch teachers and coaches will personally teach you, and you can play on the tennis court as much as you want for free. Fengchen did not have this realization. He had not graduated yet, and it was difficult for one person to experience something and have the realization of that thing at the same time. Often, by the time you have the realization, you can no longer do that thing. While Fengchen was sleeping, Lao Xiao had already posted a video of Fengchen singing on Douyin. It didn't get the instant flood of likes he had imagined, the domineering aura did not unfold, there were no countless clicks. It was a bit like when he posted on Douyin before. Within half an hour, he checked the backstage 800 times, almost unable to resist refreshing every minute, refreshing every half minute, constantly checking the backstage. In reality, the growth in likes and views was very slow. Maybe better than before, after all, his previous videos only got single-digit likes, tens of views. Now there were slowly tens of likes, hundreds of views, but it was still far from going viral. too distant to rely on this for a living. Lao Zhao's eyes were sore from staring at the backstage, and he still couldn't quite believe it. The video of tidying up the dormitory yesterday was done casually, but today's video was very carefully edited, with a plot and visuals in a very short time, and Housy's singing in it was truly unique. No matter how many times he listened, he felt something, he would be moved no matter how many times he listened. This video, almost the best video he had edited in 23 years, but the response was mediocre at the moment. How could this be? It must be that not enough time had passed, maybe it wasn't the peak time for everyone to browse Douyin, or maybe he should check back in the evening. Xiao Rui comforted himself, but his hands couldn't help but keep refreshing the backstage, checking the data changes, seeing if there were any new comments. There was one comment, dog head, dog head, dog head. What does 3 dog heads mean? Feng Chen woke up and immediately sensed that Lao Xiao was acting strange again. His feet were shaking frantically under the table, causing the tabletop to tremble as well. If he hadn't seen both of Lao Xiao's hands on the table, he would have doubted what he was up to. Lao Xiao, let's go play tennis. Lao Xiao didn't want to go, he wanted to check the data. But after refreshing the back end, there were no new comments. Feeling a bit disheartened, Lao Xiao saw Lao Si, who had just woken up, full of energy, and he rallied himself. He couldn't let Lao Si down. Even if this video didn't go viral, there would be the next one. The key was perseverance. Whenever there was an opportunity, he must seize it and not give up easily. At the very least, he would film for 6 months. If there was still no success after 6 months, then he could consider giving up. Lao Xiao encouraged himself inwardly. He had nothing to lose, he had to go for it. Being the oldest, he had to set an example. If he said he would do Douyin, then he had to persist and just do it. Let's go, I'll film some material for you. Feng Chen handed him the racket, and Lao Xiao also brought his camera along. If yesterday's video at the hot pot restaurant didn't turn out well, it might have been the lighting. The hot pot place was too dim, and many people were discouraged as soon as they arrived. But the tennis court was bright, clean, and spacious. Feng Chen hadn't expected Lao Xiao to be so persistent. Neither of them had bought professional tennis gear, just loose shorts and t-shirts. Feng Chen noticed that there were fewer scars on his calves. The system had quietly changed the daily task rewards from eating yogurt to scar removal. The system was really persistent about a fair and smooth body. Feng Chen and Lao Xiao stepped onto the tennis court. A mechanical voice sounded, detecting a bronze-level single woman 20 meters away from the host, with a net worth of 1.2 million, average knowledge score of 60, above average appearance score of 79. Host, sees every opportunity to perform actively, good luck. As Feng Chen and Lao Xiao entered, they saw a girl on the court swinging her racket, wearing a white top with black trim and a tennis skirt, her smile bright and confident. Seeing Feng Chen and Lao Xiao, Gua Man shouted, "Rat, you guys are here to play too. Come over, let's have a match. I haven't had a chance to crush someone in days, and today I'm in a bad mood." Feng Chen couldn't back out and had to enter the court reluctantly. "If you make me flirt with her, I'll die." Gua Man was a student at the joint college, taking tennis classes with Feng Chen and the others. But from the first class, Gua Man took pleasure in targeting Feng Chen and even gave him a nickname, calling him a rat. During their matches, she beat him mercilessly, leaving Feng Chen in a sorry state every time. Yet this stubborn girl insisted on practicing with him during class. Gua Man must have learned tennis in high school. She was too harsh on a beginner like him. Once in class, he had to pick up balls the whole time, and the next day, he couldn't even get up due to back pain. At first, Feng Chen felt embarrassed to refuse, but later, he couldn't get out of it, feeling annoyed. Feng Chen rarely disliked someone, but Gua Man was definitely an exception. People from the joint college were really something, looking down on others for no reason. So, under Gua Man's torment, tennis turned out to be a good lesson for Feng Chen. If he played poorly, he had to pick up balls every day and strive to improve. Host, please look at the potential employer rationally. Gua Man, a 19-year-old single woman at the bronze level, with a net worth of 1.2 million, an apartment outside school worth 1.12 million, pocket money of 80,000, average knowledge score of 60, passionate about sports, lacks enthusiasm for academic subjects, above average appearance score of 79, excellent foundation, good health. Gua Man is only 19? She lied to me that she's 22 and makes me call her sister every day. Having a house doesn't make her superior. This is unacceptable. She really dislikes me, looks down on me, always acts superior, never looks at me directly, bossing me around, making me pick up balls for her every day. Feng Chen waved his racket at Gua Man and refused. "Sorry, Xiaoman, I have to play with my roommate, no time, maybe next time." Unexpectedly, the voice of the system sounded in his mind again. "Congratulations, host, for successfully charming the bronze-level single lady Gua Man. with an effectiveness rating of 77. Please continue your efforts, strive harder, and reach new heights. Feng Chen, is your system malfunctioning? System. Deserve to be single, she likes you, can't you see it? Feng Chen still ended up playing ball with Gua Man, because Lao Shao wanted to film material for Feng Chen. Moreover, Lao Shao said he wanted to film for Douyin. Gua Man immediately excitedly shouted, "Come on, Mouse, let sister beat you hard. Today's goal is for you to pick up 100 balls." Feng Chen, she calls this liking me? Is liking someone about tormenting that person? Looking at the other party's arrogant smile, Feng Chen thought, it's time for you to feel what I feel. He was already decent at tennis, plus he had a sports enhancement buff. Even holding an ordinary group buying tennis racket, he could easily outplay the opponent. Pick up 100 balls. Let's see who picks them up. Lao Shao stood aside, unable to resist refreshing Douyin. His heart sank slightly. Indeed, the response was mediocre. Perhaps it was the video, the first second had too dark a frame, causing viewers to subconsciously scroll past. Browsing Douyin was a state of fragmented impatience. If the first second didn't capture attention, it was hard to retain viewers unless it was already popular and people were curious about its success. Douyin's traffic also favored the rich, with more traffic attracting even more, and less traffic dwindling further. Lao Shao felt he had let down Haozi's singing. It was so moving, but the video he edited ruined it. He had a tendency to be hard on himself, perhaps due to his upbringing. His parents were ordinary villagers who tended to blame themselves first when things went wrong, being cautious. Although Lao Shao had entered university and had better conditions and more opportunities than his parents, feelings of inferiority and caution seemed ingrained in him. He rubbed his eyes and put away his phone. Time to get to work. Lao Shao carefully held up his camera, a simple one but his treasure. He filmed the tennis court, the indoor tennis court, very beautiful, with high ceilings, spacious grounds, and the painted lines on the floor were exquisite. The bright yellow tennis balls were also pleasing to the eye. Bright and clean colors. He filmed Gua Man making bold statements. Filmed Haozi's silent response. Haozi didn't like Gua Man. Neither did Lao Shao. People like them were somewhat insecure, finding it hard to genuinely like someone who seemed so superior. But Lao Shao just acted more flattering, after all, saying a few more kind words, fetching an extra bottle of drink, all for free. Lao Si was still young, full of vigor, always eager for competition, and always ending up more miserably defeated. It was quite amusing, actually. Gua Man seemed rather petite, enrolled in the joint college's preparatory program, using money and connections to advance early. Lao Shao thought Gua Man was like the neighbor's little sister, but different people had different destinies. His neighbor's little sister was skilled at farming and helping out, her father was paralyzed, and she and her mother had to do a lot of work. The Gua Man before him waved a black, full-carbon professional tennis racket, with a W pattern on others' rackets, said to cost over 2,000, but Gua Man's had a pentagram pattern, a Yves Saint Laurent collaboration, costing over 6,000. That's what classmates said. College students already understood value. Lao Shao didn't get it. Why add a collaboration to the same thing and make it expensive? Perhaps that's how it could cater to the wealthy. Rich people wanted to spend more on the same thing, they just needed an excuse. However, Lao Shao couldn't say that rich people were fools, because after buying the co-branded products, rich people could still sell them at a higher price. It was said that Gua Man's tennis racket was already out of stock, and its price had doubled in the second-hand market, with some people willing to pay over 10,000 for it. Amazing! A rich person spent over 6,000 to buy a racket, played with it for a year, and sold it for 12,000. Playing with a good racket for a year and earning over 10,000. He and Haozi bought a racket for 136, but it broke after half a year, so they spent another 106 to buy a new one. They were ripped off at 136, actually only needing 106, with 30 being a kickback to the senior. Feng Chen swung the 106 yuan racket to get used to the feel. He felt that his physical fitness was excellent now, but the tennis racket in his hand was a bit light. However, it didn't matter. True champions never complained about their surroundings. Seeing Lao Shao taking pictures, Gua Man became even more excited and said, "Mouse, I heard you started running for exercise recently. Let's make a bet. If you win, I'll give you this racket. If you lose, run to the North Campus tomorrow morning, buy me breakfast, and deliver it to my dorm." Feng Chen would have been angry hearing Gua Man say this before, thinking she was trying to bother him again, making him run to her campus to buy her breakfast and deliver it to her dorm. Who did she think she was? But just hearing the system say she liked him, with a favorability rating of 77, Feng Chen had a slight change of heart. How did she know he was running for exercise? She must have been secretly keeping an eye on him. And buying her breakfast, wasn't that something a boyfriend or a lackey would do? Feng Chen definitely wouldn't go easy on her. Whoever wanted breakfast could buy it themselves, he wouldn't. Gua Man enjoyed teasing him, a kind of affection he couldn't bear. Love whoever you want, no matter how pretty she was. The legs in front of him weren't legs, the chest wasn't a chest, the waist wasn't a waist, the high ponytail wasn't a high ponytail. In Feng Chen's eyes, there was only his opponent in front of him. Game on. The opponent served, he responded, the opponent hit back, the ball came to him, he quickly stepped back, creating distance, and hit back. The opponent hit back again, this time a bit far from him, in the corner. Feng Chen followed up and hit back. Initially, Feng Chen was basically feeding balls to Gua Man, hitting them where she could easily reach. However, Gua Man displayed various techniques, but Feng Chen managed to return them all. When he felt his body was warmed up enough, Feng Chen countered with a shot to the corner of Gua Man's backhand. Gua Man swung but missed. 15:0. Keep going. That was a fluke, mouse, you can do it. Gua Man was eager to try, her competitive spirit rising. She had chosen to take tennis lessons out of boredom. She had learned and played well, often playing at the tennis court in the neighborhood. This class was like free credits for her. She hadn't expected to see that thin and obedient boy in the first class, who turned out to be quite interesting. It made her want to bully him for no reason. So, she often teased him in tennis class, but he unexpectedly improved and took it seriously, unlike other classmates who were just slacking off. However, he was still a bit behind her, considering she had started playing tennis at the age of 6. Unexpectedly, Feng Chen not only returned every ball today but also created a backhand shot that she missed. Interesting. Gua Man had decent athletic talent and loved sports, so she became even more focused. The two of them went back and forth. 30:0. 40:0. Feng Chen felt a slight sweat on his body, a comfortable state, like the feeling of completing a good run, a bit of happiness. Gua Man's face was red, her eyes sharp, clearly focused. The tennis ball came flying, brushing past her skirt, but she missed it. The ball came flying again, she thought it would go out, but it landed in, and she missed it. She missed it again. During the third game at 40:0, Feng Chen noticed the opponent panting heavily, bent over and lacking the usual arrogance. He kindly asked, "Do you want to rest, or should we call it here?" Gua Man wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "I need a break, I'm about to have my period, not feeling well. Wait for me to rest up, then I'll beat you." Feng Chen thought to himself, so rude. She was even dirtier in her speech than him, with a pretty face, a great figure, but unfortunately tied up in a high ponytail. Lao Shao continued filming, almost invisible. Hao Zi's explosive power in playing was impressive. He also filmed Gua Man a bit but focused more on Lao Si. The more he filmed, the more he felt it. He might not play as well, but that didn't stop him from imagining himself as a skilled and handsome young player with great explosiveness. Even an ordinary college student shines when engaged in sports. 15:0. 30:0. Hao Zi, ease up a bit, you'll kill me. Are you playing against a human? Nope. 40:0. Alright, let's stop, I win. Feng Chen was panting but happy, smiling confidently with a face full of teeth, looking fresh after fixing his hair, no bangs covering his eyes, his face clean and white. Gua Man walked up angrily, seeing Feng Chen's smug smile. "I won, don't need your racket, but I won't buy you breakfast either. Let your boyfriend do it from now on. You lied about being older than me. I'm graduating soon, won't have to play with you anymore." Feng Chen chuckled. In response, Shaman actually threw her racket at him, her eyes red. "Feng Chen, you jerk. I said I'd give it to you, no refusal allowed." Then she ran off. "Lao Si seems to be crying, should we go after her and comfort her?" Lao Shao put down the camera. "No need, crying is no big deal. She used to bully me like this every day, always ending in 40:0. Who spoils her? She can bully others but won't allow others to bully her. I won't comfort her, never be a lapdog." Lao Shao thought, "You're quite something." Feng Chen held a professional tennis racket with a pentagram design, a Yves Saint Laurent collaboration, made of full carbon fiber. He waved it in his hand, feeling the weight and grip difference. It had a substantial feel, comfortable to hold. Just having it in his hand made him feel more attractive. After a few swings, he placed it in the corner and continued playing with his own racket. He didn't want Gua Man's racket, detesting it deeply for making him lose so many times. He was petty like that, holding grudges fiercely. Even if he lived off someone, he had principles. He wouldn't accept being called a freeloader. Lao Shao curiously aimed his camera at the racket. "Lao Si, this one costs over 10,000 now, can't just leave it here. If it breaks, we can't afford to pay for it." Feng Chen wanted to say it's just a racket, but considering its value, he and Lao Shao couldn't even scrape together 1,000. Lao Shao, can you hold on to it for me? I'll return it to her soon. He refused to indulge in any kind of freeloading, determined to reject it. Feng Chen was a man of principles. Time flew by while playing tennis. Playing tennis inexplicably lifted his mood. Sports truly were refreshing, releasing all the negative emotions. His mind felt clearer now. He was feeling quite happy. Lao Shao captured Hao Zi's current expression, finding him somewhat handsome on camera, not stunning in features but rather charming with his unique qualities. Lao Shao filmed the new material, ready to go back and continue editing. The video posted at noon still had no activity, and Lao Shao's heart had actually cooled down. An hour passed, and a new comment suddenly appeared. He even suspected if the system was malfunctioning and considered leaving a comment himself to test it out. Maybe all his analysis was wrong. He decided to go back and post the complete versions of the 2 songs Haizi sang. No more random editing, from start to finish. Perhaps someone would find the song very pleasant to listen to, at least it was great background music for working, strangely enhancing concentration. He decided to name it, If You Don't Cry After Listening, I Lose. Lao Shao strode back to the dormitory. In truth, he felt like crying a little now. After a few steps, Feng Chen suddenly caught up. Lao Shao. Xiao Rui turned around. Don't be discouraged. It's okay if it's not popular. The worst is that it's like this now, but that's how we are, right? Feng Chen said to Lao Shao. Lao Shao habitually smiled, but this time it was difficult. He couldn't smile. He couldn't pretend. It will be popular, Lao Si, let's cheer up together. There will always be a way for us, definitely. After saying that, Lao Shao turned around and walked away quickly. Lao Shao didn't want to be sentimental, didn't want to show weakness. But he was really afraid that after preparing actively, gearing up for a fight, and getting ready to make a big effort, he would find it all in vain, just wishful thinking. He wasn't afraid of working hard, he was afraid of working hard without results. But working hard without results was precisely the daily life of people like them. 14 to 1500 hours study accounting. Men who can do accounting are the most charming. A cute person who understands accounting, which rich woman wouldn't want to support. Feng Chen felt great after exercising, with an overall positive and energetic mood. Seeing the new time slot, he continued working. He returned to the classroom, only to find 2 people cuddling in the corner where he had self-studied yesterday, which scared him. Feng Chen quickly backed out. Both individuals had short hair, and he couldn't tell if they were male or female. When he first entered university, the school announcement prohibited relationships between male and female students. By his second year, the announcement changed to banning relationships altogether. He didn't know what had happened in between and didn't dare to ask. It was indeed necessary to ban relationships, at least on the surface, otherwise it would greatly harm single people like them, polluting their mental health, making it hard to focus on studying and affecting physical development. Feng Chen found another classroom to sit in, where 2 tables were scattered with students studying diligently, clearly preparing for postgraduate exams. In their school, if you weren't taking the postgraduate exam and just aimed to graduate, you didn't need to study so hard. Those who were studying were either preparing for the postgraduate exam or using studying as a cover for dating. Feng Chen opened his accounting book from the first year, placed his water on the table, left his racket with Lao Shao in the dorm, and planned to return Gu Xiaoman's racket, so he didn't ask Lao Shao to take it. As soon as he sat down, a mechanical sound rang in his mind. Host immerses in playing tennis, gains opponent's respect, rewards the host with a 1 mm increase that can be applied to any part of the body. Feng Chen didn't expect to earn Gu Xiaoman's respect. He thought he might have angered her, truly a girl with a hidden side. This time, Feng Chen thought a little with his brain. Curious, he chose his eyelashes. Because adding 1 mm to his height of 173, 2 wouldn't be noticeable, it might not even be measurable. His eyelashes were already short, so a 1 mm increase should show a change. But if a guy kept adding to his eyelashes, wouldn't it be terrifying, like Eyelash Maniac? Feng Chen figured out a bit of the pattern. It seemed that after completing a task, if he received good feedback, there was a high probability of being rewarded. So, there were still many opportunities. He wasted 0.1 centimeter by adding it to his eyelashes. The average length of human eyelashes is 6 to 12 millimeters, and the host's eyelashes are relatively long, averaging 8 millimeters. With an increase of 1 millimeter, the average becomes 9 millimeters, belonging to the long and dense type of eyelashes, making the eyes appear larger and more spirited, with a pair of affectionate eyes. Congratulations to the host for getting closer to becoming a successful freeloader. Feng Chen opened the front camera on his phone. He saw a pair of thick eyelashes. To be honest, it startled him a bit. You couldn't tell any difference in height, not even as noticeable as wearing a pair of shoes. But the effect on the eyelashes was quite evident, something different. Blinking felt like having little fans, making the eyes appear larger and more spirited, as if filled with emotions. No wonder girls put on mascara when doing makeup, it does make a difference. After staring at the eyelashes for a while, Fengchen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Oh no! His thought process was taking a scary turn. How could he be concerned about the length of eyelashes? This line of thinking was too effeminate. This must be the freeloader system and not the soft girl system, right? If there were attribute points next time, he must add some intelligence. Lack of intelligence was a real drawback. He put away his phone. He still had 1 hour left of the primary memory enhancement capsule, so he needed to keep going. He continued to consolidate his first-year accounting knowledge. Yesterday's 4-hour buff session was like revising everything. Today was about reinforcing the learning, focusing intently without getting distracted by the phone, gaming, or chatting with people. Humans actually don't have much time to concentrate on studying. The most efficient period is during the school years. In the long years ahead, it would be hard to find such focused opportunities again. It felt like turning his brain upside down after exercising, allowing him to store more information. It was almost like getting a learning buff. After an hour of immersive studying, he stood up and stretched twice. In the classroom, 3 tables of students were quietly arranged in a triangular shape. At that moment, there was a sense of tranquility. From 2 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon was the period of active thinking, suitable for focused work and study. After finishing accounting, he switched to English. Another 4-hour intense buff session left Fengchen feeling mentally drained, confused. There was a sense of fulfillment from working intensely. When he looked up, he was surprised to see Gua Man sitting in front of him. She had changed into a different outfit, her long curly hair cascading down, wearing a fluffy long skirt and exuding a fragrant scent, like the smell of freshly baked rose cookies. Fengchen suddenly felt hungry. In front of him was a fragrant girl. Fengchen stared at her, lost in thought because the system was calculating rewards. The host actively studied accounting, mastered the details of knowledge, rewarded the host with enhanced memory buff, 1 day, increasing memory by 100%, with no side effects. Congratulations to the host for mastering the essence of learning. Everything else is trivial compared to learning. Rewarding the host with a small prop, animal affinity buff, 1 day, learning to interact with animals. You will find that with endless support, taking care of small animals will make you shine, as if you were born in a rich lady's heart. Congratulations to the host for successfully charming the bronze-level single lady Gua Man, with effective results, reaching a favorability rating of 78. Please continue your efforts, strive harder, and aim for greater heights. Fengchen. The Union College was so far away. How did Gua Man manage to run back within 2 hours, wash up, change clothes, and then come to find him? Did she also have some kind of time buff? Perhaps Fengchen had been staring at her for too long, making Gua Man a bit embarrassed. Girls meticulously dress up and groom themselves, yet they don't want the other person to notice their efforts, but rather to think they naturally look that good. She was beautiful, exceptionally so today, but please don't ask about the process. In order to become more beautiful, some people are even willing to undergo surgery, enduring a difficult and unforgettable past. In the end, all she hopes for is your praise. Wow, you look even better, instead of asking her, where did you get work done? Fengchen, who doesn't even qualify as a basic soft rice man, lacks this emotional intelligence now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been single for 4 years. He asked, "Shaman, do you have superpowers? How did you finish showering so quickly?" "I have an apartment on Student Street," Gua Man explained with a pout. Fengchen, "I'm shallow. It's about money." Gua Man asked Xiao Rui where Fengchen was and then came looking for him. She was just unwilling, especially unwilling. Still very angry. But for some reason, despite being so angry, the first thing she did was go back to take a shower, change into a favorite dress, and then come out to find Fengchen. "You're here just in time. I was planning to find you to return this racket to you." Feng straight male how, every word stepping on Gua Man's face. Gua Man's face puffed up like a goldfish, really wanting to explode. She actually quite liked Fengchen from the start, had a good impression of him, but every time she showed it, she ended up messing with him. He was just too exasperating. At this moment, in the afternoon classroom, no wind, bright lights, neat desks. The young man in front of her, with long eyelashes, looked innocent. "I said I'd give you the racket, so I did. You, a big boy, keep dilly-dallying, it's so uncomfortable. But if you don't treat me to something to eat, my mind won't be at ease. If I'm not at ease, I might get breast cancer. If I get breast cancer, you'll have to take care of me for the rest of your life," Gua Man said angrily. Fengchen. Sister, listen to the nonsense you're spouting.
He was young and inexperienced, couldn't stand hearing the word breast because he only remembered milk.
He even inexplicably thought of an upside-down bowl.
Thought of himself holding a bowl to eat. His face turned red all of a sudden. 16 to 16:30 break, combining work and rest, only then can you live long. Ironclad rich women, soft rice men like flowing water, you have to be a long-lived person to send off the rich women.
Looking at the new soft time bar, Fengchen didn't dare to look at Gua Man.
Gua Man was about 165 centimeters tall, a round-faced girl with a very good figure, but because of her round face, she looked a bit chubby. She was the kind of girl with a plump body but a slim waist, a full chest, and a somewhat glamorous appearance. Her lips were quite thick and red.
Fengchen's understanding of makeup was still at the basic level of thinking that applying lipstick meant wearing makeup, so he always thought Gua Man was wearing makeup.
In fact, she wasn't. The 19-year-old girl naturally had very red lips. She had just rushed over after taking a shower, still in a huff. She couldn't believe she had lost at her proudest sport, tennis, and lost so miserably. At this moment, she was wearing a round-neck tank top and a long skirt, cute style, showing only her arms, but Fengchen could imagine.
Let's go, Student Street. What do you want to eat?
Fengchen thought to himself that he only had a little over 300 left, praying that Miss Gu wouldn't be too demanding. I haven't decided yet, we'll see when we get there, Gua Man said, wearing a pair of small flip-flops. When she stood up, she accidentally got one flip-flop stuck under the chair, stumbled a bit, and instinctively grabbed the clothes of the person in front of her.
So Fengchen's clothes were caught, watching Gua Man use her foot to pull the flip-flop.
The girl's flip-flops were really rare, with a large red rose on top, very bright and beautiful, so it was easy to trip over. Fengchen saw her delicate feet, each toe neatly arranged, no nail polish, the toenails were pink, and the foot shape was very beautiful. The large red rose was a bit gaudy, but surprisingly looked good with her pink, round, and plump little feet, complementing each other. On the big toe of the foot was a red rose, and her feet were neatly arranged.
Fengchen's gaze lingered on Gua Man's feet for a while. Gua Man slapped his arm. What are you looking at? Do you find my feet pretty? Let's go. Fengchen. Gua Man pulled Fengchen's clothes and walked out.
Fengchen, worried about affecting his classmates, whispered, "Let go, we shouldn't be too close as a man and a woman."
No, what if you run away?
The two of them tugged and walked out of the classroom. The two remaining tables of students in the classroom side. Clearly, they were students striving together in their studies, yet they ended up falling in love. Love has no future, young man, you've chosen a narrow path. To fall in love at such a young age, when you grow old, you will realize that you've had more love affairs than others.
Student Street. There were more students in the afternoon. Gua Man asked Fengchen to buy her a cup of milk tea. I want it with basil seeds, peanuts, rose honey, orange peel, sticky rice balls, and jujubes, yes, that's all. Fengchen, just these? If you add all that, is it still considered milk tea? That's a whole meal. He faithfully relayed the order to the boss, who noted it down and went to prepare it. Fengchen ordered a basic basil seed milk tea for himself. Mouse, your memory is quite good. When you were studying just now, you looked quite handsome. Gua Man stood in front of him with a small bag, lightly swinging it, occasionally brushing against her floral skirt. Her skirt swayed gently. It was a long skirt, only revealing slender white ankles and pink little feet. Fengchen thought to himself, Gua Man's feet were even prettier than her face. But it was a good thing he didn't say it out loud. He would definitely get a beating. Fengchen was waiting for the boss to make the milk tea. Then he turned his head. Suddenly, he saw two people walking hand in hand not far away. Lao Yang was holding Lin Xiaoya's hand, walking past the shop without changing his expression. Fengchen.
Lao Yang said yesterday that he broke up with his sophomore girlfriend, saying he was about to graduate and couldn't delay a freshman. Today, he's already making progress with a senior. Lao Yang, being from a civil servant family, was very efficient. De Qiao's dream was shattered. She quite liked Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya seemed to have seen him. She smiled and nodded at him, but Lao Yang probably didn't see him, focusing on the girl's legs. For some reason, Fengchen suddenly felt a bit guilty. In the morning, he had breakfast with Lin Xiaoya's roommate, Su Qingqing. In the afternoon, he was having milk tea with Gua Man from the joint college. This felt like the routine of a scumbag. He felt even worse than Lao Yang. Suddenly, a chubby golden retriever came running towards them at the street corner. Fengchen was a little afraid of big dogs and instinctively wanted to dodge. But as the big dog came running, Gua Man stood there foolishly. His sense of morality kicked in, not allowing him to move away, and he stood in front of Gua Man. Then he was embraced by the big golden retriever. The 80-pound golden retriever pounced on Fengchen, with its legs on his shoulders, making whimpering sounds.
Fengchen could see the golden fur belly and it was a male dog. Damao, stop being naughty, come down. Gu Xiaoman's voice came from behind. The big golden retriever actually got off Fengchen. Then it wagged its tail frantically towards Gu Xiaoman, very excited. Fengchen. Gu Xiaoman's dog was bullying him.
Fengchen was just scared a moment ago, and his apparent calmness in the face of danger was purely because his legs were too scared to move, not knowing what to do. Seeing Gu Xiaoman squatting down, hugging her dog, happily rubbing its head, Fengchen also reached out and touched the golden retriever's bald head.
Xiaoman, has Dama been neutered yet? Yes, I forgot again. It's okay, I'll take it out this weekend. Damao suddenly looked up at Fengchen, his eyes moist with emotion. Gu Xiaoman's milk tea was too full, so she had to sit here to eat.
She took a big spoonful of grass jelly with lots of toppings and immediately showed a satisfied smile on her face. At this moment, Xiaoman smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes, looking very beautiful.
Fengchen didn't pay much attention to Gu Xiaoman because her dog kept rubbing against his leg with its bald head.
It was probably due to the animal's friendly buff effect.
He himself wasn't that brave.
If a big dog like that went crazy and attacked, he might not win.
But if the dog wouldn't bite him, then he would be bold.
While eating grass jelly, Gu Xiaoman saw Fengchen across from her, focusing on petting her dog with his head down. His long eyelashes covered his eyes, his thick and neat short hair, and clean face. He was wearing a plain t-shirt, but it wasn't sloppy. Somehow, Fengchen seemed to have become much more handsome. Since the dog wasn't chasing him to bite, and was obediently letting him pet it, Fengchen felt a bit guilty and reminded Gu Xiaoman about getting the dog neutered.
Sorry, but other people's dogs are really nice to pet, so if you have the chance, pet them more. Can you actually keep a dog at the joint college? No, but I have a house on Student Street, so I can keep one. I just have the cleaning lady come by every day to take care of it. How much does it cost to keep a dog like this? Fengchen was amazed. And they even have a cleaning lady specifically for this? Not much, the cleaning lady only costs 50 a day.
Mainly to feed Damao and walk him, but recently the cleaning lady seems to be slacking off a bit. She left Damao downstairs in the shop. He probably saw me just now, so he ran over. Damao is very well behaved.
50 a day for a dog caretaker, 1500 a month? Not to mention dog food, grooming, and bathing.
Fengchen, who couldn't even afford 1500 a month for living expenses, felt a bit disheartened while petting the golden retriever's bald head.
People are not as good as dogs.
He couldn't let himself fall like this. He needed to go back to studying.
Xiaoman, I have a class tonight, so I'll head back first,
Fengchen said as Gu Xiaoman was almost done with her full cup of grass jelly, her waist still slim, and her stomach not bulging.
Gu Xiaoman, you're already a senior. What kind of class do you still have? Can't you come up with a better excuse?
No, I still want to eat something else. Just as Fengchen was about to refuse, no one could stop him from progressing, from becoming a high-quality soft rice man. But when he looked up, the resting time bar in front of him disappeared, and a new one appeared. 1630 to 1730 Study pet care, with pets, able to bring pets. Taking good care of pets is the basic etiquette of a soft rice man. She is responsible for earning money to support the family. You are responsible for looking pretty, taking care of pets, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of old pets.
Fengchen. Can the system be a bit lazier? So Fengchen shamelessly sat down and continued to pet the dog's head.
His 5 fingers inserted into the short fur on the dog's head, rubbing back and forth, quite comfortable and stress-relieving. The dog also enjoyed it, lying comfortably and wagging its tail from time to time. Petting like this for an hour definitely wouldn't do, it would make him more bald.
Fengchen took the dog and its owner to buy 2 miscellaneous grain pancakes and 5 crispy sausages.
He gave the pancakes to Gu Xiaoman and was preparing to give the sausages to the dog.
Gu Xiaoman quickly refused. My Damao doesn't eat these, he's very well behaved and only eats dog food.
But she hadn't finished speaking. The dog couldn't wait and went straight for the crispy sausages in Fengchen's hand, eating them one by one, shaking its whole body with joy.
Fengchen looked at Gu Xiaoman. Shouldn't you ask your dog for its opinion?
Gu Xiaoman. It must have been the cleaning lady who fed him. She bought a lot of dog food, and sometimes when she's busy, she gives the cleaning lady money to buy it.
No wonder Damao is overweight. Gu Xiaoman felt a bit guilty for not taking good care of it.
She shouldn't have brought it to school just because she wanted to play with Damao.
Fengchen and Damao quickly finished their food, and Fengchen took Damao to aid digestion.
The university playground is actually the best place to walk dogs, spacious and wide.
There are also many lawns on campus. Fengchen took Damao to the grass, and Damao happily ran around.
Fengchen took out a tennis ball from his backpack, threw it, and Damao ran to fetch it.
Demao busily ran back and forth, enjoying it, exuding happiness in the air. Fengchen focused on accompanying the dog, ignoring the dog owner completely. Running with the dog on the grass, sometimes the dog would even tackle him, as if wanting to play a game of tag. Rolling around on the grass together. Fengchen found the secret to treating a dog is to treat it like a 4 or 5-year-old boy, soothing the dog the same way you would soothe a child. The golden retriever might be a bit smarter, maybe around 7 years old. Fengchen had a great time playing with the 7-year-old golden retriever, just like playing with a cousin. As long as Fengchen responded, the dog would wag its tail happily. Gua Man, wearing a long skirt that covered the ground, sat on her skirt, watching Fengchen play with her dog happily. The boy ran with Demao, letting it run freely, his face full of smiles. Gua Man felt inexplicably happy at that moment. The sunlight between 4:30 and 5:30 in the afternoon is the best time for taking portraits, as the light softens facial features and enhances the skin's texture. Gua Man took photos of Demao with her phone, planning to show them to her family. However, she ended up taking many photos of Fengchen. Fengchen, tired from running, sat down and saw Gua Man leaning forward to take pictures of the dog with her phone, revealing a glimpse of safety shorts with a light pink lace edge. Luckily, Fengchen's face was already red. He didn't know why, but he had never felt anything towards Gua Man before. However, once he knew that Gua Man might like him, there was a strange feeling when they were together. They used to play basketball together in class, and Gua Man's tennis skirt was not long, often showing her fit and pretty legs. Sometimes when she jumped to catch the ball, you could also see the edge of her safety shorts, but at that time, he had no thoughts about it. Howsy, can you help me take care of Demao starting tomorrow? Demao really likes you. Fengchen shook his head, refusing. No, he couldn't do it. Buffet wasn't available every day, and he had to work hard to improve himself. He had no time. As a university student, he had dignity and would not be a lapdog, even if it was a real dog. If you help me walk Demao, I'll give you 50 for an hour. Fengchen shook his head. You look down on me. 80. Deal. Gua Man took out a key from her small bag, with an ugly little doll face attached to it. Here's the key. I have class tomorrow, so you can go in by yourself. I'll send you the location later. Just walk Demao, don't touch my other stuff, okay? Gua Man said cheerfully. Nervous, what would I touch? Don't go through my clothes, skirts, stockings, underwear, etc. Gua Man said confidently. Fengchen, you're tough. What if Demao goes through them? Evening. The sky was blue with large clouds floating around, resembling torn cotton candy. The young man wore New Balance X Fresh Goods 990 V4 black and white sneakers, holding a Saint Laurent X Wilson Noir full carbon professional black paddle, with the key to a small apartment with a yard on Student Street in his bag. Feeling a bit floaty for no reason. Is this the taste of being loaded with money? It's filled with a luxurious coppery smell. Fengchen felt like everyone on the street was looking at him, looking at his feet, the shoes on his feet, looking at his arms, the tennis racket hanging on his arm. He felt exceptionally handsome at this moment, like he was the center of attention in the crowd. He felt a bit lightheaded. Watching others made him feel like he was looking at a poor loser, full of superiority. Fourth brother. Howsy? Fengchen. Brother How? Boss How? Boss Feng. Ugh, Boss Feng doesn't sound good, it feels a bit old. Fengchen shook his head, suddenly froze. He was still walking on the campus road. People were coming and going in the school, most students were moving in groups. Laughter filled his ears. No one was looking at him. Everyone's steps were either hurried or slow. In the evening, there was wind, the sound of cicadas, bustling voices, younger students happily passing by. In that split second, he felt like he was being bewitched, controlled by objects. He wasn't himself. He was a bunch of brands. He was New Balance X Fresh Goods 990 V4, over 2,000. He was Saint Laurent X Wilson's Noir, over 6,000. Price tags were on him. He was clearly marked. It was a frightening feeling, as if at that moment he would be willing to do a lot for these brands, including selling his body, flesh, spirit, and dignity. And not just at that moment, if he did it once, he might keep doing it for these brands in the future. But then again, it's just brands, he doesn't need these brands. $30 shoes can be worn, there are $15 shoes in the market, all can be worn. A $100 racket can still win, with a little effort, you can buy a $20 racket. Just in that moment, Fengchen felt a bit estranged from his soul. Congratulations, host, for passing the basic soft rice test, not getting lost in a world of material desires. An excellent soft rice man won't easily be tempted by various benefits and lose himself. An excellent soft rice man must have dignity, eat soft rice uprightly, let others support him uprightly, you deserve the best.
Congratulations to the host for passing the basic test, rewarded with an intermediate item, a firm heart buff, permanent. Having a firm heart buff, permanent, will make the host more determined on the path forward, more capable of resisting various temptations. Having a firm heart buff can increase the favorability of people around you by +1. He felt his heartbeat stabilize a bit, his emotions calmed down a bit, returning to normal. The strange psychology of restlessness and complexity, the feeling of having the world in his hands and getting countless things without effort, seemed to disappear. Looking again at the shoes on his feet, the racket on his shoulder, he seemed much calmer, not so agitated, the whole person more composed and steady.
Alright, system, you're playing this with me. Fengchen suddenly felt his head hardening. Could it be that the tests you give are too easy? If you gave me a test with a sexy beauty, I'd try it out? You're testing college students with this? Which college student can't pass it? He couldn't help but ask, can I resist seduction? He had been single for so many years, he was somewhat uncontrollable. At 21, he was developed enough. System. Silence, you know nothing, except being young. No skills, can't last half a minute, the host needs to train, otherwise every time you think back, you'll be ashamed for life. Fengchen. I don't believe it, give me a test, I can at least last 2 minutes. Dog head. Back to the dormitory. A new time slot appeared, 17:30 to 18:30. Learn to dress up, good-looking people are always lucky. The host successfully completed the task of taking care of the pet, received sincere gratitude from the pet and the pet owner, rewarded the host with the basic dressing technique buff. One day, learned how to dress up can at least increase the appearance by 20% and the temperament by 30%, transforming the host from an ordinary passerby to a supporting role with good looks. Wow! I already have a score of 7 in appearance. If I improve so much more, will I become a computer science student? Fengchen felt pressured. After all, he still had to attend a lecture in the evening, and he was worried about being surrounded. Amusing. In the dormitory, there were still Lao Xiao and Dit Xiao. When he left at noon, Dit Xiao was taking a nap. Now seeing Fengchen return, she was very excited and said, Lao Si, I bought it, haha, there is a reliable personal shopper selling it, just add 100 yuan. Did your sister buy it from the official website? Fengchen had just put down his tennis racket and hadn't figured out how to respond yet. Dit Xiao called out again, Yves Saint Laurent's limited edition little black racket. Was it also a gift from your sister? Does she need a little brother too? At noon, Lao Xiao and I went to play tennis. During the tennis lesson, Gua Man from the joint college played tennis with me, and she lost, so she gave me the racket. Is she the one who always beats you so badly that you can't stand up the next day? Oh my, Xiaoman actually lost. Dit Xiao teased with a smirk. Fengchen remembered that Dit Xiao had mentioned before that Gu Xiaoman liked him, but he didn't believe it. Dit Xiao always affectionately called Gu Xiaoman man, and Fengchen felt like she was deliberately disgusting him. At this moment, Fengchen felt that Dit Xiao was indeed the best friend of all the girls in the department. Her intuition was scary accurate. Dit Xiao, didn't you always say you wanted to raise a golden retriever? Tomorrow, Haobe will take you to pet one for free for an hour, no charge. Is it because of Xiaoman? Not only did she give you the racket, but she also gave you a dog. Does that mean it's official? Dit Xiao's eyes sparkled. Fengchen took out the key with an ugly-faced doll attached and said, it's official. From now on, I'm her professional dog walker hired for 80 yuan a day. Dit Xiao. Lao Xiao. Seeing the two's stiff expressions, Fengchen burst into laughter. If it were before, he might have felt a bit awkward too. College students always have some shyness about talking about money. They need money the most, but they look down on it the most. They hold pure feelings towards everything, absolutely refusing to taint them with money. But with a firm heart buff, Fengchen was much calmer at the moment, feeling that this kind of financial relationship was good. He sold his labor, the other party paid, this was a very healthy and sustainable relationship. Let's go, let's shower together. Dit Xiao smelled nice, having just showered. Lao Xiao had a bit of an odor on him and didn't feel like showering. Fengchen couldn't stand it and dragged him away. Their dormitory conditions were quite average, with no dedicated bathhouse. It was said that the dormitories on the joint college side had bathrooms and even air conditioning. On their side, there was a public bathhouse, which often had a queue. So, their daily showers were basically done at the end of the corridor in the laundry room, where they would fetch a bucket of water and rinse off. With Lao Xiao in the dorm, they never lacked hot water. Before, Lao Xiao would go to the water room to fetch water, but now that he was in his 4th year, he used a water heater stick to heat water and filled everyone's pot with hot water. With Lao Xiao, who was considerate of hot and cold, in their dorm, at least they didn't have to shower with cold water in the middle of winter. A bucket of water plus a pot of hot water was enough for a shower. Boys' showers were quick and simple, except for Dit Xiao.
They would undress, leaving on their underwear, quickly rinse off, shampoo their hair, roughly wash their bodies, rinse again, then dry off with a towel.
The diligent ones would wring out the towel, while the lazy ones wouldn't, so the towels always smelled musty.
Feng Chen washed quickly because he felt like his brothers were watching him when he took off his clothes.
Could it be the effect of increasing the goodwill of those around him by +1? It was a bit scary. So many naked bodies. Swiftly battle. Feng Chen washed fast, but Lao Shao washed even faster.
While Feng Chen's eyes were still full of soap bubbles, Lao Shao had almost finished washing.
However, even faster, Feng Chen noticed that Lao Xiao's underwear was torn.
Not in the front, but in the back.
Perhaps from sitting too long, the seat had worn thin, with a large hole on the left buttock. Lao Xiao was dark, nothing much to look at.
Compared to Lao Xiao, Feng Chen could be considered fair-skinned, with a white complexion. After showering, he hurried back to the dormitory to get dressed. The laundry room floor was wet, and wearing clothes there would dampen them.
Since there weren't many hooks for hanging clothes, the most convenient way was to rush back to the dormitory to dress. So, by evening, it was common to see a group of naked boys shuttling back and forth in the dormitory corridor. A normal sight. Don't overthink it. Back in the dorm, Feng Chen opened his wardrobe, ready to grab a set of clothes. But as he looked at the clothes in his wardrobe, he fell into a silent contemplation. This bright red t-shirt, this bright green advertisement shirt, this shirt with coconut tree patterns. Were these all clothes he had worn before? No wonder he thought he looked handsome in the mirror, yet he had been single for 4 years. Feng Chen suspected it was because of his clothing choices.
Terrible. If his normal appearance was a 70, wearing these messy clothes would reduce it to 50. Luckily, his shoes were still relatively normal, probably because he didn't have money to buy those ugly, complicated shoes like De Qiao's red leather shoes, floral shoes, etc.
Feng Chen first found a new pair of underwear to change into. He also threw away a pair with a hole. Although there was currently no opportunity to show off his underwear to girls, sisters, aunts, what if there was? Opportunities are for those with good underwear.
At the same time, he reluctantly got rid of those colorful short-sleeved shorts and the stiff, pattern-stuck clothes. You don't necessarily have to wear designer brands, but at least be clean and fresh. Taking advantage of the buff, he matched the remaining clothes into sets, which were quite simple since he didn't have many. Thinking back, in the dorm, only Lao Yang seemed to have a sense of dressing up.
Lao Yang at least had some basic skills.
It's no wonder he had a constant stream of girlfriends. Lao Yang was well balanced in all aspects, with no major shortcomings. De Qiao also had a good sense of style, but sometimes went overboard.
A bit too flamboyant. After showering and organizing his clothes, Feng Chen happily opened his phone, invited De Qiao to play a round of King of Glory to relax. But he lost 119. Trying again. And lost. Ugh, one more time.
He had a memory buff, could remember the layout clearly, felt more skilled than usual, but his hand speed just couldn't keep up.
Hand speed was crucial for a young man. De Qiao, Lao Si, if I lose again, I'll be demoted. Why is your luck so bad today? Successful in love, defeated in battle. I'm out. Feng Chen tried again. And lost. He threw his phone aside. Just then, Lao Shao returned from doing laundry and even washed Feng Chen's clothes, pants, and socks. Of course, not the underwear. Feng Chen stood up awkwardly. Xiao Ge, I'll hang the clothes.
He also washed his own underwear. Lao Shao didn't refuse. He often helped his dorm mates because they were good to him, a mutual relationship, especially Hao Zi. Hao Zi was very generous and respectful towards him. De Qiao was also generous, but he was generous to everyone. Lao Yang was generous too, but he could be a bit snobbish, not intentionally, probably due to different upbringing and habits. Whether others are good or not, he actually knows in his heart and won't always act like a goody two-shoes. He's just used to appearing as an honest person. At this moment, Lao Shao is still thinking about the backstage data. After taking a shower and washing clothes, he endures not checking the data for an hour, wondering how it's going. Lao Shao sits down, pulling out the edge of his underwear to wipe his glasses, refreshing the backstage data. Suddenly, he sees a straight upward trend in the data, like a volcano, shooting straight up, intensely red.
Damn it! Lao Si, Hao Zi, Feng Chen, Hao Gu.
Lao Shao excitedly slaps his thigh and shouts.
Feng Chen trembles in fear, thinking the system is testing him again. Lao Shao, this kind of thing, don't come, refuse. What's up? Hao Zi, it's not a coincidence, not an accident. It's trending again, you're really amazing, come and see. Hao Zi and De Qiao curiously walk over to Lao Shao, listening to Lao Shao excitedly analyzing the data trends. Look at this video of yours, 784 likes, not an exaggeration, but look at the shares,
there are actually 1291 shares. This data is very, very impressive. It means that even those who didn't like it or forgot to like it are willing to share. Sharing and spreading is a super impressive natural flow. Even if Douyin doesn't give you traffic, you can still trend.
Feng Chen sees the video that Lao Xiao is excitedly pointing at.
It's the video of himself singing in the bar last night. Last night, he thought he looked handsome, even if not very handsome, at least a bit. Otherwise why would Su Qingqing, such a aloof girl, have a good impression of him in just one night, reaching over 70 in favorability? Not exactly love at first sight, but close enough. Now looking at himself in the video, in the dark corner of the bar, a slender figure, sitting stiffly, eyes blankly staring ahead. Clothes and pants are fine, but he wore a pair of yellow socks yesterday, worn in sandals, shaking involuntarily while singing passionately. The combination of yellow socks and sandals is a bit eye-catching, shaking all the way to Feng Chen's throat. He always feels that the self holding the microphone looks a bit creepy. Lao Xiao is blindly fond of himself, believing he can trend with this appearance.
Lao Xiao is very excited.
The video he carefully edited has no frills, but this complete singing video is actually trending.
He posted sending you a small red flower. Comments quickly increase. Listening at work, inexplicably looping all afternoon. Heartbroken, cried until my eyes swelled, still want to listen. In love, cried while listening. Great for improving work focus.
The singing has a kind of magic, lacking in skill, but can reach the heart directly.
Lying in the hospital bed, just had surgery. Listening to the song.
Late-stage breast cancer, bone metastasis. The song is very nice, full of strength.
Keep it up upstairs.
I want all the information of the guy in 60 seconds. He doesn't have to show his face, just come and sing for me.
Inexplicably, looping endlessly. Already listened. Listening now. Don't want to listen, don't know why, can't bear to swipe to the next video. Phone ran out of battery while listening, doomed. In single loop mode. Singing so beautifully, risking his life.
Feng Chen looks at the comments, wipes his forehead. Thankfully no one called him ugly. If they did, he would cry. Really, who says guys can't cry? He'll cry if he wants to.
But this isn't really his merit.
The system's clear voice buff plus empathy buff, the two combined, even if he imitates a pig's call, he can attract other piglets. He remembers that after singing this song, the system said he raised Su Qingqing's favorability directly to 60, from 0 to 60, a sudden increase, and Lao Xiao was even more excited.
Deleting those more than 300 videos of female students was his determination.
At 23 years old, he finally found an opportunity within reach, boldly reaching out to seize it, and he did.
He really did.
Watching the fans on his Douyin account rapidly increasing, surpassing 3,000, reaching over 4,000, and still rising. At this moment, a huge sense of happiness surged through him, feeling his whole body's blood boiling, his limbs filled with an unprecedented strength. He stood up, hugged Feng Chen, then hugged Di Qiao, with great force and initiative.
Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's also call Lao Yang. Guys don't need much preparation to go out for a meal. They just go.
Lao Yang learned from the group chat that Lao Xiao was treating, immediately responding, I'm coming right away. Lao Xiao is treating, I won't miss it. They strolled down Student Street to Good Luck Stir-Fry Shop. Lao Xiao generously ordered a stir-fried beef dish, a spicy chili pork dish, a braised lion's head dish, and a tomato egg soup. All three were meat dishes, quite hearty. The guys had big appetites and could finish it all. When the waitress asked if they wanted drinks, Feng Chen and Di Qiao declined, opting for plain water. Lao Xiao served everyone rice, and just as the spicy chili pork was served, Lao Yang arrived.
Sorry, there was something with the student union, came late.
The fragrance of the spicy chili pork couldn't mask the scent of perfume on Lao Yang, causing Feng Chen and the others to chuckle. Lao Yang was always one to speak politely, probably separated from a girl to meet them.
What's the occasion that Lao Gu is treating us? Lao Yang curiously inquired.
Nothing was mentioned in the group chat, but Lao Yang was still curious.
Lao Zhao's family was poor, rarely treating, usually exchanging work for meals.
Among the dorm mates, Di Qiao had the best conditions, a pair of shoes enough to sustain Lao Xiao for months. But Lao Xiao was hard-working and proactive, never shying away from tasks, reliable, which Di Qiao appreciated.
As for Lao Si, Lao Yang noticed him as soon as he arrived. This afternoon, he saw Lao Si with that Gua Man, but didn't go over to greet them as he was with Lin Xiaoya. Today, Lao Si seemed to have become even more handsome. Could it be that love boosts confidence?
In the dorm, Lao Yang felt Lao Xiao was insecure. Di Qiao loved to have fun and was quite vain, while Lao Si was a bit naive. Lao Si mentioned his family's average conditions, though the overall family seemed well off, relatives were wealthy and influential, his parents' relationship should be harmonious, exuding a strong sense of happiness.
Lao Si seemed like a child raised in a good family environment, simple and warm-hearted. His relationship with his roommates was good. Let's eat first, Yang Gu. Lao Shao was in high spirits, in a good mood, even teasing Lao Yang. Want some beer? Lao Yang asked. Some people usually don't say much, but after a few drinks, they spill everything. Lao Shao really wanted a drink. Fate had never favored him. Suddenly, it did, and he wanted to celebrate. But he was short on money, alcohol wasn't cheap, he was treating, didn't want Lao Yang to buy drinks, and he still had to edit Hao Zi's tennis video when he got back. Once he truly treated his Douyin account as work, he had to update it daily. It required hard work. Diligence can make up for clumsiness, diligence can make up for poverty. Not drinking for now, I owe you one. When we start making real money, I'll treat everyone to good food and drinks. Lao Shao spoke up. Lao Yang gave Lao Shao a strange look, noticing Lao Shao was different today, speaking loudly and refusing firmly. After the group devoured their meal, scraping their bowls clean, each person had 3 bowls of rice. Young people find everything delicious. Feng Chen also enjoyed his meal, although it wasn't as delicious as the lunch teacher Lu made, it was still good, meaty, young men in their 20s always wanting more meat. After finishing, Lao Shao burped before saying, Lao Si and I have decided to make Douyin videos together. Since neither of us found internships, let's consider this our internship. De Chao immediately said, How Gu, Xiao Gu, take me with you. I can assist you, help with logistics. You know about my internship, it's just a family workshop, in name only, I don't have to actually go. My dad and brother scold me hundreds of times a day just by looking at me. When Lao Yang heard about this, he felt a bit skeptical. There are many internet celebrities on Douyin, making millions a year, but what does that have to do with ordinary people? Everyone plays on Douyin, but only as part of the traffic. He didn't think highly of such things, finding them too illusory and unrealistic. Making videos can't be rushed. It's normal not to have much traffic at the beginning. As long as you keep posting, eventually you won't feel like playing anymore. However, he had good emotional intelligence and wouldn't criticize others at a time like this. That's great. As long as you have something you want to do, it's great. If there's anything I can help with, just ask. Let's have a drink and toast to Xiao Gu and Lao Si's success. The 4 of them finished the free tea in their cups in one gulp, leaving behind a mess on the table as they departed. Lao Shao had a hard time treating them once, but he felt relieved knowing he still had 459 left of his net assets, so he could live for a long time without worry. Once there was something to do, his mind settled down, and he didn't feel so aimless anymore. What are you guys up to later? Lao Shao asked. Lao Yang replied, there's still some student union business. De Chao, Lao Shao, Feng Chen. Tisk is the student union run by someone named Lin? I'm going to attend a lecture on analysis of employment guidance for graduates, I want to check it out, Feng Chen said. De Chao and Lao Shao will go too. They parted ways at the intersection of the student street. Lao Yan looked back at the 3 of them, suddenly feeling a bit lonely. Feng Chen and the others went to the multimedia classroom. When they arrived at room 102, there were already many people inside, and the teacher had started the lecture. Sitting at the lectern was a middle-aged male teacher who looked like an older version of Lao Shao, with slightly long and greasy hair. Despite the hot weather, he wore a wrinkled shirt and pants, holding a thermos cup and shaking his leg. Students, make sure to keep your eyes open and search for jobs diligently. Otherwise, like me, you won't find a job and will have to take the postgraduate entrance exam, become a teacher, and end up miserably teaching you how to find a job here. If I had found a job back then, I wouldn't be sitting here now. Listening to the teacher's speech was like wasting 10 years of study. The classroom erupted in laughter. The atmosphere improved significantly. This teacher was quite skilled. It's so dry to give a lecture like that, and no one wants to listen. After all, those who come here are seniors in their 4th year, not freshmen in their 1st year. Feng Chen and the others arrived late, so they could only sit in the front row. Those who arrived early had taken up the seats at the back. This was probably a characteristic of their university. The back seats were full, leaving the front seats empty, giving up the opportunity for advancement to others, while they sat at the back playing with their phones and dating. Lao Shao showed great professionalism when he entered the classroom, preparing to shoot material. Whether it was useful or not, he recorded it first. Feng Chen brought his backpack and notebook in case there were study tasks assigned, so he took out his notebook to take notes, showing great respect for the teacher. De Chao sat down, playing a single-player game on her phone under the table. New schedule, 1930 to 2030. Attend the lecture. Attending lectures can acquire knowledge and information, enhance personal abilities, expand interpersonal relationships, and inspire a passion for learning, becoming an outstanding soft rice man sooner. Feng Chen often felt that attending classes was meaningless. It seemed like studying was useless. It was a waste of time to study anything. Just following the rules, passive learning,
actually mastering it was rare. Students studied in a daze, and teachers taught casually, fooling each other. For a long time, Fengchen felt this way. In the information management class, he didn't remember any professional content, only recalling the teacher mentioning the hot dry noodles from Wuhan, how fragrant they were. Waking up early to have a bowl with scallion soup, oh, what a bliss. In English class, he forgot all about grammar but remembered the movies the teacher showed them: Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, Big Fish, Flipped. He still couldn't grasp English, but those movies deeply stuck in his mind. Perhaps this was why they hadn't truly given up or fallen into decadence, still struggling to move forward.
English class taught him about being a good person.
Information management class taught him to appreciate and savor good food. In marketing class, he listened to the teacher talk about various off-topic things, as if saying, you know your major subjects, so let me tell you something you like. In Java class, he listened absent-mindedly. In C language class, he listened while the teacher bragged about his roommate's success, earning $1 million a year in a big company, having a beautiful wife, then getting divorced. In foreign teacher classes, he admired the golden hair and full figure of the teacher, and the English songs in MTV the teacher played, filling his mind with images of sexy foreign girls. In a professional foreign teacher class, he listened to the curly-haired Australian old man talk about his family being washed away by a flood, his dream of cycling around the world, introducing his bike that cost $8,000, and regretfully mentioning breaking his leg twice while cycling.
Flashbacks raced through his mind, and he was already a senior. The time that once felt so slow now seemed to fast forward, rushing by and disappearing.
How he wished to go back to the first day of school, to start over, to learn again. Maybe he would be more diligent, more mature. Just kidding, you guys are staying to become teachers now, already preparing for your doctorate, no more time for postgraduate exams.
You face more competition than we did back then. Our era had many opportunities.
Think about it, when Jack Ma was job hunting, Pony Ma had just graduated. But don't get me wrong, their starting point was different from yours, theirs was more impressive. If a teacher says you are just like them, either I'm still half asleep or you are, dreaming together, waking up with a smile.
Fengchen opened his notebook but didn't jot down a single word.
The teacher was humorous, but nothing seemed useful. Perhaps the useful things were lost amidst the laughter. Of course, the teacher hopes to see a third Jack Ma among you. Maybe then our school benefits will increase, and I'll get more bonuses and retirement funds. You are about to graduate, and today, when I was preparing for this class, I thought of teaching you how to write resumes, how to interview, how to choose a company, but then I realized, these things are not important.
Here it comes. Fengchen's pen paused.
This was the typical line the teacher used in class: you know your major subjects, so I won't talk about them. He felt like sighing inexplicably. You haven't talked about it yet, how do you know we all know it? Oh. Perhaps that was true. Writing resumes, interviewing, choosing a company, saying it 800 times, experiencing it once would make you truly understand. What I'm about to tell you next is the real deal, insider information. People outside pay me at least $4,000 to give this lecture, but for you, it's $50 per session, and I even have to bring my own water.
Laughter filled the classroom once again. This teacher was indeed entertaining. Fengchen couldn't help but search the teacher's introduction on his phone, and it was actually there.
Liu Haoming, a literature professor, is the author of best-selling books such as Solving 100 Business Problems, The Illness of the Internet Age, and Starting Late but Running Fast. He is a member of the Chinese Writers Association, vice chairman of the High City Writers Association, president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. His wife is Peng Hua, a famous director.
The director's name seems somewhat familiar, right? Indeed, 4,000 is still an understatement.
There's a saying online that only after graduating from university do you realize that those seemingly ordinary university professors are actually part of the social elite that you can hardly reach after entering society. They are here to teach and guide the future of our country. Once you step into society, you are nothing compared to them. They are the true social elite.
You simply can't reach their level. Interest is the best teacher. Perhaps your teacher in first grade has already taught you this. Now, let me tell you, interest is the best way to make money. You are already seniors in college, and your teachers are telling you to rely on your major to find a job and make money, which is basically a scam. With so many people in your major, are you in the top 3? If not, why should you? Therefore, your interest is where you can truly make money. Next, I'll ask, what are your interests? What are you good at? Everyone responded enthusiastically. The teacher immediately singled out De Qiao.
De Qiao, wearing a white floral outfit, stood out with both her size and color blocks.
De Qiao hesitated a bit and said, "Does makeup count?" "The fashion industry indeed lacks talents like you," Professor Liu remarked. The people around laughed heartily.
Some said they enjoy playing games. Professor Lu said it's possible, you can play games with your boss, excelling at games has a bright future, and you can even test games, a job that lets you play until you're sick of it. Some mentioned they enjoy dating, which made the audience even more cheerful. Professor Lu praised it, saying dating is promising, indicating an advantage in female social interactions, suggesting a career in women's products companies. After a round, Professor Lu pointed to Feng Chen. Looking at the students below, Professor Lu chuckled. This student seemed to be taking notes, but who knows what he's jotting down. In his classes, few students seem to take notes, it's all laughter and noise throughout the lesson. Feng Chen was called upon and felt a bit flustered. He couldn't quite figure out what his interests were. He used to be good at drawing as a child and attended interest classes, but later realized there were many better artists in those classes. His drawings were too imaginative and not quite right, so he gradually drew less, as drawing didn't require exams like other subjects. Now he could probably sketch something offhand, but it seemed useless. He was also good at math, participated in math competitions but only made it to junior high. Physics was another strong suit. He won awards in middle school physics competitions but stopped in high school. He also learned photography. His uncle gave him a camera in middle school, and he used it for a while before abandoning it. With so many hobbies, he rarely persevered, so it felt like he wasn't good at anything. Feng Chen couldn't come up with an answer. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from the corner. Teacher, he's good at organizing and singing. He sings really well. Feng Chen turned around but couldn't see who spoke. The voice was unfamiliar. The teacher on stage coughed and said with a smile, the young man is quite handsome and sings well, but being a singer is not suitable, that industry is too dark. If you're good at organizing, that's a strong advantage, you can live off others. Ha ha ha, the students burst into laughter and applause. The teacher raised a hand to quiet them down and said seriously, what's so funny about that? There's no shame in living off others. I'm currently living off my wife, her daily income is higher than my monthly salary. I'm teaching you now because it's my interest and hobby. I want to chat with you young people. Otherwise, I could just live off my wife. You rely on your parents, I rely on my wife, the sense of happiness is the same. Watching Professor Lu on the podium with greasy hair, wrinkled clothes, shaking legs, and a bright smile, Feng Chen suddenly had an epiphany. He used to have a somewhat shallow understanding of freeloaders, thinking they had to be tall and handsome. The current Professor Lu was neither tall nor handsome, one could even say he was quite ugly, but he freeloaded shamelessly, proudly, without a hint of inferiority complex. This was the true realm of freeloading. Eating soft food with a tough attitude. Feng Chen, I've learned something. Teacher, you are my idol. The future shines brightly. The host listened attentively to the lecture and gained new insights, rewarding the host with increased courage buff. One day, able to inspire the host's courage, be bold in social interactions, speak boldly, and do what you want to do. Later, you will find that there is nothing to be ashamed of, only you remember your embarrassment, others will quickly forget. Dare to do what you want, even if you fail, you won't lose anything. As long as you haven't failed, you have succeeded. Feng Chen searched for director Manhwa and finally remembered. She directed a TV series called Spring City Story, which his mother loved. During the summer vacation of his senior year in high school, his mother did nothing but watch the show every day. Even during reruns, his mother still loved it. Feng Chen was truly surprised. The world is so vast, yet so small. He never would have imagined that the director of a TV series his mother loved was married to a teacher at his school. And at this moment, he was giving a lecture just 2 or 3 meters away from them. It was truly miraculous. Feng Chen wasn't a fan of celebrities, but at this moment, without hesitation, he rushed to the front of the podium to intercept Professor Lu. This was something he often saw old Yang do. In his freshman year, old Yang would always approach the teacher after class, introduce himself, chat, ask questions, just to become familiar. Now, old Yang was the vice chairman of the student union, an outstanding member of the school party branch, president of the External Relations Society, a perennial scholarship recipient, and preparing for the civil service exam. If it weren't for old Yang, they wouldn't even know what a civil service exam was. The civil service exam is a planned selection of outstanding graduates, party members plus student cadres, from universities and above by the provincial party committee organization departments to work at the grassroots level. Being selected as a civil servant means faster promotion than a regular civil servant. A university graduate starts directly as a section chief, while some civil servants remain at that level for their entire careers. In simpler terms, civil servants do the work, while civil service exam candidates are reserves for officials. Without a doubt, in the future, old Yang might be the most impressive person in their dorm. After all, old Yang excelled in all aspects, except perhaps for having a slightly higher number of girlfriends, but he managed that well too, never having any disputes. Old Yang's greatness was something Feng Chen and the others didn't initially understand. They just thought he was a bit mature, a bit too ambitious, a bit of a people pleaser.
But as their senior year approached, they realized that old Yang was always prepared, planning for the future since stepping onto campus.
At that time, Feng Chen and the others were still clueless about their future, just going to classes without much thought. In this moment, Feng Chen gathered some courage, boldly approaching Professor Liu.
"Teacher, can I add you on WeChat? Could you sign my copy of your book Starting Late but Running Fast next time?"
"I've bought it," Feng Chen stepped forward, shamelessly saying, even though he hadn't bought the book yet, he would after this.
"Sure, I heard you sing well.
My wife loves music, but unfortunately, I'm just average." Professor Liu generously took out his phone.
Feng Chen scanned the QR code. Suddenly, fourth brother in the dorm felt a surge of courage.
Lao Xiao and Di Xiao also joined in, shamelessly scanning the QR code.
"Teacher, we've created a TikTok account together, and there's a video of me singing. I'll ask my roommate to send it to you."
If it were before, Feng Chen would have thought the teacher was just being polite. But now thinking back, the teacher didn't need to be polite to his own student, so what he said was true.
His wife probably just liked listening to music, nothing to be embarrassed about.
Even if the other person was lying, it didn't matter. The worst that could happen was rejection, which wasn't a big deal. If there was no rejection, then there would be one more professor on WeChat, and the professor had other resources.
"Teacher, my mom really likes Spring City Story. Can I ask for a signature from Teacher Manhwa? My mom watches the rerun of Spring City Story every summer vacation."
"Sure, good lad, you're even chasing after teachers now. You know how to use resources." In the time it took to say this, Feng Chen and Lao Xiao Daxia both added Professor Liu.
Lao Xiao was very excited.
He liked shooting and editing videos, and for him, a director was like a godly figure, while he was just a mortal, not even reaching the level of an outer disciple. Daxia loved fashionable things and was thrilled to be able to interact with people related to the entertainment industry. The surrounding students had also left, bidding farewell. Feng Chen felt a bit warm, looking at the newly added diligent Lao Lu on his phone, with a profile picture of a snow-white cat, feeling a bit strange. It turned out that the professor's WeChat was just like that of an ordinary person, a normal person.
It was a bit funny. Feng Chen felt a bit happy.
It wasn't difficult, and socializing didn't seem difficult either.
So he added him. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. There was no loss of face.
It seemed like there was no loss either. Worst case scenario, he added and then got deleted, no big deal. Just pretend like he never added, no loss.
Maybe adding wouldn't make a difference. But it could also be useful. What if it was? All social interactions were like this, taking a bold step forward, and success followed.
If you're shy and hesitant to add, always waiting until you're amazing enough, you might never be amazing, always missing opportunities. There's no qualification or lack thereof, only being proactive or not.
Arrogance is worthless, self-esteem is not the issue here.
The three of them returned to the dorm together.
Lao Xiao looked at his phone in disbelief that the request had been accepted. "Lao Si, is Professor Liu's wife really Director Peng Hua? That's amazing."
Daxiao was already searching for information about Peng Hua. Feng Chen was also a bit incredulous. It seemed that it really wasn't difficult, just speak up, and it could happen, yes, place the order, buy the book first. Back in the dorm, their senior dormitory didn't turn off the lights during self-study, but there weren't many people left, so it wasn't as lively. In their senior year, there weren't many major courses left because internships needed to be arranged. Seniors could take reasonable leaves of absence.
Many classmates had found internships and hurriedly took leave.
Before, Feng Chen had envied those who could find internships and take leave. He always felt that those who found internships were cool, like adults, while they were still students in school, not cool at all. But tonight's experience made Feng Chen feel that being a student was truly a precious identity. He had never understood the value of his own identity before. Now he was a university student, able to openly add the WeChat of an amazing professor. After graduation, he would at most be a new employee in a company, doing the most basic work. Unless a miracle happened, his life would never intersect with that of a professor. Looking at the class group announcement, there were 2 lectures every week from now on. He had to attend them all. There was only 1 year left of university life, and work might be for the rest of his life. Time, slow down a bit, even slower. 20:30 to 21:30 independent time slot. Learning to be alone is also an important skill, giving yourself some relaxation time, learning to relax emotionally, and being a mentally and physically healthy man.
Seeing this time slot, Feng Chen suddenly didn't know what to do.
When the system didn't assign mandatory tasks, he felt a bit lost. Although time is still is time, when this period is named as a period of autonomous time, it becomes inexplicably different, inexplicably more meaningful.
Reluctant to play games. Playing in the afternoon doesn't seem as fun. Cleaned up the dormitory yesterday, and today it's still in good shape, not too messy.
The dormitory is very crowded, and it will be unimaginable after graduation how they managed to live in such a crowded place for 4 years, still with 4 male students together. The dormitory space is cramped, but looking back in the future, one will realize that the dormitory was very free. Those are the freest 4 years of your life.
A bed that is only
0.8 meters wide offers more freedom than a 2-meter wide Simmons mattress. Young people do not appreciate how good it is to be young because they are truly young.
Fengchen sat at his desk. He didn't turn on the computer. He casually opened a book. Not a textbook, but a map.
He bought it himself at the bookstore. Other books are usually borrowed, but for this kind of somewhat utilitarian book, he couldn't help but spend money to buy it. In fact, after buying it, he rarely looked at it.
He didn't sit upright.
He leaned back in his chair, with his feet propped up on the shelf under the table in a relaxed posture. He could see outside the window, the playground, the treetops outside the window, and the girls' dormitory across the playground.
Fengchen shook his leg and flipped through the atlas.
Each page featured a different city, showcasing the famous buildings, local snacks, and unique characteristics of each place. Flipping through a few pages, it seemed like every city was beautiful and attractive. He always thought that when he had money in the future, he must visit all these places. When he bought this book, he imagined backpacking with it, flipping to a page and going to that place.
He wanted to visit all the famous landmarks and taste the local delicacies, but it would be a bit lonely to do it alone. It would be even better to have a girlfriend accompany him. Thinking about his wallet, Fengchen immediately dismissed this unrealistic idea. It would be too expensive to travel and stay with double the expenses for 2 people. Lao Shao was resurrected because of the 3rd video and seemed a bit obsessed. He was constantly filming with his phone, switching to a camera when the phone ran out of battery. However, both his phone and camera were a bit outdated. He should really upgrade his equipment. A little bit of lighting and such would soften the facial features in the photos. De Chao originally came back to play games, but seeing his roommates not playing, he refrained as well. He had previously said he would assist Lao Shao, and now he was earnestly learning alongside him, caught up in the excitement. Lao Shao paid no attention to De Chao. His interests were varied, changing frequently. They had agreed to take a tennis elective course together, bought the gear, including tennis shoes and outfits, but in the end, they never went. The troops did not move, but the provisions arrived first. When Lao Yang returned to the dormitory, he was surprised to find all 3 roommates there, studying quietly. The clean and tidy dormitory, bright lights, and studious roommates. It felt magical. It was like traveling back to their freshman year. Back then, they had just arrived, unfamiliar with everything, and everyone was still under the influence of the college entrance exam, showing symptoms of post-exam stress, not knowing how to start their university life, studying foolishly every day. Was tonight's lecture really that captivating? After listening, they all returned to study. The roommates were also surprised to see Lao Yang back so early. It was rare. Lao Yang, why are you back so early today? De Chao curiously asked. Yang Wenming didn't know why either. When he separated from his roommates today, he suddenly felt that being alone was boring. Even though he later went out for a late-night snack with Lin Xiaoya, he still found an excuse to hurriedly return. Perhaps being a senior, he was starting to feel a bit sentimental. He was carrying a large black bag, inside of which was a case of beer. He handed a bottle to each person. In the first year of college, one might not know how to drink yet. By the 4th year, even beer is mastered. Lao Yang brought out a plate of vinegar-soaked peanuts, perfect for beer. I wonder if Lao Yang is in a good or bad mood today, to actually bring alcohol back voluntarily. Lao Yang is usually quite cautious, rarely drinking as if not for the occasion. But for 4th-year students, having a drink together in the dorm feels quite nice. Asterisk crack. Asterisk opening the can, bubbles emerge. Fengchen hurriedly caught a bubble with his mouth. Slightly bitter, tingling and numbing, not sure why adults enjoy it. A taste different from cola. A mix of flavors, much like life itself. Lao Yang noticed Lao Si holding a Chinese travel guide and asked, Haozi, are you planning to take a girl on a trip? No. Fengchen, with just over 200 yuan left after buying the book, shook his head repeatedly, aware of his financial situation. When going out with a girl, if he doesn't pay, it feels inappropriate, but if he does, he doesn't have the money, so it's better not to go. Poverty made him keep to himself, honing his speed skills. After we graduate, we must travel together.
Besides family and future wives, who else in this life can spend day and night together like us, sharing a room, spending 4 years in one sleep? Lao Yang sighed.
De Chao said, it won't be possible after graduation.
By then, Lao Yang, you'll be off enjoying your success, who knows where.
If you want to travel, do it now.
Lao Shao chimed in, actually, my hometown has amazing scenery, with high mountains and valleys, much better than those touristy places. There are even baby fish in the stream near my house, easy to catch by turning over rocks.
If you're willing, we can go during the National Day holiday.
Fengchen didn't join in. His hometown was just a small city with a few streets going up and down, especially crowded where his family's snack shop was located. Perhaps Lao Yang had something on his mind today, as he said while drinking, there's a great reservoir near my home, with huge catfish that can fill a whole table, a delicacy hard to find elsewhere.
If you're interested, I can take you there to try it. Fengchen had always been curious about Lao Yang. While others in the dorm had shared about their families, Lao Yang's background remained vague. Today, receiving Professor Lu's WeChat gave Fengchen confidence. Often, just asking boldly can lead to knowing. So he asked, Lao Yang, we've always known your parents work for state institutions, but what exactly do they do? You seem more mature and knowledgeable about the system than us. De Chao and Lao Shao were also curious. Lao Yang had never directly mentioned it, leaving it vague. Those close to him probably knew he was a second-generation official, but the extent of his family's rank was left to imagination. He knew how to use this ambiguity to his advantage. Sometimes, imagination could be powerful. He didn't expect Lao Si to ask directly. My mom is the head of the Public Security Bureau's logistics office in our city, and my dad is the director of the Water Resources Bureau. But it's not as extravagant as you imagine. We dare not be corrupt, actually, we don't have much money. Life is just more convenient locally.
My grandfather is a retired senior official, my uncle works in the court, my mom's side is all in public security and law enforcement, and my grandfather is a veteran.
Wow!
Lao Shao was shocked, their village head was already impressive, and now a roommate's father turned out to be a director.
Impressive!
Fengchen was also surprised. His uncle was a leader in the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, but compared to Lao Yang, his cousin was like a fool.
Lao Yang, you really are a second-generation official. You're so approachable usually, have we offended you in any way?
De Chao exaggerated, looking shocked.
Get lost. Stop it. In our small city, even if you're a leader, outside, you're nothing, Yang Wenming said, feeling inexplicably relieved. He really liked his dorm mates, at least he always felt more relaxed in front of them. It started with Fengchen.
De Chao couldn't help but ask, Yang Gu, you've had so many girlfriends, tell us about it, come on, we have no experience. Lao Shao and Fengchen both looked excitedly at Lao Yang with red faces.
They also wanted to know. Very curious.
Lao Yang opened up, broke the silence, and said, no, I have no experience. My old man at home said if I got a girl pregnant, he would break my legs and cut off ties.
So no. Oh my god.
Fengchen, De Chao, and Lao Shao were collectively stunned.
No way. Lao Yang is still a virgin? Can't be, right? Lao Yang, like this, being a vice president of the student union, seems like he would take advantage of new members, and he's still a virgin? Is it true? It's true. I came to school aiming to become a civil servant. If I mess it up because of relationships, my old man will really kill me. He's a leader, but superstitious. He had his fortune told and the fortune teller said he would have a son who becomes a provincial governor. I suspect I might not be his biological son. Fengchen, Lao Shao, De Chao. The three of them pounced on Lao Yang, pulling him apart.
Yang Gu, when you become rich and noble, don't forget us, we are all good brothers who have slept with you.
When rich and noble, don't forget. Lao Yang had a hard time kicking each of his roommates away. That night,
each of them got drunk on several bottles of beer. The alcohol didn't make them drunk, but they poured their hearts out, and their hearts were drunk.
Fengchen also shared his own heartache.
When lying in bed, he felt inexplicably comfortable, as if the relationships among the dorm mates had become closer. No one knows who said the last word.
Fengchen fell asleep. He dreamed.
In the dream, Lao Yang became a leader, laughing, Lao Shao was driving, De Chao was the secretary, and he himself was actually living off Lao Yang. He was even helping Lao Yang's wife carry her bag, and Lao Yang's wife reached out to link arms with him. Shao Si, Lao Yang is too busy and not in good health, so I can only trouble you to accompany me.
Holy crap! Fengchen woke up with a start.
Upon waking up, his heart was pounding. He thought he had only slept for a short while, but to his surprise, when he opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. He didn't know how he had slept last night, the curtains weren't even drawn.
Fengchen checked his phone and saw it was 5:44.
Phew! He really messed up, daring to cuckold Lao Yang in his dream. Scared to death, Fengchen felt like he had the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, daring to have such dreams, risking his life. Fengchen turned his head to look at Lao Yang opposite him, sleeping peacefully. With black hair, not a hint of green, but his pillowcase was green. Holy crap! Feeling guilty for no reason. The time on the phone hadn't flashed yet. Fengchen got up stealthily and closed the curtains so his dorm mates could sleep more soundly. He had to secretly work hard to become stronger. Holding a basin, towel, toothpaste, and toothbrush, he went to the laundry room, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on his face. Awake! His heart rate also calmed down. Fengchen felt that in reality, he would find it very difficult to do bad things. He couldn't achieve great things. Those who achieve great things are not bound by trivial matters. They dare to seduce their sister-in-law. He couldn't do it. Even in his dreams, doing bad things made him feel guilty and scared, and this feeling continued after waking up, making his limbs a bit weak. Fengchen recalled his past life. In high school, he borrowed books from a rental store, which closed down, and he never returned them. In kindergarten, he forcibly kissed a chubby girl in the class, and she knocked out one of his teeth. He kissed her on the cheek, coincidentally hitting a cavity. She pushed him down, he hit his tooth and it fell out. The chubby girl had to call her parents. In 6th grade, I ran to the factory swimming pool with my good friend Lee Danner to sneak a peek at the women changing into swimsuits. We accidentally saw the vice factory director's wife kissing a man who wasn't the vice director. During a middle school debate competition, I made the opposing team's female debater cry. In my sophomore year of high school, I let the air out of the Chinese teacher's bicycle tires. That Chinese teacher made students who couldn't afford the Chinese dictionary stand during class. I dare not list them all, but it seems like I've done quite a few bad things. But it's still okay. At least they weren't fundamentally bad things. Nothing illegal, nothing criminal. Must maintain. So far, Fengchen shouldn't have done anything particularly morally wrong. He doesn't feel guilty. Not afraid of old Yon knocking on the door. Fengchen buried his face in the cold ice water, washing away the heat in his heart. His worldview also calmed down. The weather was a bit hot, but it was better in the morning. Back in the dorm, he consciously drank a bowl of honey water. He forgot to buy some yesterday, so he must get a bottle today. If he runs out tomorrow, he'll only have one left. He went to the bathroom, feeling relieved, comfortable. Before the system reminded him of his running time, Fengchen was already ready and set off. Self-awareness is terrifying. At this moment, Fengchen felt the power of his own strength. His body was a bit sore, but not much. He got through yesterday, so he's used to it today. He warmed up downstairs, started running. Then, at almost the same spot, he met Professor Liao. This time, Fengchen slowed down to greet Professor Liao, taking out his phone. Good morning, Professor Liao. Can I add you on WeChat? Sure, I see you exercise every day. That's a good habit. I was thinking of introducing you to my younger relatives. Let them see that young people should exercise every day. Look at you, you look so good. Your skin is so fair. Professor Liao took out his phone and adjusted his glasses. Fengchen added Professor Liao on WeChat. Professor Liao's WeChat profile picture was a lotus flower, and his WeChat name was Moon Man Chenghe. Very much in the style of a 69-year-old. By the way, Xiaofeng, can you help me with this? How can I reply to this message so my old friends can't see it? Fengchen looked at the post Professor Liao made yesterday, a blue butterfly on a flower bush by the roadside. There were replies below the post, and she replied to all of them uniformly, so all her friends could see it. Teacher, here, if you want to reply to someone, just tap on their comment, and the reply box will appear. This way, the person who commented and your mutual friends can see it, but others can't. If you don't want mutual friends to see the reply, you can reply privately on WeChat. Okay, I understand now. Professor Liao put away his phone and continued exercising. Today, Professor Liao was wearing grey pink sports pants, a grey pink t-shirt, and a black vest with a large goose logo on it. Very fashionable. This outfit wouldn't look outdated on a young girl. Worn by Professor Liao, it exuded vitality without seeming like an attempt to look younger. Fengchen mustered up the courage to compliment, "Teacher, you look very spirited and good-looking in this outfit today." Old Liao burst into laughter, delighted that a young man praised him for looking good at his age, showing his neatly arranged false teeth. "My granddaughter bought it for me. Your granddaughter is very filial." After chatting for a few more moments, Fengchen felt he was running out of words. Today, he hadn't run out of courage, but he had run out of emotional intelligence. It was enough. Fengchen continued running. WeChat friend professor's content +1. Even as a professor, there were still things he didn't understand. And they were such simple questions.
truly miraculous. At this moment, Professor Liao seemed no different from his own grandparents.
Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the wealthy single lady, Liao Fanghua, with some progress. The favorability rating has reached 70. Please continue to work hard, strive for further progress, and reach new heights.
The system's bewitching voice echoed. Feng Chen was so startled that both of his heads trembled. There must be a difference between favorability and favorability. Feng Chen. Retreat. 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 Good morning. Morning. After running for a while, he turned a corner to the intersection of the girls' and boys' dormitories. A tall girl was stretching there. The moment Feng Chen saw Su Qingqing, he wanted to slap himself. Was he still dreaming? How undeserving. This intersection was usually crowded with guys waiting for girls. Yet, early in the morning, he made a girl stand here waiting for him. Su Qingqing was wearing tight black pants and a tight black top today. She looked very cool. Tight pants really tested one's figure. If they were slightly deformed, they would look bad. They couldn't be too loose or too tight. They had to be just right. It could be said that Su Qingqing standing there in this outfit would make people have improper thoughts just by looking at her figure, even causing a certain part to stand at attention. However, Su Qingqing's face didn't match that allure. It wasn't sweet or seductive, but rather pure. It was like a deep mountain spring, emitting a coolness even in summer. Or like a melting glacier, although flowing, it could freeze people. Looking at her face dispelled any impure thoughts, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor. Feng Chen felt a bit pathetic. Clearly, today was another day with all buffs stacked. He had grown a millimeter taller, no longer 173. One from yesterday but 173. Two today. His eyelashes were thick and long. The scars on his face had almost disappeared, barely visible. His looks had improved by a whole level, now an averagely good-looking guy, surpassing most men. He also had the courage buff, animal affinity buff, and a resolute heart buff. With so many bonuses, yet at the sight of Su Qingqing, it felt like he was back to square one, feeling nervous, shy, inferior, unworthy. Until now, Feng Chen still couldn't figure out what was going on with Su Qingqing and the reason for her favorability towards him. If she was an audiophile, he was doomed. He didn't have the voice buff today. Moreover, last night during dormitory chat, Lao Yang mentioned that Su Qingqing seemed to be planning to study abroad. If she was leaving the country and still flirting with him, it was unethical. What if he developed feelings for her? He couldn't even afford a ticket to go abroad. He hadn't even applied for a visa. Feng Chen was thinking about all these messy things and didn't say anything. After a greeting, he started running seriously. Those thoughts were too distant. It felt even farther than when he carried Yang's wife's bag in his dream. When the goal seemed unreachable, the best way was not to think about it and cut losses in time. So Feng Chen stopped thinking. He ran seriously for half an hour. Running from 6:30 to 7 o'clock, a healthy body keeps the mind clear, ignites fighting spirit, and maintains a positive mental state. Indeed, the more he ran, the clearer his mind became, and he felt much better overall. His mood also brightened a bit. Feng Chen found that whenever he was with Su Qingqing, he could relate to Lao Xiao. He felt too inferior. It was hard to shake off this emotion. If it weren't for the boldness buff today, he might have left her behind while running. He ran alone. They didn't chat while running, they just ran quietly side by side. Feng Chen occasionally received envious glances from passers-by. Probably because a guy like him had such a tall and beautiful girl by his side, he must have some special ability. Money, power, that kind of thing. Half an hour passed quickly when used for running, especially when one was used to it. And because there was a really good-looking running partner by his side, time seemed to pass even faster for Feng Chen. He didn't really get to enjoy the feeling of running freely, and even thought about running a bit more, feeling that the time allocation was not right. Maybe he could use this time to buff up a bit and run a bit longer. At this moment, the partner beside him seemed a bit of a hindrance. System. Do you want to think about what you're thinking? The two of them ran to the Student Street intersection again. Feng Chen thought, should he treat the girl to noodles today? Eating noodles every day doesn't seem right. Should he change the place? Always going to the landlady's place. Also, he treated her yesterday, not treating her today might not be appropriate. She bought so many fruits for him yesterday. Before Feng Chen could say anything, Su Qingqing spoke first. You treated me to breakfast yesterday, so today I'll treat you. Okay. Feng Chen quickly agreed. He wondered what Su would treat him to. There shouldn't be any breakfast places on the student street that would bankrupt him. Feng Chen felt quite at ease. If it's too expensive, he wouldn't be able to afford it. He couldn't let his parents work hard while he splurged outside.
As a result, Su Qingqing led Fengchen further away, reaching the back street of the student street, where there were some entertainment shops like billiards, tea bars, no internet cafes as the school didn't allow them, they were in the town outside. But there shouldn't be any breakfast shops. Fengchen had been hanging around here for 4 years, so he knew that. If it wasn't broad daylight, he would have been nervous. Because this was the back street of the student street, less crowded, couples would walk this way. Couples, for some reason, tended to head towards less crowded places, not afraid of mosquitoes. Even though he was 173. 2 centimeters tall, standing next to Su Qingqing, Fengchen inexplicably felt that she was taller than him when she stood a bit closer. Probably due to body proportions. In broad daylight, especially early in the morning, this road shouldn't have much, no food either. Fengchen was slightly curious, boldly following along. Then he saw Su Qingqing arrive at a shop, squat down and bend over to open the rolling shutter door. With a strong pull, the rolling shutter door opened. There was no breakfast inside, just a shiny black motorcycle with yellow edges. It sparkled. The morning light was soft, and even without the lights on, it was dim inside. But the motorcycle had its own radiance, dazzling, with a helmet hanging on the handlebars, as if to straighten it out. This motorcycle could transform itself into a big yellow bee. Although Fengchen didn't study cars and wasn't a car enthusiast, after all, economic conditions determined one's hobbies, this hobby was a bit distant from him. But who wouldn't love it? Which guy doesn't love cars? Guys naturally love cars, just like girls naturally buy bags. It may not be that practical, but they are willing to spend money here. When they see something nice, they might find it hard to leave. Su Qingqing walked up, put on her helmet, and handed one to Fengchen. Then she lifted her long legs, easily straddled the bike, started the engine, revved it loudly, then turned to Fengchen and said, "Let's go, I'll take you for breakfast. Get on." Fengchen's heart was pounding rapidly. Warning, host's heart rate is too high, please calm down, maintain emotional stability. An excellent soft rice man must have strong willpower, the one who loves first loses. But Fengchen's heart was still pounding rapidly. Which guy could resist a girl with long legs, a slim waist, and a large chest sitting on a motorcycle in a sexy posture, inviting you? Come on up. When the heavy helmet pressed down on his head, it helped to press down on his brain to lower the blood pressure. Fengchen felt like his brain pressure must be very high. It might also be that the helmet was a bit tight, making his blood pressure rise. In short, Fengchen sat on the motorcycle, closely pressed against the girl in front of him. He was really afraid of falling off. When he just got on the motorcycle, he was in a mess, feeling awkward. Su Qingqing seemed like a female warrior from the future, shining all over. But she was alive and present in reality, right in front of Fengchen. He felt like a bug in this picture. Some people's lives are like command statements, very important. If missing, the whole system will collapse and cannot continue running. Some people's lives are optional statements, can be deleted or kept, doesn't matter. Some people's lives are bug statements, meant to cause chaos, discordant, abrupt. Fengchen felt very out of place. Although he was dressed neatly today, in a white t-shirt and black sweatpants, with his regular white sneakers, almost nothing on him except a pack of tissues in the left pocket and a phone in the right pocket. The tissues were prepared extra for running with the girl, he usually didn't carry them. If they were familiar, Fengchen could support her shoulder, lift his foot up, hug her waist, and say, "Let's go." Of course, Fengchen didn't dare to do any of that. In the end, Fengchen got on the motorcycle first. Then Su Qingqing performed lifting her long legs over his face and sat down in front of him. How could someone have legs so long, taller than him? After sitting down, they inevitably got closer. The motorcycle had a place to hold onto behind, and the speed was slower. But on this motorcycle, Fengchen felt everything was hot, with no handlebars. But if he held onto her waist, would he be thrown off directly? Hold onto the front, Su Qingqing said. Fengchen's palms were burning. Which front? Finally, his hands passed through her body, as if hugging her, and reached the protruding position in front of the motorcycle seat. Fortunately, she didn't have long hair. If a strand fell on his arm at that moment, Fengchen felt he might not pass this test, he was done for. At this moment, a firm heart buff was all that maintained his composure. After adjusting his sitting position with great difficulty, a fragrance rushed into Fengchen's nostrils. In the messy little uncle he had read before, there was something about body fragrance. In that instant, Fengchen smelled the scent of engine oil. Strangely, he really found this smell very pleasant. It was a refreshing sensation. The motorcycle rode through Student Street and onto the bridge. Crossing this bridge led outside the school. While crossing the bridge, the wind was exceptionally strong. Even though their bodies were close, it was hard to chat. With such strong wind, they had to shout to talk.
Feng Chen sat next to Su Qingqing, feeling the biting wind, adrenaline rushing through him. His scalp tingled. The sensation was overwhelming. Joy. Very joyful. Happier than the first time on a roller coaster. Happier than the first time playing Five Finger Girl. To put it in concrete terms, this kind of joy was almost equivalent to getting first place in an exam, receiving praise, approval, and admiration.
It brought a sense of pleasure, a desire to soar. The scenery on both sides was receding. The cars on the roadside were also receding.
It seemed Su Qingqing was driving a bit fast. Feng Chen felt nervous but more excited. Adrenaline surged even more.
They reached a traffic light intersection.
Su Qingqing's motorcycle stopped.
There was a Mercedes-Benz on the adjacent lane. A vertical business car.
Apparently noticing them, the car window rolled down.
The driver was a middle-aged man.
His eyes seemed envious, a tangible manifestation of envy.
The woman with long hair in the front passenger seat patted him on the back.
"Old Wang, why are you daydreaming?
You even need to look at pretty girls while waiting for the traffic light.
It's turning green."
The woman's voice was loud and impolite. The green light came on, and the Mercedes smoothly drove off. Then a motorcycle zoomed past the Mercedes, leaving it behind in the dust. To be honest, Feng Chen really wanted to hold Su Qingqing's waist right now.
He didn't dare. No, that's not right. What did he have to fear? They had come this far. He couldn't regret it for the rest of his life. As the speed kept increasing, Feng Chen's hand shifted from the hard and stiff motorcycle seat in front to holding Su Qingqing's waist. Just once.
He promised to hold her honestly.
Su Qingqing's body didn't pause or resist. The motorcycle continued to speed up. At that moment, Feng Chen felt that even if they were to die together, it would be okay. Fearless, thoughtless, until death.
Then the vehicle came to a stop.
In front of a rice field.
The sun was rising. The rice field stretched for miles, shimmering gold.
There was a tricycle by the roadside with 2 buckets on it.
One bucket contained bubbling white porridge, with rice grains bursting open, and the other bucket held seafood floating in it.
Several people were already placing their orders.
The breakfast Su Qingqing invited Feng Chen to eat was the fresh seafood porridge from this tricycle by the rice field.
The motorcycle stopped. Feng Chen's silly hand hadn't moved away yet.
Su Qingqing gently removed it with her cold hand. Her hand was cold, while Feng Chen's was warm. The moment their hands touched was hotter than when he held her waist.
Probably because holding her waist was instinctive.
Feng Chen wasn't a saint. It was normal to want to hold a beautiful woman's waist. But touching hands was different. The former was desire, instinct.
The latter was responsibility, love, liking. A guy can hold your waist without necessarily liking you. But when he holds your hand, he definitely likes you.
Emotions are emotions, instincts are instincts, and at some point, guys can distinguish clearly.
Su Qingqing looked at the blushing Feng Chen with a hint of amusement. It was her first time giving someone a ride. She was a bit nervous too. Besides, motorcycles shouldn't carry passengers in the city. It's against traffic rules.
But this area was considered on the outskirts of the city, with looser regulations. Su Qingqing had always been like this. The more nervous she felt, the calmer and composed she appeared. If you find someone else 100 times more nervous than you when you're anxious, you'll probably relax. She suddenly felt at ease. She had never driven this fast before. It was her first time.
The first time she drove with someone of the opposite sex. The first time she drove this fast.
There's a theory called the suspension bridge effect. When a person is in a highly tense or dangerous situation, their heart rate involuntarily speeds up. If they are with another person of the opposite sex or same sex at that time, they might misinterpret the accelerated heart rate caused by external factors as romantic feelings, mistaking the physiological response to fear as love. So, in places like nightclubs, it's easy to end up booking a room with a girl. The loud environment, booming music, alcohol, and chaos make normal people feel endangered, leading to the suspension bridge effect, swiftly falling in love. However, once out of that environment, most people quickly regain their senses and return to normal, while a few continue to be immersed. At the moment when Su Qingqing was driving very fast, as the world not only seemed to recede but even collapse, a pair of hands embraced her waist, pulling her back to reality. She drove more steadily, gradually picking up speed again, and this time the world didn't collapse because her waist was warm.
When they arrived, Su Qingqing ordered food.
Feng Chen conscientiously wiped the chairs and tables by the roadside with tissues, making sure they sat at right angles. As he cleaned the table, Feng Chen's heartbeat slowly calmed down.
It was just an accident. It was definitely an accident. The waist hug was an accidental touch. He didn't even notice when he accidentally tore the tissues in his hand. Su Qingqing walked over with a bowl of porridge, bent down to place it in front of him, and sat down beside him. Feng Chen suddenly felt a chill in his nose. Could it be a cold from riding a bike, causing a runny nose?
It felt cool, and just as he was about to find a tissue to wipe it, he realized they were all torn. Then he saw Su Qingqing reaching out with a tissue to help cover his nose. With her other hand supporting his chin, Su Qingqing said, "It's flowing a lot, can't wipe it clean."
Tilt your head back, the nosebleed should stop, right? Feng Chen.
Don't get too close to the front, the nosebleed won't stop, it just won't stop.
It's getting worse.
Seeing the boy who hadn't eaten the oysters yet, he was already having a nosebleed. The tall girl held the boy's face. The surrounding diners let out kind laughter.
Who hasn't been young before? Who wouldn't envy young boys and girls? Feng Chen felt his nosebleed increasing.
It was almost like he could have a bowl of duck blood seafood porridge on the spot.
No, not duck.
It wasn't until Su Qingqing ran out of tissues and went to get more from the boss that Feng Chen's nosebleed stopped. Really, as long as she wasn't close to him, he wouldn't continue to bleed. The boy's body was too lively, uncontrollable everywhere.
After cooling off for a few seconds, okay.
This time, Feng Chen sat opposite Su Qingqing. Then he saw Su Qingqing holding a bowl, the chest behind the bowl, the waist below the chest, which he had touched, and his nose felt a bit moist again.
Oh no. Feng Chen tilted his head back and looked at the sky. The sky was blue with white clouds.
There was also a schedule, 7 to 8 o'clock breakfast. Men who don't easily get gallstones, kidney stones, are the healthy ones.
Calm down. Have breakfast. Feng Chen leisurely finished the seafood porridge. The porridge was delicious, with shellfish, shrimp, small octopus, and beef, all tasting great. Su Qingqing seemed like someone who was decisive. She didn't ask Feng Chen what he wanted to eat, she just ordered. It happened to be what Feng Chen liked.
He wasn't very picky, except for chicken feet, which he didn't like. Peeling chicken feet was too troublesome, and he had an inexplicable fear of them. When the chicken feet were thrown into that wash basin, with the claws facing up, they looked eerily like human hands. Apologies to the readers who enjoy nibbling on chicken feet.
Everyone has different pleasure points, and different fears. Feng Chen's fear point was chicken feet.
That was his little secret.
He never told anyone. Now all readers know. After finishing the porridge, they didn't leave immediately.
The two of them sat by the roadside for a while.
It was a good time to take a walk by the paddy fields. After 4 years of university, Feng Chen was still not very familiar with the city. The school was quite far from the city center, so unless boys were accompanying their girlfriends, they wouldn't usually go to the city center. So he rarely ventured out. The campus being secluded had its advantages. It was like an ivory tower, shielding students from worldly influences. Perhaps when they first entered society, they might be a bit naive, inexperienced, but they quickly learned to be bad without even trying, almost instinctively. Maintaining innocence, staying true to one's original intentions, was very difficult and irreversible. Once lost, it couldn't be regained or compensated for.
At this moment, Feng Chen still had the appearance of a somewhat naive college student.
Even if he wanted to do something bad, it would be so obvious, so foolish. The two walked along the embankment by the paddy fields.
The embankment was narrow, as it was mainly for workers to pass through, maximizing the planting area for rice paddies. If two people were to walk together, they had to hold hands. Otherwise, one might accidentally fall off. When Feng Chen almost stumbled and was about to fall, Su Qingqing reached out and held his hand, which she didn't let go of.
Silence.
They walked in silence for a long time.
Feng Chen suddenly understood why couples like to go to dark places and walk on difficult paths.
Because in such places, it's convenient to hold hands.
Holding hands seems perfectly justified. Feng Chen's palms were burning,
but Su Qingqing's hands were always cold, difficult to warm up.
No matter how long he held them, they remained cool.
However, in the hot weather, it felt quite comfortable,
like holding onto a block of ice. Feng Chen didn't say a word, just held her hand, sometimes intertwining their fingers, sometimes lightly gripping.
Su Qingqing. Call him bold, his actions seem bold. Holding her, touching her hand.
Call him timid, he's really timid. Nosebleeds just from facing each other.
Walking together, blushing all the way, ears red, not a word spoken. Su Qingqing didn't know why she felt attracted to a guy like him. She thought it might be due to her confusion about the future, the uncertainty about studying abroad, making her feel lost and wanting to indulge for once. But she felt like a bad girl, irresponsible, both preparing to study abroad, yet she still wanted to meet him.
Tease him. Yes, Su Qingqing was teasing.
Living with Lin Xiaoya in the dorm for 4 years, even though she never dated, she gained a lot of theoretical knowledge from observing Lin Xiaoya's relationships.
She just never used it.
She made a mistake in the college entrance exam, ended up in her current school. Her mother wanted her to retake the exam, but she refused.
In the blink of an eye, she was in her final year,
and her mother wanted her to study abroad. This time she didn't refuse. but deep down, she probably did. This conflicting emotion was hard to express, impossible to vent. If she complained, everyone would think she was ungrateful, having everything she needed, her parents buying her whatever she wanted, agreeing to everything. What more could she want? She didn't know. Su Qingqing walked hand in hand with Feng Chen, wandering on the crooked path in the fields, unknowingly going far. They walked until the sun was high, deep into the rice paddies. Looking around, they couldn't even see the way they came from. They found themselves in the middle of vast rice fields. Feng Chen looked at his watch and realized they had been walking for half an hour. No wonder people in love have poor grades, with minds wandering off like this, walking in the fields for half an hour under the scorching sun without a word. And Feng Chen urgently needed the ability to repel mosquitoes. It felt like they were biting him. He wondered if they would bite Su Qingqing. She was fine with her long pants. It felt like not only mosquitoes were biting her. As they walked deeper into the rice fields, her bare legs seemed scratched by the mature rice leaves. But they didn't care, just holding hands. Their minds were elsewhere. Let's go back, Su Qingqing spoke up. They turned around, switching hands to hold. Su Qingqing didn't understand why Feng Chen insisted on holding her hand so tightly, making her hand a bit sore and tingly. Walking the wrong way while holding hands, they finally emerged from the rice fields after a long time of twists and turns. The vendor selling rice porridge was closing up. Only breakfast was available, as it was too hot at noon and the food wasn't fresh. This time, Feng Chen got into the car first. Su Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing Feng Chen's legs swollen and with a few blood marks from mosquito bites, Su Qingqing exclaimed. She bought a bottle of water from the breakfast stall and helped Feng Chen clean up. Feng Chen was itching badly now. He needed a distraction. Just because they were holding hands, he couldn't resist scratching the itch. Seeing him like this, Su Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Feng Chen was surprised to find that her laughter was so gentle, not fierce at all, with perfectly aligned white teeth and charming features. In that moment, Feng Chen finally understood the 83-point evaluation given by the system. It wasn't just about her figure. It was because when she laughed, she was incredibly beautiful. Surrounded by light, she smiled, radiating light. She was like a different person from when she was serious. When she was serious, Feng Chen dared not look at her. Let's go, sit down. Su Qingqing continued to perform in front of him, lifted her leg in a circle, straddled the motorcycle, and didn't kick him away. This time, when she started the engine, Feng Chen put his arm around her, finding a place for his hand, otherwise he really wanted to scratch an itch. Su Qingqing's body paused. Her face under the helmet blushed slightly. The motorcycle raced off, the roar gradually fading away. The stall owner took a sip of tea and fanned himself. Youth is truly wonderful. Back then, when he was young, he was quite handsome. Young girls chased after him, and there was a girl who rode a bicycle to call him to see fireflies, but he refused because Journey to the West was airing that night. Are fireflies more beautiful than Monkey King? Regret lasts a lifetime. Fireflies are indeed more beautiful than Monkey King. From 8 to 9, I will go to the study room to study. From 9 to 9:30, I will take a break and have some yogurt. Starting from 9:30, I will continue studying. In the afternoon, I have to walk a dog for someone. I took on a part-time job to take care of a big golden retriever, and then continue studying. I will exercise for an hour, playing basketball or swimming. In the evening, I usually read books or something. They arrived at the school. Su Qingqing parked the motorcycle. The two of them had finished their run and breakfast. It seemed like they were about to part ways again. Feng Chen didn't know what was going on. They didn't hold hands once they left the golden windy rice fields. They didn't embrace once they left the black motorcycle with gold trim. The two of them were polite again, like strangers. Moreover, Su Qingqing's fondness for him did not increase. It didn't reach 80. But they had held hands and embraced. Does that count as being in love? How should love be expressed? Feng Chen didn't understand. He reported what he was going to do today as if reporting for work. Clumsily. He wished he could make copies of his ID and student card for her. The way a young man expresses love is to offer everything. But he had no roses, no car, no house. He only had himself. He only had time. These were the most precious yet least valuable. Listening to his words, Su Qingqing suddenly hugged him. In this small stuffy garage. Inside, there was a beautiful car and a young couple embracing. This time, Feng Chen smelled the faint scent of white magnolia hidden under the strong smell of engine oil. Faint yet firm, lingering all the time. How could there be such a fragrance? Perhaps it was Feng Chen's imagination. He thought of when he was a child, playing at the hospital with his grandma who was a nurse. In the corner behind the hospital, there was always an old lady selling magnolias. She neatly arranged the magnolias in a handheld basket. The old lady's wrinkled hands strung the magnolias together, making them into bracelets and necklaces. The fragrance was pleasant, but fresh flowers withered easily, and the bracelets and necklaces didn't last long.
Yet there were always family members of hospitalized patients buying them. Back then, Fengchen was quite mischievous.
The old lady saw him standing nearby and gave him a magnolia flower. Young Fengchen held the magnolia flower, lowered his head to smell it. It was very fragrant. Now, Fengchen hugged Su Qingqing, lowered his head to smell her. It was very fragrant.
This fragrance seemed to transcend time and space.
When family members bought magnolia flowers from the old lady, she would earnestly murmur, "Safe and healthy, everything will be fine."
Perhaps what the family members bought was not the magnolia flowers, but this blessing.
This embrace was very pure.
Su Qingqing said, "Fengchen, you are a very good person, you will definitely be happy." Fengchen. They parted ways, just like yesterday.
The student street behind was still not crowded, and they encountered a couple holding hands. The two of them each had something in their other hand. One was drinking milk tea, the other was carrying a bag, and the hand they held together was held firmly. When they reached the intersection near the dormitory, they parted ways.
Fengchen asked, "Are we still going for a run tomorrow?" Su Qingqing replied, "Yes." Su Qingqing turned back. Fengchen stood there, watching her figure until it disappeared. At that moment, he began to understand a bit about being a licking dog. It felt like his body was under a spell, unable to control itself, just wanting to please the other person. But he also understood. No chance. Because Lao Yang had said, if a girl tells you that you are a good person, it means I'm sorry, we're not compatible. Although the girl hadn't said they were incompatible, the result was clear. And the level of affection wasn't even at 80. Thinking about it, in the whole campus, the person who loved him the most turned out to be Lao Xiao. Fengchen hurried to the restaurant to pack food for Lao Xiao and the others, to go back and feed the animals. His girlfriend was uncertain, but the hungry animals were certain. Su Qingqing didn't look back. She knew Fengchen was watching her, yet she didn't turn around. She opened her phone. She didn't have many friends. In high school, her mother supervised every one of her friends. Because she was studying here, her mother unexpectedly set up a branch office here, spending half of every month here. She didn't understand why her mother, who was so busy, still had so much time to manage her. Suddenly, she opened WeChat and sent a message to Zhao Madam, "Mom, do you have someone you like?" Sure enough, her phone exploded with messages. Forwarded, how scoundrels deceive girls with 106 tricks. Forwarded, young girls beware of PUA scams. Forwarded, what to do if you accidentally get pregnant. Forwarded, woman deceived, uterus removed. She had only asked a simple question, and her mother had already jumped to conclusions, thinking she had been deceived into bed and gotten pregnant with no one taking responsibility, and so on. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0. She silently counted to 10, and the phone rang. Just like before, she answered. Su Qingqing walked to the small garden behind the girls' dormitory. A hysterical voice came from the phone. "Su Qingqing, let me tell you, your university is a mess. There definitely aren't any good guys. They're all trying to deceive you. Don't fall for it." Her mother scolded her for a long time. Then she brought up the matter of applying to study abroad. She wanted her daughter to attend a prestigious foreign university to wash away the shame of attending a mediocre second-tier college. Her phone was overheating, and she finally hung up. Su Qingqing sat alone in a chair in the garden. The sunlight was already bright. She just wanted to ask her mother if she had ever liked a boy, to ask her mother if she loved her father. At some point in her life, she must have loved him, otherwise she wouldn't have had me, otherwise you wouldn't have kept arguing, never divorced, always struggling. Every time her mother said her university was a trash school. But she really wanted to say, "Mom, I got into this university, whether due to mistakes or other reasons, I am a student of this university, this is my level, among the trash universities you criticize, I am also there." Half an hour later, a WeChat message from Su Guolong popped up. Transfer, 200,000 yen. 00. Transfer note, "Qingqing baby, mom and dad love you." Su Guolong, your mother was a bit harsh in her words. Let me tell you, it's okay to date if you want, just make sure to protect yourself. If there's a boy you like, bring him to show me. I'll help you assess him. If you don't want to, it's okay, don't feel too pressured. Zhao Madam, forwarded, girl deceived by scoundrel to Vietnam, only left with skin. Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing, received payment. Cash assets, 2,502,458 yen. Fengchen, a scumbag, brought food to his roommate, tidied up himself and his backpack, and went to the self-study room to study. Walking on the road, Fengchen remembered to call his mom. His dad answered. "Dad, where's mom?" "Your mom is washing her hair. She said her girlfriend invited her out today,
so she wanted to wash her hair. You don't know your mom yet, she's very vain. At her age, she still wants to compete with her girlfriends. Lao Feng, you're talking behind my back, dare to say it to my face.
What do I not dare to do?
Mom's voice came from the phone.
Who is it? Your son. This outfit looks good, really good, suits you. Your skin is fair, you look good in anything.
When you meet classmates, you dress casually, but still outshine them.
Really good looking, I'm not lying. Your calves are especially nice. Feng Chen moved his phone a bit further away.
His ears started itching again, unbearable.
He probably isn't his biological son, he doesn't look anything like Lao Feng.
After chatting for a while on the phone, Mom reminded him to eat well, not to run around, and to tell the family if there's anything.
Then she hung up.
Then Lao Feng transferred 1,000 to him.
Lao Feng, son, this is your dad's private money.
You're so useless, you still haven't dated anyone yet. Remember back in elementary school when many girls liked you, they even came to our house to see you, and their parents called me to reimburse the phone bill because you talked to the girls on the phone for an hour.
Wake up a bit. Here's $1,000 for you.
If you like someone, boldly ask them out for a meal, buy some gifts. If it's not enough, tell dad.
Feng Chen received payment. Cash assets increased to 1,314 yuan. Let's start studying. No one can stop me from progressing. Come on, come on, come on. Actually, Feng Chen wasn't that calm today.
He found a classroom to sit in. A clean classroom without couples invading.
The time on his head was blinking.
And today, it moved back an hour, very humanized.
9 to 10 o'clock study English. Learning is the ladder of human progress. The more you learn, the more ladders you have. Stepping on them will easily bring you in front of rich women. The morning sunlight at 9 o'clock was particularly warm, soft and not harsh. Many college students couldn't see the morning sunlight at 9 o'clock because they were still sleeping, not getting up. It's only 9 o'clock in the morning. Feng Chen felt like he had experienced half a lifetime. Dating, breaking up. Exciting. Really. No wonder love dogs don't date. It consumes too much energy and emotion. Much harder than running.
And after running, you feel open-minded, clear-headed, able to absorb a lot of new knowledge. But with dating, you just feel bitter, your head isn't clear, filled with a lot of junk.
Does she like me? Does she really like me? Is there any chance she likes me? She doesn't like me? Why doesn't she like me? If she doesn't like me, why is she with me? If she likes me, why isn't she with me? Dating makes me briefly feel like a philosopher.
At that moment, Feng Chen suddenly understood what philosophy was. Back in high school, their classroom had seats that rotated weekly to prevent eye strain. But there was a separate group in the middle, single desks for individuals, not rotating, always sitting in the middle. At that time, he didn't understand, but now he does. The students sitting in the middle group received special attention from the teacher. They either came from wealthy families, had special privileges, or excelled academically. Feng Chen had a chance once a month to sit very close to the guy in the middle, like sitting at the same table, making it easy to talk, just turn your head. That guy was in his senior year, not paying attention in class, always sitting there reading a profound philosophy book.
Feng Chen had read it, but couldn't understand it.
Of course, that guy's grades were not bad, on the contrary, he was very good, could even go to top universities like Tsinghua University. Feng Chen studied hard, never reading extracurricular books, with a single thread of focus. The other boy, most of the time, was engrossed in extracurricular books, aiming for the philosophy department at Qingbei University. While Feng Chen was busy solving problems, the boy was delving into the history of Freudian philosophy. Perhaps it was because the book's illustration depicted a naked woman, the kind found in foreign mythologies.
Feng Chen borrowed it and took a look.
He had already forgotten the content, not recalling anything while reading, only noticing that the naked woman had thick legs, which he couldn't appreciate. But now, the content of the book suddenly popped into his mind.
Human behavior is determined by the subconscious.
The subconscious contains repressed desires and impulses that influence our consciousness and actions. Humans have a primal nature, a sense of loneliness and despair inherent in the depths of the human soul.
When you add the prefix human to a trait, that sentence becomes philosophy.
You need to drink water, or you'll die of thirst.
Your mom says,
humans need to drink water, or they'll die of thirst.
Philosophy says. Feng Chen suddenly remembered the content of the philosophy book, feeling a bit frightened. He had once thought that the boy in the middle of the group reading philosophy was a lunatic. He didn't know if he got into Qingbei. His performance in the college entrance exam was average, ranking 12th in school and 22nd in the exam, just a normal performance, like most people who don't do well in exams. He didn't ask for the boy's contact information. Back then, he must have been lonely and fearful, afraid to ask, to connect, to face himself, the past, or the future.
Now, Fengchen hadn't reminisced about the past for a long time.
He hadn't activated that part of his brain.
It's not healthy to keep that part of the brain active all the time. Usually, men over 38 tend to dwell on the past, then start thinking about drinking.
Fengchen found such thoughts dangerous. With nothing to his name, he dared to contemplate philosophy?
Philosophy is a discipline for the elite who have solved all life's difficulties, enjoyed everything within and outside the legal boundaries, yet still don't know how to make themselves happy, so they turn to philosophy.
The philosophy of ordinary people is about survival.
What he needed to think about now was how to survive.
The timeline flickered. He put down his phone.
Amidst all these random thoughts, he could still browse Douyin. The screen showed 5 girls in a row, dressed scantily, with their legs elongated by special effects, still not as long as Su Qingqing's legs. Then, a girl came out to dance, and as she moved, her scanty top would bounce and tremble, with flower crowns flashing on the screen. For just 10 yuan, you could buy a flower crown, and the girl with long hair, long legs, short skirt, and camisole would dance for you, jumping and trembling on your phone screen, making you believe she was dancing for you because you bought her a flower crown. See, you can contemplate philosophy and watch a girl dance at the same time. Fengchen didn't buy a flower crown, he was broke, but he had people to send. It's said that buying a flower crown is just the beginning. It seems cheap at first, only 10 yuan, skipping a milk tea could cover it, but then there would be PK battles, competitions, private contacts, and you'd have to spend a lot more money to keep the girl happy. In the end, to make the girl happy, you'd spend all your money, borrow more, and even resort to loan sharks. If you don't spend money, she'll keep dancing happily for you until you start spending. The temptations were many and shallow.
Thank goodness for being poor and not falling into the trap. Also, thanks to Lao Yang for the enlightenment.
Lao Yang said his friend fell into the trap, spent over 80,000 yuan, never met the girl, and ended up uninstalling the app. Old Yang said that his friend might not be himself.
Anyway, thanks to Brother Yang for the Friends Memorial. Thank you for the flower crown, thank you, love you.
The sweet voice of a girl came from the phone, her hand forming a heart shape placed on her chest. Fengchen's mind, however, replaced this person with Su Qingqing.
Su Qingqing wouldn't speak like that.
Su Qingqing's legs were longer than hers even after she had worked out.
Su Qingqing dressed neatly, not revealing skin, and was 100 times sexier than her.
Su Qingqing had good grades, he had asked. She was first in English major.
Su Qingqing was rich, disciplined, and a good girl.
Su Qingqing, Fengchen slapped himself.
What does it matter if she's good or not? If he doesn't study now, he might as well die. The phone was turned off. Study. Really start studying.
Studying might not be useful now, or in the future, but scrolling through Douyin is definitely useless, and so is dating.
Fengchen forced his heart to calm down. Flip the book. Study.
Memorize words, memorize hard. If you can't memorize, copy them, write hard.
Study for 4 hours as if it were 1 hour. Fengchen was exhausted.
There was no trace of Su Qingqing in his mind, only English words. He stared blankly at the classroom ceiling, a bit mottled, as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. If I had Spider-Man's abilities, I could climb up there and clean it.
Wait, if I have Spider-Man's abilities, why would I clean the ceiling? Wouldn't it be better if I used this ability to deliver food faster? Studying really does make people progress. Fengchen felt his thoughts advancing again.
A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for passing the basic test of living off others, not getting lost in a world of desire. An excellent man living off others won't easily be tempted by desire and lose himself. An excellent man living off others must have dignity, live off others with dignity. You deserve the best. Congratulations to the host for passing the basic test, rewarding the host with intermediate props, clear voice buff, permanent. Having a clear voice buff, permanent, will give the host more courage to speak up, express their demands, make people willing to listen to you, make people want to hear the next sentence after you speak. Fengchen, speechless, stared at the ceiling.
Is this a test? Did you really send me a beautiful college girl for a test? Who can pass this kind of test? Just asking? I almost went crazy.
I even remembered the content of the philosophy book in my senior year.
Is this my reward? This is for Su Qingqing. That woman doesn't like me, she just likes to hear my voice. Damn it!
Hashtag 10:30 to 11:30 swimming, the best exercise for shaping, improving lung capacity, giving you a good mood. Host, show yourself shamelessly. This is one of the top 10 places to find a meal ticket.
Fengchen prepared swimming trunks for himself today. He threw away his curly swimming trunks yesterday.
This one was bought by his mother, the quality was good, and the size was right.
It wasn't a big brand,
but at her age, it seemed like his mother could always pick out good quality and affordable things.
Black swimming trunks with 2 diagonal blue stripes on the sides. Boys wearing swimming trunks are actually a bit shy. That's how young boys are. Feng Chen didn't understand the feelings of men who had already become men when wearing swimming trunks. He changed into his swimming trunks, put on goggles with a slight prescription, also bought by his mother. Boys are often mama's boys for a long time, there's no way around it. Boys are careless, dads are careless, only moms care about boys' lives. If he knows how to date, he can feel the careful love from other girls. If he doesn't know how to date, he can only experience the meticulous care of his mother, and be scolded every now and then. These days, running exercises have shown remarkable results. Feng Chen is not fat, but he always feels like a limp noodle, lacking energy. However, these days of running have revitalized him completely. No longer slouching or hunching. Not to say he's super handsome, but he's definitely looking a bit better. At least standing next to others, he appears somewhat handsome. He swims in broad daylight. Besides attending classes, it's either a few girls agreeing to swim together or making him a bit nervous if two guys plan to swim together. Feng Chen plays basketball with Lao Xiao but hasn't thought about inviting him to swim. Actually, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. After all, they've seen each other shower in the dorm. Girls often hold hands and go to the restroom together, while guys don't seem to do that. There's no particular reason for it. The most detested people at the pool are those who come to flirt. Teenage boys and girls, just starting to date. If they've reached the pool stage, the next step isn't far off, possibly already taken, hence their boldness. After intense academic pressure, Feng Chen's romantic thoughts have mostly vanished. He focuses on sports. Swimming feels different from running. It seems to provide a more balanced workout. He's starting to enjoy swimming. In the water, he feels free, enveloped by it, a great sensation. With systematic coaching corrections, he feels he's swimming better and faster, enjoying the progress in this sport. Sports are like cultivating inner strength. When you follow the right moves, you enhance your physical well-being. At a certain moment, you feel a sense of enlightenment, as if your energy flows smoothly, elevating you, possibly entering a phase of cultivating inner energy, feeling incredibly comfortable, seeing the world in a brighter light. The host is diligent and resolute, determined to study as if seeing through the mundane world, mastering the essence of knowledge. Studying may not always be useful, but not studying is definitely useless. Rewarding the host with an intermediate item, increasing strength buff, permanent, doubling the host's original strength and physical fitness, transforming him from an ordinary weak man into a slightly less weak man. You who could only lift a 100-pound lady can now lift a 200-pound lady. Keep it up. Feng Chen, a 200-pound lady. Are you sure she's a lady? Is life really this tough? Feng Chen feels the system is quite biased. Perhaps sensing his bad mood, it upgraded the buffs to advanced levels, even adding a permanent suffix. Truly a system that favors the easy path and fears the tough road. After a brief warm-up, Feng Chen steps into the swimming pool. Standing at the edge, about to jump in, someone suddenly calls out, "Feng Chen, classmate." A coquettish tone. Startled, Feng Chen can't help but wish for a towel. All his preparations have gone down the drain. Whose voice is so coquettish and terrifying? He turns around and sees Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya is wearing a royal blue one-piece swimsuit, not a bikini, so it's not too revealing. But the bottom part of the swimsuit is triangular. Lin Xiaoya isn't tall, and her legs aren't that long, so the high-cut triangular swimsuit makes her legs look longer, visually making her legs seem endless, two long white legs. Feng Chen is truly startled by Lin Xiaoya. He sees her walking towards him. "Don't come over, I can't betray Lao Yang." Lao Yang may be superficial, but over the 4 years of college, he's fed various snacks given by his girlfriends to them, helping them gain weight, grow taller, and mature physically, all thanks to Lao Yang. And if there's a real issue, tell Lao Yang, and he'll help sort it out. Previously, Lao Xiao once visited a relative's house and coincidentally encountered a dormitory check, which almost jeopardized his overnight stay and the subsidy from his country. Lao Yang managed to resolve the situation, securing a subsidy of 5,000 yuan, equivalent to extending Lao Xiao's university life by a year. Feng Chen watched as Lin Xiaoya, with a mischievous smile, walked towards him. Foul. In the swimming pool, she didn't wear a swim cap, her long hair flowing freely, dressed in a pretty camisole, walking with bare legs. Feng Chen jumped directly into the water. Although it's said that good girls don't disappoint and bad girls don't waste, a buddy's girl is definitely off limits. Seeing Feng Chen's reaction, Lin Xiaoya stood on the shore, laughing uncontrollably. "What are you afraid of?" "I won't bite," Lin Xiaoya teased, her voice sweet and lingering, with a hint of playfulness. "Does this look like someone who won't bite?" The water in the pool shimmered. Feng Chen dove in. Water splashed onto Lin Xiaoya's face. Lin Xiaoya was curious about Feng Chen because of her roommate Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing and she were not from the same world. Although Su Qingqing was low-key, Lin Xiaoya was too precocious.
While other boys were still foolishly counting ants on the ground, she was already thinking about marrying a prince, living in a castle, having 2 children, buying lots of beautiful clothes and jewelry, and living a carefree and happy life. Dating poor boys would give you a lot of emotional value, then marrying a rich man because you can provide emotional value to him.
This was Lin Xiaoya's outlook on life.
If she said it out loud, many would criticize her for having a twisted outlook on life. But she just wanted to live a good life. She wasn't as pretty as Su Qingqing, not as wealthy, nor did she have good academic performance. Does that mean she shouldn't live? Why should others be born into a good life while she couldn't? Why couldn't she? They attended the same school, became roommates, so why couldn't she? Lin Xiaoya had a strong sense of competition since she was young, but she competed in the wrong areas. Perhaps if she had encountered the right values education and met someone influential in her life who guided her to focus her competitive spirit on studying, she would have been admitted to a good university and developed a better outlook on life. However, her parents were responsible for giving birth to her but not for guiding her life. On the first day of school, Lin Xiaoya entered the dormitory and saw a small doll on the desk. Curious, she picked it up and heard a cold voice, "Please don't touch my things."
That one sentence offended Lin Xiaoya.
Later, Lin Xiaoya paid special attention to everything about Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing didn't date, was disciplined in her studies, had a hobby of riding motorcycles, but was very aloof.
Su Qingqing didn't have good social skills. Perhaps due to Lin Xiaoya's scheming nature, she would subtly imply to others that Su Qingqing was arrogant and aloof. Su Qingqing didn't care. She didn't care about anyone.
Unexpectedly, during a casual trip to a bar, originally aimed at young Wen Ming, whom Lin Xiaoya estimated wouldn't refuse, she dragged her dormitory mates alone. She didn't plan for Su Qingqing to agree to come, but she did.
And Su Qingqing surprisingly showed interest in young Wen Ming's roommate, the average-looking Feng Chen.
She later inquired and found out that Feng Chen was an ordinary boy from an ordinary family, usually unremarkable.
However, that night, he sang exceptionally well. Feng Chen was quite introverted and didn't talk much.
In Lin Xiaoya's eyes, Feng Chen was the type of boy she could easily win over, very inexperienced. She didn't expect Su Qingqing to go jogging with Feng Chen early the next morning. And today, Lin Xiaoya felt that Su Qingqing's demeanor upon returning was off. She bet 100 cosmetic injections that Su Qingqing's behavior was definitely related to Feng Chen. Lin Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Su Qingqing could also get entangled in love troubles.
Lin Xiaoya was even angrier. Why did it have to be like this? Isn't it good to always be aloof?
Lin Xiaoya herself didn't know. Her feelings towards Su Qingqing were very complex: envy, jealousy, hatred, and admiration. She thought that a perfect life should be like Su Qingqing's, expecting her to be perfect forever, yet also wishing for her to fall just like her.
These complex emotions turned into curiosity towards Feng Chen. What charm did Feng Chen possess to make even Su Qingqing's heart flutter? In other aspects, Lin Xiaoya felt she couldn't compare to Su Qingqing, but when it came to dealing with guys, Lin Xiaoya felt she had the upper hand by 18 levels. Seeing Feng Chen in swim trunks, surprisingly with a good figure, not as timid as she first thought when she saw him at the bar, she actually found him very sunny and positive, with a good temperament. Feng Chen dove into the water, not expecting Lin Xiaoya to stop by the water's edge.
Looking up from underwater, he saw her shapely thighs, bikini area, flat waist, and prominent chest.
"Your roommate calls you Lao Si, can I call you Xiao Si?"
Lin Xiaoya sat directly by the pool, her calves dipped in the water, splashing water around.
"Xiao Si?" Feng Chen was even more flustered.
He wished he could leave immediately, but it felt too strange.
It would be embarrassing. No.
Feng Chen's gaze was a bit distracted, looking at Lin Xiaoya sitting down. He actually wanted to remind her that it's not good to sit by the poolside, as he often choked on water while swimming and had to spit it out by the side. Even though the water was constantly flowing, it still felt dirty. He didn't understand why so many girls liked to sit by the poolside to take photos. Lin Xiaoya thought Feng Chen was looking at her buttocks, feeling a bit shy, but still smiling. In this position, wearing a bikini, almost half of her snow-white buttocks were exposed. Despite his fear, Feng Chen saw Lin Xiaoya's relaxed smile. He somewhat understood why she, with only a 73-point appearance, could become the English department's beauty queen. She exuded a strong sexual allure. Every move and gesture was seductive, something ordinary college students couldn't resist.
If he hadn't gone out with Su Qingqing in the morning, Feng Chen probably wouldn't have been able to resist now.
But innocent young men still have desires, with love in the front and lust behind. Besides, he saw Lin Xiaoya holding hands with Lao Yang yesterday. If Lao Yang saw him playing around with Lin Xiaoya by the pool, he would kill him. Lin Xiaoya noticed that although Feng Chen was staring at her buttocks, his eyes weren't lustful, but rather a strange feeling. There weren't many people at the pool at this time. Lin Xiaoya gritted her teeth, accidentally slipped and fell, landing directly on Feng Chen. Inside, Feng Chen was screaming. Don't come over, don't touch me, sister, you're in debt, I really can't afford to love you, I have no money, you owe more than my life, you've got the wrong person. But with a moral sense of 8, he inexplicably caught the falling Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya was ambitious, feeling very competitive inside, not understanding why Feng Chen, who seemed indifferent to her in a swimsuit, didn't seem to like her at all. She had looked in the mirror and knew she looked beautiful, from every angle. She refused to admit defeat, she let go, after all, she wouldn't lose a piece of meat. She jumped into the water directly, knowing she wouldn't drown. However, falling and jumping were different, and Lin Xiaoya underestimated it a bit. When she landed on Feng Chen, she couldn't help but be scared and ended up clinging to him with both hands. Her whole body was pressed against Feng Chen, surrounded by water. People around didn't find it strange, thinking they were a couple playing around, and no one came to disturb them, keeping their distance. Feng Chen's hand rested on Lin Xiaoya's buttocks. Half was the swimsuit, and the other half was the soft flesh of her buttocks. Subconsciously supporting each other, it ended up like this. Lin Xiaoya was initially startled, but soon started laughing. With a somewhat proud demeanor, she wrapped her hands around Feng Chen's neck, leaning her whole body against him. Her laughter was particularly charming, with single eyelids, makeup on, waterproof makeup, a few freckles on her face, fox-like eye makeup, long and slender, willful yet arrogant, very red lipstick, and unconsciously biting her lower lip. She even used her chest to nudge Feng Chen, shouting, "Help, help, why use a death grip when calling for help?" Feng Chen initially thought she had really fallen. At this moment, he really wanted to smack her on the butt, but he was worried she might enjoy it. With the enhanced athletic buff, a resolute heart buff, and a strength buff, Feng Chen did not give Lin Xiaoya a good look. He lifted her out of the water and placed her by the poolside. He said, "Classmate, you can't swim without a swim cap, please follow the pool rules." Lin Xiaoya's long wet hair was lifted and placed by the poolside, watching Feng Chen swim like a fish. It was simply unbelievable. He actually made her follow the pool rules? He rejected her. She was a little angry. Her heart was pounding. She was lifted up. He actually lifted her up. He was so strong. She blushed a bit. Although Lin Xiaoya usually behaved promiscuously, it was just her way of using her physical advantages. She found that as long as she made some small moves, she could gain many extra benefits. She was used to this as a way of life and had never encountered any obstacles because she had not truly faced the treacherous nature of human hearts on campus, so she acted flirtatiously without suffering any real harm. She seemed like an expert at navigating through the flowers, but in reality, she hadn't done much because she wanted to marry well. Benefits were benefits, and boundaries were boundaries. But at this moment, Lin Xiaoya felt her whole body go soft. Although Feng Chen didn't even touch her buttocks when lifting her, just supporting her thighs below her buttocks. But which girl wouldn't feel weak when a guy easily lifts her up by supporting her thighs? Lin Xiaoya's heart was pounding as she watched Feng Chen swim further and further away like a swordfish, her body getting softer and softer. Feng Chen swam in the pool until forever. He felt like his young and beautiful body had turned pale. He learned freestyle from breaststroke, didn't dare to learn backstroke, fearing that Lin Xiaoya, the troublemaker, was still around. Phew! Lin Xiaoya was really crazy. Fortunately, he had the strength buff. Otherwise, if she jumped into the water and tangled with him, he wouldn't be able to wash off the entanglement no matter where he went. The water resistance was strong, and without strength, he couldn't push her away. Feng Chen encountered a girl like Lin Xiaoya for the first time. She really gave off the vibe of a typical bad girl. Yesterday, she was holding hands with Lao Yang and smiling at him. Today, she actually came to the pool to find him. What a strange hobby. And Su Qingqing said Lin Xiaoya told her that he went jogging. Lin Xiaoya must have known that he went jogging with Su Qingqing, yet she still came to find him. Scared him. Double sense of betrayal. He hadn't done anything, but he was inexplicably stimulated. Feng Chen couldn't understand Lin Xiaoya's thought process, but he had to admit that as a young man, it took him 4 hours of swimming to calm down. Exhausted, he didn't want to think about anything. Otherwise, which young man could handle a campus beauty meticulously dressed, wearing a swimsuit, jumping into the water, hugging you, and pressing her chest against you? Crazy. After showering, Feng Chen felt drained. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. He needed to eat, feeling like ordinary food couldn't make up for the deficit. His body felt empty. Then he saw a message on his phone from Lin Xiaoya sent while he was swimming. "Xiaoao, the teacher stewed a chicken for Xiaoyu today, couldn't finish it, come have some at noon." Feng Chen replied, "Okay," and posted in the dormitory group chat, saying he would pack some fruits for his roommates later. Lao Xiao, okay. Dit Xiao, okay. Lao Yang,
I'm outside, no need to pack, thank you. Feng Chen, smiling face. Feeling guilty. Seeing Lao Yang's profile picture, he felt a bit nervous. Lao Yang actually used his own artistic photo as his profile picture, looking at you with a gentle expression. Scared the heck out of him. After showering, he packed his wet swimsuit in a plastic bag, slung his backpack, and headed straight to the teacher's apartment. He was already very hungry. The thought of Teacher Lu's cooking made his legs wobble even more. However, he suddenly remembered the last time Lao Yang asked them to visit Teacher Lu and they bought a fruit basket. Last time they went to accompany Xiaoyu for a dressing change, no need to buy anything. This time, should he bring a gift when visiting? Feng Chen planned to buy some fruits at the fruit stall near the cafeteria entrance. He now had over 1,000 yuan in his hand, feeling quite affluent. Wealth makes people generous and emotionally intelligent. When living expenses are precarious, he wouldn't have thought of bringing a gift when visiting. But when he got to the fruit stall, the fruits were quite expensive. Buying a fruit basket was even more out of the question, seemed a bit extravagant. Just 2 days ago, they bought a fruit basket, and since Teacher's household was just 2 people, they probably couldn't finish it. It seemed like more than just them were visiting, as there were many gifts piled up at the door. Coincidentally, the fruit stall owner had some lilies today. A bunch for 15 yuan, wrapped in newspaper. They looked quite nice, so Feng Chen decided to get 2 bunches of lilies. Net assets minus 30. Feng Chen held the lilies. There was a guard at the entrance of the teacher's apartment building. Feng Chen hadn't noticed yesterday, nor did he make eye contact with anyone. He wasn't arrogant, just naturally introverted, avoiding eye contact to avoid getting involved. He walked like an ordinary NPC in daily life, walking on his own without interacting with others. If there were too many interactions, NPCs might awaken. It was well known that NPC awakenings were never good, either the NPC dies or the world line dies. But today, the old man at the entrance actually greeted him. Where are you going, student? Feng Chen. Building A, room 901. Teacher Lu's house. Are you Teacher Lu's? Student. Feng Chen nodded, smiling. Feeling like the old man wanted to chat, he kept quiet. The old man let him in. Feng Chen walked towards Building A and unexpectedly ran into Dr. Dong from the school hospital again on the way. He greeted him again. Feng Chen felt a bit flustered. He was just going to have some chicken soup. Why did he have to meet so many acquaintances, feeling anxious as if he was about to do something wrong? Finally, he got into the elevator without encountering any more familiar teachers, feeling relieved. But as the elevator doors opened, Mr. Huang from the Information Management Department, the teacher who performed the hot dry noodles skit in class, was standing at the door. Big bald head, big beer belly, hot day, a towel over his shoulder, holding garbage, waiting for the elevator. 1 elevator, 2 households, 901 and 902. It seemed like Mr. Huang came out of 902. Feng Chen said, "Hello, teacher." Mr. Huang nodded. He didn't recognize him, but they were probably all students. They passed each other. The rich aroma of chicken soup seemed to linger at the elevator entrance. Feng Chen took a deep breath, stood at Teacher Lu's door, almost reaching out to enter the password. Then he heard the elevator closing, realizing that if he had just entered the password, would Mr. Huang misunderstand? He should knock on the door. Xiaoyu wasn't alone inside, the teacher was there too. Then he thought, did the teacher change the password? If not, did he now have the teacher's home password and could just enter? He knocked, and Teacher Lu, wearing an apron, opened the door. Underneath the apron, she wore a yellow floral skirt. The bright yellow color, the delicate floral pattern, not the kind of skirt a schoolgirl would wear. But it suited Teacher Lu just right, exuding a graceful charm that made her skin appear even fairer. "Come in, the slippers are by the door, help yourself," she said. Lu Chunli noticed the shoes on Feng Chen's feet, her smile growing wider. She then saw the bouquet of lilies he held in his hands. She reached out to take it. Lowering her head to smell the bouquet, she said with a smile, "Lilies smell wonderful before they bloom, with a faint clean fragrance. Once they bloom, they become splendid, exuding a rich romantic scent. They bloom for a long time. I really like them, thank you." Feng Chen had intended to save money. A $30 bouquet of flowers was more presentable than $30 worth of fruit. Basic thriftiness of a commoner. He hadn't expected the teacher to sincerely express her liking and gratitude. Feng Chen blushed slightly. The teacher placed the bouquet on the table and hurried to the kitchen. "I'll start cooking." Feng Chen took off his sneakers, wearing the shoes the teacher had given him. He had planned to put them away, but after going for breakfast with Su Qingqing in the morning, walking through the rice fields, his shoes got dirty with mud, so he had to change into these. After taking off his sneakers, a pair of blue slippers was placed by the door. They looked new as well.
He put on the slippers, then set down his backpack and his wet swimsuit bag aside. Since it was damp, he didn't put it inside the bag. As he entered, the little ewe in the bedroom waved excitedly at him, like a husky seeing its owner after a long time. At this age, boys couldn't sit still for a minute. Due to his illness, he had to lie or crouch in the room all the time, looking pitiful. Brother How, Brother How. Brother how did you know my mom likes lilies? My dad told me that when he was courting my mom, he used to buy a bouquet of lilies every day. Feng Chen, how do you expect me to respond? Is your dad a romantic? The chicken soup had been stewing all morning, with added Chinese angelica. It had a strong Chinese angelica flavor. Southerners like to add medicinal herbs when stewing soup, making it feel nourishing with various herbs added. And they must have soup for every meal. Feng Chen had an uncle with gout, and the doctor repeatedly warned not to drink broth. However, his aunt stewed all kinds of soups for every meal, adding various medicinal herbs, claiming it was a remedy for gout. Drinking broth would worsen gout, but the herbs were for treating it. Stewing herbs and soup together, was it for treatment or exacerbation? Anyway, his uncle now had diabetes, gout, pancreatitis, 2 relapses, and thyroid issues, for nodules with high risk. Young Feng Chen didn't need to worry about any of these problems now, even though the probability of inheriting many diseases in the family was high. He was only 21 years old. He drank most of the pot of chicken soup, probably equivalent to 5 bowls of soup. Besides Chinese angelica, there were various mushrooms in it, very fresh. He also ate 3 bowls of rice and finished all the dishes the teacher had cooked. Today's dishes were relatively light. Bitter melon with scrambled eggs, smashed cucumber, potato stir-fried with green beans, cold salad with black fungus and fresh peanuts, the taste of freshly dug peanuts, juicy and slightly sweet, very delicious. The potatoes were fried until crispy, the green beans were cooked thoroughly, as undercooked ones could be toxic, but not overcooked, as they would lose their sweetness. Stir-frying green beans well is a test of culinary skills. Feng Chen's mother often overcooked or stewed the green beans until mushy. He and Little Yu cleared the plates, and today Feng Chen was very willing to help with the dishes, not out of courtesy, but because he felt embarrassed otherwise. Eating and drinking for free. Buying a free-range old hen was also very expensive now, and it seemed like he had eaten most of it alone. A $150 chicken, he probably ate $99 worth of it. Feng Chen's appetite had increased significantly, at least more than twice his usual, probably due to the buffs from exercising and gaining strength. If every meal in the future is this much, his Engel coefficient will increase. Feng Chen's action of taking the bowl was firm, so the teacher didn't compete with him for it. She likes cooking but dislikes washing dishes. Feng Chen was washing dishes in the kitchen while Lu Chunli was preparing to arrange the lilies. She was washing the vase in another sink. Then she trimmed the flower branches. There were 2 parallel sinks in the kitchen, with a window in front of them facing a courtyard, and the view straight ahead was a red wall on the opposite side. Lu Chunli usually didn't open the window. At this moment, the window, facing the opposite wall, was like a mirror, reflecting the 2 of them standing side by side clearly yet not so clearly. The man was washing dishes, and the woman was arranging flowers. Lu Chunli casually glanced at the window and was startled by the scene. She hurriedly took the flowers out of the kitchen. She placed the vase on the dining table, feeling a bit uneasy. Just like before with Xiaoyu's father, they divided the tasks. His father washed the dishes, and she tidied up beside him. Standing side by side, the window acted as a mirror, reflecting the 2 of them, chatting and saying many things. He said he wanted to expand his company's business and move to Suehu in the future. A house in Suehu costs at least 50 million, and she laughed, saying he was dreaming, that things were already good as they were. He said, Chunli, I will make sure you have the happiest life. Trust me, I can do it. She said she believed in him, that he could do it. And he did. He worked hard, expanded his company's business, did everything to give her a happy life, but he forgot to bring her along. The scene of them standing together just now made Lu Chunli somewhat defenseless. Her hand even trembled slightly as she arranged the flowers. She might be having a relapse of hyperthyroidism. She had hyperthyroidism during her pregnancy, and once it relapsed, her emotions fluctuated greatly, she lost weight, felt anxious and excited, would suddenly want to cry, even smash her phone. Lu Chunli took a deep breath. It's okay, everything will pass. Feng Chen finished washing the dishes and came out to see Teacher Lu standing in front of the dining table, lost in thought while holding the lilies. The table in the teacher's house was covered with checkered cloth, the curtains in the living room were checkered, and there were paintings on the wall. At this moment, a faint ray of sunlight poured in, shining on the teacher's side. The furniture had a European feel to it. This scene had a painterly quality to it. The woman arranging flowers exuded a sense of sadness all over her body, with the sunlight only daring to touch behind her. Her skin was fair, her eyes slightly red, she was soft, warm, and sad. To the young Feng Chen, it was quite impactful.
It was an indescribable feeling. Not a sexual tension. No deliberate seduction. Feng Chen just thought that this scene might be etched in his future memories. The floral pattern on the yellow dress was daisies, and the flower in her hand was a lily. Feng Chen approached and suddenly said, "Keep it up, Chuanli." Lu Chuanli was startled to see the tall boy standing in front of her. Hearing him call her name, she felt a bit amused and touched his head lightly with the lily in her hand. "Don't be disrespectful, you should call me teacher." The lily tapped his forehead, the flower tip brushed his face, and the floral scent landed on his breath. Feng Chen chuckled. "How ga?" Xiaoyu's voice came from the bathroom. Feng Chen went to help, following the familiar routine with the golden retriever. "Xiaoyu, I'm going to walk the dog this afternoon, and I'll take you along for some fresh air." Walking one is the same as walking two. Xiaoyu, "Hauga, are you saying I'm a dog?" No, Xiaoyu, how can you compare yourself to a dog? I charge 80 per hour for walking a dog, but walking you is free. Lu Chuanli couldn't help but laugh on the side. Xiaoyu, with a disgruntled expression. But the thought of playing with Demao made him happy again. Xiaoyu was a bit down today. He complained about his dad yesterday, thinking his dad had something urgent to attend to, but he never expected his dad wouldn't come to pick him up. In a boy's heart, a dad's position is higher than a mom's. Dads are awesome and can do anything. Dads keep their promises. Every time Dad went on a business trip, he would bring back whatever Xiaoyu wanted. But now, Dad didn't keep his word, causing a sense of disappointment. It wasn't just about not getting toys, now he even thought, could he do without those toys if Dad could come back? Xiaoyu couldn't describe it, but he just felt really upset. However, he knew he couldn't talk to Mom about Dad, she would probably feel even worse. Lu Chuanli also felt uneasy seeing her son like this, so she called Feng Chen to come over again. It seemed like her son really liked Feng Chen. Whenever he was around, her son became more lively, talkative, and the house became lively too. "How good, I'll rest well now, make sure to come pick me up in the afternoon," Xiaoyu obediently said. "Sure, it's a promise." Lu Chuanli looked at her son, who had finally calmed down after a morning of fussing, and her heart also settled. She closed the bedroom door. Feng Chen was ready to leave, as he needed to buy lunch for his roommates. At the door, Feng Chen's bag with swim trunks accidentally broke, and a damp towel fell out. Feng Chen hurried to pick it up. Teacher Lu also bent down to pick it up. Feng Chen was a bit flustered. Although they were swim trunks, boys felt they were similar to underwear. In front of the teacher, dropping swim trunks seemed suspicious. In his panic, he tried to pick up the swim trunks to put them back, but instead of grabbing the trunks, he caught Teacher Lu's hand. A brief touch. Lu Chuanli picked up the swim trunks and said, "No wonder there's a strong smell of disinfectant. Keeping swim trunks damp like this will make them stink. I'll wash them for you, they should be dry when you come to pick up Xiaoyu in the afternoon, then you can take them." Feng Chen's face wasn't red, but his ears were, even his earlobes. Just now, Lin Xiaoya was wearing a revealing swimsuit in the water, holding him and pressing her chest against him, and he remained calm. But now, seeing the teacher holding his black swim trunks in her delicate hands, he couldn't hold back. His heart raced. His breathing became erratic. Okay, teacher." Feng Chen fled in embarrassment. Before leaving, the teacher handed him a box of Tetra Pak milk. Boys need a lot of energy, so have some. Congratulations to the host for successfully charming the bronze-level single lady Lin Xiaoya, with an initial affection level of 60. Please continue your efforts, strive harder, and reach new heights. Inside the elevator, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Feng Chen widened his eyes in surprise. What the heck? Lin Xiaoya's affection level for him was only 60? How did she manage to be so affectionate towards someone with less than 60 points, even in such revealing attire? No, if it weren't for the system, he would somewhat think that Lin Xiaoya had some feelings for him, maybe not 100, but at least 80, or even 78. Otherwise, why would she intentionally show affection? Isn't that a sign of affection? Isn't she interested in him? Next time Lin Xiaoya sees him and asks for help, after he rejected her advances at the pool, can he refuse her if she asks for help again? He would definitely feel somewhat embarrassed to refuse. But only 60 points of affection? Just passing? It's just slightly better than being a stranger. Lin Xiaoya is truly a genius. How did she do it? Feng Chen felt like he had been hit hard. Reality had taught him a lesson. No wonder people avoid talking about love. It's terrifying. Lin Xiaoya was holding hands with Lao Yang yesterday, and now she's single? How could she possibly be single? Every department has its own rumors about her boyfriend. Even the former African foreign teacher who resigned was rumored to have a story with Lin Xiaoya. TSK. Feng Chen felt a bit disdainful of his own immorality, speculating about others behind their backs. But it's human nature. With someone like Lin Xiaoya, who spoke to you for the first time by rushing over in a swimsuit, how could gossip not spread? Perhaps Feng Chen's mind was too rich, questioning too much. The system provided detailed notes. Bronze level single woman Lin Xiaoya, 22 years old, assets minus 66,000, debts owed by her father. Her father used her ID, student status, to apply for credit cards, borrow money, gamble. Moderate knowledge, 66 points, specialty in languages, average appearance, 73 points. Feng Chen fell silent, remembering that the last time Lin Xiaoya was introduced, her assets were minus 69,000. So in just 2 or 3 days, she lost 3,000 yuan. Where would a student find 3,000 yuan? Feng Chen, who had just asked his dad for 1,000 yuan in pocket money, fell silent. Spending money is easy, but earning money is really hard. In the afternoon, he had to walk dogs for Gua Man, 80 yuan each time, which was Gua Man's discounted price, a high price. And he originally thought Lin Xiaoya owed money because of bad habits, like doing cosmetic procedures or shopping on credit, not expecting it to be for this reason. Mainly because Lin Xiaoya seemed outgoing, confident when smiling, not bearing deep grudges. Indeed, sometimes it seems you really can't judge people by appearances, can't see anything at all. It wasn't until he left the teacher's apartment, went to the cafeteria to pack food for Lao Xiao and De Xiao, that he came to his senses when the cafeteria lady asked what he wanted. Plain chicken, hollow heart vegetable, potato slices, green beans, stir-fried rice cakes, seaweed egg soup, 3 portions of rice. Lao Xiao gets 2 portions of rice, feeling a bit guilty. He had just drunk such nourishing chicken soup, side dishes, and fragrant wuchang rice, packaged in the teacher's kitchen, and now what he was packing for Lao Xiao and the others was leftovers from the cafeteria, cold dishes. Lao Xiao was fine, easy to feed. De Xiao, this delicate piggy boy, the rich second generation of a small factory, was raised rough by them. Fortunately, there was Tetra Pak milk today, feeling like he was eating soft food again, even though it was just a box of milk. Back in the dorm, De Xiao's face was pale from hunger, clamoring for food. Lao Si, why does it smell like chicken soup, so fragrant? Did you buy chicken for me? Feng Chen, there's plain chicken. Lao Xiao was very unkempt from hunger. These 2 days he seemed to be in high spirits, his face covered in a thick beard. And today a girl asked him for help, he actually refused. In the past, if a girl asked him, he would fulfill the mission without delay, not wasting a second. Since he started making Douyin videos, he had actually turned down 3 girls who asked him to work. He was editing a video of Heizi playing tennis. The video of organizing the room had 20,000 likes, but it wasn't increasing much, the peak traffic had passed. The video of him singing had over 10,000 likes and shares, with likes still increasing rapidly. His account had over 7,000 favorites. Yesterday, the video he edited quietly had only a few hundred likes. That's how Douyin is, if a video isn't popular, it just isn't. Even if there's another video next to it with 100,000 likes, 10 likes on another video is normal. Not all videos bring wealth. But if one video has issues, the account will be banned together. Different lives but shared death. However, Lao Xiao was already very satisfied. As long as there was hope, he would continue. He ate while watching videos, learning how to edit and shoot. Once a person wants to do something, learning related things becomes much easier, much more profound. Things that were not understood before are now easily grasped, and the closed mind begins to accept knowledge. Feng Chen looked at the sloppy Lao Xiao and the pale De Xiao, giving each of them a bottle of Tetra Pak milk. He also took one for himself. Young boys need to replenish their milk. After finishing the milk, Feng Chen took a plum, a bright red plum known by a foreign name, black plum, and sold it at 10 times the price. It's really important to learn English. Having an English name can double your value. But when he took a bite, it was sour. Changing his English name didn't help. It was super sour. Feng Chen's eyes watered from the sourness. This plum was as sour as Su Qingqing. Extremely sour. It's true that people buy fruits that resemble them. With a sour feeling, Feng Chen entered a nap state and fell asleep instantly. Exercise can break all philosophies. If you're tired enough, you can close your eyes and fall asleep. 13 to 1400 hours reading, books are tools to cultivate the soul. Hugo. There are millions of good-looking appearances, but only a few interesting souls. An excellent soft rice man must have an interesting soul. Read more, use your phone less. Feng Chen woke up and saw the new schedule. He packed his bag and prepared to go to the library. Lao Xiao also stood up, ready to follow to take photos. Looking at Lao Xiao with a dense beard, gazing at him affectionately, Feng Chen was a bit puzzled. Xiaoge, should we shave a bit? You look too sloppy. Lao Xiao took out his phone and checked the front camera, then immediately turned it off. Feng Chen understood Lao Zhao's action.
After all, a 6 out of 10 appearance could be a bit scary when seen through the front camera. No shaving, Heizi, starting today, I swear I will make a video that gets 100,000 likes.
If I fail, I won't shave,
Lao Zhao said firmly.
Feng Chen, so you're the grandpa with the golden touch of my long beard?
In the library in the afternoon, there were traces of time on the red walls.
Ivy quietly lay on the wall. It looked like a peaceful time.
Lao Zhao was shooting in front of the red wall, shooting from different angles, lying down to shoot.
Feng Chen stood aside, pretending not to know the bearded man lying against the wall.
He shot for a while, then looked back at his work, constantly adjusting his phone. So there was a man's back against the wall, hands moving non-stop.
Luckily, there weren't many people around at that time.
When Lao Zhao was done, they entered the library together.
Students were quite disciplined, they would lower their voices when entering the library. Heizi, what book do you want to read? I haven't decided anything. I thought you had a goal. No, I just want to read. It feels important to me. If I spend an hour on my phone, it feels like an hour disappears from my life. But if I read for an hour, it feels like I gain an extra hour in my life. Lao Zhao took photos with his phone, thinking to himself that Lao Si had really changed, becoming diligent recently, which was somewhat intimidating. He wondered what big event had happened at home and whether he could handle it. He was eager to succeed and help out. He still remembered the first day of his freshman year when he entered the dorm and saw a large SLR camera on the table. He usually didn't touch other people's things, but this SLR camera was too beautiful, almost glowing. Lao Zhao had just entered college and wasn't that insecure yet. He reached out and picked up the camera. Unexpectedly, the dorm door suddenly opened, and someone came in, a guy waving his hand. Lao Zhao was so scared he almost dropped the camera. It's okay, play with it. Just press the button on top to open it.
Try it, and remember to remove the cover in front of the lens. Lao Zhao carefully held the SLR camera and took the first photo of his life with an SLR camera, capturing the smiling guy standing at the door. The guy's smile was warm and sunny, probably just washed his face, with water droplets still on it. It was probably from that moment that he fell in love with photography. Later, university life was not smooth sailing. He often faced setbacks, and not all classmates were friendly. He worked hard to support himself and was often looked down upon. Once, while cleaning the auditorium, 2 students accused him of taking their things, only to realize later that it was a misunderstanding as they had lost them on the way. Heizi accompanied him as they retraced the steps of those 2 students, circling the area 8 times until they found the lost items. Lao Zhao did not cry on the way, but tears welled up when the items were found. Feeling wronged and unable to express it, he knew that being poor did not equate to being guilty. The more experiences he had, the more Lao Zhao cherished the smiling face he saw in the dormitory on the first day of school. That's why he wanted to succeed, not just for himself but also to help Heizi. Heizi was kind-hearted but lacked ambition. The fact that he was driven to excel meant it was no small matter. Lao Zhao, unable to be of much help, remained silent and continued to strive. Feng Chen continued to randomly pick books. However, with Lao Zhao filming him, he tried to be a bit more serious. He chose a book called Me and the Altar by teacher Shi Taisheng, as he had seen it recommended on Douyin recently. Since my legs became disabled, my family avoided mentioning my legs. Only Yu Hua took me to play soccer, letting me be the goalkeeper. He didn't treat me as a disabled person, nor just as a person. At the age of 21, my legs completely betrayed me. I didn't die, all thanks to friendship. When he came across these 2 sentences, he felt inexplicably moved, amused, and moved again. Friendship is the friendship between friends, but also a hospital for friendship. It's hard to say which is more important. There's a kind of generous self-mockery and joyful sadness. In short, today Feng Chen was feeling sentimental. He took Me and the Altar and started reading it directly in the reading room, choosing a seat by the window. Lao Zhao also took a book on photography and filmed videos of Heizi along the way, focusing on his back and profile, avoiding capturing his face directly, trying out a new filming technique he had learned. Heizi read his book, while Lao Zhao put down the camera and filmed Heizi reading, focusing on the book pages without showing Heizi's face in the frame. Lao Zhao also read his book. The sound of flipping pages filled the air, perhaps the most beautiful white noise. Feng Chen became the young, legless little Shi in the vortex of fate, struggling on the brink of death. Life was not just bitter, it was even more bitter. Besides death, there was the difficulty of living. Sitting in a wheelchair, strolling in the altar, unable to touch the ground with his feet or reach the sky with his head, how could he be a man standing tall and proud? To live, he had to find a way to live happily, because life was not just about oneself but also about family, friends, and parents. Feng Chen was deeply touched. Despite his moral sense of 8, he was easily moved by such content. After my legs were paralyzed, I remembered the shameless spirit that Leisha once taught me, which roughly means, if you want to do something, don't be too concerned about saving face. Even if you pretend to know, buddy, you have to mingle with the experts. Who would have thought I would climb the mountain again? Who would believe that I climbed the mountain by myself? Fengchen had climbed countless mountains. Never before had he been as excited as now, watching Shi Taisheng, sitting in the electric wheelchair his wife had haggled hard to buy, climbing the mountain. 57 years had passed. He was supposed to die from the start, but at 57, he was still alive. It was great, every day he lived was an extra gain. Fengchen closed the book. He had spent time delving into most of Shi Taisheng's life, while everything around him remained peaceful. The leaves of the climbing ivy outside the window swayed gently, the wind was soft, and the sunlight was intense. Across from him, Lao Shao had somehow fallen asleep on his photography book. Fengchen closed the book, took a deep breath, and shook his head. Finally, he opened the book cover again and glanced at the author's introduction. Shi Taisheng, January 4, 1951 to December 31, 2010, lived to be 59 years old, 2 years after he finally climbed the mountain. Phew! Whether it was satisfactory or regretful, he felt a bit sad, yet somewhat uplifted. This is probably the feeling of reading a good book. Right now, he had only read it, but perhaps someday in the future, when he was doing something, he would remember why he did it, because he had once read a book, and the protagonist in the book seemed to do it that way. At that moment, knowledge and action merged. The host has completed the immersive reading task, rewarded with a random small benefit from the book Taisheng's Blessing, lifespan plus 10. If I could live another 10 years, I would like to accompany my wife to climb Wanshou Mountain by Kunming Lake again. Fengchen glanced at his panel and surprisingly found detailed information about his lifespan, 21/50 plus 10/108. His maximum lifespan was 108 years, currently 21 years old, originally able to live up to 50 years, now with an additional 10 years, making it 60. At least passing. However, Fengchen was a bit suspicious if the system was cheating. Could it be that after reading this book and being deeply moved, he started living well, being moderate, and naturally could live to 60? The system remained silent. Fengchen got up to return the book. Suddenly standing up, not feeling dizzy, body strong, legs intact, grateful for life, thankful to his parents. Lao Shao raised his head, rubbed his eyes, checked his phone, 1% battery left. Heizi, finished reading? Finished, let's go. What are we doing next? Work, walk the dog. I'll go back to the dorm to edit videos. I was too excited last night and didn't sleep well, kept waking up in the middle of the night, checking the backend every hour. Lao Shao yawned. The two parted ways at the Student Street intersection. Fengchen shouted at Lao Shao's slightly staggering figure as he walked away, "Lao Shao, keep it up." Lao Shao turned back, looked at Heizi, and smiled, "I'll buy a few oranges, wait for you to come back and eat." Fengchen, get lost. Fengchen went back to the study room and studied for another hour. His mind gained some knowledge that might be useless. He felt a bit more stable. The system also considerately gave him a memory buff for one day. Fengchen was a bit worried that if he didn't have the memory buff later, studying would be painful. Learning but not remembering, wouldn't that be in vain? Suffering. No, any buff is an addition to your original state, something you can achieve by adjusting yourself. With the buff, using your brain more can also stimulate your own memory. Fengchen understood that buffs leave traces, and after using them, he could still remember, and with high comprehension, he could gradually develop a natural buff in the future. Thinking this way, he felt a bit excited. What he learned was truly his own. 1630 to 1730 study on taking care of pets plus parenting, able to take care of pets/children, do it well, a basic skill for a soft rice man. She is responsible for earning money to support the family. You are responsible for looking beautiful, taking care of pets, cooking, organizing, taking care of pets/children. Seeing the new time slot, Fengchen couldn't help but smile. He first pushed Xiaoyu out of the teacher's apartment. Then he took Xiaoyu to Gu Xiaoman's house on the student street. Gu Xiaoman had already messaged him that she wouldn't come in the afternoon, as her friend invited her to go shopping. Gu Xiaoman had originally planned to come today, but she felt a bit reserved, thinking that girls shouldn't be too proactive. Then her friend called her to go shopping, and she also wanted to buy clothes. So they went shopping together. When Fengchen arrived, there was an ant cleaning up. The room was very pink, with pink sandalwood furniture, and a huge pink cloth doll under the window. The bedroom was also pink and fluffy. Today, the big golden retriever had a pink bow on his head. He waved to the golden retriever. The retriever ignored him. "Fengchen, weren't we good friends yesterday?"
It's true that dogs resemble their owners. Too proud.
He had been classmates in the tennis class with Gua Man for several years, but he never noticed her liking him. This dog, turning hostile after just one day apart.
More fickle than a woman. Feng Chen dragged the big retriever while Xiaoyu sat in the wheelchair, giggling, laughing to death. Feng Chen was speechless. The 80-pound dog refused to go out, and now he could even carry it, but the retriever turned its back to him. He had to resort to his trump card. Feng Chen still had a bottle of intermediate clear voice capsules, 6 hours per 30 days, which would expire within a month. Feng Chen, the ordinary citizen, was bad at keeping things and always worried about forgetting or wasting them when they expired, so he planned to use them up when he remembered. After all, the promised effect was, hear the next sentence after you say one. There is a chance it may affect animals. Although it was a dog, Tongzi had kept his word so far. He didn't know if the double clear voice capsules had any strange effects. Big Hair, why don't you want to go out for a walk today? Doesn't your master say you love running outside, at least an hour a day? Woof, 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 woof. What? You don't want to wear the pink bow on your head? Do you find it ugly? Feng Chen saw it trying to pat its own head with its paw, as if it understood. Woof. Feng Chen took off the pink bow from the retriever's head, and indeed, it wagged its tail excitedly, nudging Feng Chen's leg with its head, eager to go out. Xiaoyu, who was laughing a moment ago, now widened his eyes, looking at Feng Chen with admiration. How good, you're amazing. You can speak dog language. Feng Chen. Why does this praise feel off? Feng Chen pushed Xiaoyu and walked towards the grassy area by the school lake, holding the retriever's leash. But on the way, they passed a stall selling mixed grain pancakes. The retriever barked excitedly. Feng Chen had no choice but to buy 2 mixed grain pancakes and 4 sausages. The mixed grain pancakes were 3.5 yuan each, and the sausages were 1 yuan each. Cash assets, -11. This move was a bit of a loss. They hadn't made any money yet, but they were already spending it. We can only eat 4, and then we're out. Woof. Big Hair happily devoured 4 sausages. Feng Chen also ate a mixed grain pancake. With his current high level of physical activity and study intensity, he was mostly focused and time-bound, so he easily finished eating. Xiaoyu only ate half, unable to finish, so Feng Chen took the remaining half and ate it. It wasn't dirty anyway. The pancake vendor would always cut a slice in the middle, and girls often bought one to share. Xiaoyu was very happy. It felt like their relationship had become closer. The afternoon sun was warm, the weather was hot but not humid, with a gentle breeze. On the grass, Big Hair ran around. Feng Chen took out a blanket from behind the wheelchair, laid it on the grass, and picked up Xiaoyu, who had been sitting for a while, so he could lie down as he wasn't suited for long sitting. When Feng Chen picked up Xiaoyu, he was a bit nervous, afraid of being dropped and getting hurt again, having to lie down for months. But Haoge was strong and effortlessly lifted him up and put him down without any trembling. Last time his dad picked him up, he almost dropped him, making his wound hurt even more. Haoge gave a strong sense of security, making him feel reliable. After running around for a while, Big Hair came back and played with Xiaoyu lying on the ground. Xiaoyu was a bit scared at first, but after a while, he found Big Hair to be really obedient and quickly warmed up to him. Feng Chen casually took a few photos and sent them separately to his employer, Gua Man, and his teacher, Lu Chuanli. The messages were identical. Boss, picture, 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 picture. After sending them, Feng Chen suddenly felt like he had acquired a new skill of a scumbag, mass sending. Sending the same content to different girls. Ha ha. Gua Man replied instantly. Gua Man, Dema looks so happy. Who's the little boy? He looks a bit like you, silly. Gua Man, expression, I'm your dad. Gua Man, expression, a prancing grass mud horse. Feng Chen. Don't talk nonsense, that's my teacher's child. After a while, teacher Lu also replied. Lu Chuanli, Xiaoyu is very happy, thank you, smiley face, rose. Does it have a special meaning for teachers of their age to send roses? After hesitating for a moment, Feng Chen also replied with, smiley face, rose. He replied to the teacher's WeChat. Feng Chen suddenly felt very happy, even though he only sent a picture of a rose. Originally, it was just an ordinary rose, an ordinary picture. But because it was sent to teacher Lu, it seemed somehow extraordinary. It felt special. Looking at the rose emoji, it seemed exceptionally good. This rose is truly red. In the evening by the riverbank, the grass was lush green, and people were full of vitality. University is a good place because it has a high concentration of young people, and places with many young people always give a sense of hope. Happy youth express themselves in a simple way. He ran with Demao. Demao, woof woof woof. Feng Chen, let's race, who gets to the end first, then back. Demao, woof. The man and the dog dashed out together.
Of course, Demao won in the end.
Demao has 4 legs, while Fengchen only has 2. Although Demao is fat, he has the physical advantage.
If Fengchen uses the sports buff, he can barely catch up, otherwise, he can only run along. They ran back to Xiaoyu.
Fengchen also lay down panting.
Demao nudged Fengchen with his head.
Woof woof woof. Again. Fengchen, I can't, I need to rest for a while.
In the morning, when he ran with Su Qingqing, he could run without a word, running for half an hour at a stretch, but now, after one lap, he was exhausted.
Different reference points yield different results. Demao wanted to continue running, but Fengchen didn't. Demao, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. You need more exercise, you're too weak. Fengchen, I don't want to run anymore.
Demao looked at Fengchen with watery eyes. Without forcing him, Demao played with Fengchen in place. Demao is 3 years old this year.
Their lifespan is usually 10 to 12 years.
A robust Demao is equivalent to a human in their 30s. So, in its eyes, 21-year-old Fengchen is still a little brother.
Golden retrievers are loved by humans because of their calm, optimistic, and loyal nature.
However, in reality, the golden retriever, also known as the golden retriever, is a hunting dog with strong swimming abilities.
If you drown, a golden retriever will rush into the water to bring you back. Its hunting abilities on land are also very strong.
Because Fengchen could communicate with it and felt a sense of closeness on their first meeting yesterday, Demao concluded with its wisdom. The little brother in front of it might actually be a hairless mutant golden retriever. Originally, being hairless was pitiful enough. With weak running abilities and no hunting skills, no one would want it, and it would starve to death.
So Demao urgently wanted to train the little brother.
Moreover, Demao felt that its owner actually wanted to keep this hairless little brother, even naming it Xiao Heorzi, while calling itself Demao.
Perhaps Xiao Heorzi was too weak, so the owner hadn't decided whether to keep it or not.
Training the little mouse well, making it as strong as oneself, so the master can keep the little mouse as a companion.
Demao felt happy about his wisdom. He truly was the smartest dog, no wonder humans liked him. Woof, 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 woof.
Little mouse, buck up, don't feel inferior without fur, start exercising.
Fengchen was puzzled. Why was the dog barking at him again? Can't run anymore, it's really hard to earn 80. Demao wanted to drag Fengchen to the river.
Seeing Xiaoyu almost exhausted, Fengchen picked him up and placed him on a wheelchair, pushing them both to the river.
Unexpectedly, at the riverbank, Demao barked at Fengchen, woof, woof, woof. Watch me.
Then he plunged into the river.
Fengchen was startled. Oh no. Lost the dog on the first day of walking it? Gua Man must be devastated, right? Will she scold him? Demao. Fengchen shouted loudly into the river.
Demao ignored him, only climbing out of the water after a while. Drenched, he spat out a fish.
Then, woof, woof, woof. Learned it? Fengchen was astonished, watching Demao proudly shaking off water droplets under the sunlight, a live fish over a pound wriggling on the grass. Impressive. Fengchen didn't expect the dog to catch a fish instead of a mouse.
Xiaoyu was also shocked, eyes and mouth wide open. Demao, seeing the surprised look on the little mouse, felt a bit smug.
Woof, woof, woof. Do you want to learn? Can Demao catch another one? I'll record it for you. Fengchen excitedly suggested. Woof, woof, woof. If you want to record and learn, sure.
Fengchen filmed as Demao, giving face, jumped into the water again and soon caught a bigger fish, over 2 pounds, splashing water on Fengchen and Xiaoyu's faces.
Demao proudly shook his fur, enjoying playing in the water as he disliked the heat, now shaking off the water droplets, his fur fluffy. Fengchen watched Demao on the phone, the water droplets shaking off, forming colorful patterns under the sunlight. Demao, woof, woof, woof. Learned it? Fengchen gave a thumbs up to Demao. Demao breathed a sigh of relief.
He was a bit overweight. A healthy golden retriever should weigh around 70 pounds, but he was over 80 pounds, overweight and lacking in stamina. If the little mouse made him catch another fish, it would be tough. Just now, while catching the fish, he got hit in the face by another fish. He needed more exercise.
Demao was very happy, woof, woof, woof.
Today he caught fish, played in the water, and gained a furless little brother.
Fengchen put the 2 fish in a bag for an extra meal.
Following the dog, Fengchen started playing around with him. Demao loved to pounce on him, for some unknown reason.
Always pouncing on him.
Fengchen wondered if Demao could play frisbee, he would have thrown one for him to fetch now. While Fengchen was having a great time playing with Demao, a man and a woman approached from a distance. The man was a tall foreign teacher, Western-looking, slim and tall. Surprisingly, the woman walking beside the foreign teacher was Lin Xiaoya. They seemed close, taking a walk by the river. When they reached Fengchen, he finally noticed them.
Lin Xiaoya also saw Fengchen.
Initially, she noticed a large golden retriever ahead and told Jim to go take a look. They chatted and laughed, not expecting to find a large golden retriever playing with a boy when they got closer.
And that boy turned out to be Fengchen. Lin Xiaoya usually didn't care much about others' opinions. After all, she had solid advantages, so why bother about others' views? She wasn't eating anyone else's food. But at this moment, for some reason, she felt a bit awkward as she watched Fengchen playing carefreely with the big golden retriever on the grass. It was probably at this moment that she suddenly felt that Fengchen was actually similar to Su Qingqing. Looking at the shoes on his feet, if his family background was ordinary, he wouldn't buy such expensive shoes. His family must be simple, clean, and happy, which is why he enjoys playing with pets, why he looks especially handsome when he smiles. Recalling the scene at the pool in the morning, Lin Xiaoya felt a bit embarrassed, which is why he completely rejected her, probably feeling dirty about himself. Jim asked, "What's on your mind, Lin?"
Lin Xiaoya smiled brightly at Jim and said, "Nothing." She mocked herself, knowing her reputation was bad, with rumors of her sleeping with foreigners and having children.
She didn't care, never did. "I am extremely pleased to be your child's teacher this year. Grace has a special place in my heart.
I am so proud of her development. She has worked so hard and improved in every aspect.
Jim, I recommended you to my friend. You're great, you always surprise me, Lin."
Lin Xiaoya had a happy look on her face. Fengchen saw Lin Xiaoya, dressed in a different style with a white shirt, trousers, hair down, carrying a small bag, looking very mature and professional. She was charming when she smiled.
Fengchen overheard their conversation and surprisingly understood. "Thankful for being a diligent learner,"
Lin Xiaoya said, "I am very happy to be your child's teacher. Grace holds a special place in my heart. I am proud of her development. She works very hard and has made progress in every aspect." Thankful for these days of hard work, although not fluent, Lin Xiaoya's rapid speech, he surprisingly understood. Lin Xiaoya is actually tutoring foreign children.
Amazing, reverse tutoring. And that foreigner even recommended Lin Xiaoya to his friend.
Fengchen somewhat understood where Lin Xiaoya's money came from. She must have a strong earning ability, speaking so fluently, not like someone with a gambling father, but more like the daughter of a gambling king. She was very confident, ambitious, and didn't hide it at all when she smiled. Knowing that her liking towards him was only at 60, at most slightly stronger than an acquaintance, Fengchen relaxed, not as nervous.
Fengchen pushed the dog away, the dog resisted, so he had to hold the dog and took the initiative to greet Lin Xiaoya. "Hi."
Lin Xiaoya saw Fengchen holding the big dog, his eyes were sincere, surprisingly without any bias towards her, no misunderstanding about her relationship with the foreign teacher, no avoidance, but greeted her openly. She also replied, "Hi."
"Evening." Gua Man bought a bunch of beautiful dresses.
Most of them were in her cute style that she liked. But today was an exception. She also chose 2 slightly sexier dresses. Her friends and the store staff kept praising how good she looked in sexy outfits.
Actually, it wasn't that sexy.
It was still a spaghetti strap dress, but because she had a larger chest, she had always felt a bit insecure and wore clothes that didn't show her chest. She usually deliberately chose bras that made her chest look smaller, trying to appear flatter, always feeling that small-chested women looked more fashionable. But she felt like Housie seemed to enjoy looking at her chest, and her feet too. His gaze seemed to unconsciously linger there. It was strange. So she chose a tight-fitting dress and then picked out a set of tight short-sleeve tops with hot pants. She belonged to the type with turbulent waves, a slim waist, long legs, but a doll-like face. However, with platforms like Zaya Hongshu promoting flat chests more, considering flat chests as high class, she felt a bit insecure instead, always thinking her round face looked a bit childish and unattractive. She was young, and her aesthetics and worldview were still evolving. She had been happily preparing to wear a new dress to meet Fengchen next time. However, on the school's special car back, she received a video from Fengchen showing Demao catching fish.
Gua Man exclaimed in surprise. Demao could actually catch fish.
Demao had never caught one for himself.
Demao really liked Housie to actually catch fish for him.
Regretting going out shopping, she also wanted to see Demao catching fish live.
Fengchen sent Demao back. Demao was reluctant to leave.
Woof, 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 woof. Little Housie, work hard. When you become as strong as me, let the owner raise you together, and you can live with me, eating dog food together.
Maybe you're hairless because you're not eating right. Fengchen didn't understand what Demao was saying.
But seeing it wagging its tail, with a moist look in its eyes, he inexplicably felt a sense of profound communication.
Dog, I'm leaving. I'll come see you again tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye, Demao. Xiaoyu also waved to Demao. Demao ignored Xiaoyu and continued barking at Fengchen.
Woof, woof.
Feng Chen walked far away with Xiaoyu, still able to hear Demao barking.
There was a strange feeling of having calluses in the ears, like being nagged by an old mother, scary.
Feng Chen suspected he was missing his mother, hearing a dog bark and thinking of his mother.
Lately, there was a lack of maternal love. Feng Chen sent the video of Demao catching fish to his employer Gua Man and directly sent fish to teacher Lu. If the teacher kept some for himself to eat, they could have fish for dinner. He. Feng Chen pushed Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu carried the fish, and both of them laughed foolishly.
Xiaoyu was very excited. This was a fish caught by a big dog, so amazing, he wanted to show off to his classmates.
He saw it with his own eyes. When Feng Chen pushed Xiaoyu to the teacher's apartment gate, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the golden level single male golden retriever Demao, with an effective affinity of 80, reaching the guarding stage.
It will be your most loyal guardian and watchdog. Its heart is concerned about you.
Please continue to work hard, strive for further success, and climb to new heights. Feng Chen almost stumbled while pushing Xiaoyu's wheelchair, almost flying out.
System, are you reasonable? It's already too much to capture males. Now you can even capture males. Same gender, although he couldn't accept it, someone could. But this species is different. Transgender is already scary enough, now praising interspecies. Your thinking is a bit too Americanized, system.
Didn't expect Demao to be a single dog, truly single.
He didn't even have a girlfriend. He even reminded Gua Man to have Demao neutered. He's guilty. Should he tell Gua Man again that it's not necessary? But would it remind her again? She probably forgot already. For now, Feng Chen thought, he didn't care. Anyway, he saw the dog every day recently. If they really had to neuter him, Gua Man would probably ask him to come along. Dogs are truly humans' best friends.
I only played with it for 2 days, and its affection level for me reached 80, entering the protective stage.
But what does it mean to be a guardian dog? Feng Chen felt that the dog must have sensed his security and strength, wanting him to protect it.
Unexpectedly, Demao turned out to be a little weak dog in need of protection. Demao was really too trusting of humans. There aren't many good ones among them. Fortunately, Demao is not human. If he were, he would have been deceived countless times by now. Host successfully conquered a golden level single dog for the first time, reaching an affection level of 80, rewarded with 1 attribute point.
Can be freely allocated.
Feng Chen. He couldn't understand whether reaching an affection level of 80 with anyone, animal, would earn an attribute point, or if he had to conquer different species or genders separately. The situation became inexplicably strange. Currently, the ones with an affection level of 80 towards him are only Lao Xiao and the dog.
Feng Chen felt that his charm was a bit off.
Feng Chen glanced at his attribute values.
Name, Feng Chen.
Physical strength, 6, +1/10, average physical strength, permanent strength enhancement buff, needs balanced exercise, you are too weak. Intelligence, 6, ±1/10, average intelligence, add memory points, soft food isn't that tasty, sharpen your mind. Emotions, 7, +1/10, high emotional state, you are still energetic in your youth, keep it up. Morality, 8, -1/10, high moral level, advantage, easily gains affection, disadvantage, easily taken advantage of, often falls into self-blame. Appearance, 7, +or-1/10, average appearance, host keeps striving, a good-looking appearance is the basis for attracting wealthy women at first sight.
Feng Chen learned his lesson this time. Attribute points are not easy to come by.
Who knows if next time he'll have to conquer a strange creature to earn attribute points.
Like a caterpillar?
How to make a worm fall in love with him, quite urgent, waiting online. This time he must increase his intelligence.
His intelligence is often a headache. He completely doesn't understand what girls are thinking.
Hug them, hold hands, say you're a good person. But in the end, they only have an affection level of 60 for you. Call yourself names every day, and it turns out they like it.
And then there's Teacher Lu, who actually gave him her ex-husband's shoes. Would she like him?
In short, he really needs more intelligence.
Add intelligence points.
Intelligence, 7, +or-1/10, average intelligence, host keeps striving, a good-looking appearance is common, but an interesting soul makes wealthy women unable to resist you.
Feng Chen pushed Xiaoyu into the elevator.
As the doors closed, a girl rushed in, panting. Once inside, she looked at her reflection in the elevator door's metal surface, adjusted her hair, and dabbed her nose and the sides of her nose with a tissue. Then she got off on the 5th floor. Feng Chen thought to himself that she wasn't a teacher, not composed enough. She probably wasn't a student either, although she looked about the same age as one, but when she raised her hand, there seemed to be a tattoo on her wrist. Tattoos were strictly prohibited at their school. Any kind of tattoo was a reason for immediate expulsion if discovered. Seeing her carrying a bag that seemed to contain tools, she couldn't be there to fix pipes, right? If she was visiting, was it for makeup? Xiaoyu, is there a teacher on the 5th floor getting married? Wow, Hauga, how did you know? On the 5th floor is teacher Xiaohe, she's getting engaged, not married. She has a good relationship with her mom, who came to see me yesterday and said she's meeting the guy's parents tonight for a small engagement ceremony.
Feng Chen was startled by his own words.
He was just making bold guesses based on observations.
He never expected to be right.
He felt like he had never been this smart in his life.
Is this what it feels like to be among the highly intelligent?
No wonder smart people look at others as if they were looking at fools. In the eyes of highly intelligent individuals, most ordinary people's speech is full of loopholes, very foolish and naive. Friendly reminder, increasing intelligence attribute points will not turn the host into a genius, it just enhances the host's thinking ability, strengthens the host's cognitive ability, observation skills. The limit of intelligence is determined by the host's knowledge and experience. Even if it reaches the maximum, if the host lacks profound knowledge, they will not directly become a genius. At most, they can only be considered clever among people of the same class and level as the host.
Feng Chen, are you looking down on me for being uneducated? System, you're getting smarter. Entering the room. It smells nice. The room where women live is completely different from the boys' dormitory.
The lilies placed in the middle of the dining table inexplicably look beautiful and elegant.
Giving gifts, seeing the other person using them or cherishing them, always brings unexpected joy. Teacher Lu is not at home. Feng Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
There was some anticipation, but if she wasn't there, he wouldn't be disappointed either.
Feng Chen helped Xiaoyu back to bed and took out the Dolawa Continent comic for him.
He was very happy that Brother Hao remembered his hobby this time after asking for help last time. He wanted to play games with Brother Hao, but Brother Hao said playing games too much hurts the eyes. Feng Chen, actually, it hurts the pride. Without a hand speed buff, I can't even beat you, you're the legendary elementary school student. With the teacher not at home, Feng Chen put down Xiaoyu and the fish and prepared to leave. Then a new time slot appeared, 1730 to 1830. Learn cooking. Boys who can cook are always the sexiest. Capture her heart through her stomach. Make her never forget you, even if she's in someone else's arms, you'll still be in her stomach. The host joyfully completed the pet care and parenting tasks, received the love of the pet and child, and the genuine liking of the dog and the host, rewarded the host with an increase of 1 millimeter, which can be used on any part of the body.
Phone 173. 3 centimeters. Hao looked at the explanation and fell silent. Feng Chen, can you be a bit more generous? I'm almost turning into a green tomato. It's useless to have your stomach remember someone.
He remembered when his parents' factory was still there. There was a lady selling cakes at the factory gate. The cakes she made were super delicious. Feng Chen and his friends often watched her kneading the dough, just ordinary, adding a little oil, sprinkling a little salt, and finally, when it was almost ready, sprinkling some sesame seeds, very considerate for those who don't eat onions. The cakes were so fragrant, with just a hint of saltiness, more of wheat fragrance, sesame fragrance. After eating one piece, he would want another the next day, wanting to eat every day. That lady had a goose egg face, fair skin, long hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a hat for cleanliness. At that time, the Korean drama Daejangjeom was very popular. Feng Chen felt that this lady selling cakes at the factory gate looked even prettier than Daejangjeom. Later, the lady's husband who sold cakes was laid off. It was said that he had some dispute with someone and couldn't bear it, so he jumped off a building. After that, the lady selling cakes was never seen at the factory gate again. Later, the factory closed down. That area was demolished and rebuilt. Even the place where the lady used to stand kneading dough was gone.
It felt like an extra memory out of nowhere. Sometimes he even wondered if it was just his childhood imagination.
A beautiful lady, even prettier than Daejangjeom, selling cakes at the rundown factory gate, a pancake costing only 6 cents, later increased to 8 cents.
Because his stomach always remembered the taste of the cake, he persisted, it wasn't just imagination.
One summer vacation, he suddenly remembered this and even asked his father about it. His father said yes. At that time, male workers secretly called her the pancake shisher, but her husband was not a good person. He drank too much and got violent. He was among the first batch of layoffs, drank too much, later found out he had liver cancer, couldn't bear it and committed suicide. Knowing that there was such a person, Feng Chen's obsession disappeared.
He felt a bit sentimental.
Fortunately, his dad was good at cooking, which was a skill to support the family, keeping their household intact.
During the wave of layoffs those years, many families fell apart.
His childhood friend who used to watch the aunts selling pastries knead dough with him had left with his mother, probably heading to the far south. Old Feng actually had a knack for cooking.
Cooking seemed to be a stroke of luck.
While his mom's cooking was terrible, anything his dad cooked turned out delicious. Feng Chen inherited this from his dad, even instant noodles he cooked tasted exceptionally good. However, cooking for the dormitory mates without getting caught was challenging, especially with the recent strict dorm checks on appliances.
Feng Chen said to Xiaoyu, "Let me help you kill the fish before I leave. The teacher hasn't returned yet, so I can keep you company."
Xiaoyu naturally agreed. Before, when he wasn't injured, being alone at home was enjoyable, but now he felt it was better to have someone around. He was well behaved. While his brother worked in the kitchen, Xiaoyu didn't play in his room. He let Hao Gu help him into the wheelchair, or he read a book, keeping Hao Gu company at the kitchen door. Feng Chen recalled how his dad used to kill fish at home, stunning, scaling, gutting. He felt a bit nervous when he struck the fish's head for the first time. The first blow didn't stun the fish, so he had to strike again. Another hit, but this time, he used too much force, and the fish flew off. Feng Chen went to the living room to retrieve the fish. Xiaoyu giggled. He decided to record the scene of Hao Gu cooking, starting with the stumbling first attempt at killing the fish. It seemed so easy watching his dad do it at home. But when he tried, the fish ended up with not much left, not killed but tortured to death. With the second fish, he had more experience. From stunning to gutting, it went much smoother. After killing the fish, with the fish meat intact, Feng Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, accomplishing any task, even killing a fish, brought a sense of achievement. It was hard to imagine how skilled the boss who had been killing fish at the supermarket for 10 years must be. After cleaning up the fish, Feng Chen checked the time and decided to cook some rice. "Xiaoyu, your rice is delicious. Where did you buy it?" "It was given out on Teacher's Day, not bought." Feng Chen patted the rice bag and thought to show it to his dad when he went home next time, to see if they could buy the same kind, as his mom also liked it. He washed the rice, then checked the fridge, finding fresh meat. He washed the chili peppers and prepared to cook chili stir-fry meat, cutting some ginger. Feng Chen was busy in the kitchen. Xiaoyu chattered at the doorway. "My mom has another meeting, she's always in meetings, so busy." Feng Chen thought. He seemed to have seen a topic before, why female leads in ancient CEO novels were rarely teachers with stable jobs, but rather those absent-minded junior employees, always with a CEO around, in coffee shops, on the streets, and so on. If it were a stable job teacher, they would have meetings, homework to grade, fixed working hours, couldn't suddenly be imprisoned by a CEO for a month. If someone with a stable job disappeared for a month, there would probably be a police report, searching for the body. So, stability was indeed crucial. He had called his dad in the morning and asked if he wanted to take the civil service exam. If he did, his uncle worked at the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, so he could seek advice. Feng Chen wasn't very keen on taking the exam. Yang, his dorm mate, was very versatile in social situations, while he couldn't handle them well. Competing with social elites like Yan was terrifying, but finding a wife with a stable job seemed appealing. The state conducted health checks, verified the partner's background for several generations, ensuring no criminal record, providing national insurance benefits, a clean social circle, and receiving rations from the workplace. With everything prepared, the doorbell rang. Not knowing if there was anyone else at home, Lu Chunli leaned against the wall as she entered, habitually kicking her own feet. This was how she usually took off her shoes, kicking them off until her small high heels fell off. As she took off her high heels and bent down to remove her stockings, she noticed a familiar pair of black and white sneakers next to her heels. Feng Chen came out wearing an apron, standing in the living room, with a sweet smile. "Teacher, you're back." Lu Chunli's face suddenly blushed a bit. Why did this kid have such a nice voice? Little Yuzi, with his voice changed to a husky tone, immediately shouted, Mom, Hauga caught some fish with Demao. We're having fish for dinner tonight." Gu Xiaoman, WeChat transfer 100,000 yuan. Gu Xiaoman, Auntie said she saw you buying sausages for Demao, so I'm giving you the money together. Feng Chen, Auntie must be reporting to someone. Feng Chen's mind subtly grasped that feeling. Receive the money. Then transferred 20 to Gu Xiaoman. Feng Chen, giving Demao sausages is a private friendship between me and Demao. It's none of your business. Cash assets, plus 80. Though living off someone but with a tough attitude. Gu Xiaoman laughed foolishly holding her phone. Idiot, still having a private friendship with Demao. The bond between man and dog is unbreakable. She vigorously rubbed Demao's bald head. Although Feng Chen wanted to stay at the teacher's house to have fish, he felt it was best to stop. Eating twice a day was a bit too much. At that moment, he suddenly wondered if it was because of his slightly increased intelligence. If it hadn't been increased, he would probably still want to stay for the fish. With a slight boost in intelligence, he inexplicably felt like he understood a bit of strategy. He retreated with his swimming trunks and towel. Both the swimming trunks and towel were dry. Surprisingly, the towel still smelled fragrant, somewhat like the scent of sweet pomegranate, probably the cleanest and most fragrant it had been since he bought it. As he was leaving, the teacher stuffed a packet of sauce pig's trotters into his hands. Fengchen was forced to take it. Estimated to be around 2 pounds, valued at almost equals 100 yuan. Can't refuse such kindness. He took it back to add to the dormitory's meals. Hearing about the sauce pig's trotters, Lao Yang also rushed back. Lao Yang brought a roasted chicken. In the dormitory, 2 desks put together served as a dining table, and 4 people gathered around to eat cheerfully. Although the rice was packed from the canteen and each meal seemed like leftovers from the previous one, it tasted delicious when eaten together. Lao Shao always asked the chef to add some meat soup when packing, rounding it off to eating meat, which was also delicious. De Chao contributed dessert. He liked sweet things, evident from his physique, being the fattest in the dormitory, chubby, with a height of 175 centimeters and a weight of 175 pounds, well-balanced development. Lao Shao contributed labor, as he went to pack the food. It was hot, and the dormitory had no air conditioning, only fans. The delicate and chubby boy De Chao took off his outerwear, revealing a white vest underneath, looking fair and tender. Lao Shao took off his short sleeves due to the heat, contrasting with De Chao, appearing dark and thin. Lao Yang, the old cadre, changed his shirt to a t-shirt. Feng Virgin Chen felt embarrassed to take off his clothes, so he changed into an old, worn-out t-shirt, suitable for sleeping, not afraid of getting dirty. He had too many white t-shirts, so he needed to be careful not to soil them, as they were hard to clean. Sometimes, boys in the dormitory would even take off their pants, outer pants, to go to the bathroom, feeling liberated. During the meal, Fengchen sent the videos of him working in the kitchen that Xiaoyu had taken to Lao Shao. He also sent some videos of him with Demao, which Xiaoyu had also filmed, to Lao Shao. At that time, they still hadn't thought about making money on Douyin. They considered it as completing an assignment. Their mindset had not changed yet. They still saw the internship as an assignment given by the teacher. In fact, the internship was no longer an assignment given by the teacher but a task for their own lives. During the first semester of her junior year, De Chao posted a video on how college guys can do makeup. It received over 2,000 likes overnight and had over 500,000 views. Thinking she was becoming popular, De Chao ambitiously continued to wear makeup for a week. During that time, De Chao's face was white and red every day, even applying mud on her face, claiming that the easiest way to become popular on Douyin was through contrast. She believed that if she transformed into a woman, she would surely gain followers. Poor roommate, De Chao wore big shorts and a tank top, her face painted like a ghost, with long hair on, looking truly terrifying in reality. One day, Fengchen woke up to see this and was so scared that he almost didn't lie back down to sleep, thinking a female ghost had entered the dorm, and a particularly ugly one at that. De Chao persisted for a week, receiving only single-digit likes and a few hundred views before giving up. If everyone became popular so easily, wouldn't everyone be an internet celebrity? Later, De Chao saw that Lao Shao seemed to have produced something new. De Chao felt like playing on Douyin again. That's just how De Chao was, in bursts. De Chao believed she could try anything, why not give it a shot, as there were plenty of opportunities anyway. Lao Yang believed that confidence was more important than anything else. Lao Xiao's confidence in doing things was commendable, otherwise, his despondency would be unbearable. Fengchen thought it was rare for Lao Xiao to have such motivation to do something and must be encouraged. Doing Douyin himself was better than going out and being a bootlicker for free. Doing things, doing them seriously, is never too late, and always worth encouraging. Roommates gathered for meals, chatting away about everything. Fengchen still asked Lao Yang about Lin Xiaoya. Since boldly asking Lao Yang about his parents' occupations last night, Fengchen felt more at ease upon learning that Lao Yang was a legitimate second-generation official. Previously hesitant to ask, Fengchen had worried that his roommate might be bragging and not as impressive as claimed, potentially embarrassing him by asking. Lao Yang was truly low-key. Even if his parents were just minor officials in a factory, he would probably act all high and mighty. His cousin from his uncle's family could already look down on people at the age of 8. Lao Yang was a genuine second-generation official, and thinking about how approachable he had been to them over the past 4 years was truly heartwarming. Fengchen may not have boldness, but he had intelligence to ask questions, feeling that it was the simplest and most effective method. Although Lao Yang tended to beat around the bush, he never lied to anyone's face. Lao Yang never left any room for criticism in his actions. Reflecting on this, Fengchen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, realizing that although Lao Yang was just a college student, he already carried himself like a director. Yang, have you broken up with the sophomore girl and now dating the English major girl? Lao Yang thought Lao Si was teasing him about being a virgin and blushed. Alcohol truly caused trouble. He vowed never to drink again. Drinking made everything spill out, and what if he got into trouble in the future? No such thing would happen.
Fong, you're overestimating me. Fong Chen. You got it wrong, that director of yours is a different kind of director. Lao Yang gestured to silence them and began to speak.
He had indeed broken up with the sophomore girl but was not dating Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya was too confusing. At first, he thought she was interested in him. She initiated dormitory gatherings and outings, being very proactive. Her attitude was ambiguous and intimate, even holding hands casually, claiming it was to ask about his internship company. He had thought Lin Xiaoya wanted to have a passionate love affair with him before graduation, as they had interacted before in the student union. However, once she got the information she wanted, she ignored him. If she said she wanted to discuss internship matters, then it was only about the internship. Lao Yang was somewhat puzzled. Ahem. Let me tell you, sophomore girls are the best. They are not as reserved as freshmen, not as crazy as juniors, and not as realistic as seniors. Sophomore girls are just the right amount of cute. De Chao excitedly patted her chest, making a clapping sound. It's good, Yang, you talk to Lin Xiaoya, I might really cry. Let me tell you, she's my goddess. Your goddess, but that day at the bar, you didn't say a word to her. Lao Yang teased. It's different, that day she only had eyes for you, I felt embarrassed to say anything. De Chao said. No way, she was asking me about things, we went out to eat together, and she paid. Lao Yang said generously. De Chao, why do you like Lin Xiaoya so much? I feel she's not suitable for you. It's not about her bad reputation, we don't know the real reasons behind it without seeing it ourselves, but she seems like a tough woman, you might not be able to handle her. Lao Shao, as the oldest in the dorm, couldn't help but remind. Lao Shao was a bit insecure and stubborn, he liked girls who were a bit plump and full, thinking they were homely and suitable for marriage, his aesthetic preferences were very fixed. Feng Chen felt a bit uneasy hearing his roommates talk about Lin Xiaoya. Holding a pig's trotter in his left hand and a chicken wing in his right, he didn't know which one to bite into first. I know, Lin Xiaoya is really tough. Let me tell you, the first time I found out Lin Xiaoya wasn't at school, was at my family's factory. Lin Xiaoya brought a Japanese man to our factory to inspect goods, her Japanese was fluent, didn't seem like a student at all, I didn't recognize her at first, I thought she was the Japanese man's translator. I was in my brother's office, they were in the adjacent meeting room, my brother's office actually had a view of the meeting room, it was that kind of window, our family business office wasn't that formal, this can't be disclosed to outsiders. Anyway, I could see them, they couldn't see me, that Japanese man wasn't the boss, just a company employee coming for business discussions, in his 30s, after my brother left, it was just the two of them, he deliberately sat close to Lin Xiaoya, seemed to have some intentions, I felt awkward, wondering if I should knock on the door, but unexpectedly Lin Xiaoya took the initiative, she grabbed the Japanese man's hand, chattered away, the Japanese man tried to pull away, but Lin Xiaoya held on, it felt like she was the one being inappropriate, it wasn't until my brother returned that Lin Xiaoya let go, after that, the Japanese man behaved, even sat properly. De Chao had a dessert and continued, in private companies, sometimes relationships among employees can be messy, especially in factories, it's hard to manage, female employees are more likely to suffer, there are complaints, but there's not much that can be done about such situations unless you quit, but Lin Xiaoya is really brave, she's intimidatingly proactive, counter-harassment, she scared the Japanese man, he behaved and didn't make any advances. Xiaogu is right, she's indeed tough. But don't you think her being like this really gives a sense of security, maximum girlfriend power? De Chao clasped her hands together, swaying her plump waist. Ugh, gross. Lao Shao, Lao Yang, and Feng Chen all lowered their heads, unable to watch anymore. In front of Feng Chen were a pile of pig bones, a pile of chicken bones. After dinner, after cleaning up, Lao Shao checked the time and decided to post the fourth video. A video account must have a theme. It's hard to get popular by filming random things. He had already decided on his theme, filming his roommate Heizi's daily life. He studied other videos of people's daily lives, they all had one thing in common, the filmmaker generally didn't appear, only the subject was shown. There should be a main character, teammates or a team should preferably not appear. If they do, it should be occasional. This way, it would be more immersive. In any case, the shots should be simple. Daily life. It would be best if Heizi spoke. The person he talked to didn't need to appear on camera. People like to guess what the person speaking looks like, but they don't really want to see them, it's strange. The tennis video was edited, but it didn't seem to have any special features. Nowadays, complete and well-made videos like this usually don't attract much attention unless there is a certain fan base established. becoming a small internet celebrity with a fixed group of fans might make it possible.
Lao Xiao still uploaded it, because building up a profile requires consistent updates. Don't be like some elderly people who suddenly post 18 moments on their social media one day and then stay silent for a long time. Daily updates are crucial to cultivate viewers' browsing habits. Although this tennis video doesn't have many views, the trend is positive with over 200 likes. Previously, the videos he posted mostly received single-digit likes. There are many private messages in the background, various messy invitations, saying that making money on Douyin is possible, he has great potential, and so on. Lao Xiao felt a bit excited. However, he quickly calmed down. Based on his years of being deceived, whenever he desires far beyond his actual capabilities, he gets scammed. It's always like that. Scammed for helping with orders, scammed for being a campus agent, scammed for job referral fees, scammed on QQ by a senior sister saying she has no money on QQ but on WeChat, asking him to lend first on WeChat and then repay, and many more scam experiences. Lao Xiao feels embarrassed about many of these incidents, probably because he is too eager for money, so he always gets scammed. These scammers don't target wealthy individuals, they specialize in deceiving the poor. This time, Lao Xiao dared not easily fall for it. It's not just his own matter, it's something he and Haozi are in together. He chose the video from Haozi library, and it's in landscape mode. The entire video doesn't show his face. It's all sideways, or partially shown, but with sound. When Lao Xiao was editing the video in the dorm, he realized that he had put effort into shooting these days, and indeed felt he had made progress, at least his hand was steadier. He carefully checked a project called the mid-video plan, shooting 1 to 30-minute landscape videos, joining the mid-video plan, and earning income based on video views. The previous videos of Haozi organizing the dorm and singing had high views. If shot in landscape mode and applied for the mid-video plan in advance, there could be income. The higher the views, the higher the income. Other monetization methods include shooting advertisements. Currently, no company has approached them for ads. He doesn't dare to think about that yet, nor does he want to. But this mid-video plan is very much like a campus activity for college students. Lao Xiao found that as long as he publishes 3 original landscape videos over 1 minute each, with a cumulative view of over 17,000, he can apply to join. In Da Xiao's words, just give it a try, you can do anything, there are plenty of opportunities anyway. The video of Haozi reading in the library was shot smoothly, except that when Haozi flipped through the book at the end, it seemed a bit too fast, not sure if he accidentally pressed the fast-forward button while shooting. It was like watching it 4 times the speed. Because this video was prepared to join the mid-video plan, there wasn't that urgent desire for it to go viral and get likes. Now Lao Xiao's mindset is a bit more calm, not so anxious. The first day was the most nervous. Indeed, when there is desire, it will be manipulated. It can be said that for every new comment, he refreshes to read it, as if the more he refreshes, the more comments increase. Now his mindset has calmed down a bit. The state is much better. From the video, it can be seen that it's more stable and smoother. Throughout the video, Haozi never shows his face, but watching the whole video is very comfortable, giving a sense of peaceful times, and it makes one curious about what the male lead in the video looks like, always feeling that his chin and profile seem quite handsome. Lao Xiao finished editing and uploaded it. As he published it, Su Qingqing's phone received a notification. She set up special alerts. Feng Chen might think she's inexplicably running with him, riding a motorcycle to have breakfast together. Before talking to Feng Chen, Su Qingqing, a Capricorn, had watched his videos 800 times. The organization and tidying videos were very interesting and relaxing, especially when her mom bombarded her with strange articles from various public accounts daily. Watching the organization videos felt like a 24-hour stress relief, on loop. She inexplicably kept watching. The background music of Feng Chen singing in the organization videos was a perfect match. She listened to music on her phone and watched the organization videos on her tablet. The combination was just right. As for the video of them going to the bar, she felt the scenes were a bit awkward, so she didn't watch it. Maybe she couldn't stand seeing herself in the video, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was only a brief appearance. The screen was dark, not very clear, so she didn't refuse to be in it. She followed that account. Then she came across a video of Feng Chen playing tennis. It was strange, she had never followed this person before, thinking he was like a transparent person. But once she followed him, she felt he was quite special in many ways. He played tennis well, seriously, with a competitive spirit. Su Qingqing even felt that the girl on the other side seemed to like Feng Chen a bit, but Feng Chen was just focused on playing. Seeing him sweat, wiping the sweat off his forehead with the cuff of his short-sleeved shirt, she found that scene unexpectedly attractive. Watching the long video, she couldn't help but pause every time she saw that scene. Su Qingqing felt like a pervert. It was scary, like a stalker. Fortunately, the beds in the girls' dormitory had bed curtains, and she wore headphones. Otherwise, if her roommate found out, it would be too creepy. Especially Lin Xiaoya. Su Qingqing often felt that Lin Xiaoya was brainless, but exceptionally smart in some aspects, with a strange sense of wisdom. Lin Xiaoya was a very practical person, short-sighted. She studied very seriously and quickly in useful things, like Japanese. She heard that Japanese could make money, but when it came to tasks that didn't have an immediate effect, she couldn't learn no matter how hard she tried. She even copied wrong. Su Qingqing didn't like her very much. She thought she was too utilitarian, studying with a utilitarian purpose. However, everyone's living environment was different. There was no need to judge or worry for others. In short, Su Qingqing couldn't stand Lin Xiaoya's openness in matters of love and relationships, but she didn't expect that in her senior year, she would inexplicably follow a guy. Hearing the notification sound, she immediately opened Douyin. Sure enough, there was a new video update. It was the library. Su Qingqing immediately recognized the ivy on the library because next to the library was a new building donated by his father, shamefully named Qingqing Building. That year, the school asked her to speak on stage as an outstanding student representative, but she refused. Of course, there were other practical benefits. She could choose to continue her studies, or study abroad. The school had resources for both. She chose to take the exam herself. If she didn't do well, there was a backup plan. The school had cooperation with foreign universities, and there were spots for continuing studies. She had many options. Her grades were very good. She ranked first in all her major courses. Even if her dad didn't donate the building, she would still be proud. Quite practical indeed. She could choose to study what she liked effortlessly. Lin Xiaoya worked hard to study useful things for her. Same dormitory, different lives. At this moment, Su Qingqing watched a video of Fengchen reading in the library. He didn't show his face throughout the video, but she watched it patiently, replaying it repeatedly without skipping, and she even found Fengchen in her mind even more handsome. It seemed that when they were together, Su Qingqing didn't pay much attention to his face. She had watched this video over a dozen times. Feeling a bit restless for no reason, she closed the video, ready to go out for a walk. While Fengchen looked at the new timeline, it was free time. But today, after finally increasing his intelligence attribute, he felt it necessary to go and experience learning. Smart people must be very happy reading books, one study after another. Just thinking about it makes him happy. With his backpack on, he walked spiritedly towards the classroom. No one could stop his progress. Night fell. The classrooms on campus were noticeably busier. The dormitories from freshman to junior year still had lights-out regulations. They couldn't all hide in corners to talk about love, risking disciplinary action. It was better to study together openly in the classroom. Fengchen was very enthusiastic about studying at night. He took out his calculus book, ready to study it again on his own. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find a single empty classroom. Every corner was occupied by pairs of students. College life is really good. Even love discussions are so simple. No need to watch movies, go shopping, or buy bubble tea. Just sit in the classroom and talk all night. It seems there are endless things to say. Sometimes silence is enough. Holding hands can bring happiness for a whole night. Fengchen envied the younger students. Basically, now only the younger students are peacefully discussing love in the classroom. Seniors rarely have this peace of mind. Either they are already interning, anxious about not finding an internship, or just playing games in the dorm arranged by their families. There are very few like Fengchen who come out to study at this stage. Actually, he regrets a bit by the time he reaches senior year, but he doesn't know what he regrets. He just feels like he hasn't learned anything and is already in his senior year, about to graduate and move on. It feels like a pig being sent to the slaughterhouse before fattening up, anxious and uneasy. Of all the skill items, Fengchen likes the where does time go buff the most, for time's the time, making it seem like he can redo college all over again starting from now. At least make the tuition fee worth it. After wandering around for a while, he finally found a spot in the classroom of the comprehensive building. There were also couples in the classroom, but the room was larger, so it didn't affect him much. Fengchen wanted to test the effectiveness of improving his intelligence on his own studies, so he took out his calculus book, feeling a bit floaty. He sat down quietly for 20 minutes. Then he was horrified to find out that some things, if you don't know them, you just don't know. He kind of figured out his intelligence level. It had increased a bit, but really just a bit, not a lot. If you don't know calculus, you just don't know. No wonder Professor Liao's knowledge is at 86, while his is at 69. The gap is too big. Fengchen hadn't expected to be defeated by reality yet. He was first defeated by calculus. Who invented this evil knowledge, he wondered. Now he seemed even more overwhelmed.
During the new year, when he went to his dad's store, he saw the neighbor's daughter sitting at the store entrance doing math problems. The little girl was especially cute, with a ponytail on her head, a round face, giving off a playful vibe. Feng Chen had wanted to tease her at first, but when he saw the homework she was doing, connecting preschool math to Olympiad math, he silently retreated. He hesitated, thinking whether he should go back first. Without a teacher's supervision, with his intelligence, he probably wouldn't need calculus in the future unless he really wanted to rely on Professor Liao. Feng Chen decisively closed the book on Professor Liao, and then lifted his head to unexpectedly see Su Qingqing.
Damn! Feng Chen thought he was seeing things. He looked down, then up again. It really was Su Qingqing. She was sitting in front of him, facing him, looking at him. Feng Chen wondered when she had come in. He was studying calculus so seriously that he hadn't noticed her. Su Qingqing was wearing a skirt that night, a very simple one. Sleeveless, round neck, the cut is simple from top to bottom without any decoration. It probably reaches the knees for others, but due to Su Qingqing's tall stature, the skirt stops above the knees, mid-thigh, paired with a pair of white shoes. The tables and chairs by the comprehensive teaching building offer little coverage. A very ordinary and simple dress, without any flashy or intricate details. Worn by Su Qingqing, it looks so white, clean, and sophisticated. No wonder no one dares to pursue Su Qingqing. This simple outfit makes her seem quite proud. Perhaps it's the scent of money. Feng Chen, inspired by Su Qingqing's outfit, feels that although the dress has no visible branding from head to toe, it's definitely not cheap. A conservative estimate would surpass all his cash assets. Feng Chen is probably baffled by calculus. Upon seeing Su Qingqing, his first question is, "How much did your dress cost?" Su Qingqing thinks for a moment and earnestly replies, "My mom bought it. I'm not sure about the exact price, but she's a VIP so she probably got a discount. The original price was over 20,000, I think." Phew! After asking and hearing the answer, Feng Chen snaps out of it. He doesn't even need to slap himself to wake up. A 4-year tuition fee wouldn't even match the cost of her dress. What's the point of dreaming? "Miss Su, what can I do for you?" It's strange, he arrived at the comprehensive building without anyone informing him, finding himself here inexplicably. Why did Su Qingqing find him? Did she put a tracker on him? Being addressed as Feng Chen by Su Qingqing annoys him a bit. Although she's been teased before, she usually ignores it. But when Feng Chen says it, it feels distant. Yet, she can't get angry, his voice sounds pleasant. Everything he says sounds good. Clear, straightforward, no nasal sounds, just refreshing. And she really didn't deliberately seek him out. She just wanted to be alone for a while. She doesn't like going to her major's building, doesn't like greeting people, but if someone greets you, not responding is impolite. So she simply came to the nearby comprehensive building to take a stroll. The comprehensive building is brightly lit, making it unlikely to encounter couples in intimate corners. However, she didn't expect to see Feng Chen here. Watching him earnestly flipping through books, taking notes, dressed in a simple white t-shirt, sports shorts, and sneakers, nothing remarkable, yet Su Qingqing inexplicably feels her heart race a bit faster. Especially when she recalls the video of him wiping his face with his short-sleeved cuff. And just now, watching him in the library on her phone, never seeing his face, but now, seeing him vividly in front of her. At that moment, she understands the line of poetry. In the midst of the crowd, seeking him 1,000 times, he is in the dimly lit corner. He's studying in the classroom. Calm and composed. Comfortable and warm. "Don't call me that way, you can call me Qingqing," Su Qingqing speaks up. Feng Chen, taking her seriously, thinks she wants him to address her as a princess. "Did I disturb your studies? You don't seem like you're good at calculus." Feng Chen packs his books. "Don't judge a book by its cover. You're quite perceptive, I indeed am not good at it." Su Qingqing laughs. Her teeth are very neat. Very white. "Let's go, can I treat you to supper?" Feng Chen glances at her dress. She probably can't ride a bike in it. He sighs in relief and then sighs again. "Let me treat you, you paid in the morning, so it's my turn at night, a bit fairer." "Okay." Su Qingqing stands up happily. Feng Chen walks behind her. The bright comprehensive building, the two don't hold hands or walk side by side. The lights on the roof are particularly bright, moths fluttering around. Su Qingqing walks a bit cheerfully, her steps resembling a dance. At night, the student street is bustling, filled with the warmth of human life. The boss who sells noodle soup at night has closed her stall. She only serves breakfast and lunch, closing by 2 p.m. In the evening, guys usually eat grilled wings and meat for supper. Feng Chen felt a bit guilty seeing Su Qingqing, dressed in a dress worth over 20,000, sitting on a small plastic chair by the roadside eating grilled wings. Although Miss Su seemed to be in a good mood at the moment,
Fengchen suspected she probably didn't like this kind of setting.
He couldn't pinpoint why.
Perhaps it was the closeness he felt when he put his arm around her waist, making him feel her waist was closer to his heart.
Fengchen could somewhat grasp Su Qingqing's feelings.
He asked her to wait for him while he bought 3 pairs of grilled wings, 6 wings in total, potato slices, seaweed tofu, and 2 bottles of pineapple beer. While waiting, he saw Su Qingqing standing aside, beyond the crowd, and when she caught him looking at her, she smiled sweetly, but the distance between them felt vast. For some reason, despite being just a few steps away, she seemed far off. Maybe it was because her shoes and dress were too white, not blending in with the surroundings. After making the purchase, Fengchen saw Miss Su looking a bit lost, unsure where to sit. Just as she hesitated, Fengchen called out, "Let's go, Qingqing." Without hesitation, Fengchen handed her the beer bag to carry. Though heavy, it wouldn't soil her dress.
Somehow, holding something made the situation less awkward and distant.
Yes, it didn't make Fengchen look like a delivery guy. Su Qingqing didn't ask where Fengchen was taking her, she obediently followed him.
Fengchen found Miss Su somewhat peculiar, sometimes bossy, sometimes lacking in words.
But the fact that she seemed to have a liking for him was somewhat abnormal. Fengchen, who received the good person card, felt relieved. Since he was now considered a good person, he decided not to allow any more hugs. If she dared to hug him, he would dare to kiss her.
No kidding.
Fengchen led Su Qingqing to the experimental building, took the elevator to the top floor, and then went up one more level. It was dark, with no lights. The sound of breathing intertwined. In that moment before pushing open the door to the rooftop, Fengchen finally understood why couples liked walking in dark places. In darkness, one might feel fear alone, but with 2 people, the darkness seemed to add a sticky buff, unconsciously making them want to lean closer, to be nearer. As Fengchen pushed open the door to the rooftop, that atmosphere felt like a bubble bursting with a snap. Outside was a platform, nothing special. In a corner, there was a pile of abandoned experimental tables and chairs. But a few steps forward revealed the entire campus. The nighttime campus, surrounded by a lake, seemed like a mysterious woman wrapped in a scarf. The scattered lights were serene and beautiful. This was the secret base discovered by Fengchen and Lao Xiao. Last time, Lao Xiao asked him to help move the abandoned tables and chairs while cleaning the lab, and they found this place.
Unfortunately, Lao Xiao, the bootlicker, hadn't had the chance to bring a girl here yet. Fengchen also thought that until graduation, he would only sit here with Lao Xiao, chatting about life.
That time, Lao Xiao said something about when he got rich, he would go eat 2 bowls of kangshifu beef noodles. Once, the 4 of them from the dorm went to the city, and Xiao treated them.
Lao Xiao thought the restaurant was called kangshifu beef noodles, assuming it would be cheap. Like instant noodles in a store, even if it was expensive, it would only cost a bit for hot water and seating. How expensive could it be? Turns out, kangshifu beef noodles in the restaurant cost 48 per serving. Lao Xiao didn't even get full from 1 serving.
The bowl was big, but the noodles were scarce. Lao Xiao made a vow on the rooftop that he would buy 2 servings of beef noodles when he made money in the future. Fengchen placed the chicken wings, potato slices, tofu seaweed, and beer where Lao Xiao had sat last time. He wiped the lid of the pineapple beer with a tissue, pulled the ring tab, and handed it to Su Qingqing.
Su Qingqing took a sip, sweet, tangy, and quite delicious.
Chicken wings, potato slices, tofu skin, and kelp. Su Qingqing rarely eats these at night. She is more disciplined. She eats normally at school, has her aunt cooking at home, occasionally goes out, not to mention Michelin-starred restaurants, at least high-end dining places. Her mother is picky. Her father takes her to some quirky places to eat. Her father, Su Guolong, is more down-to-earth.
Fengchen tore open a disposable chopsticks paper bag, split the chopsticks, rubbed them against each other to prevent splinters, then handed them to her. Watching Su Qingqing struggling with the chopsticks, he thought, yesterday, she ate noodles confidently and well, why is she hesitating now? She managed to find seafood porridge by the paddy fields, she must be a food lover. Fengchen tasted it. The barbecue shop owner was quite considerate, the quality was good, not bad. Princess, need help? Su Qingqing was momentarily stunned by the question, then realized Fengchen was joking with her.
She playfully tapped his arm, making a crisp sound.
Fengchen held his arm, feeling a burning pain. This girl is strong, isn't teasing usually gentle?
She is Qingqing, giving her all.
Fengchen held his arm, are you trying to give me a free bruise? Put. I want to give you a hoodie, you look loyal.
After saying that, they both smiled at each other. Yes, they both followed the TikTok account of the Hoodie Girl Turtle Power Baby. After taking a big sip of pineapple beer, Su Qingqing earnestly ate the grilled wings, wiped her hands with a wet tissue, then ate with her hands, cleaning the wings thoroughly until only bones were left. Su Qingqing probably had strict eating manners, as she ate without speaking, focusing on her meal and drink. In the evening, The early autumn wind was still dry. Su Qingqing's skirt was stiff, not fluttering in the wind. Feng Chen's t-shirt was blown up, but her skirt stayed obediently on her thighs. Indeed, a skirt worth over 20,000 yuan had no face. After finishing eating and drinking, Feng Chen noticed Miss Su didn't seem to want to leave yet, standing there silently. He asked, "Do you know where we are?" pointing to the table where they had just placed their food. Su Qingqing shook her head. "This is a magical wishing table. If you have a wish, stand on it, shout it to the sky, and it will come true." Su Qingqing, are you trying to see the color of my underwear? Nonsense, what do you take me for? Why would I want to see that? Blue, Su Qingqing said. Feng Chen, blushing, didn't see blue underwear. She wore safety shorts under her skirt, black, just slightly shorter than the skirt. Feng Chen helped Su Qingqing climb up, then climbed up himself. Lao Xiao here made a wish to buy 2 bowls of Kengshifu beef noodles when he had money. Feng Chen also made a wish, asterisk 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 asterisk. It won't come true if spoken out loud. Keep it a secret. Recently, many people suddenly knew he didn't eat chicken feet. Su Qingqing stood on the high platform, feeling a sense of precariousness. Indeed, when in danger, people become more excited. Just like when she enjoys cycling, having speed, watching everything around her retreat, that feeling is exhilarating and special. It makes her very happy. Fundamentally, she is someone who enjoys extreme sports. Perhaps when one doesn't worry about food and drink, they seek adventure. If one still struggles for a living, they dare not be so arrogant, fearing poor health, illness requiring money, inability to work, and loss of income. Su Qingqing stood there, hands spread out. Feng Chen held her hand. Ancestor, no, this isn't the Titanic, this is the 18th floor of the rooftop. Su Qingqing turned around to see Feng Chen actually had his eyes closed. His long eyelashes fluttered, which was quite amusing. Why aren't you opening your eyes? Afraid of heights. If you're afraid of heights, why did you come up here? To accompany you. Mainly because you're a bit crazy, with no sense of security at all. When you're with Lao Xiao, Xiaoma is meticulous, first checking the environment before coming up, and even cleaning up. Lao Yang was right, she was a bit crazy in her 3rd year of college. Not just girls, boys too. He couldn't even remember what he did in his 3rd year. Climbing up Feng Chen's makeshift wishing platform. Su Qingqing didn't make a wish. After all, she had been watching educational programs like 10,000 Whys since kindergarten, watching meteors, so making wishes was useless. Meteors are cosmic dust or solid particles moving in interstellar space, attracted by Earth's gravity as they approach, creating light trails due to electron transitions at high speed through Earth's atmosphere. Seeing a small meteor, there's no need to make a wish. If it's a huge meteor, there's no time to make a wish either. Bang! It's gone in an instant. If you want to see meteors in daily life, you can also strike 2 pieces of iron or stones together to create sparks, which feels somewhat similar, or bump your head against something hard to see stars. Su Qingqing didn't make a wish. She stood quietly. Standing high enough to see beautiful scenery with him had already fulfilled her wish. When coming down, Su Qingqing jumped down by herself. She even helped Feng Chen down. Feng Chen. Impressive long legs. At that moment, Feng Chen suddenly thought, if it were Lin Xiaoya, she would definitely cling to him and ask to be carried down. Scatter, scatter. Feng Chen was startled. Before him was Su Qingqing, smiling brightly, exquisitely beautiful and untouchable. Why did Lin Xiaoya suddenly pop into his mind? He felt a bit confused. This was not a good sign. Accompanying Su Qingqing down from the lab building, mainly because there were too many mosquitoes, Feng Chen noticed Su Qingqing occasionally slapping her legs, her face slightly red. It was only then that he realized Miss Su was not as invincible as she seemed, she could also be shy. Seeing the red bumps on her fair legs caused by mosquito bites, Feng Chen thought, what if he made a cross with his fingernail on them? So he did. Is it better now? He asked as he squatted down. Looking at Su Qingqing sitting on the steps, her legs fair and symmetrical, the mosquito bites were particularly swollen and noticeable. Su Qingqing looked at the cross on the bumps. They seemed to be less itchy. Feng Chen chuckled, mosquitoes suck blood, akin to vampires, so making a cross can seal them. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at Feng Chen. Feng Chen realized he enjoyed teasing Miss Su. All her expressions were lovely and unique. Even when she rolled her eyes, it was charming. Feng Chen glanced at his watch. Time flew by unnoticed. When he was with Miss Su, it felt like there was a time reversal buff, 4 times the speed, as if they had only been together for a short while, yet it was already time to rest in the dorm. It felt like they hadn't done anything at all. What happened in between? Su Qingqing also noticed Feng Chen looking at his watch. She rolled her eyes at him again. She hated her sensitivity. Miss Su decisively turned back this time. It wasn't until they were close to the dormitory intersection that Feng Chen realized it was because of him checking his watch that had upset Miss Su, so she didn't say a word all the way. When they reached the intersection where they had to part ways, Miss Su glanced at his watch. Feng Chen took off his electronic watch and handed it to her, saying, "Here, take it. I promise not to look at it even once when we're together. It's for you." Put. Su Qingqing laughed again. She actually took the watch and walked away. The feeling of being deflated along the way seemed to have disappeared as he watched her happily leave with her own watch. If Miss Su wasn't really wealthy, Feng Chen would have doubted if he was being deceived. Cash assets, -56. Material assets, a used Casio electronic watch, second-hand value of 78 yuan. Feng Chen returned to the dorm. He took another shower. Did nothing. More tiring than running. Feng Chen didn't notice that he was in a good mood because he was singing while showering. "Princess, be happy every day, don't shed tears, don't be discouraged." Seeing Lao Shao sneaking around with his phone, Feng Chen splashed a basin of water at him. "Xiaogu, it's too much, don't cross the line for fame, don't expose too much, it won't pass the review." "No, I wasn't filming you, I was recording a song, you sang really well just now." No, wait for me to put on my clothes before recording a song." Lao Shao sighed, "It's not the same singing with clothes on." "Feng Chen, listening to you, one would think you've experienced big scenes before." "Lao Shao, you've changed." Feng Chen chased Lao Shao away, stopped singing, quickly took a cold shower, and returned to the dorm. Changed into pajamas, old cotton t-shirt and old sweatpants. About to lie down on the bed, happily play with his phone, dog head. Then the phone rang. There was a delivery at the door. A delivery so late at night? Feng Chen hurried to the dormitory area, where a junior gave him a package to sign and take a photo, then left. Feng Chen weighed the package. It was a box. Could it be the shaver he ordered a while back? How long has it been? He almost forgot about it. Delivering packages so late, this junior was quite diligent, even more so than Lao Shao. Feng Chen carried the box back to the dorm. It felt quite heavy. There was a sense of weight to it, finding treasures in the midst of junk, often getting good deals. In the dorm, De Qiao was applying a face mask. Since filming beauty videos on Douyin, De Qiao hadn't earned a penny, but the beauty products she had ambitiously bought remained unused for a year. There were still several boxes of face masks under the bed. Lao Shao was editing videos. Lao Yang hadn't returned yet. Feng Chen happily opened his delivery box. Inside the cardboard box was a dark green box. The packaging was quite upscale, classy, and somewhat familiar. Like a knockoff of some high-end brand. Feng Chen remembered buying an electric shaver for 39. Could it be this good? Feng Chen opened the dark green box. Inside was a watch. A gold steel watch. There was a pitchfork on the dial. Feng Chen was a bit confused. He checked his phone and indeed there was a WeChat message from Su Qingqing. "Let's exchange watches. Mine is too heavy." Picture, a plain old Casio on Su Qingqing's slender white hand. "Feng Chen, you want to swap my Casio for a Rolex? You're insulting me." Lao Shao carefully filmed the watch with his phone. No choice, never seen one before. Lack of exposure. Curiosity. Broadening knowledge. Feng Chen had seen a Rolex, but it was worn by someone else. One of his uncle professors had a Rolex, a normal steel one. The uncle was quite low-key, not showing off, but the aunt couldn't help but boast. She said the uncle had won some national-level project and bought a watch. When the aunt said this, she exuded an incredible sense of superiority. It was indeed quite impressive. But now, this watch was lying on their ordinary desk in their simple dorm room, surrounded by a mess of books, clothes, cups, socks. It reminded him of a news story. A 6-year-old girl took her mother's gold bar to give to a classmate. 100 grams of gold, worth 50 to 60,000. In front of me, this Rolex is even more than that. "Miss, don't be silly." Feng Chen messaged Su Qingqing back. De Qiao looked at the box. TSK. His father had a Rolex, with a blue dial. Dad liked it at first, then stopped wearing it, saying the blue dial was hard to match, so he put it away. De Qiao, TSK. Sked several times. Then he tore off his own mask, revealing a tender and plump face, pulling Lao Si, "Fourth brother, how good, I don't want to work hard anymore, please, teach me, I can do anything." Lao Shao also chuckled, but he still made sure to push the box towards the middle of the table, to prevent De Qiao and Hao Zi from fighting and breaking the watch. At this moment, Lao Yang returned. Lao Yang saw the Rolex. Wow! Seeing Lao Si's expression, he also admitted defeat. Envious. In the future, when he becomes a leader, if someone gives him a Rolex, he wouldn't dare to accept it. Thinking this way, Lao Yang felt his thoughts were a bit dangerous. What kind of leader could be given a Rolex?
Warning, silver bracelet. Fengchen felt a bit numb. Indeed, human corruption starts from childhood. Being careless at first makes it easy to cross into the realm of crime. Today, receiving a bag of fruit for 300 yuan, tomorrow daring to accept a watch worth 130,000. Shameful. He had never touched something so expensive. Lao Yang touched the watch. With a serious tone, he said, "Hao Zi, I realize you are the most promising one in our dorm. Rest assured, we all laugh at poverty, not at prostitution. We won't laugh at you." Fengchen, 6. The 4 roommates in the dorm played around. In the end, Fengchen carefully put away the watch, placing it on the bed. In the boys' dormitory, they often visited each other, and with something so valuable, there was no sense of security. Fortunately, his dorm mates were relatively reliable. Yang Wan's second generation and Xiaofu's second generation also had some valuable items, and they basically didn't mess around. A new reminder told him to rest. Rest from 23 to 6 o'clock, good sleep, good digestion, less risk of diabetes, hypertension, baldness, kidney deficiency, be a healthy man who enjoys a comfortable life, sleep well. But he was still a bit excited. And a bit puzzled. No. Girl, casually giving someone a watch worth tens of thousands, yet the favorability rating is still below 80, stuck at 79. Is this 1 point so difficult? With a favorability rating of 79, you dare to give a watch worth tens of thousands. With a favorability rating of 80, wouldn't you dare to give a car? I don't want a car, I really don't. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. Even with a bit of intelligence, it's hard to figure out. He saw his chat conversation with Su Qingqing. The last message he sent was, "Miss, don't be silly." And the picture she sent of her wearing a watch. What's so attractive about Casio? Her hands are so slender, even the last notch is a bit loose. But her hands are beautiful, fair, slender, and well-proportioned. Fengchen stared at the chat box in a daze. Unexpectedly, there was a typing prompt from the other side. In that moment, Fengchen felt his heart skip a beat. It was like his heart, which was in its usual place, suddenly jumped because of seeing a certain prompt. Fengchen pressed his chest, trying to calm it down. This jumping was not good. If it jumped too much, he'd end up in the ICU. After waiting for a while, Miss Su finally replied with 2 words, "Good night." Does it take so long to type 2 words? Fengchen didn't know if the other person would see that he was also typing when he opened the chat box. In the end, he replied too. "Good night." It felt like those 2 words weren't enough. Fengchen added 2 more, "Qingqing." "Good night, Qingqing." When Su Qingqing received this WeChat message, she was already dressed in a pretty white nightgown, lying down neatly. "Just a second ago, because of my mom's WeChat message, 8 characteristics of scumbags, if you can distinguish them, you won't be fooled, I was annoyed. Clearly, it was just a jumble of nonsense, probably just for traffic. My mom is usually very shrewd, but when it comes to things like this, she always chooses to believe it." Then I saw 4 words. "Good night, Qingqing." And I surprisingly felt happy. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but lift. Her sleep schedule is very healthy. Before, she would read jokes for 10 minutes and then fall asleep automatically. Now she opens that song, sets a 10-minute timer, and goes to sleep. Watching Qingqing's bed light go out. Room 301 also quieted down a bit. Qingqing has a pretty good temper, never speaks loudly or argues with anyone, but, her roommates are a bit afraid of her. I don't know why, maybe some people just naturally have a presence. Lin Xiaoya just came back. Seeing Qingqing's bed dark, she felt a bit lighter carrying her bag. She chuckled with her roommates and brought them some food. They seemed to have a good relationship. Qingqing was actually not asleep yet, she could hear the movements outside her bed. Girls, they can always feel when they are being excluded. But she didn't mind. "I'll give you a little red flower, blooming on the new branch you grew yesterday." She likes to sleep on her side with her hands under her pillow. At this moment, her chin was just resting on her Casio plastic watch. It was a bit uncomfortable, so she adjusted her position and quickly fell asleep. Lin Xiaoya also went to wash up and change into her pajamas. She didn't buy specific pajamas, just an old t-shirt and shorts, but she had a good figure, especially her buttocks. The curves were particularly beautiful. She would often lie on her bed lazily, showing off her curvy hips and slim waist. Lin Xiaoya was the type to make the most of her advantages. She knew her waist and hips looked great, so even in the dorm, she liked to lie down and naturally show them off. The lights went out. She pulled her bed curtains closed. The faint light of the emergency lamp. Lin Xiaoya checked her repayment date, calculating the time until the next payment, still over 2 weeks away. Phew, a bit of relief. At least for the next few days, she didn't have to worry. She lay down. Very tired. Taking care of kids is exhausting, especially mischievous foreign kids you can't scold.
Lin Xiaoya took out her phone, wanting to browse Douyin, but the first video was from her ethereal roommate. Library, Ivy, reading, peaceful times. Her hand paused for a moment, then quickly swiped past it. She closed Douyin. Time to sleep. Feng Chen didn't fall asleep so quickly. The Rolex box was right by his bedside. Humans have a habit of keeping valuable things by their bedside. It's probably an instinct passed down from the time of our ancestors, always feeling that if someone touches it, you can open your eyes and stop them. In fact, modern humans no longer have that hunter's alertness, often sleeping like prey. Guys also have a natural liking for watches. In this society, there are too many temptations. Exquisite body, sparkling face, meticulous hands, smooth numbers, and ordinary crown logo. Who wouldn't like it? We only dislike it because we don't have it, so we pretend not to like it. If I had a lot of money, I could have a garage full of luxury cars, a cabinet full of watches, and a house full of top models, models. I'm not frugal, poverty just makes me virtuous. I'm not stingy, poverty just makes me seem that way. No wonder people always say love should be between equals. Between equals, I give you a radish, you give me a cabbage. Matching social status, I give you a famous watch, you give me a good car. Material equality leads to spiritual equality. Feng Chen, with a firm heart, now feels his heart pounding. Even being buff cannot resist the erosion of a Rolex. He feels he is not receiving a free meal system but a testing system that challenges his morals, intelligence, physical strength, and emotions every day. That's a Rolex. Even in minus 30 degrees in northeast China, one must roll up their sleeves to show off the Rolex on their wrist. Even in Hong Kong, when gangsters attack, they roll up their sleeves to reveal their Rolex. Kidnappers caught red-handed always end up fleeing with a Rolex on their wrist. That's a Rolex. Feng Chen can't even imagine owning a Rolex one day. His aunt boasts about his uncle's national-level projects that make significant contributions to the country. Specifics are classified due to secrecy laws, or maybe his aunt is unclear, mentioning something about bearings, projects that move society forward one small step, allowing them to proudly buy a full steel Rolex, deserving, matching, clear, and withstand scrutiny. What abilities does a student like him have? Perhaps he drank too much. Feng Chen gets up to urinate. Maybe he needs the urine to wake himself up. At 21, Feng Chen can urinate far and smoothly, without dripping or splashing his feet. After urinating, he washes his hands. Feeling he won't fall back asleep anytime soon, Feng Chen decides to take a stroll on the rooftop of the dormitory building. The rooftop is off limits to women since it's a male dormitory, and the school maintains a relatively strict atmosphere. At night, a few pieces of clothing and a blanket are left hanging on the rooftop, probably forgotten by someone. Being alone on the rooftop feels different from being with someone. Feng Chen is immediately attacked by mosquitoes upon arrival. With a slap, he kills one, leaving blood and a corpse in his hand. He must have been bitten while on the rooftop of the laboratory building, but he didn't feel a thing. It's more noticeable here, perhaps because there's no one to share the burden. The dormitory building isn't tall enough, obstructing the view, and being close to the mountains, there seems to be a slightly higher mosquito population. In the dead of night, the insects in the mountains are loud, discussing who knows what. Feng Chen thinks of a big shot who gave him a good person card. Perhaps giving away a Rolex feels the same as giving away a Casio, but the recipients feel differently. No wonder his moral compass is at -1. In a society filled with material desires, there's always a risk of moral decline. Those corrupt big shots were probably once upright individuals. After all, to become a civil servant, to reach a leadership position, one must be exceptional. Ordinary people can't even pass the exams. These outstanding individuals surely had dreams and aspirations at the beginning. However, on the path forward, some continue, some stop, and some turn back. It's a challenging test for those with high intelligence. For an average student like Feng Chen, it's even more challenging. At this moment, Ching must be sleeping soundly. The gift she casually gave out can keep the boy she likes awake all night. That's not just financial power, it's also her ability. It's not that she can't accept gifts, she's just worried she can't reciprocate. It's like when we were young, exchanging gifts with each other's families. You give my family 200 yuan for the new year, and we give you 300 yuan back. It's just like that. If you give my family 20,000 yuan, I'll struggle to come up with 30,000 yuan, but if you give me 200,000 yuan, I really can't come up with 300,000 yuan. Forget it. Rich lady Su Chengqing seems the most serious and upright but is actually a devil. Truly, Feng Chen experiences many firsts being shattered in his life. First time riding a motorcycle. First time touching a Rolex. She looks so innocent, but she's actually quite wild. A song comes to Feng Chen's mind. Angel and the Devil. Since there's nothing else to do, Feng Chen, the poster child for good guys, is ready to be a good person. He stands on the rooftop, not knowing whose bedsheet he's under, takes out his phone, and prepares to record a song. Cut off the too delicate nerves. Asterisk cough, cough, cough. Asterisk he gets choked by the wind after just one line. It seems like he hears some noise, feeling a bit nervous, thinking someone might be coming up. He glances around, but there's nothing. Choked a bit, he feels a prickly sensation in his throat. Coughs a few more times. Desperately needs some water. Didn't bring any. Going back to get some might disturb his dorm mates. Forget it. Let's continue singing. Cut off the too delicate nerves. Will it make it easier to sleep? Pull out the too hard temper. Will it make it easier to understand? You are an angel in the devil. So the way you break my heart is to make me smile until the very last second. Only then do I realize there's a knife in my chest. You are an angel in the devil. Turning hatred into something so cliché. Thank you flows from your eyes. You can knock me down hard, but don't expect me to beg for mercy. Call me crazy, but don't you dare call me foolish. After finishing singing, Feng Chen listens to it again. Damn, did he really sing that? The recording is clear, even the sound of the wind is audible. He can feel his slightly hoarse voice. This song seems to require a bit of hoarseness. If the voice is too clear, it won't convey the right feeling. Forget it, let's go downstairs. No more singing. Indeed, one cannot be in love and use their brain. Normal people don't stay up all night, go to the rooftop, and sing under a drifting bedsheet. Singing uncomfortably, his chest hurts. Overly dramatic. Too much. Feng Chen goes back to his dorm to sleep, lies down and falls asleep instantly. The Rolex box peacefully sits on his bedside table. He dreams of giving a red flower to Su Qingqing, crossing the ocean to find her, and her stabbing him in the chest. Feng Chen opens his eyes. Phew. He touches his chest. No knife, no scar. It's morning. The soft glow of the clock reads, 6 to 6:30. Wash up, drink a glass of honey water. For a healthy gut and a happy day. Wanting to check the time, he sees his empty hand. Su Qingqing took his watch. Looking at his phone, it's 6:20. Time to get up. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk the sound of a metal spoon scraping against a honey jar. Feng Chen forgot to buy honey again. There was just a bit left yesterday, and today it seems like there's still just a bit left. Finally, he scrapes a spoonful of honey. Looking up, he suddenly sees Lao Xiao standing next to him with a phone. You lunatic! Feng Chen throws a towel at his head. Lao Xiao is practically a phone incarnate. His eyes aren't even fully open. The video on his phone starts. Horizontal view, sorry. Lao Xiao yawns while filming. Feng Chen drinks his honey water and uses one hand to block Lao Xiao. Next, I'll go to the bathroom. No need to film that, it's smelly. After Feng Chen finishes in the bathroom, Lao Xiao goes back to sleep. Lao Xiao seems to wake up in the middle of the night to check the back-end data, not sleeping well. No wonder they say success should be seized early. When you're older, success is uncertain. Staying up all night to check data, sooner or later, it's an ICU warning. De Qiao is sleeping soundly, a delicate piggy man, aspiring to get a full 10 hours of beauty sleep every day. Lao Yang, for once, is up early. Lao Yang is full of energy, usually invisible during the day, but he won't wake up very early in the morning. It's rare to see him up early. Feng Chen had freshened up while he was in the restroom. He looked very spirited, fitting Yang Chu's style with his shirt, long pants, and a briefcase, at least at the department head level. He wore black leather sandals with black socks inside. Although his outfit was slightly oily, Yang was tall, with a square face, 22 years old, looking very young, reliable, and full of vigor. There was a full-length mirror in the dorm, contributed by De Qiao. Standing side by side, Feng Chen felt that Yang Chu looked 10 years older than him. Yang also noticed the fourth senior, who was dressed in sportswear. The fourth senior seemed quite confident, standing tall and looking energetic and youthful. Originally with a good foundation, the fourth senior had a somewhat delicate appearance, but now, with newfound confidence, he seemed quite impressive. Fourth senior, you've become much more handsome recently, Feng Chen said, his face slightly flushed, hoping for Yang Chu's approval, which would mean he was truly handsome. Yang Chu was an early riser, so he left early for some business. Feng Chen was planning to go for a run in the morning, with a running partner waiting for him. After some thought, he put on his watch. He felt that all his belongings combined were not as valuable as the watch, fearing he couldn't afford to lose it. He still needed to return it to Miss De Qiao. Even though Miss De Qiao was now an adult, her mother might not come back to claim it. But then again, who knows? What if she did? Considering Su Qingqing's family background, Su's mother might invite him and write him a check, saying, "How much money do you need to leave my daughter?" Oh, He was shocked by the shameless scenario he had imagined.
Feng Chen saw Professor Liao approaching but forgot to greet him. Professor Liao spoke first. "Good morning, Xiaofeng." "Good morning, Professor Liao." It was overcast and windless, humid.
Professor Liao was wearing a purple knitted short-sleeved shirt and knee-length white shorts. Impressive for a 69-year-old, Professor Liao still had clean and fair calves. Truly a 24K golden single woman, with assets of over 10 million, money couldn't turn back time, but it could make you look much younger than your peers. Professor Liao had even changed his glasses, not the gold-rimmed ones, but a trendy diamond-shaped black frame. "Professor, those glasses look very fashionable today," Feng Ji praised without hesitation. Professor Liao modestly adjusted the frame on his nose with his finger and said, "My grandson bought them for me while studying in the United States. They just arrived by mail, and I'm going to a meeting in the city this afternoon, so I thought I'd wear them." After looking at Feng Chen, Professor Liao noticed that the young man had clear features, looked fresh and energetic, went for a morning run every day, spoke well, and seemed very obedient. Suddenly, she said, "Perfect, I need someone to carry my bag.
My assistant is on leave, do you have time? Be my assistant today."
Of course, there would be reimbursement for meals and accommodation, along with some other benefits and salary.
However, the professor didn't bother mentioning these.
By inviting him, she was already giving him face. Professor Liao's assistant, Xiao Lu, was pregnant and suffering from severe morning sickness in the first 3 months, so she might need to take leave soon. The school was supposed to send someone over, but Professor Liao found it troublesome and hadn't finalized it yet.
Seeing this young man suddenly, she couldn't help but ask. Feng Chen was surprised and even more delighted. To work for a teacher was something many people would vie for. Moreover, it was Professor Liao.
Feng Chen had looked up Liao Fanghua on Baidu. A remarkable figure he had encountered in university, and he probably wouldn't have many chances to meet such a person after graduation. Liao Fanghua, originally from Shandong, was an academician of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a retired professor of mathematics and physics at Harvard University, a visiting professor at Tsinghua University, the deputy director of the Yanqi Lake Institute of Applied Mathematics at Beijing, and a director of the Chinese Academy of Mathematics and Interdisciplinary Sciences.
A long list of titles.
The most inconspicuous of all was their role as a teacher. No wonder Professor Liao's students look at him like they're watching a group of pigs, maybe even worse than pigs. If it weren't for their school's beautiful scenery and the mandatory housing provided to professors, rumored to have a super awesome old Chinese doctor here, Professor Liao, who values health in his old age after retirement, gets his pulse checked weekly by that old Chinese doctor. In short, they lured Professor Liao here to live out his remaining years in peace, while also teaching a group of students, mainly to enhance the school's reputation. Although retired, Professor Liao still holds many titles and attends important meetings where he needs to stand up. Never in a million years did he expect that just by getting up every day to jog, such a windfall would come out of the blue. This must be caught. Jumping 360 degrees in midair, he opens his mouth and catches it.
"All right, teacher, what do I need to prepare? Where should I wait for you?"
Liao Fanhua pats his big arm, shaking it off as he says, "Let's meet at 1 p.m.
at the entrance of the teacher's apartment.
There's a special car. If the meeting runs late, you might need to stay overnight, so prepare some change of clothes." "Okay, see you in the afternoon," Feng Chen says a bit excitedly, waves goodbye, and continues jogging.
Professor Liao also waves his hand. Watching the fast-running figure, he can't help but smile. Youth is truly wonderful. Feng Chen is ecstatic, happy, and inexplicably excited. Never in a million years did he expect that the first person to invite him to stay overnight, or have the opportunity to do so, would be the 69-year-old Professor Liao. Feng Chen sprints towards Su Qingqing.
Su Qingqing stands by the flower bed in front of the large roundabout waiting for him.
Her daily routine is as stable as Professor Liao's.
After getting up, washing up, and changing into sportswear, she comes out. Today, she's wearing a very casual sleeveless vest and sports pants.
Feng Chen feels that she looks cool and sharp no matter what she wears.
Her vest is pure white, with a small logo on the right chest, about the width of a finger, like a red cloth strip attached, with Prada written on it. The pants also have the same logo on the pocket. To uphold the correct worldview and values, he refrains from asking about the prices, to avoid embarrassment.
But Su Qingqing's figure would look good even in a sackcloth.
Wearing the vest, she exposes her arms and shoulders, not in a low-cut way, not even showing her collarbones. But her figure is so well proportioned. Her arms connected to her shoulders are round and attractive.
The amplitude in front is also very good.
Very balanced, not too big, not too small, just right. A forensic doctor would surely appreciate such a physique.
Perfect.
Phone, 21 years old, a normal virgin, naturally appreciates the female figure like eating and drinking.
There's not necessarily any strange thoughts, just an irresistible urge to look.
In fact, women also appreciate handsome men, but they might transform it into a fan-following mode.
Whereas guys usually find direct human encounters more interesting.
Everyone has a desire to look good. When Feng Chen runs up to Su Qingqing, he's still a bit excited.
So his expression is happier than usual. Su Qingqing can clearly feel it.
She also becomes elated. When you anticipate someone, and they walk towards you with a smile, looking happy, you become happy too. Because of someone, you find this ordinary road familiar and friendly, the roadside grass vibrant, the clouds in the sky just right.
You don't miss them until you see them, then you realize that's what missing feels like.
Feng Chen sees Miss Su. Her serious little face suddenly blossoms into a smile the moment she sees him.
Like a night blooming Sirius that suddenly opens up.
Miss Su is perfect from head to toe, except for the old Casio watch on her left wrist.
Perhaps she chose this set of seemingly ordinary sportswear to match the Casio. Feng Chen once again subtly grasped that feeling. Until this moment, Feng Chen still didn't understand his own merits and abilities. Why?
But seeing Miss Smiley's radiant smile, he felt that there was no need for so many whys. At least she smiled. She smiled, and all was well with the world.
Life doesn't have so many whys. A smile is enough.
Su Qingqing noticed that Feng Chen was carrying his backpack but not wearing the watch she gave him.
She felt slightly unhappy.
In fact, at this moment, Su Qingqing felt a bit like a star chaser. She might not necessarily like the Feng Chen in front of her. She might like the distant Feng Chen in her mind who sang beautifully and had a melodious voice.
If the Feng Chen she liked coincided perfectly with the real Feng Chen, that would probably be the feeling of love.
If the Feng Chen she liked was very different from the real Feng Chen, she would probably gradually wake up, then calmly say goodbye.
Feng Chen couldn't grasp such complex feelings, but the sense of security and insecurity could be felt.
Miss Su was very happy now, precisely because of him.
Emotions are truly complex. If it were before meeting Professor Liao, Feng Chen would still be in a state of anxiety.
Rolex watches are so beautiful, if you never had one, it's fine, but if it was once in front of you and you didn't cherish it, you would regret missing it forever. But when Professor Liao called him to work, suddenly everything changed. Feng Chen felt like his heart, suspended in the sky, had landed on the ground.
No wonder Lao Yang was so confident every day, because Lao Yang had goals, direction, and things to do.
No wonder in these days, looking at Lao Xiao, he seemed much more stable. It was just him and Di Xiao who were still drifting. Although he came out every day to run, exercise, and study on time, he was never at ease. Because he didn't have his own goal, he was being pushed forward by others, like swimming against the current. As long as he didn't strive forward, he would be swept back. But when Professor Liao called him to work, he suddenly felt at ease. He wanted to study hard, he also wanted to be sure that he was useful. From childhood to adulthood, students are taught to study well, but they are not taught why to study, how to use what they have learned, and where to apply it.
Learning without thinking leads to confusion.
Learning without practice leads to negligence. Perhaps there is no need for grand success, at least prove first that you are capable of doing things, at least give yourself a chance, even if it's a very small thing. So Feng Chen was very happy, elated. Well, this feeling was happier than being in love. In a young heart, there is a balance. Fireflies and monkey brother on either side. Love and career on either side. He had to go to work, to try. Perhaps he would never earn back a Rolex in his lifetime, but his heart would be at peace. Much more stable, without anxiety, not being led like a kite, not worrying about her letting go.
Yes, people without confidence don't dare to take the initiative to hold hands because they fear she might let go. Let's not talk about love for now. I lack confidence. Who knows why you like me? I dare not like you because I fear that if I like you and one day you suddenly stop liking me, I will be hurt. Su Qingqing seems like the kind of person who, you don't know why she likes you, liking you seems like a gift, or maybe her mind is not clear, and when she wakes up one day, she will decisively leave. Feng Chen felt that fate was very strange, as if the process had been written long ago. At the beginning of their meeting, he sang I give you a little red flower, then he sang Sailing Across the Ocean to See You, and finally inexplicably recorded Angel and the Devil. The course of their lives together was probably like these lyrics. This was probably the destined maxim. He even rehearsed it in his dreams. But the complexity of emotions is that even though you know it's a pitfall, you still want to jump in. Even though you know you will get hurt, you still want to experience it yourself. Without getting hurt once, how would you know how painful it could be? Feng Chen had such a complex feeling towards Miss Su at this moment. He said seriously, Miss, I couldn't sleep last night because the Rolex box was by my bedside. I was worried it would be stolen,
afraid that it would be gone when I woke up, so I didn't dare to sleep well all night. Look at me, I even have dark circles under my eyes." Su Qingqing laughed again. This time, her laughter was even more beautiful, both arrogant and charming. "You lied to me about your eyelashes, they are really impressive." "I didn't lie to you. I feel like a snail carrying the Rolex you gave me when I go for a run, like carrying a heavy shell. It's quite stressful." Su Qingqing extended her arm, her beautiful palm facing up. Feng Chen handed her the Rolex box from his bag. It was heavy. Handing it over, he felt relieved in that instant. Although it was exaggerated banter, sometimes banter actually spoke the truth. Watching Miss Su open the box, Feng Chen felt that she was truly wealthy, open and straightforward, accepting the item and inspecting it. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to open something returned by someone else. What if it turned out to be an empty box? That would be terrible. Then he saw Miss Su put the box aside, take out the watch, and peel off the protective film on top. She had learned last night from Di Xiao that the film on a Rolex should not be casually removed, as once removed, the store would not be responsible anymore. The saleswoman at the watch store would show you that the watch still had the film on it, which proved that the watch was new and untouched. If you went to a second-hand watch dealer, a watch with the film and one without would have different values. Feng Chen watched Su Qingqing's actions, wanting to remind her, but then he kept quiet. Miss Su didn't need this kind of explanation, explanations were for the poor. He saw her effortlessly peel off the film on the watch face, the clasp, and the strap, as if she had peeled off many watch films before, very skillfully. Then she reached out and took Feng Chen's left hand. Feng Chen felt a bit nervous. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, what did Miss Su want to do? Hold hands? Feng Chen found Miss Su very strange, as if she had never been in love, yet her actions were bold and fierce, even a bit like Lin Xiaoya. Su Qingqing held Feng Chen's hand, and when their skin touched, it felt a bit warm. But she expressionlessly raised his hand, then put the watch with the removed film on his wrist, fastening the clasp with a click. At that moment, the fountain in the center of the pool next to them suddenly sprayed water high into the sky, then fell back down, creating a beautiful and dazzling cycle. Just like Feng Chen's heart at that moment. His heart was like a fountain. At this moment, the blood flow must be like this, spurting out, touching the vessel wall, then flowing back. Because of the heartbeat, new blood would spurt out again, repeating endlessly. "Without my permission, you are not allowed to take it off," Su Qingqing said domineeringly, then intertwined her 5 fingers with his, shaking them a bit. Her hand wore a Casio, his hand wore a Rolex. The fountain danced in the sunlight. 6:30 to 7 o'clock running. A healthy body keeps the mind clear, ignites fighting spirit, and maintains a positive mental state. Running is a must. Being in love doesn't affect running. When two people are together, they must do something to be normal. Feng Chen put the empty Rolex box in his backpack and stored it in the security booth. He and Su Qingqing started running, although they were a bit later than usual. Along the way, they saw many banners celebrating the successful XXX event. No wonder the fountain was turned on, there was an event. While running, they would wave their hands, and when waving, they would see the Rolex logo. Damn, it looks so good. Oh. Feng Chen felt a bit dizzy at that moment. No wonder girls are overjoyed and moved to tears when they wear a diamond ring on their finger. This inexplicable sense of ceremony is amazing. Who says guys don't like ceremony? Guys just don't like providing it every day. Miss Su is really something. Feng Chen felt himself instantly falling. No wonder the girl wearing the diamond ring willingly steps into the grave of marriage without hesitation. Really? In that moment, if Su Qingqing asked him to jump off a cliff with her, he would follow without hesitation. Su Qingqing didn't ask him to jump off a cliff. She just continued running with him. They didn't talk much while running because the right way to run is not conducive to chatting. But during the run, whenever their eyes accidentally met, Feng Chen would catch a smile. He felt like a boy picking up pearls, and Su Qingqing's smile was like a pearl. Feng Chen spent the morning running, picking up pearls as they ran together. At 21, you must run a race with all your might and joy. It's even better if there's a girl running beside you. Running releases dopamine, making you happy, emotionally fulfilled, and hopeful for the future. It even makes plain pancakes delicious. For breakfast, Feng Chen visited the whole grain pancake stall again. He bought 2 whole grain pancakes, one for Su Qingqing and one for himself, along with 2 cups of soy milk. While buying the pancakes, Feng Chen suddenly thought of Demao. If he wanted to assist Professor Liao in the afternoon, he wouldn't have time to walk Demao. He needed to inform Gua Man in advance. Feng Chen sent a message to Gua Man. Su Qingqing stood by politely. Even though Feng Chen wasn't doing anything strange behind Su Qingqing's back, her politeness made their relationship seem a bit distant. After sending the message, he spoke up. "I'm going to the city with Professor Liao, who teaches us calculus. for a meeting this afternoon.
Her assistant took leave, so I'm temporarily filling in as an assistant. I need to ask for leave from my part-time boss. Okay, Su Qingqing just smiled.
Her smile made Feng Chen's heart race again. Love should be pursued early, otherwise, when you're older and your heart races, warning signs of heart stents and bypasses will appear.
The two slowly walked back.
There was no space in front of the whole grain pancake stall, so they found a staircase near the basketball court to sit down and have breakfast.
The empty basketball court in front of them made them eat happily, laughing as if Jordan was dunking below to entertain them.
Professor Liao said if it gets too late, she might stay in the city, so I won't be able to run with you tomorrow morning.
I just wanted to let you know in advance. If I can, I'll inform you.
Okay,
Su Qingqing sweetly smiled.
Seeing her smile, he didn't know what else to say. It wasn't until they were about to part ways, nearing the fountain in the morning, that Feng Chen remembered he had recorded a song. He sent the recorded song to Su Qingqing.
What is it? Listen to it when you get back. Feng Chen waved to Su Qingqing and didn't accompany her to her dormitory building.
She didn't invite him, and he could sense that Su Qingqing probably didn't like being escorted. It was that subtle feeling of her liking him but not quite to that extent. Rich people probably confess their feelings like this, saying I like you is too light, I love you is too heavy, so they just say, let me give you a Rolex.
Feng Chen returned to the dorm and first brought the cafeteria version of less tasty whole grain pancakes to his roommates Lao Xiao and De Qiao.
There was no choice, the dorm was close to the cafeteria.
Union College, Gu Xiuman's dorm.
She had just woken up. She stayed up late reading a novel last night. She read a tragic BL story last night, cried a lot, and her eyes were swollen this morning. Looking in the mirror just now, she was startled. She thought her round face already looked chubby, but now it seemed even puffier. She had planned to dress up nicely today and go to the South Campus to meet Housie in the afternoon. The clothes were all picked out. She was going to wear the hot pants and tight short-sleeve top she bought yesterday. She hurried to find 2 cold eye masks to put under her eyes for a quick fix. While she was at it, she made herself an Americano. Drinking one on an empty stomach in the morning could reduce puffiness. After making the Americano, she finally picked up her phone. The first WeChat message she saw at the top was from Housie. Boss, something came up this afternoon, I need to take a leave, can't go walk Demao. Please help me inform Demao, thank you.
Gu Xiaoman. Angry. Unhappy.
She had her clothes all ready. That darn Housie, asking for leave on just his second day of work, how outrageous.
She was going to reprimand him together with Demao. Gu Xiaoman was not happy. She banged around in the dormitory, and her roommate asked her what was wrong. Did Du Yuxuan and Jiang Che end up together in the end?
Dead. Gu Xiaoman slapped the table with her small hand. The roommate exclaimed, it's impossible, absolutely impossible.
So angry. Gu Xiaoman kept screaming.
After her run, when she returned to the dorm, Su Qingqing didn't want Feng Chen to accompany her,
because she instinctively liked to go to the small garden behind the dormitory building.
For a long time, that place had been like her personal garden base. She often sat there alone, lost in thought. She was a bit of a loner. As she walked to the swing where she usually sat, she noticed a dead cicada not far away on a stone slab. It must be dead because a group of ants was surrounding it, ready to carry it away as food.
Su Qingqing just calmly watched, without any sense of pity.
When she was young, she had a pet dog, but her mother punished her for a mistake by giving the dog away to someone else.
If it had stopped there, it would have been fine, but that family ate the dog. Su Qingqing was depressed for a while because of this. She was afraid to easily like small animals, too scared to recall such things. Her relationship with her mother had worsened since then. Even her mother's contact name was MS. Zhao. She opened WeChat, and as usual, there was a red dot on MS. Zhao's profile picture, indicating a bunch of sensational and scary public articles without needing to be opened. But what could be scarier than her mother giving away her pet dog to be eaten by someone else? Su Qingqing opened what Feng Chen had sent her. An audio clip. She played it. My heart is a gray prison locked with a bunch of dark thoughts screaming. You can knock me down hard, but don't even think I'll beg for mercy. You are an angel among devils, so the way you break my heart is to make me smile until the very last second. Only then do I realize there's a knife in my chest. Let others piece together our story. I'm too lazy to explain love. How do you explain it when someone wants to see me shattered? I become resilient again, reborn once. The hoarse singing voice repeated over and over, as if he was holding you, murmuring in your ear, the wind brushing past, strands of hair lightly dancing. On the stone path, the ants finally mobilized a large army to move the dead cicada towards their nest. Tears streamed down the girl's face. The boy's singing voice looped over and over. The host actively enjoys running, grasping the essence of running, rewarded with an English-speaking enhancement buff. One day, possessing the speaking enhancement buff, the host can speak fluent English, boldly speak up,
Don't be limited by regions when living off someone, foreign sugar mamas are also sweet. Fengchen stumbled slightly as he entered the dormitory area gate, almost dropping the food he had packed for Lao Xiao and Di Xiao. Giving a one-day speaking buff, what sugar mamas, can it be settled in a day? What should I do the next day? I'd rather have a buff that helps me understand the profound mysteries of calculus. Ugh, calculus is too difficult. Oh well, Professor Liao has been doing mathematics for a lifetime, probably not eager to chat about math with himself. Just focus on your strengths and avoid weaknesses, absolutely no mention of calculus. Fengchen quickly climbed to the 4th floor. When he reached the halfway point on the 3rd floor, the mechanical voice in his mind sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the platinum-level single lady Su Qingqing with unlimited potential, making significant progress, with a favorability rating of 80, entering the stage of first love. No matter who she meets in the future, you will always be the most vivid person in her memory. Please continue to work hard, strive for further progress, and reach new heights. Phew! Fengchen had one foot on the stairs and one foot off, in a posture of ascending. In just a few steps, he quickly reached the 4th floor. Feeling slightly unstable emotionally, it's safer to reach the 4th floor. He guessed Su Qingqing was probably listening to the song he recorded for her at this moment. She really was into voices. Feeling a warm sensation, he was a bit excited, but also a bit worried. What if a guy with a more pleasing voice appears by her side one day? Host successfully captures the platinum-level single lady with unlimited potential for the first time, reaching a favorability rating of 80, rewarded with 1 attribute point. Can be freely allocated. System upgrade complete. Fengchen let out a sigh of relief. The system was quick, like a sharpshooter. After capturing men and dogs, he finally encountered a normal girl. Oh. At the same time, he felt that girls were too difficult to capture. With a dog, you just need to run with it, play around, buy it 4 sausages, and the dog will be loyal to you. With Lao Xiao, he didn't do anything special, just interacted as usual, maybe a word of encouragement on a good day, and Lao Xiao would be touched. But with girls, you never know what they're thinking, what makes them happy, what upsets them, or whether they like you or not. Fengchen glanced at his attribute panel. There were indeed some changes. Emotions and morals were different from before. Emotions, 7, plus or minus 2/10. Emotions are high, recent fluctuations are significant, pay attention to heart health. Morals, 8, minus 2/10, high moral level. Pros, easily gain favorability. Cons, easily taken advantage of, often self-critical. Fengchen was a bit puzzled about the purpose of the emotion value and why it was a separate attribute point. Emotions are a person's mental threshold. When the emotional attribute is too low, the host is prone to depression and suicidal thoughts. Emotions are not fixed. As one ages, emotional values usually decline. Emotional values also affect others' emotions. People with high emotional values are usually suitable for careers in insurance, religion, health products, psychologists, financial experts, leaders, bosses, etc. The system mechanically explained. After digesting it, Fengchen understood that it was about his own happiness and influencing others' happiness. Currently, he was doing relatively well, perhaps due to his youth, feeling positive and happy, radiating positive energy. As for the -2 behind morals, no need for explanation, he understood. There were too many temptations, and he often couldn't resist. Please choose attribute points carefully, as attributes influence each other. Fengchen had initially considered adding intelligence, because he didn't feel much change in appearance enhancement. But after adding intelligence attributes, he clearly felt a difference. His speech seemed less impulsive, less awkward when spoken, and fewer mistakes. What he didn't understand before now seemed a bit clearer. But to be honest, after increasing intelligence, Fengchen felt his morals and emotions slipping. Intelligent people sometimes feel that high morals are particularly foolish, often doubting themselves. Being a bit smarter seems to make simple happiness less attainable. In the past, I was happily ignorant, but now, after thinking a bit more, that joy seems to have faded. Epsilon sadface omicron asterisk, psi. Thinking this way, fools seem to be quite happy, with high emotional values. Geniuses are usually very tormented. Many geniuses end up getting stuck in their own thoughts and eventually commit suicide. Perhaps that's the reason. It seems that when creating each person, heaven is quite fair. This time, maybe I'd become a bit more intelligent. Fengchen balanced things out a bit, fixing the weakest link. Everything else is at 7 or 8 points, except for stamina, which is still at 6 points. He decided to increase stamina. Moreover, when interacting with big shots like Professor Liao, one's own knowledge and experience are insufficient. Being just clever might not be endearing, it's better to be a bit silly and cute. Attribute update complete. Host,
please continue to work hard and soon enjoy an easy life.
Feng Chen glanced at the new attribute panel, stamina, 7, +1/10, average stamina, permanent strength enhancement buff. By maintaining a balanced exercise routine, you already have a slight advantage in the human world. Intelligence, 7, +or -1/10, average intelligence. Host, keep working hard. A good-looking appearance is common, but an interesting soul will captivate wealthy women. Emotions, 7, +or -2/10, high emotional state. Recent emotional fluctuations have been significant. Take care of your heart, you can take coenzyme Q10. Morality, 8, -2/10, high moral standards. Pros, easily gain favor. Cons, prone to being taken advantage of and often self-critical. Appearance, 7, +or -1/10, average appearance. Host, keep striving. A good-looking appearance is the foundation for catching the eye of wealthy women. An advertisement too? How down-to-earth. Has the system finally realized it can't rely on him and he has to fend for himself? Will there be sponsors after the upgrade? Is the system originally from a pharmaceutical background? Feng Chen found it a bit miraculous. What is coenzyme Q10? Let's check on TikTok. Coenzyme Q10 has important effects on the heart, can fight fatigue, protect the heart, and regulate the autonomic nervous system. Buy. We'll go buy it soon. Lately, I've been feeling some significant heart fluctuations. When I place my hand on it, I can feel it beating loudly. Especially when I press with the hand wearing the golden Rolex, it beats even louder. Feng Chen walked a few steps to room 402. Lao Sha was already up, engrossed in a fierce battle in front of the computer. It wasn't a game screen but a video edit. Feng Chen occasionally glanced at it these days. It was too complex, cutting and piecing together segments, dubbing, color correction. It was exhausting, more so than playing games. But Lao Shao looked much cooler editing videos than playing games. Fully focused, his rugged face appeared serious and sophisticated. His features seemed sharper. Truly, a career is a man's best aphrodisiac. Lao Shao looked quite tough now. He felt stiff all over, even his hair was standing up. It had been a few days since he last washed it. Dick Xiao, upon hearing the door open, groggily emerged from under the covers. Seeing Feng Chen back, Dick Xiao let out a sound. Ah, Lao Si, you ran back from your jog. Oh no, my old man called me back home today, who knows what he wants. Hopefully, it's not another round of criticism. Ah, old people are truly terrifying, they rely on scolding to feel any emotional value. Lao Shao took off his headphones upon seeing Feng Chen return. Hearing Di Xiao's complaints, Lao Shao cheerfully took the breakfast Feng Chen brought, placing Di Xiao's portion on his desk. Lao Shao naturally envied Di Xiao's carefree life. A few scoldings were nothing. But Lao Shao also understood Di Xiao quite well. The Dejia family had two brothers. It was said that his older brother was very successful, a graduate of a prestigious university, already making a name for himself in the family business, and Dejia didn't seem like someone who could inherit the family business. Some parents favor boys over girls, or show partiality towards one child, and it seemed like Dejia's parents favored the eldest. Dejia had a good personality, quite optimistic. Although he grumbled at times, once he was done grumbling, he would happily eat and drink as if he hadn't taken it to heart. Broad-minded and chubby, Dejia seemed to be the happiest in the dorm. Indeed, Dejia complained once, but upon seeing tea eggs for breakfast, he became happy again. My old man named me Xiao Dawei, which reads as the Great Xiao when reversed. I swear, one day, the Great Xiao will definitely make a name for himself and show my old man and big brother what I'm capable of. Don't underestimate the young and inexperienced. Phew! Feng Chen pinched his nose and left the dorm. While Dejia was making an excited vow, he also let out a fart with a strong smell of spring onions. Lao Shao rushed to open the window, fanning with a book in hand. Dejia looked embarrassed, then quickly ran out of the dorm. He ran out next to Feng Chen. Feng Chen refused. The refusal was ineffective. Dejia said to Feng Chen, "It's okay, Lao Si, the fart is still in the room, I'm not smelly now." Feng Chen looked at Lao Shao inside. They waited at the dormitory door for a while. Feng Chen's phone rang, he opened it and saw a new message on WeChat. Uncle Fo Nin Tian sent a message, "Xiaohao, I'm on a business trip to Mountain City. I might have time tomorrow afternoon, come and see you." Feng Chen was slightly nervous, his uncle had an aura of a successful scholar, and as a struggling fourth-year student, he felt a bit scared, maintaining a certain distance. When he was young, he had a good relationship with his uncle. He remembered playing on his uncle's shoulders, and his uncle lifting him high to pick peaches from a tree. Later, he got stung by a bug, and his hand swelled like bread. When his mother wanted to scold him, his uncle came out to admit the mistake, saying he wanted to eat peaches, not Xiaohao, but his mother didn't believe it and still gave him a good beating.
Looking back, something felt off.
His uncle had a subtle green tea vibe. Perhaps it was because Feng Chen had been interacting with more girls recently that he could sense that feeling. The beatings he received years ago were not unjust. In his memory, no matter what his father, siblings, or uncle and aunt did, it was his father who always ended up being scolded by his grandparents.
Like father, like son. His father's 3 siblings had interesting names, named after the weather.
According to his grandmother, when the eldest was born, there was thunder outside, so Feng Chen's father was named Feng Leisheng. When the second child was born, it was overcast outside, gloomy but not raining. Originally, they wanted to name him Feng Xiaoyu, summer rain, but since it didn't rain, they had to settle for Feng Yintian, overcast.
The little sister was named Feng Yang, born on a sunny day.
As for his uncle's name, Feng Yintian, it was said that when his uncle grew up, he wanted to change it. At that time, his uncle was in college, his father was a machinist in a factory, banging on machines all day, making loud noises like thunder, and his aunt was still in high school. Grandma probably thought that being a college student was more important and couldn't argue, feeling that they had been hasty in naming him, so she went to a famous local master and gave a big red envelope. She wanted the master to give a new name to the second child. When the master saw the names of the 3 Feng children, he pointed to Feng Yintian, the second child, and marveled, saying he was a dragon in the pond, destined for great things, poised for success. A very auspicious name.
Grandpa and Grandma were delighted, so they decided not to change it. Indeed, they were good at naming. Grandma added more money and asked about the names of the eldest and the youngest. Then the master pointed to Feng Yang's name and also praised, able to gain public support, achieve great success, fame and fortune, leader of the 4 directions. Auntie is the youngest daughter, so Grandpa and Grandma naturally dote on her.
Hearing this explanation, they felt it was a bit exaggerated, but as long as it was good, they were very happy. In the end, the master pointed at Feng Leisheng and shook his head. Originally, this fate was a golden one. Thunder and fire restrained gold, lack of focus in career, not successful at 19, but with dedication and focus, success is possible. Average luck, with a mix of good and bad. Originally, the elderly couple was planning to change the name of their second son, but they didn't expect the master to say that the fate of the second and third sons was good, only the eldest was not. However, the eldest was already of that age, working steadily in the factory, so what's the point of changing his name, they thought, and didn't say anything. Soon after, the factory was on the verge of bankruptcy, and both Feng Chen's parents were laid off.
Grandpa and Grandma regretted mentioning this to the family earlier.
This was also brought up by Mom and Dad during an argument.
Feng Chen only found out about it then. He found it strange that the elderly still believed in fate like this. Isn't that just a figment of imagination?
But later, his uncle graduated from university and soared all the way, marrying a professor's daughter, staying in academia, becoming a professor himself, and even receiving the title of Outstanding Youth.
His academic career was smooth.
Looking at his unreliable aunt, who couldn't even braid her own hair, his mother often helped her with her braids. She had an average education, graduated as a teacher, restless and always worried that she would mislead students. But after getting married, her husband's career flourished, and she was transferred from the school to the education bureau.
Feng Chen's father, Feng Leisheng, was laid off from his job as a senior metal worker and started selling snacks, making a modest living. He would wake up at 3 in the morning, before dawn, to prepare food, waiting for the sun to rise with steaming hot dishes, and finally managed to open a small shop, greeting customers with a smile. His most glorious moments were probably when he wielded a large hammer on the machine, creating deafening sounds like thunder. His name was not wrong, just that times had changed. After changing the air in the dormitory, the atmosphere finally improved a bit.
The dormitory had windows on both sides of a central corridor, allowing for some airflow when the door was open.
De Chao cautiously entered, taking a light sniff. Not smelly, it's not smelly anymore. Feng Chen. Lao Xiao. Feng Chen tidied up his things.
De Chao shielded her eyes with her hand.
Bright light. Oh no. Where's the sniper light? Someone's trying to shoot me. Lao Xiao ate tea eggs with hot water, watching De Chao goof around.
Feng Chen's watch reflected light in the sunlight, creating a circle that moved with his hand gestures.
It was like a spotlight shining in the dormitory. Occasionally, it shone on De Chao's desk. I went for a run with Miss De this morning. I returned her Rolex watch, and she took it out, removed the protective film, and put it directly on my wrist, not letting me take it off. The atmosphere was so good at the time, I couldn't refuse. Feng Chen sat at his desk, speaking earnestly. It was like he was reporting something. And then? De Chao asked excitedly. And then, that's it.
Miss De ran with me, and after the run, I bought her a buckwheat pancake. After eating, she went back to her dorm, and I came back to pack for you guys. Lao Xiao, you only bought Miss De a buckwheat pancake? She's so easy to please. De Qiao, did you kiss her? Feng Chen blushed slightly at De Qiao's blunt question. Get out, get out, get out. So, you didn't. De Qiao shook her head in disappointment. Lao Xiao watched the scene while having breakfast. Seeing Feng Chen pack a set of clothes into his bag, Lao Xiao curiously asked, Are you planning to stay out all night? Is Miss De that wild? Boys need to take care of themselves when they're out. Where did you get that idea? It's not Miss De, it's Professor Liao. Lao Xiao, oh? De Qiao, huh? I met Professor Liao, who teaches us calculus, while running this morning. She said she's going to the city for a meeting in the afternoon. Her assistant suddenly took leave, so she asked me to help carry her bag. If it gets too late, I might end up staying over. Feng Chen explained it once again. After all, if he didn't come back at night, he still had to inform his roommate. This is fate, De Qiao exclaimed. If I had known I could wait for Professor Liao, I would have gone there to jog every day, sob. Lao Xiao was also envious after hearing this, but he didn't have the intention to go. He knew Professor Liao, a super serious old lady. In front of her, even standing made him nervous, let alone carrying her bag. It was too scary. This was not his fate, you couldn't force it. The weather forecast says it might rain in the afternoon. It should rain tomorrow too. Shall see, bring your umbrella, Lao Xiao said. Feng Chen hadn't thought about this, looking outside now with sunshine, although it was a bit cloudy in the morning. Could it be because Uncle Feng brought gloomy weather to their city during the New Year's dinner chat? Auntie said Uncle was on a business trip, and wherever he went, it rained. He was like a rain god. Thanks, Xiao Gu. Feng Chen found his umbrella in the drawer. It was a bit old, he usually didn't use umbrellas. He ran in light rain and an umbrella was useless in heavy rain. De Qiao handed over his umbrella. You can use mine first. I'm going home anyway, I'll use yours. Thanks, Xiao Gu. Feng Chen accepted it. De Qiao's umbrella was very new, looked of good quality, black, definitely for sun and rain protection, and quite large when opened. Feng Chen put the umbrella on the side of his backpack and a bottle of water on the other side. He packed a change of clothes inside. De Qiao also stuffed in a pack of portable wet toilet paper and tissues. Looking at the wet toilet paper with pretty flower patterns, that was very De Qiao. He felt like he was going to take an exam, receiving earnest advice from his elders. Feng Chen took another shower and changed into fresh clothes. Actually, it was almost the same as before, because the clothes were almost the same, just cleaner. Still a white t-shirt and sweatpants. De Qiao enthusiastically offered to do his makeup, but Feng Chen firmly refused. It wasn't necessary, really. He usually kept things natural. If something felt important and you pushed too hard, you'd end up feeling uncomfortable. It was better to stay relaxed as usual. Feng Chen noticed that after the system upgrade, there were now two time bar modes. One was the default mode where the system automatically arranged tasks. The other was the manual mode where he could plan his own schedule. Behind the manual mode was a note, please actively arrange your time, do not waste time, time waits for no one. If you don't work hard now, you'll work even harder when you're old. Start working hard now, enjoy life early. Feng Chen decided to try out the new feature. After packing up, he left the dorm to continue studying. Because he had just received a buff to strengthen his spoken English, Feng Chen felt it was necessary to pick up his speaking skills. After all, this was a buff, not something out of thin air. You needed a foundation to enhance it. Lao Xiao followed along unsteadily. Daily scenes. Recently, his videos hadn't gone viral, but he felt better emotionally and was less anxious. He saw progress, slow but steady, with more likes and views increasing gradually. It might be due to the follow-up support from the fans of the previously popular organizing and singing videos. If someone came across your video, stayed, responded, and watched, there was a high probability they would come across it again. So he needed to stay steady. Even if it didn't go viral, he couldn't give up. As long as he kept going, he had more opportunities here than others, making success easier. With a good mindset, worst-case scenario, he could go back to his hometown to farm. At least he wouldn't starve. His old classmates who didn't go to college were doing fine, and an old classmate even invited him to a wedding banquet during the National Day. Lao Zhao's mindset calmed down, and he held his phone more steadily. Feng Chen was already tired from being filmed by Lao Xiao these past few days, feeling natural and indifferent. Although it's a bit awkward to watch your own videos sometimes, especially when picking your toes, it's okay. Just keep picking, and your toes will get used to it. He thought it was perfect because he felt silly practicing his spoken English, but with Lao Xiao across from him, it didn't seem so silly. They didn't look for a classroom since there were always people in there. Self-study was fine, but practicing spoken English would disturb others.
So they went to the comprehensive building, which had a garden outside.
The university campus was truly beautiful, with a high level of greenery per person. There was a long corridor by the garden of the comprehensive building, with seats along the way, shaded by the clouds at the moment. Fengchen laid out his books, brought his water cup, as the system strongly recommended drinking hot water. Feng, 21 years old, surrendered to the idea of health since the age of 21.
There wasn't really a strange reason behind it, it was just that buying bottled water cost money, and with expenses here and there in daily life, you'd quickly find yourself broke. So, if you could drink tap water, there was no need to buy bottled water. Lao Shao came over and took a picture of the surroundings outside the comprehensive building, even capturing a golden butterfly for a while. Fengchen, holding his English book, began reading aloud. It was a bit awkward at first, but as he continued, it became smoother. Pausing after each sentence to feel the pronunciation, now equipped with a clear voice buff, reading aloud made him more confident, enhanced by the spoken English buff, so he read loudly. It was like learning to speak for a child. Initially stumbling, but once you learned, you wanted to speak more, louder, and smoother. As Fengchen read English aloud, he recalled the scene when he last saw Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya spoke very colloquially, which might not be correct according to exam standards, but in terms of language, it was just right, more authentic. After all, in daily life, people don't speak according to grammar rules but rather for convenience. When Fengchen immersed himself in reading, he ignored Lao Shao. Lao Shao was earnestly taking photos with his camera. Last time, he didn't show his face while studying in the library, but unexpectedly, that video seemed quite popular. This time, he adopted the same approach, not revealing his full face. He recorded diligently, trying to capture the original sound. Heizi reads so well. Lao Shao felt a bit envious. He was somewhat insecure about his English skills. Coming from a rural area, he started learning English late, and with a regional accent in Mandarin, his English accent was even stronger. While he excelled in other subjects, English lagged behind due to inherent shortcomings. Watching Lao Si read English was like seeing a shining star. If dressed up in a tuxedo and claimed to be a mixed-race returnee, he could easily pass.
As Lao Shao filmed, he pondered on how to edit the footage, growing more excited with each thought.
Fengchen continued reading with undivided attention. Lao Shao gestured quietly after finishing filming and left. Fengchen nodded and continued.
By the time he finished a large bottle of water, completed his reading, and felt the urge to use the restroom, Fengchen realized an hour had passed. It felt fulfilling. He checked his phone and saw many messages.
Classmate Gua Man sent him a bunch of fierce-looking emojis, each one fiercer and cuter than the last. He saved the funny ones, thinking Miss Su might like them. He replied, "I promise to walk Demao tomorrow, double the time, no extra charge."
Then he saw that Lao Yang had also messaged him.
Yang rarely initiated private chats, so he thought something was up. Fengchen opened the message and was stunned.
In the dorm group chat, De Chao mentioned that he was going to carry Professor Liao's bag. Lao Yang's WeChat information reads, Liao Fanghua, 69 years old, with coronary heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, and some bald spots on the head. Professor Liao pays great attention to hair care. Remember to cover it when it rains, don't get it wet. She recently had gum inflammation and can't eat spicy food. There's chrysanthemum tea in my drawer. Portable packaging, you can take a few. Also bring some golden throat lozenges. Fengchen was practically kneeling while reading the information. No wonder Lao Yang thrived in school. What kind of information database was this? He replied with a voice message, "Thank you, Yang Gu. I'll treat you to a meal when I come back." After a while, Lao Yang replied, "It's nothing, I helped that old Chinese doctor before and happen to know, work hard, shall see, this is a good opportunity, come back and we'll have a feast." Fengchen looked at his phone, feeling inexplicably moved. Being a follower, he was being guided by Lao Yang behind his back. He was the youngest in the dorm, called Shao Si since freshman year, but this time, he truly felt that he had always been taken care of. Being in the same dorm with them was great.
"Come on, Fengchen, charge."
Fengchen diligently completed his morning study tasks, had yogurt, and ate fruits. He took a half-hour break. Under the big tree where two lovers were embracing near the campus teaching building. Fengchen looked up at the tree, its dense canopy providing a sense of security. No wonder the lovers were so carefree, even kissing under the tree, it was too much. It was cool under the tree, and Fengchen stayed for a while. He received some rewards from the system. Feeling the real-time feedback and rewards for doing something good every day was fantastic. However, today, maybe because he arranged his time independently, the pace felt a bit slower. He had already gone for a run in the morning, so he didn't plan for swimming. He studied English speaking, took a break in between, thought of going to the library but felt it was a bit far, worried it might delay his meeting with Professor Liao at noon.
Honestly, it's hard to focus on studying in the morning when you have things to do in the afternoon. Human self-discipline is still not strong enough. Fengchen unintentionally extended his break after studying. He didn't do much, just felt like taking a walk on the campus paths. These few days felt so long. Chapter 64. Once a person is determined to change, it's never too late. Fengchen had been busy studying, exercising, and coincidentally met many people. He used to be shy to speak up, but now it didn't seem so difficult, realizing it wasn't as scary. Everyone was just normal humans. Because of the afternoon plans, he was a bit excited. He was already quite happy, feeling the opportunity was rare, like a stroke of luck. After being reminded by his roommate, he got a bit more focused. When Professor Liao asked him to carry her bag, it couldn't just be about carrying a bag, she could do it herself. Being older, she probably needed someone to assist with daily tasks in case of emergencies or unexpected situations. That was the significance of him going along. He needed to do this well before anything else. Like a student, first do well in studies, pass exams, then see if you can do other things, prove yourself first. Establish your position. Can't just follow the professor out and be clueless. I'm a student, I can't do anything. If you really can't do anything, why are you here? Fengchen rarely walked and contemplated like this. After a round, he felt much calmer and more confident about the afternoon. Despite being fortunate to have the soft Rice King system, sometimes he truly felt lost. Was he still himself? Or had he become a puppet of the system? After thinking it over, I felt my mind clear up a bit. I am definitely myself, a lively person, a unique individual. I'm getting ready to pack up some food and head back to the dorm. If I finish eating early, take a rest, it will be just in time. Today, I'll pack for Lao Xiao, and De Qiao will go home as soon as she wakes up. I arrived early today, the dishes were quite abundant, but not very tasty. While Fengchen was buying food, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The host has relaxed for an hour, learned to think independently, digested the recent learning content, understood, on the path of progress, one must stop to rest for a while, appreciate the surroundings. Resting is also a kind of spiritual progress, rewarding the host with enhanced taste buds buff. One day, possessing the taste buds enhancement buff allows you to more intuitively experience the essence of food, enjoy the happiness brought by food. Only by combining work and rest can life be sustained. Fengchen watched the cafeteria chefs every day, worried that if they cooked something delicious one day and the student emperor found out, they would have to cook delicious food every day, so the cafeteria chefs always made balanced but unappetizing dishes. Having this taste buds enhancement buff in the cafeteria doesn't feel like a benefit at all. Back in the dorm, Fengchen tasted the food he bought. Indeed, it was balanced but unappetizing, no need to worry about the cafeteria chef suddenly excelling. After eating, washing up, making sure there were no meat shreds stuck in his teeth, no vegetable leaves on his teeth, then taking a short rest, Fengchen left at 12:30. He arranged to meet Professor Liao at 1 o'clock at the entrance of the teacher's apartment. It was at most a 10-minute walk from here, but he was worried about unexpected situations, so he arrived 20 minutes early. Just before leaving, Lao Xiao handed Fengchen a bottle of motion sickness pills. My mom always gets motion sickness in the car, take this, just in case. Fengchen accepted it graciously and put it in his bag. Lao Xiao nagged again, there's a small pocket on the outside of your backpack, put it there, so you can find it easily. With Lao Xiao's earnest instructions, Fengchen left the dorm. He briskly walked to the teacher's apartment. Luckily it was overcast, no blazing sun, otherwise, in this situation, he would be sweating and smelly in no time. At the entrance of the teacher's apartment, he saw the old man at the guard booth. This time, Fengchen took the initiative to greet the security guard at the entrance. Because Lao Yang could even have connections with the old Chinese doctor, he didn't think Lao Yan was impressive before, but now that he needed help, he realized how truly remarkable Lao Yang was. Fengchen also wanted to progress, wanted to learn. The old man saw the young man standing at the entrance and said with a smile, come over here and enjoy the breeze. Fengchen was pleasantly surprised and walked over. Phone NPC Hao took the initiative to greet the NPC old man and gained a slight cool breeze +1. The electric fan was spinning, occasionally brushing past him, making him feel a bit more comfortable, and keeping the mosquitoes away. Are you going to see Xiaoyu? The old man started chatting, getting straight to the point. Fengchen felt fortunate that sometimes the people we overlook remember our information, thinking our secrets are safe, but they are not, so we shouldn't do anything wrong casually. No, sir, Professor Liao is going to the city for a meeting, and I'm helping with the bags. Oh, helping Miss Liao with her bags. I heard that her assistant Xiao He is pregnant and suffering from severe morning sickness. Phone NPC Hao gained important boss-related information +1. By the way, sir, you look much older than Professor Liao, yet you call her Miss.
Feng Chen had heard Professor Liao mention that her assistant had taken sudden leave in the morning, without specifying the reason, so he didn't dare to ask. Now, the old man here had just told him, she's pregnant. If she's pregnant, Feng Chen remembered his cousin being very uncomfortable in the first 3 months of pregnancy, taking leave every day, but after 3 months, she was fine and went back to work. This way, he still had some time for his own opportunities.
Ordinary people wouldn't completely stop working because of pregnancy.
This was a perfect opportunity for Feng Chen to exercise. As long as there was a gap in time, he could take over without the need for any formalities or discussions about salary.
It was like an internship, where many internships didn't pay and didn't offer impressive professors to guide you. Feng Chen was very happy.
He started chatting with the old man again. His voice was pleasant, and the old man was willing to chat out of boredom. As they talked, the old man revealed his identity.
I'm retired and have nothing to do.
I wanted to go fishing, but my wife was worried I'd get washed away or drown in the river, so my son arranged for me to watch the gate here. This job is leisurely, with a good environment, you can read, use your phone, there's even a fan and air conditioning. It feels like even if we study hard and graduate, we might not find such a good job. Your son arranged this job well for you, old man.
Feng Chen came in, sat down enjoying the fan, then noticed there was also air conditioning and a TV. He couldn't help but sigh. His dorm didn't even have air conditioning or a TV. Why did this security booth have them?
Moreover, this was different from the gate at the school's main entrance. The main gate was crowded and chaotic, but here it was mostly acquaintances. Someone had already screened everyone outside, so the old man's position was one that could be taken or left.
If a position was needed, it could be created, if not, it could be left vacant. While Feng Chen was pondering this, the old man said, not bad, not bad.
You should know my son, Xiao Wang.
Feng Chen didn't react immediately. Why would he know the son of the gatekeeper?
The old man proudly said, my son is Wang Chenghe. After a moment, Feng Chen realized, oh, Vice Principal Wang Chenghe. His knees went weak, almost sitting down.
Just then, a car drove in.
The old man stopped chatting, feeling pleased with himself, and said to Feng Chen, there, that car is here to pick up Miss Liao. You should go over.
Feng Chen replied, thank you, Mr. Wang. I'll come chat with you next time. It was a business car, not a Buick, probably a Toyota. Feng Chen didn't know much about cars. His family had a basic Volkswagen worth less than 200,000.
This business car had 7 seats, and when he saw it, Feng Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. In the past, he would have just gotten in the car, but now he had a sudden question, where to sit? The front passenger seat had a good view, behind the driver's seat were 2 positions, and there was a row of seats at the back. Feng Chen thought, if it were Yang, he would probably have already struck up a conversation with the driver and might have even offered him a cigarette. Old Yang didn't smoke much, but he had cigarettes. Now he understood why. Some small details in life were not learned through studying, others couldn't teach you how to sit in a car. But college students really didn't know. They might have some knowledge, but their common sense was lacking. Chatting with the gatekeeper had already drained Feng Chen's social skills for the day. The driver looked tough and streetwise. Feng Chen didn't know how to chat with him. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. He stood by the car, and after a while, Professor Liao got out. She had come from Building C. In the afternoon, she had changed into a Chinese-style suit. The fabric looked stiff, with dark-colored flowers that were large but not flashy, just right. It gave the impression of being expensive and not at all old-fashioned. Feng Chen suddenly thought of his own mother. His father always teased his mother for being vain, but looking back, his mother didn't have many outfits she could show off. His mother was only in her 40s, but she didn't dress as young as Professor Liao, who was almost 70. If he had money, he would definitely buy his mother many beautiful clothes so she could dress up now, not when she was old. But by the time he had money, his mother would be old. So, young man, make an effort while you can, for elders will age. Liao Fanhua saw Feng Chen waiting for her by the car, a neatly dressed young man with a backpack, and she smiled. Older people like to see spirited young individuals. Feng Chen arrived quite early. Hello, Professor Liao, I just got here. The driver also greeted Professor Liao and called her Sister Liao. Thinking about the security guard also calling Professor Liao Sister Liao, Feng Chen suddenly understood that it was a way to make her feel young. So, fundamentally, Professor Liao might want to appear younger. Feng Chen quickly checked which seat the 7-car leaders should sit in, showing that the normal leader's position should be on the right side behind the driver's seat. But Feng Chen hesitated a bit. He didn't like sitting by the door, feeling like he would fall out as soon as the door opened, and facing people outside made him a bit socially anxious. Everyone probably has their own preferences.
He still hesitated, waiting for Professor Liao to board first. Sure enough, when Professor Liao arrived, the driver promptly got off and opened both car doors. Professor Liao sat behind the driver. Feng Chen sat next to the door. It seemed a bit different from what was discussed during the briefing. If he had stronger social skills, he could chat with the driver and probably find out directly. More effort is needed. After boarding, Feng Chen finally managed to place Professor Liao's bag on the last row of seats with a keen eye, and he put his own backpack in the back. Professor Liao had 2 bags, a briefcase, and a personal bag. When Professor Liao got off the car earlier, Feng Chen didn't react to carry the bag. It was the driver who first went to pick it up and helped with the personal bag. Feng, assistant, Hao, was a bit slow, missing the chance to carry the bag -1. Competition in society is really tough. Feng Chen sat next to Professor Liao. He could chat if he wanted to, or sleep if he wished. Feng Chen was initially nervous, but during this long hour on the car, he felt that just being able to sit in a car was not easy. Thinking about how the driver hurried to help carry the bag and open the car door. Initially, he thought that the task of hurrying to carry the bag and open the car door should be done by him, the temporary assistant. The driver looked tall and agile when running to help carry the bag and open the car door. Professor Liao noticed the Rolex watch on Feng Chen's left hand as she sat down. Sitting next to Feng Chen on the left, the angle was just right. She took a glance at Feng Chen's shoes. Shoes can tell a lot about a person's taste. Professor Liao wasn't a brand enthusiast. Her chiffon dress wasn't a brand, but it wasn't any cheaper than one. However, at her age, she understood a bit of everything. When she was young, she also bought things randomly. Feng Chen's clothes and pants were ordinary, just like an average student. She needed an assistant, so she naturally required a background check. Her previous assistant, Xiao He, provided her with Feng Chen's background check, stating that he was an ordinary student with no disciplinary records and no particularly complicated family relationships, showing no significant social background. A child from an ordinary urban household. Now, sitting together and carefully observing, she felt he was not ordinary. Professor Liao first asked what he had for lunch. Feng Chen replied, "I ate at the cafeteria." Then Professor Liao asked, "What does your family do, Feng?" Feng Chen truthfully answered, "My family runs a restaurant." Professor Liao smiled and said, "Business must be good, right?" Feng Chen recalled that it was a local business, with his father's food being well liked by the neighbors. Even when some neighbors moved away, they still came back, unwilling to forget the taste and always returning for a bite. In that street, it was considered a successful business. Feng Chen nodded, "Yes, it's doing quite well." In fact, if Professor Liao asked how many employees they had, she would have a rough idea of the scale of the small restaurant. Professor Liao didn't ask, but she casually inquired and left it at that. It was the driver up front who chimed in, "The young man is from a wealthy family." Feng Chen quickly responded, "No, driver, I come from a normal, average family. I haven't even taken my driver's license test yet." The driver mentioned he had an A1 driver's license. Feng, the assistant, felt the pressure of professional competition increase by 1. For some reason, the driver seemed competitive or perhaps boastful. Maybe Feng had become a bit smarter, as in the past, he might have admired the driver and engaged in a conversation about how to obtain an A1 license. Chatting could help ease tension, leading to inadvertently revealing his family's information. Glancing at Professor Liao, Feng noticed she didn't appreciate the driver's loud voice and probably disliked his chatting. It was said that Professor Liao visited their school for health reasons, indicating she was extremely focused on health and safety. After all, she was a woman who could live to be 101 years old. Engaging in casual conversation as a driver seemed unprofessional and unsafe. Feng didn't continue the conversation but turned to Professor Liao, asking, "Teacher, I brought motion sickness pills, would you like one?" Professor Liao smiled and replied, "Not for now, Xiao Wu is driving steadily, so I won't get motion sickness." Feng noticed he had changed the way he addressed the professor, and Professor Liao didn't seem upset. In fact, she appeared pleased. While the title of teacher lacked the prestige of professor, it felt closer and more youthful. Young professors preferred being called professor, while older ones like Professor Liao probably preferred the title of teacher. Professor Liao even instructed the driver to drive more steadily. Feng, the assistant, felt his brainpower increase by 1. Professor Liao then closed her eyes to rest. Feng quietly followed suit and closed his eyes. They were about an hour away from the city center. Feng decided to give himself a half-hour nap. After setting the time, he closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep, sleeping deeply. Once the habit of taking a nap was formed, he felt the need to nap every day. Without it, he felt less energetic. With the habit of napping, he felt more alert in the afternoons and his mind didn't tire as quickly in the evenings.
When he didn't nap before, his mind would feel exhausted after dinner, making it impossible to focus on studying. He could only engage in mindless activities like playing games or watching videos. Trying to study without napping resulted in very low efficiency. Feng soon fell asleep. Professor Liao was only dozing and woke up when the driver braked suddenly to overtake another vehicle, causing the car to lurch forward. She glanced out the window and was startled to see a large truck driving alongside. Turning her head, she saw Feng sleeping peacefully, breathing evenly. He looked very well behaved, leaning against the seat with his seatbelt fastened. His long eyelashes covered his eyes as he slept, looking very obedient. With his hands resting on his flat stomach, the boy looked quite handsome wearing a watch. Professor Liao thought of her grandson and wondered if he wore a watch. She decided to buy one for him later. Youth was indeed good. He slept soundly. Professor Liao glanced at Feng and continued to rest with her eyes closed, appearing to have drifted off. Up front, the driver Xiaowu silently drove, glancing back when waiting at traffic lights. He saw the university student sleeping peacefully. Initially, he thought the boy was inexperienced and unreliable, wondering why Professor Liao would choose a student as a temporary assistant when her usual assistant, Xiaoyi, was on leave. He knew Xiaoyi's partner and had been asked to look after him more closely, even giving him 2 cigarettes. Adults didn't need much explanation. The gist was that although Xiaoyi was unwell, he still wanted to retain his position as Professor Liao's assistant and didn't want to be replaced. In reality, a university student posed no threat. He appeared to be a very green young man. The driver Xiaowu, who had just lit 2 cigarettes, was still willing to do something, at least not feeling like he had taken them for nothing. At this moment, seeing the college student actually asleep, sleeping soundly, just heard Professor Liao asking questions. This college student seems to come from a well-off family. As the red light lingered, Xiaowu, the driver, glanced at Feng Chen and noticed the Rolex on his wrist. Damn! He didn't recognize other watches, but he knew the Rolex's crown logo. Good grades, able to attend college, from a good family. Truly, the rich are born rich, with good conditions. People can never be compared, so why bother with oneself? How could a college student wearing a Rolex compete for a position as an assistant? Probably just for social experience, out for fun. The light turned green, and Xiaowu drove carefully. Arrived. Feng Chen also woke up for a while. He saw that Professor Liao was sleeping peacefully and didn't disturb her. The car stopped. The driver brother hurriedly got out of the car to open the door. Feng Chen was a little puzzled. It seemed that after a nap, the driver brother's attitude towards him had improved significantly. Indeed, just when he got into the car, Feng Chen felt like his resolute heart had vanished because the driver brother seemed naturally unfriendly towards him. But after a nap, this feeling of friendliness inexplicably emerged. Strange. He didn't even try to grab the bag from Feng Chen. Instead, he handed Professor Liao's toiletry bag to Feng Chen. It wasn't heavy, but not too light either. Professor Liao, call me anytime you need. Feng, contact me if you need anything. Xiaowu handed Feng Chen a business card. Then he drove away from the hotel entrance. Feng Chen felt a little flushed. He actually woke up halfway through the journey and could have asked for the driver brother's contact information so he could reach out to him later, but he didn't even think about it. He had never taken the initiative to make such contacts. So it's not just about intelligence, it's also about your knowledge and experience. Moreover, in this more formal setting, the driver brother also changed how he addressed Professor Liao, no longer calling her sister Liao but Professor Liao. When they got off the car, greeters came up to them. A middle-aged man shook Professor Liao's hand warmly, bowing slightly with a smile on his face. Professor Liao, you're here. You look younger than last time. Let me take you in. Professor Liu and the others are waiting for you. Before Feng Chen could react, Professor Liao was led inside by the middle-aged man. Phew, Feng Chen followed behind carrying the bag. He had always thought that greeters were greeted by beautiful young ladies in elegant kipeos with long legs, big eyes, and ample bosoms. A row of beautiful young ladies would be quite impressive. Today, he suddenly realized his misconception. There were indeed beautiful greeters at the entrance. However, Professor Liao was being welcomed by a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly chubby. The man seemed like a successful individual, someone with a high social status, at least in Feng Chen's family. Only his uncle gave off a similar vibe. But to have such a man as a greeter welcoming Professor Liao indicated her high status. It turned out that true VIP greeters were not the beautiful young ladies. A man in a suit and leather shoes as a greeter elevated the status several notches. It was like going out with a female secretary meant you were the boss, but going out with a male secretary meant you were the leader. Feng Chen's youthful face seemed naive here, but his demeanor was relatively dignified and straightforward, not embarrassing Professor Liao. The middle-aged man walked slowly, deliberately slowing down. After all, Professor Liao was a retired professor, almost 70 years old.
Feng Chen followed along slowly, hoping to gain some insights from their conversation.
This middle-aged man seemed to have a high status, appearing like the kind of achievement Feng Chen would need to strive for decades to reach smoothly, yet he kept praising Professor Liao all the way, complimenting Professor Liao for his youth, academic achievements, scholarly level, and the talented individuals in his family. Truly, this kind of flattery required some skill.
What academic achievements? Feng Chen listened with one ear but couldn't understand a thing, so he made a mental note to look it up later. Mathematical problems arising from general relativity and string theory. Systematically developing methods for partial differential equations in differential geometry. Couldn't understand a word, not a single bit, even though it was in Chinese.
But there was a barrier. Professor Liao's mind was probably like a hilly terrain, each hill storing a vast amount of knowledge. His mind might be like a smooth ball, put some knowledge on it, and it would just slide off.
At that moment, Feng Chen's admiration for Professor Liao rose to another level.
Indeed, there were things that outsiders couldn't grasp how impressive you were, but once you got in touch, you would realize the other party's excellence was beyond your imagination, incomparable. Just like how he used to think old Yang was impressive, but he didn't have a specific feeling of how impressive he was, just that he was a bit better than himself. However, when he saw the message old Yang sent him today, he realized that he was truly amazing, much more impressive than he had imagined, surpassing himself by far, excelling more than most people in society. In just a short stretch of road, listening to the middle-aged man's perfectly timed flattery, not a bit awkward, it seemed caring and admiring, also showing off his own knowledge.
It was all about social etiquette. They arrived at the venue. Feng Chen followed inside.
He followed Professor Liao, and no one stopped him.
Feng Chen thought he couldn't flatter well. Showing too much culture wasn't realistic either. He was a student who had to retake exams twice under Professor Liao, so what kind of assistant would be considered good? He imagined himself in his father's position, thinking about how his father treated his mother on a daily basis. Inside the venue, the air conditioning was on full blast, the cold air brushing against them. Professor Liao took his seat, and Feng Chen handed him the shawl he had just received. There was mineral water in front of Professor Liao.
There were also ceramic cups, and a waiter stood at the door ready to refill them. Feng Chen asked for a glass from the waiter, tore open the chrysanthemum packet he had brought, placed it in the glass, poured hot water over it, and a beautiful chrysanthemum bloomed, almost filling half of the glass, very pleasing to the eye and fragrant. Seeing there was nothing else to do, Professor Liao was chatting with acquaintances nearby, so Feng Chen excused himself, saying, "Teacher, just call me if you need anything, I'll be outside."
As Feng Chen left, Professor Lu, who was familiar with them, joked, "Old Liao, you're doing well. Your previous assistant Xiao He was very efficient, now you've got a male assistant who's even more considerate." Professor Liao gently sniffed the chrysanthemum tea, admiring the beautiful flower blooming, a high-quality tribute chrysanthemum. "This is my student, Xiao He, who is pregnant and on leave, so I asked a student to help carry the bag temporarily. I'm old, not as young and strong as you, old Lu." 58-year-old Professor Lu was praised for being young and strong, laughing heartily. "So he's your proud disciple, huh? This student of yours seems quite good, not arrogant or rash." Liao Fanghua. "Let's not mention this, just basic calculus retaken twice. This young man is quite steady." Outside the venue, there was a lounge with sofas and resting corners in the hallway. Feng Chen sat in a corner of the sofa. Little did he know that Yang's chrysanthemum had helped him again. When old Yang mentioned the chrysanthemum in his drawer, Feng Chen thought it was just ordinary chrysanthemum tea. In reality, this bag of chrysanthemum cost 100 yuan. A box of 12 bags, over 1200 yuan. That's 12 chrysanthemums, roughly 100 yuan each. Among the selected chrysanthemums, the best in quality and fragrance is the Degong chrysanthemum, which can calm the mind and reduce internal heat. In short, just by pinching the tip, it becomes quite expensive. Of course, Lao Yang did not mention this price to his roommates. This was something casually given to his grandfather by someone else. His grandfather had retired, but visitors often brought gifts when they came to visit. There were many such items, sometimes too much to consume, so the housekeeper would take them to their home. Feng Xiaozhu, the assistant, was feeling a bit pleased with himself. Just now, he had thought about how his father treated his mother, adding clothes when she felt cold and making tea for her when she sat down. His father always felt guilty towards his mother, considering her a young flower who had suffered after marrying him, so he was always attentive. Following his father's way of doing things, being an assistant felt quite similar. Professor Liao seemed quite happy just now, nothing seemed amiss. Feng Xiaozhu, confidence +1. Then he remembered something, took out his phone, took a picture of the venue and the large banner at the entrance,
opened Su Qingqing's WeChat, and sent her the picture. He also sent her a voice message: "I've arrived at the venue, the meeting will start soon, I'm waiting outside the conference room." Then he sent her an emoji he had stolen from Gua Man, a rabbit that looked both fierce and cute. Xiao Hao. Suddenly, someone called out to him. He looked up, stunned. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" He hadn't expected to run into his uncle at the entrance of the venue. It was when Fengchen was sending a WeChat message to Su Qingqing. How magical. He was very happy to see his uncle. His uncle looked more handsome than the man who had greeted Professor Liao earlier, without any hint of plumpness. His face was more attractive, but the men in the Feng family had a slight disadvantage in terms of height genetics. Fengchen could tell from his uncle's shoes that they had built-in height, but he still fell short of reaching 6 feet, just a bit off. His uncle wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a well-groomed appearance. He still had his steel watch on, even though he was wearing a shirt, with half of it peeking out from his sleeve. He didn't even take it off for academic conferences. It could be said that the uncle and nephew shared similar interests, both quite fond of watches. His uncle wore a white shirt and black trousers, while Fengchen wore a white t-shirt and black sweatpants. Both had a watch on their left hand. Looking at their faces, they could easily pass as excellent brothers. His uncle had the best-looking face in the family. Usually the second child tended to grow up well, inheriting the best traits from their parents. His uncle was even more delicate-looking than his younger sister. According to his younger sister's nagging, his uncle was so good-looking that the professor's daughter insisted on marrying him, even though he was reluctant at first, but later gave in for some unknown reason. Fengchen used to be less good-looking than his uncle. Despite being younger, he wasn't as refined. So whenever they got into trouble together, he was always the one who got scolded. It was only recently that he had improved his appearance, getting closer to his uncle. Fonin Tian was quite surprised to see his nephew here on a cloudy day. Humans naturally feel a sense of closeness towards their descendants who resemble them, perhaps due to genetic kinship making them want to take care of them. "Our teacher is here for a meeting. I'm helping carry the bags," Fengchen said, with a women's bag placed beside him. Fonin Tian noticed the bag. He didn't recognize the brand, but looking at his nephew's wrist, he thought, has our Feng family made it big? Did his brother strike it rich? His nephew's watch was even more expensive than his. The meeting was about to start, and there was no time for chit-chat. He had entered on his own, without anyone guiding him. After all, everyone at the venue was a professor. A flying plate could easily knock over at least 5 professors. He went in first for the meeting, planning to catch up with his nephew after it ended. Fonin Tian entered the venue and took a seat towards the back. The front row was filled with senior figures, all super big shots. He wanted to go up and say hello, but not knowing them well, he felt it would be awkward to approach them. People in academia, even at an older age, tend to be reserved, so he sat down. Outside the venue, Fengchen sent pictures, voice messages, and emojis to Su Qingqing, and quickly received a response from the young lady. The young lady was also busy studying in the classroom, surprisingly learning Portuguese. She also sent him a picture of a Portuguese book. Fengchen couldn't understand it. She also replied with a voice message. Her clear voice, softer than in person, said, "Portuguese is so tricky, a bit hard to pronounce." Fengchen listened to it twice. One could imagine Miss Su's slightly complaining and coquettish tone. But deep down, he also sighed. Some people are so wealthy yet still work so hard. It's no wonder the poor find it harder to climb up. The wealthy can study without distractions, while the poor must first secure their livelihoods before studying, and even then, studying is not purely for learning but a means of survival. With better conditions, it's easier to excel academically and focus on scholarly research. He didn't want to disturb her studies. Fengchen thought about waiting, but it seemed like a waste of time. Several hours passed. If he had played games earlier or taken a stroll outside, he could have relaxed or slacked off. But ever since he started studying according to a schedule, he felt that every hour was crucial and valuable. Wasting time was shameful. Since there was a speaking enhancement buff today, he decided to practice more, trying to remember the feeling as much as possible so that when the buff wore off tomorrow, he would still retain some of it. Fengchen took out his tablet, a gift from his aunt, which could be used for taking class notes and translations. He only remembered to bring it out in case it might come in handy. He put on his headphones and listened attentively to the English-speaking content stored in the tablet. The tablet was convenient, he could study while writing and drawing on it, and it had a large storage capacity. An hour was spent studying with the buff. Towards the end, Fengchen suddenly felt a runny nose. He quickly wiped it with a tissue. His brain was overheated. Perhaps he had studied for too long, causing his brain to heat up and the cerebral fluid to leak out. After wiping his nose, he noticed that it was halftime, and people were coming in and out through the side door. Yang had shared a strange gossip before, mentioning that during such high-level national conferences, which lasted for several hours, the leaders couldn't leave to use the restroom, so they wore adult diapers just in case. It sounded absurd, but thinking about it, it seemed plausible. The leaders attending such conferences were not young, and their bladder systems might not be in top condition.
Academic conferences were more relaxed. Professor Liao walked out with a blonde foreign woman.
They chatted as they walked, and when Fengchen saw Professor Liao, he stood up and instinctively walked over. Professor Liao came out to get some fresh air. Being older, she couldn't sit still for long.
Sitting for an hour was already impressive. Fengchen remembered Yang mentioning that Professor Liao had diabetes.
He checked on TikTok and learned that people with diabetes needed to control their sugar intake, eat small meals frequently, or they might experience low blood sugar. Controlling sugar intake didn't mean completely avoiding sugar. They could have some food in between.
Teacher, I brought some dried fruits from my hometown. Would you like to try some?
Professor Liao, who had gone for a morning run and found the young man quite presentable and obedient, asked him to help carry her bag without much thought. She even joked about how, despite her old age, she still enjoyed the company of young people.
Perhaps she was missing her grandson. She had a good impression of Fengchen.
She didn't expect that bringing him along would go so smoothly. It was evident that the young man had a good upbringing. Although inexperienced, he was diligent. Professor Liao took the dried fruits and offered some to the foreign woman next to her. The blonde foreigner shook her head, saying she had a sore throat and couldn't eat them.
Fengchen then took out some throat lozenges.
He said to the foreigner, "This can treat sore throat, hoarseness, dryness, and heat."
Fengchen said it in English. Fengchen explained the ingredients on the medicine box. This is a traditional Chinese medicine.
Some foreigners don't believe it, but some admire it a lot. The blonde foreigner was indeed very surprised. "Thank you, I really need it." They opened the box and took the medicine right there.
Professor Liao also took one.
Professor Liao introduced Fengchen as her student. The blonde foreigner praised Fengchen for being attentive, thoughtful, and handsome. The two rested and chatted for a while, went to the bathroom, and then returned to the meeting room. Professor Liao didn't expect Fengchen's English to be quite good, with no problem in oral communication. Although he wasn't good at math, he was okay in other subjects.
In the second half, Professor Liao didn't come out to stroll around. Fengchen sat on the sofa studying.
He brought professional accounting books, originally to prevent boredom, but it turned out to be really boring. After studying for a long time flew by quickly.
Fengchen studied for an hour, then got up to stroll around.
Finally, he heard the loud noise of the meeting ending. The doors of the meeting room opened, and hundreds of professors poured out from the room. Professor Liao, a few old men, and the blonde foreigner were at the forefront.
Fengchen packed up and walked up.
Professor Liao saw Fengchen and said, "Xiao Feng, let's go eat together.
There's a small-scale seminar tonight, we might have to stay, ask about the accommodation arrangements later." Feng Tian finally squeezed out from the pile of professors and saw his nephew talking to the prominent figure Professor Liao.
Professor Liao was warm and friendly, nothing like the fierce person at the meeting earlier. He didn't know that his nephew had provided the big chrysanthemum.
Feng Tian, although not a socialite, felt silly not to approach when his nephew was in front of the big shots.
His intelligence was still high, currently the highest in the Feng family. He made a great effort to squeeze out from the professors and went up to greet them. Young people kept greeting Professor Liao during the meeting. With so many people, Professor Liao responded politely to everyone.
Feng Tian approached, and Professor Liao responded politely.
However, he seemed vaguely familiar.
Feng Tian introduced his academic achievements, researching the topic of bearing friction coefficients.
Professor Liao praised him politely. "Young man, you're good, you have a future, this topic is excellent." Then Feng Tian said, "Thank you, Professor Liao, for taking my nephew Fengchen out to see the world." Fengchen recalled the expression his uncle made every time he spoke wrongly, a mix of shyness and obedience due to being hit multiple times.
Fengchen vividly imitated that expression, obediently waiting on the side.
Professor Liao looked at Fengchen and Feng Tian in front of him. "Oh, they really look alike." Fengchen obediently said, "Teacher, he is my uncle, close relative." "Oh, I thought this young man looked familiar, so you're Xiao Feng's uncle. Indeed, you look alike, let's go eat together."
Professor Liao was genuinely warm this time.
She was of a certain age and not fond of socializing. With her seniority, others usually flattered her, but she felt that the academic world was different now, with all the chaotic discussions at the meetings. She didn't expect to meet Fengchen's uncle. She was willing to chat more with young people, as the academic world ultimately relied on them. So Feng Tian came to attend a meeting and unexpectedly got the chance to dine with Professor Liao, feeling pleasantly surprised.
Chen was originally unsure whether the assistant should go out to eat and if there was food to eat, but because Professor Liao's level was extremely high, he also had a seat.
At the dining table, they were all chatting away, and Chen couldn't quite understand, even though it was in Chinese. Ironically, he understood a couple of English sentences from the blonde foreigner. The dining standard at this meeting was high, and some dishes were exceptionally delicious. Chen had a heightened sense of taste today, and eating the delicious dishes was a pleasant surprise. For example, the cold fungus salad was exceptionally fresh and thick, with a crispy and delicious sauce.
Chen used the public chopsticks to pick up a bite for Professor Liao.
After a while, he ate a plate of delicious sesame paste cold noodles, which seemed to have a hint of mustard. The noodles were fragrant, not too chewy, easy to bite, with a fragrant sesame paste and a slightly spicy mustard, refreshing and tasty.
Chen picked up a bite of the cold noodles for Professor Liao.
Another dish, the braised pork ribs, was also delicious.
Considering that Professor Liao had dentures, Chen only cut a piece of slightly fatty meat from the bone and sliced it thinly to give to Professor Liao. Then came the soup, a Westlake beef soup, which seemed ordinary, but the coriander inside was mouth-watering.
There was also a corn and pork rib soup that felt refreshing.
Chen served some corn and pork rib soup to Professor Liao.
At the table, Uncle Yin was there, along with others who were earnestly chatting with Professor Liao. They listened attentively to Professor Liao.
Chen ate seriously, picking out the delicious dishes to serve Professor Liao. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Yin didn't feel like eating much, he didn't even know what the dishes tasted like. It was a rare opportunity to dine with such a high-level figure like Professor Liao, so he couldn't focus on eating and was engaged in conversation. Before speaking, he had to think carefully, and when Professor Liao spoke, he had to listen attentively and show his support. Seeing his nephew enjoying the meal so much and being able to serve dishes to Professor Liao, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction, as if fortunes were changing. Uncle Feng didn't eat much himself.
Of course, he wasn't angry, he was basking in his nephew's glory, allowing him to sit next to Professor Liao. After the meal, as they left the table, other professors even greeted him.
The academic hierarchy was quite clear. Originally, he was an unknown junior professor. Now he knew the big-shot Professor Liao and could dine with him, and Professor Liao even brought along a young boy who looked like him, almost like a family. What was their relationship? Anyway, it was polite to greet them. Liao Fanhua enjoyed the meal very much. She usually didn't like conference meals, mainly because there were too many meetings, but today's meal was exceptionally delicious. Basically, Chen served her most of the dishes. She tried a few bites herself but found them not as tasty, while the dishes Chen served her were to her liking. She also had a pleasant conversation. At her age, she pursued what pleased her: good food, good drinks, and a good mood. If things didn't go well, Professor Liao wouldn't let herself be mistreated, just like the incident at the meeting where she immediately flared up. That's why, at 69, she still had no breast nodules and her thyroid was very healthy. Outside, Professor Liao's reputation was intimidating because she had real academic value and a fiery temper, not giving face to anyone. But she always spoke gently with Chen. After the meal, Professor Liao needed to take medicine. After taking the medicine, she needed to take a walk. Chen went to fulfill his assistant duties, arranging accommodation for the night.
Yin originally didn't qualify to attend the small evening meeting. His daytime meeting had already ended.
But because of his nephew, he was fortunate to have an additional session in the evening.
This was a rare opportunity, as the evening session involved more heavyweight professors. By appearing among these professors, he could get acquainted and potentially have more opportunities in the future.
The professor was very busy, especially the professors in universities, pursuing academic achievements, the number of papers, the level of papers.
One must keep learning throughout life. He returned to his room, just as his wife called.
Yin Tian answered the phone. "We just had dinner. There's another meeting tonight. I saw Xiao Hao."
On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of surprise.
Shu Lia exclaimed, "Wasn't it planned to visit him tomorrow?"
Shu Lia had an average impression of her husband's brother's family who ran a small restaurant. The sister-in-law had a bit of a vulgar air about her, the elder brother was a bit rough, and her husband always felt guilty because he thought his elder brother had supported him during his university years, and now the elder brother was living an average life. In fact, she thought running a restaurant should be fine. What's wrong with it? It's hard work, but there should be money. If it weren't for her intervention, her husband probably would have wanted to subsidize his elder brother's family. Shu Lia was a smart woman and always spoke beautifully. Ask Xiao how he's doing, check if his pocket money is enough, if not, give him some. But make sure to tell your elder brother to prevent the boy from spending money recklessly and picking up bad habits.
Phonin Tian always knew that his wife looked down on his family and his elder brother's family. Now, he couldn't help but boast slightly, Xiaohao is doing great now. I saw him at the meeting. He is Professor Liao's assistant, you know, the one Dad always talks about, Professor Liao. Professor Liao really likes Xiaohao, he even eats with him. Because of Xiaohao, I had dinner with Professor Liao and can now attend a higher level meeting tonight. Originally, I wasn't qualified to attend, but because I had dinner with Professor Liao, I can go tonight. Julia didn't expect her brother-in-law's son to be so accomplished. Her father was also a professor, so she was quite familiar with people in the industry, and the more she knew, the more she understood the level gap. She quickly changed her tune. Xiaohao seems very well behaved and promising. He's in his 4th year, there are many expenses in the final year, as an uncle, you should show some support. I was supposed to buy him some clothes as an aunt, but I didn't get around to it, so give him some money, give him 5,000. Phonin Tian didn't expect his wife to suddenly be so generous. She even offered to give money voluntarily. His wife managed the finances at home and was very strict about expenses. She would let him buy a watch for 100,000, but if he gave 2,000 to his elder brother, she would nag about it. In fact, his elder brother had borrowed money from him once. Xiaohao was going to college, the factory went bankrupt, the factory school couldn't continue, they needed a school district house for Xiaohao's education. The elder brother didn't have enough money to buy it, so he wanted to borrow some, but his wife refused. He had to give his elder brother 20,000 yuan from his secret savings that he had hidden for many years. As a university teacher, his income was very transparent, so it was difficult to hide secret savings. It was only after he became a professor and had projects that he could save a little for himself. Even though his wife didn't mention it, he would have given money to his nephew who had come from afar. Having been to university himself, he knew that 4th-year students were very confused and short of money, facing various uncertainties about the future. He had intended to have a good chat with his nephew when he came. He always felt that his nephew was too much like his elder brother, too honest, and such people would have a hard time in society, always hitting walls. After all, he was experienced and hoped his nephew could have a better life. At least he could offer some guidance and help him avoid some pitfalls. The result? Well, seeing his nephew that night, he was even more impressive than he had been back in the day. Back then, he had followed the old professor, always cautious, worried about making mistakes, diligently flattering, studying hard, and in the end, it was because he looked good that the professor's daughter took a liking to him. Otherwise, he would have had to roll up his bedding and go to a vocational university. He also knew his own worth. He was sincere enough in front of his elder brother and sister-in-law, but outside, there were formidable people aplenty, and his little cleverness was simply not enough. People vary in their abilities, the gap in intelligence and emotional quotient is vast. He was learning, growing, and pondering all at once. However, in front of Professor Liao, Xiaohao was so relaxed and unrestrained that Professor Liao wouldn't even eat the dishes he served, only eating what Xiaohao offered. Professor Liao was notorious for his bad temper. His father-in-law never forgot the incident when he accidentally got hit during a meeting, sitting below and almost getting smacked in the face by Professor Liao's notebook. But the man had confidence, was impressive, and dared to act out. The leaders were all polite. His own nephew truly excelled beyond expectations, surpassing him by far. He wondered if Professor Liao had a daughter. No, considering Professor Liao's age, if he had a daughter, she should have been married long ago. Maybe he had a granddaughter instead? Hiss. When Feng, the son-in-law, Professor In Tian, thought about it this way, he felt somewhat shameless. Relying solely on being a son-in-law and a professor was following his old path, a last resort. Directly pursuing research was undoubtedly the best option. At least, he wouldn't be as strictly monitored. Initially, he had planned to secretly contribute 2,000 of his own money to his nephew, then report 800 to his wife. Mainly because he didn't have much money himself, and he was worried about giving too much and the child spending it recklessly. But now his wife approved 5,000. Well, he had prepared 2,000 himself, adding up to 7,000. It was mainly due to his nephew's current state. He seemed responsible and mature, unlikely to squander the money. Money spent on the edge was true money. Spending it on shoes or gaming equipment would only bring temporary joy, leaving nothing behind. Happiness was actually quite good. But it was fleeting. Only through continuous growth could one remain happy. In Tian took a break and cleared his mind. He still had a meeting in the evening and needed to keep his wits about him, otherwise, he would be embarrassed not understanding what the big shots were saying. Feng Chen went to arrange accommodation, feeling a bit nervous. Since he didn't have a girlfriend, there was no chance of booking a room. In the dormitory, they had thought Yang was experienced, but it turned out, Yang was just young.
Fortunately, there was a meeting arrangement at the hotel front desk. Professor Liao's room was already arranged, and so was his as the assistant. This was a well-known local 5-star hotel where meetings were frequently held. The room prepared for Professor Liao was in Building B, room 701, while Feng Chen's was in 703.
Feng Chen first checked 703, a standard large room, quite spacious.
It had a large bed, a big bathtub in the bathroom, a French window with a table in front, a sofa in the corner, all looking high quality and spacious.
This room was larger than 3 dormitories combined.
Seeing the large bathtub in the bathroom, Feng Chen felt it was a bit of a waste.
With such a big room, he should have brought Lao Xiao out to see the world.
This guy claimed he had never used a bathtub.
Just brotherly love, don't think otherwise. After inspecting his room and unpacking his belongings, Feng Chen went to see 701. He thought 701 would be similar, just next door. Unexpectedly, 701 turned out to be a suite.
Well, it was more than twice the size of his room. It had a bedroom, and outside the bedroom was a living room, at least a small meeting room. There was a circle of sofas around a bar, and a refrigerator in the corner filled with drinks.
Unfortunately, Professor Liao definitely wouldn't drink those. Feng Chen checked and found no price tags, indicating they were complimentary. Feng, the assistant, pressed the bed. Because Yang had specifically mentioned that elderly people with back problems couldn't sleep on soft beds, they needed a firm one, including the pillow. The bed was very soft, and the pillow was a high feather pillow. Feng Chen had a good back and didn't mind, he could sleep on both soft and firm beds. But Yang had given instructions. Feng Chen saw the phone on the bedside and called the front desk, asking for firm pillows and mattress. "I'm in room 701. The other side probably could see 701 directly, asked if 1 or 2 buckwheat pillows were needed. They would be sent over shortly, and the staff would come to flip the firm side of the mattress. Feng Chen said 1 buckwheat pillow would be enough. Professor Liao sleeps alone, doesn't need 2. He wondered how long it would take for the staff to come over. Was he just going to wait in the room? It didn't seem right. Checking the time, the evening meeting was about to start. Feng Chen decided to go to the venue first. Feng assistant Hao, after finishing these tasks, silently breathed a sigh of relief. Originally thought the assistant didn't have much to do, just tagging along, eating and drinking, but in reality, there were many subtle things to take care of. If overlooked, they might not be needed next time. Feng Chen arrived at the venue and indeed saw Professor Liao and others chatting at the entrance. Uncle was also inside, but standing on the side. Feng Chen walked up, unable to understand, so he decided to talk to the blonde foreigner standing nearby. As a practice for spoken English. Educated people all know that when they see foreigners, their subconscious reaction is to practice speaking English. Foreigners equals English practice. The blonde foreigner had a good impression of the young man who had just given her golden throat lozenges. Her academic level was average, but she was good at reciting scriptures, so she was also among these immortal beings. She wore translation earphones but couldn't understand much. Feng Chen arrived just in time, making it not awkward for her to chat with him. As everyone knows, the 3 essentials for chatting with foreigners are weather, environment, and politics. Politics definitely couldn't be discussed here. So they talked about the weather, environment, and food. The blonde foreigner, mingling in academic circles, gave herself a Chinese name, Li Gangtai, which Feng Chen struggled not to laugh at. She proudly explained, "Li, I heard you have a king surnamed Li Shimen, from the royal family, so I chose this surname." There were many Professor Lis present, all looking a bit embarrassed. Everyone surnamed Li, none dared to be proud. As for Gangtai, no need to say more, a will like steel. She said she was from the country of Slovenia. Feng Chen was momentarily stunned, his geography was average, and he couldn't recall which country that was. Li Gangtai habitually introduced herself, Slovenia, in the central southern part of Europe, at the northwest end of the Balkan Peninsula, bordering Italy to the west, and Austria and Hungary to the north. With that explanation, he roughly understood, it was a particularly dense area. Slovenia's industry and technology were quite advanced, and Li Gangtai said her main research focus was in the electrical field. Feng Chen tried to treat Li Gangtai as a live tape recorder, chatting very seriously because of the spoken English buff. The more he spoke, the smoother it became. Once he could speak, he found that basic English was not difficult at all, a piece of cake, easy to handle. What's the difference between chatting with aunts and uncles and chatting with Li Gangtai? Just chat casually. Moreover, Li Gangtai was not from one of the top old European countries, her attitude was more warm and equal. Having grown up in different countries, their thoughts, experiences, and perspectives were different, so there was quite a lot to talk about. Cultural differences could be discussed for 3 days and nights without running out of topics. Unfortunately, Aunt Li Gangtai was not young.
Well, in academia, besides Fong assistant, Uncle Fong, they were considered very young faces at this conference. Everyone could call him Little Fong.
Fong Tian was so young that in school, others gave him a nickname, Feng's son-in-law.
In academia, without decades of accumulation, it's hard to achieve results. Geniuses are rare.
Fong Chen and Li Gangtai were engrossed in their conversation. Fong Tian, watching his nephew over there showing off his English with the foreigner, had some doubts, wondering if his wife had someone on the side.
No, the nephew looked so much like him. He must be from the old Fong family.
I heard that the elder brother's factory used to have foreigners visiting.
The foreigners would say something in English, and the elder brother would swing a big hammer. Then they would say something else in English, and the elder brother would swing the hammer again. The elder brother said he was really flustered at the time, couldn't understand what they were saying in that foreign language, so he could only swing the hammer. But at this moment, Shoha was really awesome. His dream in college was to become like this,
chatting casually with foreigners.
Unfortunately, up to now, it's only because when writing papers, you really need the English version, and a lot of academic materials are in English.
He had to reluctantly study English, but his spoken English is still very Chinese, not fluent.
Fong Chen and Li Gang were chatting enthusiastically, and other old professors also gathered around, wanting to have a good time, not just speaking in a way others couldn't understand.
They could still chat, and suddenly all kinds of accents in Old English emerged. The meeting started promptly at 8 o'clock. A group of people entered the meeting room in a bustling manner. When everyone saw the young man holding a glass of chrysanthemum tea, their brows couldn't help but twitch. "It's you, kid, how come we don't have any? That chrysanthemum is really big and thick."
Especially the professor who got chrysanthemum on his face today, personally took it off and self-deprecatingly said, "It's great, chrysanthemum clears heat and brightens the eyes." Fong Chen felt like someone was looking at him. He looked up and saw his uncle sitting at the back.
He took 3 steps over and asked, "Uncle, do you want some chrysanthemum tea? I'll make you a cup too?" Fong Tian. No need to be polite. Early morning. Fong Chen couldn't find honey, but the breakfast place probably had some.
He poured himself a cup of warm water and drank it. Then he stood in front of the hotel window and took a picture of the outside scenery. The hotel was backed by the river, with a park nearby. The environment was very nice and beautiful. Early in the morning, there were 2 big white geese walking around in the lotus pond below the hotel courtyard.
Fong Chen took a picture of this scene and sent it to Su Qingqing. "Tian, it hasn't rained yet. I'm going for a run outside.
My roommate Lao Xiao said it might rain today."
"If you're going for a run, be careful not to get caught in the rain." Expression, cute bunny.
This time, Su Qingqing actually sent him a side profile picture, very close up. It looked like it was taken on the bed. Her nose was very pretty, straight, her hair a bit messy, completely makeup-free. When Fong Chen opened the picture, his heart skipped a beat. Especially during the process of the picture appearing, such a short time actually felt long, and his heartbeat seemed to pause for a moment.
"Su Qingqing, you're not here, I don't feel like running." Expression, bunny falling while running. Fong Chen.
Feels like she installed surveillance. Right now, he's like this silly bunny, hopping around, then, oops, falling down, and still feeling strangely happy about it. For some reason, he messaged Miss Su.
Miss Su replied in the same manner,
but he inexplicably felt a sense of being teased, inexplicably excited. Every sentence without mentioning liking, every sentence filled with joy. Fong Chen went downstairs for a run, looking cheerful as he ran. Then he bumped into Professor Liao chatting with Professor Liu in the garden. No wonder Professor Liao's bag was heavy. Wow, a whole set of clothes.
White sportswear, long sleeves and pants, very energetic.
The meeting went on until after 11 last night, but Professor Liao was still quite spirited in the morning.
Stretching in the garden with Professor Liu.
Looking at Professor Liu, who was 11 years younger than himself, with puffier eyes and less energy. "The hotel bed is too soft. I slept there last night, my old waist suffered. If it wasn't for fear of catching a cold and adding another illness, I would have wanted to sleep on the floor in the middle of the night. The sofa is soft, the bed is soft, the pillow is soft.
We tough guys can't stand a little softness." Liao, a young and handsome assistant professor, found it a bit funny. Her back wasn't good either. Before, Shouty would always ask for a buckwheat pillow, but the bed was soft, there was no way around it. Looking back now, I slept well last night, the bed was hard. There was also a buckwheat pillow. At this moment, I happened to see Xiaofeng running towards me. Oh, such self-discipline. I saw him studying after leaving the meeting venue yesterday. It must be this young man, who probably didn't study well before, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up at that school. His uncle is a professor and even received the Outstanding Youth Award, so there's still time to educate him. Feng Chen ran up to Professor Liao, and in his mind, he received a notification that Professor Liao's fondness for him had increased to 75. He felt a strange sense of achievement and nervousness. "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning, Professor Liu," Feng Chen obediently greeted them. Professor Liu nodded. He continued to complain that the bed was too soft. The hotel beds didn't consider the well-being of the elderly at all. Feng Xiaohao spoke gently. "Professor Liu, shall I call the hotel front desk to provide a hard pillow and mattress? I prepared them in advance for you last night. Did you sleep well, teacher?" Liao Fanghua revealed her neat false teeth and smiled. "Very well, I've always been in good health, slept until dawn." Liao Fanghua inadvertently showed off in front of her old friends and felt happy. They went to have breakfast together. When they arrived at the breakfast hall, many professors came up to greet Professor Liao. If he didn't gather the courage to greet them today, the conference would end without making connections, his face wouldn't be recognized, and he wouldn't have learned anything, all in vain. With so many people around, even Feng's assistant couldn't squeeze in. He had to get his food alone. He didn't often stay in luxury hotels, but he had stayed in one before. Previously, his uncle's unit had a welfare activity, and his aunt asked him to join, staying in a hotel and having fun with his younger cousin. Luckily, he didn't know these professors and didn't have to keep greeting them, or it would have been quite awkward. He focused on finding food. His uncle hadn't arrived yet. He must have some social obligations. His uncle wouldn't laze around in a place like this. Aunt Li Gangtai hadn't come either. He suspected she was still sleeping. After the meeting last night, Aunt Li Gangtai indulged in a lot of carbs provided by the hotel for supper, including barbecue, sweet rice wine, cake, and steak. Aunt Li Gangtai had eaten a lot of cake and sweet rice wine soup dumplings. Professor Liao only drank half a cup of milk, truly living up to her reputation as a centenarian, so disciplined. Feng Chen added Aunt Li Gangtai on WeChat. Her WeChat name was Alice. Feng Chen felt she had a high fondness for him, without any system prompts, probably because Aunt Li Gangtai wasn't single? It could also be that foreigners are naturally more friendly, giving him the impression that she liked him. Feng Chen earnestly enjoyed his breakfast. He then packed some of his favorite dishes for later. The plain congee for breakfast wasn't great, seemed like leftover rice, but the red bean soup was decent. A bowl of red bean soup, no sugar. Surprisingly, the best dish was the rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. Probably the hotel's rujiamo chef was from Xi'an, as it was delicious, with crispy and fragrant bread, perfectly seasoned meat, a good mix of fat and lean, getting tastier with each bite. Half a rujiamo, and among the vegetables, the stir-fried Chinese cabbage was also good. Finally, there was no fruit served, as traditional Chinese medicine advises against eating fruit, especially early in the morning. Since there wasn't anything particularly delicious, Feng Chen got a yogurt. It was a simple gesture. He handed the tray to Professor Liao. Seeing Professor Liao's student bringing food over, the other professors who lingered felt a bit embarrassed and dispersed. Professor Liu, who hadn't slept well and was full of complaints, couldn't help but comment, "The hotel's food is terrible, not tasty at all, not even comparable to homemade dishes." Last night, Professor Liao, who had eaten the food Feng Chen had offered, smiled and said, "Xiao Lu, don't drink black tea. Come with me to get a portion. It must be delicious. Let me tell you, Xiaohao's family runs a restaurant. There must be a deep culinary heritage. The food he picked is exceptionally tasty." Professor Liu was half skeptical. Feng Chen cleverly said, "Professor Liu, let me go get it for you." Professor Liu, a man without the background check like Yang Chu, was not sure what was wrong with him, but he kept saying he hadn't slept well, spoke with a northern accent, probably liked spicy food, and had a strong taste for it. Feng Chen had prepared everything for people like Professor Liao, even a plate of chili sauce. He figured Professor Liao's food would be enough, considering his health-conscious diet, while Professor Liu might need more. Feng Chen also brought a piece of potato pancake for him, didn't give him yogurt, but handed him a glass of cucumber juice. Professor Liu chatted with Professor Liao. When he saw that Professor Liao's students quickly brought the food, it turned out to be different. He had thought Professor Liao's food was a bit bland, but these young people had a good eye. Indeed, when he tasted it, it was truly different. Everything was delicious. What he had eaten yesterday was not good at all. Nothing was fragrant. But now, the food was excellent. Even the cucumber juice at the end was not hard to drink, it went down smoothly. Professor Liu, feeling full and satisfied, felt rejuvenated and couldn't help but praise Xiao Feng. After all, he was Professor Liao's student, not a real assistant. Xiao Feng is quite good. Do you have plans to take the postgraduate entrance exam? If you want to, you can consider our school. We have many majors to choose from, including mine. However, I have too many projects on hand. If you choose my major, my students will guide you in the early stages.
Feng Xiao, the assistant, was pleasantly surprised. He had never thought about taking the postgraduate entrance exam because he didn't think he was cut out for studying. Even if he studied for 3 more years, he would just become an old fool, and probably end up unemployed. Of course, if he could pass the exam, that would be another story. Besides, Professor Lu's university was so prestigious, much better than his second-tier college. It was a top-tier institution, and he couldn't even imagine it. The reason their school had connections like Professor Liao was that she had retired and come here to enjoy her retirement. But at this moment, not adding each other on WeChat would be foolish. Excited, Fengchen took out his phone and earnestly added Professor Lu on WeChat. WeChat friends, Professor count +1. He already had 4 professors in his contacts, 2 from the school, 1 from Professor Lu, 1 from Auntie Li Gang, no, add his uncle, that made 5. He hadn't thought of it before, but his uncle was also a professor. Indeed, everyone said to be friends with the big shots because the friends of big shots were also big shots, and there were many opportunities. Although it didn't seem useful now, who knew what might happen? Professor Lu also politely added him on WeChat. Seeing Professor Liao's student wearing a Rolex and coming from a family in the catering industry, with an uncle who was also a professor, he must come from an affluent family with good values, smart and appreciative of talent for no apparent reason. At least, if he took such a student on a business trip, he wouldn't be rolling around in bed all night unable to sleep. Eating well, sleeping soundly, even if the academic performance was average, he could afford to slack off a bit. After adding each other on WeChat, Fengchen suddenly received a notification in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the heart of the golden tier single man Lu, with a good effect, raising the favorability to 70. Please continue to work hard, strive for the best, and climb to new heights. Lu Chenggong, 58 years old, divorced and single, net worth of 37.2 million, rich in knowledge, 85 points, average appearance 70 points. Phew! Fengchen took a cold breath inwardly. His family's assets, including the house, surely didn't add up to 5 million. How did these people manage to have tens of millions so easily? Are research projects that lucrative? But looking at Professor Lu Chenggong in front of him, with only 1/6 of his hair left on his head, the bald spot reflected the strong light from the ceiling spotlights, making Fengchen's eyes a little dazzled. In the morning, hurried and busy, Fengchen found some honey in the restaurant to pour himself a cup of honey water and drank quietly. Uncle Fonin Tian came over in a dusty manner. He looked like he was forced to hold an early meeting at the last minute. Professor Liao finished breakfast and was planning to meet some old friends privately for a chat. Fengchen waited for his uncle in the restaurant. Fonin Tian didn't arrive at the restaurant until 9:30. The uncle and nephew chose a table in a corner with a good view. The breakfast peak hours were from 8 to 9. After 9:30, there were fewer people. Fonin Tian was starving. Early in the morning, he received a call from their dean, inquiring about the meeting where Professor Liao had caused a stir again. Fonin Tian couldn't just gossip, and the dean couldn't have come just to listen to gossip, although it was possible. But as a young professor in the department, besides gossiping, he also had to report on his meeting and share his growth. He also mentioned some important points from a small-scale meeting he attended last night. The dean encouraged him earnestly and even mentioned the project funding application for the semester, encouraging him to ask for more boldly. Fonin Tian felt like everything was going too smoothly, and he was too hungry. He grabbed a lot of food in one go, ready to feast. After all, reporting to the boss was mentally exhausting. But if he didn't report well, he would have to work even harder. Fengchen saw his uncle grab a bunch of food and thought to himself, most of it would probably go to waste. Since his uncle married his aunt, she took good care of him, and he ate plain food every day. The food he grabbed probably wasn't to his taste and would likely go to waste. He quietly got up and grabbed some food again. As expected, when he came back, he saw his uncle sipping lemon water and picking at his food, saying he was hungry but not eating. Fengchen pushed the food towards him. These are still good. Fonin Tian found it a bit difficult to eat. The food was a bit too unappetizing. Hotel breakfasts were often like this. After many business trips, one could get sick of it and prefer eating out. Seeing his nephew bring him food, he tried it. Wow! Indeed. The food his nephew picked was more to his liking, relatively tasty. At that moment, Fonin Tian suddenly understood why Professor Liao hadn't been picking his own food last night and had been eating what Xiaohao picked. This kid had good luck. The things he picked were indeed tastier. Speaking of luck, Fonin Tian finally remembered. What's the deal with the watch on your wrist? At first, he thought his older brother had struck it rich, but then he realized it was unlikely. His older brother was very honest and would blurt out anything. It was hard for him to keep quiet about making a fortune. Besides, his older brother and sister-in-law raised their child in a more laid-back manner, not the type to spoil their child with the best things while they themselves struggled. Xiaohao's grades were average, but he had no major flaws. When he saw his uncle and noticed the Rolex watch on his wrist, Fengchen thought his uncle would definitely ask about it. So, young people with high moral standards were less likely to stray off course. Even wearing a watch that was far above their own standard of living would make them nervous and guilty. This sense of guilt prevented most people from going astray easily. A female classmate gave it to me, Feng Bai Lianhua obediently said, as if possessed by his uncle. Xiaohao obediently replied. Feng Yingtian looked at his nephew, and in that moment, he seemed to see himself from his senior year. No need for explanations, he understood it all at once. Back then, he was also chased by Xiaohao's aunt and received many gifts. Xiaohao's aunt was a slightly plump girl, and at first, Feng Yingtian didn't pay much attention to her. At this moment, the destinies of the uncle and nephew seemed to resonate. On a gloomy day, it felt like Feng Yin was traveling back in time to his youth. Without saying much, he simply patted his nephew's shoulder firmly. He noticed the strength in the shoulder. The little kid had grown into a young man. Finishing the last sip of bitter cucumber juice, he took out his phone, gritted his teeth, and transferred 10,000 to his nephew. 5,000 from his wife's nagging and 5,000 from his secret stash. Your aunt said to send you some money to buy a few sets of clothes. Boys should be generous, confident, we lack nothing. Fengchen heard a notification sound from his phone. He opened it. Goodness. So many zeros. 10,000. 00 yuan. Uncle had transferred a huge sum to him. Why though? Could it be that Uncle's conscience had finally caught up, remembering the times he took him out to play, only to end up getting beaten every time? I have to go see a teacher later, catching a flight in the afternoon, so I won't come to your school. Feng Yingtian looked at his nephew, still with a hint of fuzz on his lips, and ultimately didn't say much more. He patted his shoulder once more and left without looking back. Every path must be walked alone. Young man, once you've walked it, you'll probably understand your uncle. I hope you'll be happier than him. Fengchen didn't know why, but at that moment, his uncle's figure seemed somewhat sad. But then he saw his uncle briskly heading towards an elderly, half-bald man at the door, greeting him enthusiastically, Professor Liu. Sadness lasted only a second, a misconception. Fengchen went back to his room to pack and called his mother. I met my uncle, he's here for a meeting, and I'm assisting the professor we're working with. Oh, our Haohao is doing well, huh? What did the professor see in you to make you carry his bags? His mother chuckled over the phone. Fengchen. Every time he heard the nickname Haohao, he felt like he was 8 years old. Mom, I'm really good, right? Isn't it normal for the professor to see potential in me? Feng wanted to boast a bit, but he quickly told his mother about the 10,000 yuan his uncle gave him for studying. Your uncle is really going all out this time. What did you do? Your aunt keeps a tight rein on him. He doesn't have much money, yet he gave you so much? His surprised mother asked. Then she called his father over. The phone was handed to his father. Is your uncle okay? Did he argue with your aunt? Feng Lei asked with a hint of urgency in his voice. No, uncle said this money is from aunt to buy me clothes. Then the couple on the other end of the line discussed in confusion. Finally, his mother took the phone back and said, It's okay, we know now, just don't spend it recklessly, let us know if you need anything. After reporting to his parents, Fengchen tidied up his room, packed his bag, and was ready to go out. He felt a bit regretful. The room was priced at 1,200 per night, and he hadn't done anything but sleep, feeling like he had lost 1,200 yuan for no reason. But he had informed his parents. Fengchen's net assets, plus 10,000. Fengchen set off to find Professor Liao with his bag. Meanwhile, Feng Yingtian, after meeting the big shot, received a call from his elder brother. His brother asked if everything was okay at home and why he gave so much money to Xiaohao. Touched by his brother's concern, Feng Yingtian betrayed, Xiaohao seems to have found a partner, with good conditions. I'm worried he might feel inferior, so I gave him some extra pocket money. I'm doing well with Leah, no arguments. He hung up. Feng Yingtian checked his secret stash, minus 5,000. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. He had saved up painstakingly, and just as he looked at his nephew's obedient and sensible appearance, he inexplicably transferred 10,000 yuan. This was the private money he had saved so hard. Actually, giving 5,000 would have been enough. Feng Yingtian pounded his flat chest, feeling a bit of pain. At this moment, he saw a call from his wife. Feng Yingtian hurriedly answered, sighing as soon as he spoke, followed by another sigh. What's wrong? Did you give the money to Xiaohao? I did, wife. I told you, don't scold me. This morning, I was with Xiaohao. Professor Liao seems to intend to have Xiaohao as her graduate student. Xiaohao is so silly, he doesn't even want to, he wants to go out and find a job. I scolded him, impulsively transferred 15,000 to him, told him not to think too much, just focus on passing Professor Liao's graduate student exam first.
So many people are waiting in line, and Professor Liao hasn't even chosen anyone yet. Wife, are you upset?
I acted on my own, mainly because this opportunity is really rare. I couldn't bear to see that silly boy not cherishing it. On the other end of the phone, Kalia quickly said, "It's okay, let him study well. You, as his uncle, can cover his living expenses in the future. What kind of job can he find after graduating from college?"
It's okay. Wife, I was wrong. I didn't have time to discuss it with you just now.
I was about to call you to tell you, but that guy Shouhao told my big brother, and my big brother called me, asking why I gave him so much money.
I just hung up wanting to call you, and you called in.
Kalia had just been on the phone, also wanting to ask what was going on, but she understood as she listened to the explanation. It's okay, as long as Shouhao doesn't spend it recklessly. What he said to my big brother and sister-in-law is right.
Wife, love you. I'll be on the plane this afternoon, and I can see you tonight. Shizi, talk about it when you get home. Kalia hung up the phone. Phonin Tian patted his chest, feeling relieved.
He got back the 5,000 private money he gave to his nephew, reimbursed his wife 10,000, ho-ho.
Private money, plus 5,000.
Feng Chen at the door of 701 didn't know why. Suddenly his ears were very itchy. He really wanted to scratch them, feeling like there was a brain growing in his ears. It was raining outside. The rain was heavy.
Phonin Tian took a car to the airport.
Feng Chen and Professor Liao sent Professor Lu, Auntie Li Gangtai, on the bus, and also sent his uncle.
Waving goodbye. Watching the bus drive into the rain,
Professor Liao saw Xiaofeng waving goodbye to his uncle with a Rolex watch on his hand. His uncle Xiaofeng also waved goodbye with a Rolex watch on his hand. This uncle and nephew pair was quite interesting. You have a good relationship with your uncle. Feng Chen nodded, very good. We used to get into trouble together when we were young. My uncle took the blame, and I got the beating. Close uncle. Professor Liao laughed heartily. With her successful career and large family business, the result was being alone. Her children had grown up and gone out into the world. When you have family, it's taken for granted, but when you don't, it's priceless. As you get older, you crave family affection more and more, enjoying scenes of brotherhood and friendship. The meeting ended, and the organizers gave Professor Liao many gifts. A set of blue and white tea sets, a box of pu'er tea, a thermos cup, a box of black wolfberries. Each item was packaged in a gift box, quite large. Not sure how big the actual items were, but with the gift box, they were very large and heavy. Feng Chen contacted the driver brother first, then with one hand each, he carried the things and went to the hotel entrance with Professor Liao to take a car. At this moment, a buff with a big strength bonus was really needed. Carrying the items was easy and not awkward. Professor Liao noticed that Xiaofeng, who looked thin, had unexpectedly good physical strength. The young man had a bright future. Feng Chen put the things in the trunk. This time, the driver brother was very enthusiastic, quite friendly to both Feng Chen and Professor Liao. On the way, in the heavy rain, Professor Liao instructed, Xiao Wu, drive slowly and steadily. There had been too much talking that day, so Professor Liao rested as soon as she got in the car, without chatting. They arrived at the school. The large umbrella that Dachio had brought along finally came in handy. Feng Chen carried everything in his left hand and held the umbrella steadily with his right hand to shield Professor Liao. They entered Building C, where the teachers' apartments were located. Professor Liao lived on the 5th floor. Stepping inside brought a completely different feeling. It was very clean, exceptionally clean. Upon entering, there was a large bookcase, one wall filled with books. By the window, there was a tatami tea space. On the tea space, there was a cabinet specifically for various tea sets, cups, pots, all looking quite expensive. The living room was spacious, with a tea space, a reading area, and a separate bedroom. It seemed like a 2-bedroom apartment had been transformed into a 1-bedroom. It must have been professionally designed, in a modern Chinese style. Feng Chen set down the items without much inspection and prepared to leave. Professor, take a good rest. I'll head back now. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be at the school. Back at home, Professor Liao also felt relieved. Home was always comfortable, especially at his age. Traveling was tiring. This time was relatively easy. With his assistant Xiaohui being a girl, it wasn't right to have her carry so many things. The driver Xiao Wu was impatient, so Professor Liao usually carried some items himself. This time, it was all handled effortlessly by Xiao Hao, and she didn't seem to struggle at all. Male assistants were indeed more practical in this regard. Xiao Hao was also thoughtful enough to prepare an umbrella. Being older, Professor Liao was most afraid of catching a cold from the wind and rain, especially living alone for a long time. Falling ill was a serious matter, a cold could cost him half his life. Overall, Professor Liao was very satisfied. Feng Chen had prepared excellent chrysanthemum tea and golden throat lozenges for the meeting to soothe his throat. Xiaohao seemed to come from a well-off family. The chrysanthemum tea felt quite luxurious. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll call you if I need anything." Watching Feng Chen place the meeting gifts in a corner, Professor Liao suddenly remembered that a partition in his bookcase had fallen, blocking half of it. Every time he thought of tidying it up, he forgot. He asked Feng Chen to help secure the partition back in place. It was a simple task of removing the books, placing the partition back, giving it a firm tap to secure it, pushing it in place, and then putting the books back. Feng, the assistant NPC, completed an additional task for the advanced player. As he was leaving, Professor Liao asked if his parents liked tea. Thinking his mother enjoyed floral tea, Feng replied positively. Professor Liao then gave him 2 cans of tea, suggesting they were good for his mother. He also asked if Feng needed cups. Feng recalled that Xiao Liao's thermos cup seemed to have its paint chipped off, worrying about potential toxicity. He obediently nodded. "Professor, can I give the cups to my roommate?" Professor Liao opened a cabinet by the door, revealing a pile of cups from meetings. She said, "You seem to have a good relationship with your roommates." After some thought, Feng honestly said, "I can be quite impatient usually. My roommate reminded me it might rain, so I brought an umbrella. Mine is old, it's actually his new one." Feng didn't mention the chrysanthemum tea and medicine, as it involved Yang, who seemed secretive and had asked him to delete their chat history after looking at Professor Liao's privacy. Professor Liao asked Feng to take 4 thermos cups. "You're all good kids, each of you take one." "Thank you, Professor." Feng hadn't expected to say it was his roommate's help. The system immediately indicated that Professor Liao's favorability towards him had increased by 1 point, now at 76 points. Professor Liao felt that young people being impatient and careless was normal. After all, they hadn't been through the education of society and had many opportunities, so they wouldn't be cautious. But the fact that his roommate reminded and helped him showed his good character, indicating good relationships and a rare sense of camaraderie. Feng Chen left Professor Liao's home with 4 thermos cups and 2 cans of tea. The tea leaves were given to Professor Liao's mother. It was labeled Oriental Beauty. Feng Chen didn't know what kind of tea it was, so he took a picture to check on Taobao. Wow! Oriental Beauty, Yafeng by Hao Wulong Tea. First prize in the Shinshu competition, 150G/coupon for 1,200 yen after discount, originally 1,400 yen. 1 bottle for 1,200 yen, 2 bottles for 2,400 yen? Feng Chen remembered that his mother used to drink tea that cost 85 yen per jean, and she still complained about it being expensive, saying it used to be only 30 yen, and the price had risen too quickly. Curious, Feng Chen also took a picture of the chrysanthemums that Yan let him pick up. When he picked them up, the chrysanthemums were in a beautiful box. The search on Taobao resulted in the first listing being 28 yen per box, but the pattern seemed wrong. As he scrolled down, the third link seemed to be the same, more consistent. He saw 1 box for 1,200 yen, 12 flowers in a box, 1 flower for 100 yen? Feng Chen thought his Taobao was broken, wondering if the platform assumed users were wealthy, daring to list such high prices. Was it specifically targeted at him? He never expected chrysanthemums to be so expensive. Yang had told him to pick them up casually, so he did, taking 4 boxes, thinking each flower would cost around 5 or 6 yuan, planning to treat Yang to a meal and return them. When he tried to pay, Yang would surely refuse. He had a good sense of propriety. At the teacher's apartment guard booth, Mr. Wang was not there, probably gone home to collect laundry due to the rain. Feng Chen returned to the dormitory. He felt relieved. The familiar dormitory, bunk beds, felt so warm. Now he just wanted to lie down on his own bed, feeling comfortable. No matter how big or luxurious the hotel rooms outside were, they never felt as comfortable. Back in the dormitory, seeing the scruffy old Xiao, Feng Chen felt an urge to hug him affectionately. Sighing, he felt tired and humble from using his brain too much outside. Seeing his roommates back in the dorm, he felt like he could finally relax and clear his mind. Old Xiao was also happy to see Feng Chen. "Hi Z, you're back. You didn't check the room last night. Have you eaten?" "Not yet," Feng Chen replied, lying down on his bed. He even thought about what Professor Liao would have for lunch, but immediately cut off that thought. He couldn't keep thinking about it. He couldn't act like a servant. Whatever Professor Liao wanted to eat, he would eat. "Then I'll go out and pack some food for you. I should have some eggplant cakes that you like." Feng Chen looked up, grateful, and said, "Thank you, foster father." They went out to eat twice. Then they returned to school. Feng Chen discovered that the school cafeteria food was quite delicious. Old Xiao packed some eggplant cakes for him. It was one of the few tasty dishes made in the cafeteria. Slices of eggplant stuffed with minced meat, coated in flour, and deep-fried. A very hearty dish. Being young, he enjoyed eating oily food. After finishing their meal in the dorm, Yang returned. Dachio had not come back yet, saying he would return in the evening. Fengchen, who had just been out, was quite excited and eager to share. Even though he only went to assist Professor Liao at the meeting, just carrying bags, it felt completely different from being on campus. It was truly different. Things were too simple at school. Going out was really complicated. Even as a mere assistant, Fengchen felt mentally exhausted. Yang returned to the dorm to check on Lao Si, wondering if going out would make him act all high and mighty. Previously, classmates who worked with teachers would come back speaking differently, with a different tone, as if they were teachers themselves. He bought some oranges and tossed one to each of them. Then he sat down and leisurely peeled an orange. Fengchen took out the thermos cup given by Professor Liao, gave one to Lao Xiao, one to Yang, placed one on Daqiao's desk, and kept one for himself. Yang Ming saw the thermos cup and chuckled, "Impressive, Heizi, Professor Liao really values you, to even give you gifts." These insulated cups are all meeting gifts. Although not super expensive, they are not cheap either, at least better than Lao Xiao's old, worn-out one. Fengchen was worried that Lao Xiao wouldn't want to throw away his old cup, so he said, "The professor asked me if I wanted a cup, and I said I wanted to give it to my roommate. So the professor gave me 4, Lao Xiao, I was actually asking for you from the beginning. You should throw away your old one, it's unbearable to look at." Lao Yang unexpectedly glanced at Lao Si. Wow, Lao Si really knows how to talk. Was he pretending to be foolish before? Leaders love this kind of sense of loyalty the most. If you accept it yourself, the leader feels like they've repaid you and don't owe you anything. But if you ask for it for your roommate, it's different. The leader not only feels your loyalty, but next time something comes up, they will unconsciously call you, and you can take the leader's things without guilt. Seeing that Lao Xiao was reluctant, Lao Yang chimed in, "Indeed, too old can't be used, that thing might even cause cancer." He had a lot of these miscellaneous gifts at home, but Lao Xiao, with a strong sense of pride, was different towards Hao Zi, him, and De Qiao. Speaking of which, Lao Si has one advantage, he has good people skills. Each of the 3 roommates in the dorm has a good relationship with Lao Si. Although he understands some social etiquette and is good at superficial socializing, surprisingly, he is not as good at deep relationships as Lao Si. Hearing them talk like this, Lao Xiao felt a bit regretful and reluctantly threw away the old cup. In fact, the one his father used at home was even older, not even insulated anymore, while this one could still keep warm for a while. He had originally planned to take the new one back for his father to use, but recently, he had been engrossed in battling with Douyin, feeling like he had grasped some tricks, and he had some confidence. He decided that next time he went back, he would also buy a new one for his father. This one was given to him by Hao Zi, for his own use. The old insulated cup was swiftly thrown into the trash. Fengchen poured out one of the 2 cans of tea that Professor Liao had given him and gave it to Yang Chu. "Yang Chu, this tea is for you. I took the golden throat lozenge from your drawer, took 4 bags of chrysanthemum, and used 2 bags. Lao Yang had more exposure to these teas and such at home, so it could be said that he had seen various gifts quite a lot. Seeing the competition tea above, he knew it was not cheap. Every year, there would be some competition teas from Hsinchu, Taiwan, in their original cans, Oriental Beauty, which were quite exquisite. It seemed that Lao Si had really won Professor Liao's favor. Giving insulated cups as meeting gifts was quite common, but this tea was extraordinary. Lao Yang showed off a bit in front of his roommates. This Oriental Beauty competition tea is very expensive because it is made from tender buds that have been sucked by a type of leafhopper, similar to the civet coffee in the tea world. The aroma is very unique and suitable for women to drink. Fengchen hadn't expected so much sophistication. Lao Xiao also hadn't expected that tea made from leaves crawled on by insects would be more expensive. There were plenty of tea leaves crawled on by insects in his hometown. "That's perfect then. Professor Liao said it's for my mom to drink. There are 2 cans, one for your elders, and I'll send one to my mom." Fengchen thought it was a good idea. He owed Yang Chu too much in terms of favors. Yang Chu was usually very generous, probably not even knowing how many things like chrysanthemum he had used. Lao Yang had originally wanted to refuse, but when it came to it, he agreed, "That's great. My mother happens to like oolong tea. I'll shamelessly take it. I'll go send it in a while. Hao Zi, give me the address, I'll send yours together." Fengchen was quite happy. Lao Xiao couldn't understand why tea leaves were so expensive. If he dealt with such expensive tea, his parents would nag him to death. In their hometown, they picked and made tea themselves. Although it was a bit bitter, the aftertaste was sweet and refreshing. He was quite interested in the new insulated cup. It was silver,
and the lid could even display the temperature. Lao Yang took the black one.
De Chao had the pink one, and Feng Chen kept the white one for himself.
The difference from a regular thermos is that there is an electronic temperature display on the lid, showing the exact temperature. Lao Yang was extremely efficient, carrying the tea briskly and heading out without taking a nap. Feng Chen still felt that he should take a nap, as it had become a habit.
When there were only 2 people in the dorm, Feng Chen explained to Lao Xiao, Lao Yang asked me to get his chrysanthemum tea in medicine. I didn't know that his chrysanthemum tea was so expensive, each flower costing 100 yuan. Lao Yang, as you know, he definitely wouldn't take money, so I gave him a can of tea leaves instead.
Lao Xiao also didn't know that chrysanthemums could be sold by the flower, 100 yuan per flower.
The world of the wealthy and powerful was still distant. Lao Xiao understood very well, trying not to owe others as much as possible, as emotional debts were the hardest to repay.
Feng Chen lay down to take a nap. He fell asleep quickly. Half an hour later, he woke up. He washed his face in the water room. These days, he had summarized a small rule. Setting a time limit for himself could help organize the things he needed to do, like taking a ride. Setting an hour to take care of the professor. As long as the professor returned to school safely, he would reward himself with something like scar removal. If he set it to study with the professor but only slept during the ride without learning anything, there would be no reward. Feng Chen found that setting his own time limits could quickly become chaotic. It was hard for people to be completely self-disciplined. Without external rules, one could easily slack off and be lazy. But by controlling his time, he felt the importance of time and of himself. It made his work and study more efficient and boosted his self-confidence. Feng Chen was getting ready to study for an hour. He grabbed his backpack and headed to the classroom. On the way, he called his mother again, telling her about sending tea home, saying it was a gift from the professor, very expensive tea, specifically for his mother. Mrs. Tan Lijuan on the other end of the phone felt a bit awkward. Was her son Hao Hao growing up? Sending tea to his mother? He was maturing too quickly. Feng Lei, who was eavesdropping on the call, quietly thought, what if the tea wasn't from the professor but from a girl who had a crush on him? When he was in school, girls used to give gifts to his uncle. Hao Hao might be just like his uncle.
Yang Wenming had sent a package and called his own mother.
Oriental Beauty, was this sent by your roommate? That Xiao Dawei student, right? Did you help him with something? No, it's Feng Chen. He went to work as a temporary assistant for Liao, a retired professor from Tsinghua at our school. I provided some information about Professor Liao, and he was very grateful when he returned, so he gave me a thermos and a can of tea. Both the thermos and the tea were gifts from the professor to him. The professor must really like him.
Well, then thank him for me. I'll send something to your dorm later.
Xiaowen, as I told you before, don't underestimate anyone easily.
Everyone has their unique qualities, and interpersonal relationships are important.
Treat others sincerely to gain friendship. Got it, Mom.
Take care of yourself, don't argue with Dad for no reason, to avoid upsetting yourself.
Don't worry about your parents' matters. Mom knows how to handle it. It won't affect you. Xiaowen hung up the phone.
Watching a couple holding hands walking towards him, Xiaowen became Lao Yang, calmly passing by. Feng Chen found a classroom, the same one as last time, with 2 tables occupied by postgraduate exam candidates.
Feng Chen entered, positioning themselves in a triangular layout.
Each person occupied a corner of the classroom, not interfering with each other. The rain had stopped, and the weather after the rain was cool, the air feeling refreshed. He pushed open the window, the outside air damp, the leaves lush green, birds chirping.
Feng Chen took out his information management book.
He majored in information management, but this textbook seemed brand new, as if it had just been issued.
He probably hadn't read it thoroughly.
He set a time slot for himself. 14 to 1500 hours study information management. Sitting down, he opened the book, feeling like he had forgotten something.
Right.
He took a picture of the desk and then one of the view outside the window. From his position, he could see the canopy of the kissing tree outside. He sent it to the young lady.
I'm back at school.
Expression, a bunny sitting obediently in front of the desk.
The young lady didn't reply immediately.
Feng Chen stared at his phone for a while, wondering what she was up to. However, the time slot above his head started flashing, reminding him to focus on studying. Feng Chen put down his phone and earnestly started reading the book, taking notes. He also used the tablet his aunt gave him for note-taking. It was not easy to lose notes this way, making it convenient to find them next time.
Studying in the classroom made his heart truly calm, unlike being out in society. Feng Chen followed Professor Liao to a meeting where all the attendees were professors. Feng Chen couldn't understand the academic discussions, but dealing with ordinary social interactions was tiring enough. Moreover, he could clearly feel the class differences among the professors. Uncle belonged to the category of outstanding young professors with promising futures, but currently, no one paid much attention to him. Then there were those who became professors late in their careers, achieving nothing significant, just coasting along, like a lazy fish professor, seemingly there for the freebies. Professor Liu was in his prime, with numerous project achievements and high value, praised by many. Professor Liao had deep experience and high status, engaging with everyone cautiously and respectfully. It felt like becoming a professor was a big deal. However, there were distinctions even among professors. It was quite intimidating, too overwhelming. Need to regain composure. Better focus on studying and not get carried away. First fill up his empty mind, deal with the rest later. Otherwise, with his current level, he would struggle even to carry someone's bag next time. Feng Chen immersed himself in studying, gaining a +1 intelligence attribute, making it easier to understand the content, but without the memory buff, his retention was slightly weaker, requiring more reading and writing. Intellect seemed more crucial, serving as the foundation. Improving memory would only help in rote memorization, but many details might remain unclear. With enhanced intelligence, learning became easier, and recalling information would be more effortless. Feng Chen felt the joy of learning with his new brain. Time flew by with the buff. The sea of knowledge was boundless. Feng Chen was deeply engrossed in his studies. After a while, he suddenly caught a whiff of lychee fragrance. Feng Chen looked up and saw Su Qingqing. She was wearing a white long dress, with a shiny hair clip on her black short hair, and cool black flat sandals with rivets on her feet. Both wearing tank tops and long skirts, Gua Man gave off a cute girl next door vibe, while Su Qingqing exuded a cool and confident aura. Her exquisite hair clip and radiant smile making Feng Chen feel as if he had just been fed a lychee, sweet and heart-racing. Coenzyme Q10 must be bought, irregular heartbeats were inevitable. Why did you come over? I saw the photos you sent, that tree. Judging from the angle, it's probably the direction of the teaching building, around the 3rd floor. I guessed right, didn't I? Feng Chen, impressed. The young lady's IQ was probably higher than his own. Let's study together. Feng Chen, can we actually study together? Is this really studying? Will this affect my progress? Feng Chen moved inside, while Su Qingqing sat outside. Can we really study like this? Their arms would touch when raised. Summer. Both of them had uncovered arms. Arms touching arms. Skin touching skin. How strange. Feng Chen felt a surge of electricity rushing from his arms, spreading throughout his body. It felt like his arms had just taken a sip of white wine. His whole body was tingling. Some parts were soft, some were hard. Especially his own arms were a bit dark in color, while Miss Su's arms were snow white and delicate. The contact and visual differences made Feng Chen's heart beat irregularly. After 2 touches, Feng Chen shifted slightly inside the table. A small gap was left between them. He thought to himself, can't let this affect my studies. Su Qingqing brought a book in Portuguese, wearing headphones and listening to the lesson content. In reality, she also felt something when their arms touched for the first time. It was a bit warm. When they touched for the second time, it seemed like time stood still for a moment, their arms unmoving, foolishly close together, her ears slightly red. Her mind was in a whirl. She wondered if he was doing it on purpose. A bit mischievous. Thinking he would accidentally touch her again soon, she turned her head only to find him shrinking into a corner. There was just one desk. He was leaning against the window, managing to avoid her, leaving space for another person between them. He seemed even more nervous than she was. Su Qingqing turned to look at him. His back straight, short hair, no necklace on his neck, only a watch on his hand. His face was clean, long eyelashes, earnestly reading and taking notes. Leaning against the wall, his other hand was a bit awkward as he wrote. Too obedient. Made one want to tease him. Su Qingqing silently moved a bit closer. And then their arms touched again. Among the boys, Feng Chen was considered fair-skinned. But compared to Su Qingqing, he was a few shades darker. Even when flipping a book absent-mindedly, their arms would brush against each other. Feng Chen felt his mind in a mess. How did those couples manage to study together? He couldn't focus at all. He thought he was taking notes, but he was just copying from the book, even getting it wrong by copying the previous paragraph into the next one. He turned to look at Su Qingqing, seeing her completely unaware, genuinely studying Portuguese, wearing headphones, seemingly oblivious to anything unusual. Boldness comes from shamelessness. Feng Chen grabbed Miss Su's hand. His arm pressed against hers, his palm on top of hers. The girl's hand was so small, cool and soft, so nice to touch, so fragrant. A continuous tingling sensation spread from their palms,
making Fengchen feel happy yet confused, unable to focus at all.
Ching, do you see that big tree over there? Let me take you to sit under it. It's cooler there, Fengchen whispered. The campus breeze was gentle and soft. Ching also felt that things were getting too ambiguous. There were other students in the classroom. Although they all seemed to be studying diligently, it still didn't feel right. It was affecting others. Ching packed up first and stood up. Fengchen also packed his bag and followed suit. He wanted to hold hands, but Ching walked away briskly. For some reason, he had the courage to grab her hand when they were sitting together. But when they stood up, Miss Su was still far away. Fengchen just followed along, reaching out his hand but not touching hers. He felt like he wasn't tall enough. Miss Su was already wearing flat shoes, maybe just an extra centimeter, but standing together, he still felt a bit short. Oh. The two of them walked out of the classroom. The two tables in the classroom breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, in their hearts, they scorned, scumbag. Because last time they saw a girl who, although also wearing a tank top and a long skirt, was colorful, had long hair, wore floral flip-flops, had a round face, and smelled like roses. This time the girl had short hair, wearing a white tank dress and cool shoes with black studded sandals that wrapped around her calves. If you had bad legs, you'd look like a rice dumpling, but if you had good legs, it would be killer, cool and sexy. The girl from last time was shorter, about half a head shorter than the short boys. This girl was taller, about half a head taller than the tall boys? What a scumbag! But when that scumbag left and reached out to hold the girl's hand, he revealed a Rolex on his wrist. A rich scumbag. How despicable. Critical hit. It's better to focus on studying, as education can change your destiny. Fengchen and Ching left the classroom. The classroom fell silent, creating a new atmosphere with anger plus 20, effort plus 50, and envy plus 20. Fengchen walked out of the classroom with Ching. As they descended the stairs side by side, Fengchen confidently took Ching's hand. Walking down the stairs was dangerous and prone to falling. Money is a man's courage, and Fengchen now felt bolder than ever with the added courage buff. With over 10,000 yuan in his pocket, he felt he could go anywhere in the world. He held Ching's hand, lightly swinging their arms as his four fingers intertwined with hers, his thumb on the other side. Holding hands was the most ordinary thing. When they were kids playing games, teachers would have them hold hands. He had held other girls' hands before. Nothing special, just a normal hand-holding. But for some reason, holding the young lady's hand made his arms tingle. The gentle swaying motion transmitted a continuous warmth from their palms. Walking felt like a tipsy sensation. He wished the three-story staircase was longer and farther. With hand in hand, Fengchen could walk 3,800 steps in one breath. The staircase was empty. Holding hands, they completed one level, turned the corner, and continued down to the next level. Fengchen felt ecstatic, inexplicably happy. As they neared the first floor, someone was coming up the stairs. They had to move aside while holding hands, as it was difficult for three people to stand together. Fengchen stood against the wall, and Ching walked on the outside, to let the other person pass. Ching had to stay close to Fengchen, leaving a larger space to avoid contact with strangers. The classmate's lips twitched as he walked past. Fengchen was pushed into the corner. Ching turned her head and found herself in a wall-pinning position, pressing Fengchen against the wall. She inexplicably thought of when she listened to music at night, feeling as if he was holding her, singing softly in her ear, his breath so close she could feel it, making the hairs on her ear stand up. Fengchen grew even more nervous. Luckily, he couldn't walk through walls. If he could, he would probably nervously run through the wall right now. He was pinned against the wall. His heart was beating faster than when they were holding hands. The young lady didn't know what she was thinking, standing so close to him, facing each other, but they were on the stairs, which were narrow, and a misstep could lead to a fall. He called out, Ching. Ching instinctively replied, no. Fengchen, huh? After Ching answered, her earlobes turned red. What was she thinking? Fengchen was just calling her name. What did she mean by no? She probably misunderstood him. Fengchen also realized it. Boys tend to get scared and want to run away when faced with overly aggressive girls, like those who ask when they can get married. But when faced with a shy girl, their instincts kick in. He let go of her hand, and in her moment of disappointment, he embraced her waist, holding her with both arms and pulling her into his embrace. He leaned against the wall. She leaned against him. No need for the canopy to shield them. In that moment, he was blind to anyone passing by. All he could see was the girl in front of him. Seeing her watery eyes, straight nose, rosy lips, shiny hairpin, and slightly red earlobes, Ching nervously closed her eyes. Fengchen didn't kiss her lips but instead fixed his gaze on Ching's earlobes. Miss Su didn't blush, but her earlobes did.
He leaned in close to her ear, opened his mouth, lightly nibbled on her earlobe, not really a bite, just a gentle touch.
Su Qingqing's body trembled slightly as she pushed him away. "You pervert!" Then she turned and ran.
Su Qingqing ran fast, her heart pounding like a drum.
Men are bad. All guys are bad.
She thought he would kiss her lips, but she never expected him to skip her lips and kiss her earlobe instead. It felt like her strange dream from last night was being replayed in reality. In her dream, he sang by her ear carelessly, his breath making her shiver. He lightly kissed her earlobe, gently nibbled on it, their cheeks brushing against each other. She opened her eyes, feeling like she was in a spring dream. In reality, he actually kissed her earlobe.
Pervert! Miss Su's heart had never been so chaotic.
She thought she could control herself well. She thought she just liked the sound of his singing and talking.
Thought he was a decent person.
Better than most guys. She even prepared for a kiss, like holding hands, lips touching lips.
But how did it turn out like this?
The gentle breeze of the campus.
Su Qingqing's heart was in turmoil. Fengchen leaned against the wall, not chasing after her.
He was actually prepared to be slapped. That's how it goes in TV dramas. If you're behind, you get slapped, even if you act like a hooligan. But she didn't slap him, just bit her lip, her earlobe kissed by him turning red like it was bleeding. She called him a pervert. At that moment, he actually felt that being called a pervert was a compliment.
It sounded nice. He could listen to it again.
Just let him kiss her once more. He only kissed her left earlobe, not the right one, nor her lips. Seeing her biting her lip, Fengchen thought, don't bite too hard. If you break it, let me do it. I can bite gently.
Really, gently. She ran. He didn't chase. Fengchen walked to the side of the teaching building under the big tree.
He took a photo of the tree from bottom to top. The fragmented sunlight shimmered among the leaves, like stars hidden among them.
Fengchen sent the photo to Miss Su. I looked at the big tree for you. You left, and the tree is lonely. Romance lasted only a second. The phone rang. It was from the school's academic affairs office, asking Fengchen to come over. Fengchen was a bit nervous. What did he do? What mistake did he make to attract the attention of the academic affairs office? Did they know he was in a relationship? Are there cameras at the staircase? It couldn't be. People often kiss in the bushes. Although there are rules in the school. But rules are rules. Good student Hao arrived at the academic affairs office and was informed that he would receive the assistant's salary, travel allowance, and heatstroke subsidy. It was the first time Fengchen knew that a salary was composed like this. The assistant's salary was only 80 per day because he was temporary, but the travel allowance was 300, and the heatstroke subsidy was 50, so when he went out with Professor Liao, he received a whopping 430 yuan. It was indeed a lot of money.
If Fengchen didn't have 10,000 in his pocket now, he would have jumped with excitement over the 430.
Too awesome. Too easy to earn.
430 a day, 30 days a month, isn't it 12,900 a month, earning over 10,000 a month?
Fengchen took the money, signed the papers in a daze. The staff at the academic affairs office was a young lady. When Fengchen answered the phone and heard it was from the academic affairs office, he was half scared to death. I don't know why, as a commoner, he was so afraid of things like leadership. Probably it's the suppression in his bloodline. But seeing the real person, it seemed like this staff member wasn't much older than himself. Probably just recently graduated from college. It felt like when he was an assistant himself, trying hard to appear mature, but still easily seen through as inexperienced. In fact, it was true. Graduated from a prestigious university, Huang Hao worked hard to land this ordinary job at the university's administration office, still adapting to the learning process. Today, she received a notice from her superior to inform a senior student to come and collect their salary, to assist Professor Liao temporarily. A strange notice, she didn't know the reason behind it. However, having worked for some time now, having faced many setbacks in the harsh social reality, Huang Ha had learned some basic rules of this strange world. In this workplace scenario, Rule 1, never ask the leader why. Once asked, leader's favorability -1, leader's anxiety +1, future promotion and salary increase difficulty +10. Leaders usually won't explain even if asked, and one might get reprimanded, so one must figure it out on their own. Rule 2, show respect to unfamiliar people. You never know if they are just a small fry or a hidden big boss. Rule 3, still under exploration. She would eventually clear this workplace scenario. She just hoped it would be sooner rather than later because time was running out for her. If she couldn't clear it within 3 months, she would be deemed a failure, not passing the internship period, and would have to leave. If she cleared it within 3 months, she could move on to the advanced version of this scenario, becoming a formal employee. Go, go, go.
Huang Ha patiently said, "Student, leave your bank account number, next time the finance department will transfer your salary directly, no need to come sign every time.
Since today is the first time, I need you to come and confirm."
After speaking, the inner voice in her scolded herself.
So useless, almost addressed a student respectfully, it's tough to fit in.
This inexplicable notice, a senior student becoming Professor Liao's assistant, the previous assistant, He Jia, was rumored to have connections to become Professor Liao's assistant, as He Jia's husband was the vice dean of the School of Management.
The leader said he was personally appointed by Professor Liao. "Alright, Teacher Huang," Feng Chen nodded obediently.
Seeing the sign on her desk saying intern, Huang Ha, he added the surname. When he went with Professor Liao to a meeting, he realized that if he just called out professor, there were over 100 professors, so he didn't know who to address. Adding the surname at least helped differentiate and seemed more respectful. However, as a newcomer in the administrative office, he felt a bit embarrassed to address the teachers this way, feeling unworthy. But when the other person added the surname, it felt like they were calling out to her, very earnestly, which made her inexplicably happy. "Student Phone, your assistant's salary starts from today, no travel allowances for daily work, but there's a heat allowance. Oh, and this is the campus office access card, swipe it for access, here you go."
Huang Ha thought for a moment and then took Feng Chen to Professor Liao's office.
Professor Liao had a separate office. Feng Chen had been there before, and remembered seeing her soaking her dentures.
Outside the office, there was a small cubicle. "This is Teacher He's workstation, she's on sick leave due to severe morning sickness, taking a long break. If you need, you can also work here."
Feng Chen saw the tidy desk. Besides the computer, there wasn't much, a bottle of Lucky Bamboo in the corner, and the name tag read He Weihua. Feng Chen thought to herself, as a mere student, how could she deserve to sit at this workstation? Surrounded by a group of teachers, this felt like walking into a lion's den, truly terrifying. As he turned his head, he found that the name on the desk next to him was actually Lu Chuanli. A colorful shawl was draped over the chair at the desk, and instead of Lucky Bamboo on the desktop, there were small daisies. Besides the central computer, there was a row of books on the left, a stack of files and documents on the right, with many small succulents next to the materials, along with teacups and a teapot.
Everything was in order and well organized.
Feng Chen had never been called to the office by Teacher Lu before, and for the first time, he realized that she sat here. Her desk was just like her, neat, diverse, and full of life.
"Teacher Huang, I probably won't need to be here. If Professor Liao needs me, I'll come over. Thank you for showing me around," Feng Chen politely said.
Facing colleagues who were not much older than himself, he felt empathetic, realizing that they were all just working individuals in society, and it wasn't easy for anyone.
After completing the tasks assigned by the leader, Huang returned to his own office.
He thought, students nowadays have such high emotional intelligence, and they seem to be quite wealthy, wearing Rolex watches, even gold ones.
They are wealthy and emotionally intelligent. If they don't succeed, who will? No wonder he could only work in the academic affairs office after graduating from university. Before even graduating, he could become a professor's assistant. With Professor Liao's background, he could easily expand his network to universities nationwide, and even further to central government departments. Quoting a reader's comment, fortunately, he was well aware of the second rule of workplace gossip: always show respect to unfamiliar people, as you never know if they are just a small fry or a hidden big boss. Narrowly escaping a crisis, he continued to raid dungeons, go to work. Feng pseudo NPC how? Cash assets, plus 430. From now on, as long as he checked in alive every day, he could increase his cash assets by plus 130, 80 plus 50. 130 every day, too much to spend, absolutely too much. Real life item, plus a card that can swipe open the office access control door. Continuing the NPC mission, a blind senior student. Feng Chen glanced at his phone, but Miss Su hadn't replied to him. However, looking at the time, he had to take Big Mao for a walk, as promised earlier. Feng Chen set a new schedule to take care of his pet. Then a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Host, study hard, focus on resisting external interference. Although the final resistance failed, your intentions are commendable. Rewarding the host with a growth of 1 mm, usable on any part of the body. Phone 173. For centimeters Hao glanced at his phone again, but Miss Su still hadn't replied. Oh no, did he really make Miss Su angry and she's completely ignoring him now? Then the mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the unlimited potential platinum level rich lady Su Qingqing, very effective, with a favorability rating of 81. Please continue to work hard, strive for further progress, and climb to new heights. Friendly reminder, when the favorability rating reaches 90, new features will be unlocked. Feng Chen.
She called me a pervert, and her favorability towards me increased by 1. Who's the real pervert here? In the dormitory group chat, there was a sudden increase in chat records when De Chao returned.
De Chao suggested having dinner together in the evening.
Probably because he was bullied at home by his father and older brother and needed some comfort.
Feng Chen replied, "I'll treat you tonight."
They had an unspoken agreement when dining out. It was like a rotation where everyone took turns paying, with the dormitory leader, Lao Xiao, being exempt once. This meant that the others paid twice, while Lao Xiao paid once. Sometimes, the dormitory leader, Xiao Fengchen, would also be exempt.
Lao Yang and De Qiao were more proactive in footing the bill.
This time, Fengchen insisted on paying.
He even showed his salary slip from the academic affairs office.
He never expected that after so many years of schooling, he would finally earn some money back.
Not easy. They agreed to meet at Student Street at 6 in the evening. Fengchen ran all the way to Gu Xiuman's place. Big Mao wagged his tail frantically. "Little brother is here."
Today, the hourly cleaning lady is not here, and the employer, Gu Xiaoman, is.
Fengchen originally thought Gu Xiaoman would definitely put up a fight and take the opportunity to talk about herself.
However, she was sitting on the sofa listlessly, clutching a pillow to her stomach, looking dejected. Her long hair fell casually over her shoulders. She seemed to be wearing very short denim shorts, with the pillow covering her stomach, only a corner of the shorts visible, giving the impression she wasn't wearing anything, just 2 fair legs showing.
Was her bear a bit too heavy?
She was using the pillow to press her stomach, but the bear was pressing on the pillow.
That was the scene as soon as the door opened. Oh my goodness. If it weren't for the protection of the heavens, he might not be able to handle this scene. Even so, his gaze couldn't help but linger on the 2 bears lying on the pillow. Humans are instinctively interested in the abnormal structure of the human body.
Gu Xiaoman had originally planned to scold the rat who broke the agreement today, but then her period came, and she was in so much pain that she didn't even have the energy to scold anyone. De Mao was a traitor, keeping his distance, but as soon as the rat arrived, he wagged his tail affectionately and circled around him.
De Mao, checking on little brother's health.
The owner's scent was a bit strong today. During this time every month, the owner's temper was not very good. It was better not to provoke him. Luckily, little brother was clean, no scent of blood.
De Mao was satisfied, woof woof.
Fengchen reached out and rubbed De Mao's bald head.
De Mao wagged his tail even more happily. "Xiaoman, what's wrong? Do you need help?"
Fengchen asked from the doorway, keeping his distance, following the same intuition as De Mao, not wanting to provoke the situation. Before he could say anything, a pillow flew towards him.
Fengchen caught the pillow. De Mao's eyes sparkled as he looked at his little brother.
Indeed, as a member of their golden retriever family, the little rat's agility was impressive, always ready to catch things flying towards him, unlike those foolish huskies who couldn't even see things thrown at them. Fengchen caught the pillow and noticed that Xiaoman didn't have a pillow covering her, revealing a short top and a slender waist. Xiaoman was really something, her waist was so slim. It was not noticeable at all, especially since she usually wore loose clothing, giving the impression she might be a bit chubby. How could such a slim waist support that bear? Gu Xiaoman felt the rat's gaze on her, so she picked up another pillow from the side and hugged it, the 2 bears lying back on the pillow, finding their balance. Although Fengchen had never had a girlfriend before, he had learned a lot about female biology during countless dormitory discussions.
For example, females bleed every month.
A few days before and during the bleeding, their temper could be quite irritable.
Of course, if there was no bleeding, then one should really be careful. School rules warning.
Last time when they played tennis, she had mentioned that her period was coming soon, so it was probably happening now. The room was cool, the air conditioning was on full blast, yet Gu Xiaoman was dressed so lightly.
Fengchen couldn't understand her thought process. "Not very clever. How about I pour you a cup of hot water? They say hot water cures everything."
Gu Xiaoman grumbled and rolled her eyes.
Fengchen went to the kitchen, with De Mao following closely.
He saw a water dispenser in the kitchen.
On top of the water dispenser was a glass cabinet.
The cabinet held teacups, a teapot, and various dry goods like rose petals and ginger sugar. Fengchen took out a piece of ginger sugar, added some rose petals, put them in a transparent teapot, poured hot water from the dispenser, and prepared a cup. He carried it to the coffee table in front of the sofa. Although he was wealthy now, very wealthy, over 10,000 yuan, extremely wealthy, one should never underestimate the importance of money. When facing those who gave money, no amount of respect was too much. After all, those who gave money were like parents providing food and clothing, unrelated by blood.
Gu Xiaoman was starting to regret dressing like this, coming over so joyfully.
As a result, her clothes were too short, and the denim shorts too tight, and she unexpectedly got her period. She felt awkward dressed like this. She preferred a cute and lovely style to cover up her overly full chest. This kind of sexy style made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Even though she let her long hair down, it still couldn't cover it up. However, when she saw Fengchen come in, at least his gaze lingered on her chest for more than a second. First, it was her waist. Then, it was her chest. Although he looked serious, it seemed like this situation wouldn't go wrong. Gua Man didn't feel as regretful anymore, and there was even a hint of joy in her heart. Seeing the rose ginger tea he poured for her, she took a sip. It was sweet and spicy, warming her body. Her stomach didn't ache as much, and she didn't feel as uncomfortable. But she didn't feel like moving either, feeling lazy and wanting to lie down. She usually liked the cold too much, was super afraid of heat, and would have to pay a heavy price when her period came, rolling in pain. Or you can play with the dog in the yard today, Gua Man said weakly. Fengchen shook his head firmly. No, you paid me, I can't just brush it off. The yard is too small, Demao can't run freely, I'll take it out. Gua Man, I want you to stay and accompany me. Fengchen inexplicably felt that the sulking Gua Man seemed to be getting angry again. He couldn't understand. It was said that during menstruation, emotions could be unpredictable. Quickly take Demao and leave. There were many people on the student street, so it was necessary to keep the dog on a leash. Fengchen checked Demao's collar and loosened it a bit, so it wouldn't be too tight and uncomfortable around its neck. Gua Man looked depressed as she watched someone sneak glances at her chest, pour hot water for herself, and then just kept looking at Demao. What was so interesting about Demao? Was it more attractive than her? Angry. She curled up on the sofa, too weak to even play with her phone, so she turned on the TV and lay down on the sofa. She watched as that person who didn't understand her charm took the dog out. Listening to the dog barking. He was actually having a serious conversation with the dog? Woof, woof. Eat sausages, you can't eat sausages, you're getting fat, Fengchen responded. Woof, woof, woof. Two sausages are fine. Alright, 2 it is. Ah, Gua Man felt like throwing the cushion again. He could understand the dog's words but not hers. Demao pulled Fengchen towards the pancake stall. When they arrived, Demao stopped and wagged its tail happily. 1 person, 1 pancake, and 1 dog with 2 sausages. After eating, Fengchen took the dog for a walk to the grassy area by the river where they had been before. There was no one on the lawn, so he let it run around freely. The dog was kept inside all day, just like going to work with humans. The dog had an hour a day to come out and play, while humans could only go on a long vacation once a year. In comparison, the dog was a bit happier because humans' long vacations often couldn't be realized due to various reasons. Fengchen had originally planned to sit quietly by the grass, check his phone, wait for a message from the young lady, and reminisce about the good times studying together with her. There was a bittersweet feeling about studying together, sweet and tingling. No wonder so many couples like studying together in the classroom. Time waits for no one. After Demao ran a quick lap, it turned back and realized that the little squirrel hadn't followed. A golden retriever that didn't exercise was going nowhere. Demao ran back, biting Fengchen's hem, trying to pull him up to run together. Woof, 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 woof. Who could resist a dog with watery eyes, full of affection, long slender legs, and a kindness level exceeding 80? And it was so affectionate and clingy, shamelessly taking the initiative. There was no way around it. Although Demao probably didn't like to eat shit, when it came to licking its own face, Fengchen still refused. Don't be too enthusiastic, licking will be censored. Pay attention to cleanliness. He was conquered by Demao's beautiful dog tactics and ran along with Demao. Being a human with a physical attribute of +1, reaching 7 out of 10, already gave him a slight advantage in human society. So in the dog society, he was a bit lacking, but just a bit. Demao ran on 4 legs, Fengchen ran on 2 legs, back and forth several times. Demao was panting, sticking out its tongue to cool down. Fengchen was panting, lying on the grass. He really put in a lot of effort for that hour, doing physical labor. But after the run, he felt unexpectedly happy. Lying on the ground, he didn't mind the grass pricking his body, looking up at the sky, the blue sky, the white clouds. One cloud looked a lot like Su Qingqing smiling. He felt very content. Boys and dogs, fundamentally, were probably similar. Most of the time, they didn't think too much. True to their nature, they laughed when happy, cried when sad, and running made everything better. Their demands weren't that high. Finding joy was simple. Demao rested for a while, seeing his little brother still lying down. He understood his weak stamina. After all, he had no fur, making him disabled in the dog society. So, he happily ran around again. Sometimes chasing butterflies, sometimes chasing grasshoppers, sometimes staring at the riverbank, suspecting fish, but not feeling like going in today. Last time he went into the river, he was caught by his owner and had to take a bath at home, washed twice because the owner thought he was contaminated by the river water, which smelled a bit funky. After running for a while, the dog got tired and came to play with a little mouse.
Fengchen sat on the grass, not idle, taking pictures of Demao to show his employer.
One of them had a special artistic conception. When Demao stood by the river, gazing at the water, he seemed like a thoughtful dog, exceptionally intelligent. After taking the photos, Fengchen decided to send them out. This time, he sent them to Gua Man and Chen Xiaoyu. Gua Man was the employer, needing to know the status of her dog. Xiaoyu was worried that he might be bored lying down, and he also liked Demao. Finally, he sent the photo of the thoughtful dog to Miss.
The dog says it misses you. The message was sent. Fengchen thought it would be like the previous messages, quietly without a response.
Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Fengchen's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the platinum-level rich woman Su Qingqing with unlimited potential. The effectiveness is outstanding. The favorability rating is 82. Please continue to work hard, strive for further success, and reach new heights.
Fengchen.
His miss was too easily won over, just by a picture of a dog.
How lacking in love was she?
At that moment, Fengchen didn't feel fortunate, he suddenly wanted to hug her.
Su Qingqing looked at the photo of the big golden retriever on her phone.
She was so scared that she almost dropped her phone. Since her mother gave away the puppy she raised, which was later eaten by someone, her mother felt guilty. After that incident, no one in the family mentioned anything about dogs in front of her.
Even her father tacitly avoided the topic.
In short, there were no more pets in the house.
Su Qingqing didn't bring it up either, as if the incident had never happened.
She was probably someone who kept a lot of things to herself, not good at expressing herself on a daily basis, and didn't like to confide in others. She always felt that sharing her troubles with others was a foolish act, only adding to their amusement.
She never spoke about it. In this regard, she thought her roommate Lin Xiaoya did a good job too.
Lin Xiaoya never talked about her own shortcomings to others. She liked to ride a motorcycle because when the speed increased, she could let go of her troubles and stay away from the trivialities of life. It was her way of venting emotions. She had a driver's license, and her father, worried about her safety, bought her a car. She still prefers the feeling of her body challenging the wind in the air, finding the car too stable and boring. It was when she saw the picture Fengchen sent, showing a big golden retriever standing by the river. Suddenly, she felt as if she saw her own Chen Chen growing up, elegant and smart. Then she read Fengchen's message.
It misses you. Su Qingqing's tears burst out instantly.
It felt like her Chen Chen was always there, saying it missed her. In that moment, she cried until choked up.
Her Chen Chen hadn't disappeared.
Many years later, it grew up, standing by the river, majestic yet gentle. She cried, but then smiled, crying and smiling at the same time. Just then, the phone rang.
It was Mrs. Zhao.
Baby, Mom is at the school gate, let's have dinner together tonight. Su Qingqing barely answered the call when she heard Mrs.
Zhao speaking. She was already at the school gate.
Su Qingqing tried to wipe her tears, but they kept flowing. She knew this was the consequence of wanting to confide in someone. This was the punishment.
She only asked Mrs. Zhao a question.
Mrs. Zhao mobilized a group of people and came in person. A beautiful blue and white Bentley parked at the school gate.
As the sun set, Fengchen went back with the dog. The dog was reluctant to leave. It liked the little mouse. Finally seeing a junior, it wanted to stay together. There were still many skills it hadn't been taught. For example, putting a bow on its head to amuse its owner. Or when causing trouble, it could stick out its butt, lower its head, and make a whimpering sound to avoid being scolded. But today was not bad either.
Today, Demao felt that his little brother without fur seemed to have improved a lot in stamina. Probably due to his effective training, he attributed the credit to himself, feeling no guilt at all, thinking he deserved the 2 sausages.
Fengchen walked Demao past the student street and saw a super fancy car not far away.
It was a bee with wings, a flying bee, impressive. A lady in a sapphire blue professional suit sat in the car, fair-skinned, wearing sunglasses, very beautiful, like a celebrity.
TSK. The system didn't report a wealthy woman, most likely not single.
Rich people indeed came in pairs.
Mrs.
Zhao sat in the car, lightly tapping the steering wheel with her fingertips, watching the passing students, feeling that none of them were presentable, always looking disheveled and flustered.
Initially, she wanted Qingqing to study abroad, but her husband strongly opposed it.
Even if she repeated a year, Qingqing was unwilling.
The father and daughter always opposed her.
As a result, she wasted 4 years in such a school. How many 4 years does one have in life? Foolish. After looking around, a boy walking a big golden retriever seemed spirited, passable, considered a good-looking boy. His smile was particularly sunny, and walking the big golden retriever was also eye-catching. But boys who raised dogs were probably scoundrels, as online research had shown that scoundrels like to use pets as a cover to flirt with girls.
Moreover, when this boy approached, he was wearing a Rolex watch.
It was said that this school also had a joint college, a third-rate institution where even universities couldn't get in, a group of wealthy people who paid their way in.
This boy was probably one of them.
Fortunately, her Ching was about to go abroad, otherwise, it would be terrifying to date such a scoundrel.
Fengchen safely returned to Mao.
He saw that his classmate Gua Man seemed to have revived. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, with a table full of snacks in front of her: duck neck, duck head, duck trachea, cakes, milk tea, chicken feet, jujubes, cantaloupe, crispy pear, lychee. It was full. When Fengchen entered with the dog, she was happily gnawing on chicken feet.
Fengchen took a step back in horror.
The dog excitedly took a step forward. Gua Man was happily munching away when she suddenly felt more comfortable and ordered a bunch of takeout.
It was said that one doesn't gain weight when eating during menstruation.
It was only at this time that she dared to indulge a little. She always felt like she had a tendency to gain weight easily. In reality, she wasn't heavy at all, standing at 165 centimeters tall and weighing only 96 kgs. However, with a round face and a large chest, she really felt disadvantaged, looking much heavier than her actual weight. Her roommate had a slim face and a flat chest, weighing 105 kgs, yet looking thinner than Gua Man at 96 kgs. They were about the same height, which was just unfair.
"Mouse, why are you hiding?
Come and eat with me," Gua Man said with an oily mouth. 2 streaks of braised chicken claw sauce stained her fair cheeks, making her look like a cat. However, Fengchen was naturally afraid of all kinds of claws, feeling like they were human hands. Watching Gua Man nibbling and sucking on the chicken claws with her bright red lips, as if licking her fingers, was a bit scary yet thrilling. No, I made plans with my roommate.
I have to go back. See you tomorrow, Demao." Fengchen bid farewell.
Woof, woof, Demao bade goodbye. Woof, 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 see you tomorrow for sure. Woof, 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 go back and exercise well, come on, little mouse. Gua Man saw the disdainful look on Mouse's face and wondered if it was because she had changed into a loose skirt, causing his attitude to change.
"Pervert. Guys are not good people." Gua Man sternly said, "You can't leave. I bought snacks for you too, as a thank you for Demao." Fengchen looked at the mountain of snacks in front of Gua Man and the large bag of snacks on the table by the door.
According to Gua Man's way of eating hot food followed by cold, spicy followed by sweet, hard followed by soft, not only would her stomach ache tomorrow, but her stomach might ache too.
Fengchen realized that he, who had gained a bit of intelligence attribute, could already see that Xiaoman's intelligence was lacking. It was terrifying. Did others see him the same way before, cute but silly? Thinking like this, Gua Man seemed silly but actually quite cute. Being with her gave him a strange intellectual advantage, making him more relaxed. Fengchen was worried that she would eat the rest of the snacks, so he took them away. "Eat less, Xiaoman, your stomach will hurt," Fengchen reminded her before leaving. "Mind your own business," Gua Man retorted. Woof, woof, Demao bid a reluctant farewell. When everyone left, Gua Man suddenly felt that the table full of snacks wasn't appetizing anymore. Did Mouse ask me to eat less because he cares about me? Does Mouse secretly like me? So conflicted. If he confesses, should I accept? Forget it, if he dares to confess, I'll reluctantly agree, Gua Man thought. Then she happily continued nibbling on duck necks, holding a duck neck in one hand and a sweet melon in the other. Fengchen prepared to go back to the dormitory to freshen up. Covered in dog hair, Demao loved to jump on him. On the way, a text message notification on his phone, cash, plus 80. Carrying a bag of snacks with potato chips, beef jerky, dried fruits, and more, estimated to be worth 200 to 300. Although Xiaoman spoke harshly, she was still quite generous, a good girl, just a bit sharp-tongued. Fengchen quickly took a battle shower, ran back to the dormitory, and heard a shout, "Oh my god!" De Chao was holding his phone and shouting. If De Chao was shouting like this, it probably wasn't a beautiful girl. Maybe it was about some nice shoes or something. "Howsy, come and see this." Fengchen had only put on half of his clothes when De Chao excitedly came over with his phone. Fengchen saw him in a group chat. University Student Shopping Discount Group, Fengchen. He was the richest third-year student in his dormitory, always looking for discounts in various discount groups. Don't look at the group name, look at the pictures. The pictures were swiped one by one. It was the blue and white two-tone car at the entrance of the student street. The emblem on the car had wings. "Bentley, there's a Bentley parked at our school gate,"
De Chao exclaimed excitedly.
You said your old man talked business and even considered buying a Bentley when he was feeling extravagant. What's got you so excited? That's not the point.
The point is, in the car, someone took high-definition photos, and there were two beautiful women inside.
Feng Chen scrolled down to see the picture.
Then he saw the so-called high-definition image. It wasn't that clear, but clear enough. He saw Su Qingqing sitting in the passenger seat. She had a shiny diamond hair clip on her head. She was still wearing that white tank dress, which he had touched before, very soft. No wonder he had just seen the women in the car and thought she was some celebrity, unfamiliar but somewhat familiar.
So she was Su Qingqing's sister/mother? Qingqing was an only child, so she should be the mother.
The two seemed to be talking, but their expressions weren't good. At this moment, Feng Chen, who had over 10,000 yuan and could earn 210 yuan a day if he worked hard, felt somewhat silent.
Some people have a means of transportation worth more than all the assets of your entire family combined. What do you have to compare with them? The Bentley-driving beauty sisters, Lao Si. You're not right. Why aren't you excited?
De Chao wondered. What does this have to do with us? I'll treat you tonight. What do you want to eat? I rarely have money. I'll allow you to choose something over 50 yuan.
Feng Chen said with a grin. 50 won't do, at least 500.
De Chao shifted the topic.
Lao Xiao rushed in wearing torn underwear, listening in. 500? Is that a concert? That sounds good. A 500 yuan concert, hilarious, it's the audience singing themselves.
De Chao continued.
The topic completely veered off track. Feng Chen put on his clothes and stood in front of the dormitory mirror, using his towel to dry his hair. In the mirror, a fair-skinned young man appeared, not so confident, a bit melancholic. He was 21 years old, young, and had nothing. What right did he, a shared bike rider, have to care about the girl sitting in a Bentley, whether she was happy or not?
His mind was messed up.
Student Street.
Fixed base, halai lai stir-fry shop.
Today, the mysterious dormitory big shot, Yang Chu, arrived at the shop first. He occupied a good spot.
By the window, it could be considered a decent lakeside seat. In a restaurant with an average of 40 yuan per person, having a lakeside view seat was quite rare. Lao Xiao was also forced to take a shower, but he hadn't shaved his beard yet. He was wearing a black checkered t-shirt with a collar, looking very much like everyone's stepfather. De Chao went home and changed into a new outfit, wearing a white t-shirt with a big red flower on the chest. Well, the big flower pattern was nice, the white t-shirt fit well, but when worn by De Chao, it felt like watching a sanitary pad advertisement, always feeling like that big flower would keep bouncing forward, eventually jumping out as a sanitary pad with wings. This was De Chao's favorite brand, Kenzo. Everyone in the dormitory had been educated about it. The most famous was the tiger head shirt, with a tiger head on the front, not cheap at all, around 1,500 for a short-sleeved one, and over 3,000 for a jacket, but it suited De Chao's Noble Factory second-generation identity.
De Chao had collected almost all colors of the tiger head, a bit obsessed.
He even tried to use the tiger head shirt as dormitory uniform, wanting to give everyone in the dormitory one, but was strongly rejected by everyone. It was too silly. Lao Xiao immediately served food for everyone.
Yang Chu poured hot tea for everyone. The Plump Factory second-generation De Chao was sweating profusely.
Feng Chen realized he had nothing to do. He couldn't just go to the kitchen and stir-fry the dishes. He tried to wipe the table with a tissue, but found that Yang Chu had already wiped it, so he had to hand the tissue to De Chao. De Chao's rough voice let out a coquettish tone. Thank you, fourth brother. Feng Chen was so scared that he moved his chair closer to Lao Xiao, pervert. When the dormitory was in chaos, Mrs. Zhao, wearing a high-end suit worth tens of thousands, stepped through the door in a pair of custom-made leather shoes, impatiently passing by with her daughter.
Is there anything good to eat here?
The hygiene is not up to standard, it looks dirty.
Mom will take you to the city. Didn't you say you wanted to understand my life? In the shop, Yang raised a disposable plastic cup and said to everyone, I propose a toast. It's our last year of university life, may all our wishes come true.
Lao Xiao, De Chao, and Feng Chen picked up their plastic cups and clinked them together.
May all our wishes come true.
As the cups touched, tea splashed, creating ripples and warmth.
September. For the seniors, it's the end. For the freshmen, it's the beginning. Yang raised his cup ceremoniously. At the next table, the freshmen were chattering excitedly, talking about their longing for university, discussing the girls in the class, mentioning a certain teacher who was said to be amazing, talking about the university student union, and discussing which clubs to join. Listening to them felt like traveling through time, back to freshman year. Everything seemed the same. Feng Chen felt like apart from getting older, almost nothing had changed. Oh. The seniors at their table were inexplicably silent. In the end, Lao Xiao broke the silence. Hey, Heisey, didn't you forget about the competition tonight? Feng Chen, what? What competition, Xiaoge, what are you talking about? Last time we saw that being bold on Douyin leads to success video, didn't you say one day you'd go on stage to sing and it would be a hit, encouraging me to make good videos?
Lao Shao nervously ran his hand through his messy hair, looking at Feng Chen with anticipation.
I told you about the top 10 singers competition, remember? Feng Chen, damn, was it that night of drinking? He couldn't even remember his own last name after half a bottle of beer. Did he really promise Lao Shao to go on stage and sing? He has social anxiety. What if he can't get off the stage? Feng Chen looked at Yang,
hoping that the resourceful Yang could help solve this. Yang promptly nodded, no problem, Heisey, seniors can also participate in their final year.
I specifically inquired about the competition rules for you.
There's no age limit, and the organizers are very generous this time, offering the latest model of an iPhone as the first prize. De Chao, eager for excitement, said, Heisey, I'll do your makeup and provide you with clothes. I just bought a set of clothes with sequins, it looks really good, trust me, if you wear it on stage, you'll win without even speaking.
Lao Shao said seriously, Heisey, even if you don't win the first prize, when we start earning money on Douyin, the first thing we'll do is buy you the latest model of an iPhone. Feng Chen, Lao Shao, don't be like this. What's the difference between you and Demao, both fluffy, both damp, both knowing how to play me? He usually pays attention to Xiao Ji's Douyin. Can't help but pay attention, it's all about him. Every video is about him. Some videos do have quite a few likes, but most have only tens, at most a few hundred. He doesn't dare to read the comments much. At first he was curious and looked, but later he often felt a bit depressed after reading, always being called ugly. There are also some disgusting ones, asking if he wants to date guys. Fortunately, he doesn't handle the private messages, they're too scary.
Lao Zhao's author collection has indeed been slowly increasing, it's already over 9,000. Although he hasn't seen any money, the feeling of going from few to many is also a kind of affirmation. Lately, Lao Shao has been speaking loudly, although his face is covered in stubble, he doesn't hunch over like before. He's no longer the Lao Shao who used to be at the beck and call of the girls. Only now did he realize that Lao Shao is quite tall. I used to think that Yang Chu was the tallest in the dorm because Lao Shao always seemed to have a slight hunchback. But now, surprise, surprise, Lao Shao is actually 2 centimeters taller than Yang Chu, with a height of 181 centimeters. Yang Chu is listed as 180 centimeters tall, but his actual height is 179 centimeters.
Feng Chen is 173.4 centimeters.
For those not tall enough, they must include the decimal points to appear a bit taller. De Chao is 175 centimeters in both height and weight, but doesn't seem as tall as Feng Chen.
A bit too plump.
Feng Chen is truly the youngest in the dorm, not just in age but also the shortest in stature epsilon sadface omicron asterisk.
Being the youngest in the dorm, Feng Chen has always been well taken care of.
Like the time he went to carry Professor Liao's bag, almost everyone in the dorm was secretly strategizing to help. This wasn't a recent exception, it had always been like this. It's just that Feng Chen didn't have anything particularly impressive to boast about before. Roommates arranged things, and Feng Chen usually played the obedient one. Listen to others, get a meal.
But going on stage is different from singing in a karaoke bar. It's really nerve-wracking with so many people. Voices might tremble.
Last time when recording a song for the young lady, he hid alone on the rooftop in the middle of the night, under the blanket others had sun-dried.
Feng Chen tried to think of a legitimate excuse to refuse. Then, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The host has exceeded the care for pets task, gained the sincere affection of the pet and its owner, rewarded with a mid-level empathy buff. One day, express yourself sincerely, make others empathize, and the next time they hear similar content, they will remember you.
Feng Chen,
very generous, indeed. He was suddenly given a mid-level buff. Is the system trying to ensure he becomes a top 10 singer?
He quickly ate a piece of beef to calm his nerves. Having dinner with roommates, there didn't seem to be any substantial topics, but the conversation never went cold, there was always something to talk about. De Chao complained about going back to face criticism, taking turns to be criticized by his father, mother, brother, and even his grandfather, starting with his lack of ambition, then moving on to the fact that he didn't even have a girlfriend, until his grandmother couldn't bear it and rescued him. Sweating profusely, De Chao thought it would have been better to go back and face the scolding. His grandmother's topics were sharper.
He questioned himself if he liked boys.
It was scary, he just enjoyed makeup and dressing up. It didn't mean he liked boys, his orientation was normal. Hearing De Chao say he was normal, the other 3 dorm fathers were relieved. After finishing the meal, Feng Chen footed the bill. He had already been quite generous, not drinking alcohol, everyone had tea, and it only cost 181 yuan. After eating, he returned to the dorm to tidy up. The singing competition started at 8 p.m., and he was on time. Perhaps it was because Tonzi earnestly hoped that Comrade Fong could soon enjoy a cushy life. Even completing the task of having dinner at night was rewarded with a skin whitening bonus. De Chao was determined to do makeup, saying the stage lights were too strong, and without makeup, his face looked flat and couldn't be seen in photos. Finally, with the help of the other two roommates holding him down, De Chao took out his 108 props, a box full of makeup.
The clothes, De Chao's shiny clothes, were too small,
because De Chao's size was too big. In the end, Yang Chu provided a new casual white shirt, Feng Chen wore his own casual pants and sneakers, and Yang Chu's gold-rimmed glasses, which Feng Chen put on and realized they had no prescription.
Yang Chu had a lot of props.
De Chao had no idea what was done to his face. It felt like there was a layer of cream on it, and for some reason, he felt a bit strange looking at himself in the mirror.
Maybe his 7-point looks had reached an 8? He had gone from somewhat handsome to very handsome?
With the glasses on, he truly looked refined. De Chao was in charge of carrying the bag. Lao Shao was in charge of filming.
Yang was responsible for praising and affirming. At 7:30, they set off from the dormitory. The auditorium was already packed with people. Freshmen peeked around. Sophomores walked in pairs. There were fewer senior students from the third year. Fourth-year students were very few. Su Qingqing, accompanied by her mother, headed towards the noisy crowd. Wherever it was crowded, she would go. Anyway, she would nag no matter where they went. She preferred going to crowded places. She didn't want to take her mother to meet her roommates. Her mother had a high education and income but was very harsh when scolding others. Su Qingqing could imagine how her mother would react if she saw her roommate Lin Xiaoya's arrogant and picky attitude.
She had seen her mother scold company employees in a very harsh manner. Her mother said she wanted to understand herself, so Su Qingqing brought her here.
Understand, that's it. Banners fluttered. Fountains danced. Lights flickered. The campus was bustling with noise.
The stage for the top 10 singers competition was quite makeshift. University activities usually depended on the effectiveness of sponsors.
For a competition like the singing contest, it was already considered good.
At least the stage was set up, there were lights, and the school's big screen was also good. After all, in such competitions, with many participants and heightened emotions, it was suitable for advertising. Especially on the stage, there was an advertisement for iced tea here, a promotion for a driving school there, and an ad for the school's herbal tea.
This time, the sponsors had good connections within the school. Lao Yan looked at such activities with nostalgia. These were things he used to do. This used to be his home ground.
Although he didn't participate in the competition, he had organized and led such large-scale events many times. The first event he undertook was the Top 10 Singers competition, covering all aspects from securing sponsors to pre-competition publicity, participant registration, mentor scoring, award distribution, post-event publicity, and reporting to the leadership. His term was very successful. It even made it to the local evening news and newspapers. At first, it seemed like child's play, but after going through the entire process, Yang felt that the whole society was like a huge makeshift stage, easy to handle, a piece of cake. At that time, he was only a sophomore and became quite conceited. When he returned home, his father scolded him, took him out a few times to socialize, and when he returned to school, he became much more modest.
In tonight's Top 10 Singers competition, there were actually 20 participants, 10 would be eliminated, and the remaining 10 would be ranked. During the pre-registration, there was already a VCR screening to avoid completely unskilled individuals taking the stage and causing accidents. Lao Shao used a video of Haozi singing at the bar to register, and he passed directly. Checking the schedule, he was neither early nor late, in the 5th position. A good position. The first few people would warm up the stage, and those who wanted to watch would have arrived by now. If placed too late, many people might leave due to boredom in the middle, and having too few spectators towards the end was also not good. Everyone would be tired and lack enthusiasm, affecting their performance. Unexpectedly, the first contestant was Lin Xiaoya. De Chao was very excited and wanted to buy flowers to give to his goddess later. The first performer usually didn't do well. They often encountered various minor accidents, sometimes due to improperly adjusted microphones. Feng Chen wondered if Lin Xiaoya wanted to get a new phone.
However, as a flower of the English department, Lin Xiaoya was also a promotional gimmick. Indeed, seeing the scene set up, along with her poster, introducing her proficiency in 4 languages, English, Chinese, Japanese, Korean. At this moment, Zhao was standing at the entrance of the venue, spraying mosquito repellent. Her fair legs had been bitten several times, feeling uncomfortable, hot, stuffy, and noisy. She endured it all.
Last time, the baby suddenly asked if she had a crush on someone. Mrs. Zhao felt this was a dangerous signal. Despite her husband's obstruction, she insisted on going to the school herself. She was dissatisfied with everything here, summing it up in 3 words: dirty, messy, and shabby. But for her daughter's sake, she had to grit her teeth and squeeze through the crowd. Excuse me. Suddenly, a chubby guy passed by her, almost knocking her down. He was dressed all shiny, holding a bouquet of flowers. How uncivilized. Mrs. Zhao was furious, wanting to curse, but the chubby guy agilely disappeared into the crowd. Phew! De Chao ran out of breath, finally squeezing to her roommate. It hasn't even started yet, almost lost my life. The freshmen are so clumsy. For such a big event, instead of setting up a flower stall nearby, I had to run to the student street to buy them. So exhausting. Because of Yang Chu's official status, they got front row VIP tickets. The venue today was indeed not great. The air conditioning was a bit weak, making it stuffy. Looking at the bouquet De Chao bought, carnations wrapped in baby's breath, she burst out laughing. Lao Shao couldn't help but say, if you like a goddess, you should buy roses. What's with carnations? De Chao blushed. Roses are too direct. Chinese people prefer a bit of subtlety. Feng Chen, Yang Chu, Lao Shao. Now, the emojis are all roses. Who needs subtlety? Feng Chen thought, even if you give Lin Xiaoya roses, she wouldn't misunderstand. Other girls might be made of water, but Lin Xiaoya is made of cement. The lights dimmed. The competition began. Lin Xiaoya took the stage. She was wearing a Thai version of the school uniform. Light blue blouse with a short skirt. The blouse was tight, buttons almost popping. The skirt was short, the hem fluttering like waves, joyfully dancing. Her legs weren't perfectly straight, but had a certain sensual tension. Maybe it was the short skirt, especially short, even with safety shorts, causing a lot of screams on stage. Her long hair was a plus. Her long hair was exceptionally long, falling close to her waist. And she was very flexible. Before singing, the prelude played, she confidently performed a set of dance moves, bending, touching her legs, smiling, carefree, hair flying, exuding sexiness and youthfulness. She could stir emotions well. Just one move at the beginning, the chaotic scene was all drawn to her. Suddenly, it became clear why she was arranged to perform first. According to this flower of the department, who always rises early for profit and has been sliding in thoughts, there might be some internal deal? Just one dance, and the atmosphere was ignited. A bunch of boys whistled and screamed. The young judges in the front row blushed a bit. Mrs. Zhao, deliberately brought into the crowded crowd by her daughter, frowned at the girls on stage showing off. Her once beautiful face could freeze instantly. These are university students? Dressed like this? Do they have any upbringing? Don't their parents care? Don't the teachers care? If her daughter dressed like this, she would definitely slap her. Su Qingqing was also surprised. She didn't know Lin Xiaoya was participating in the top 10 singer competition. Lin Xiaoya seemed to have mentioned it in the dorm, but she didn't pay attention. Lately, she had been listening to music with headphones in the dorm. Watching the vibrant Lin Xiaoya on stage, Su Qingqing actually envied her. She was too carefree, as if she could thrive even on a deserted island. Whereas she, in reality, had nothing going on but felt exhausted. Quite melodramatic. Su Qingqing joined in with the lively applause at the scene. When the first line of the song started, the clear voice overshadowed the applause. A very authentic English accent. Singing with a grand feeling. The tiny body has tremendous explosive power. The snow glows white on the mountain tonight. Not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation. And it looks like I'm the queen. It's very exciting, listening live, full of explosive energy. She sang very seriously, completely different from her earlier stage demeanor. She feels like the Ice Queen. Her stage presence is amazing. She shows no fear at all. Her singing is like a shout. She's shouting to everyone, even a bit off-key, but very passionate. Applause erupts again. On the big screen backstage, there are lyrics in Chinese and English, and students below are humming along. De Chao excitedly waves a glow stick. His chubby body sways along with the goddess on stage. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go. She sang with sweat glistening. The way she reached up to tuck her hair was extremely sexy. Who wouldn't love their English department flower, fluent in English, sings beautifully, and is pretty and confident. The song ends. Lin Xiaoya introduces herself to the audience. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Xiaoya from the English class 2. Thank you all for your support. After singing, she suddenly reverts to a super clipped tone, Lin Jilin style, and even extends her hand to her rosy face to make a heart-shaped wink gesture. Who can resist this contrast? Just hearing that bold and majestic high-pitched voice,
One would think she was a rough and tough girl. Chiao, hurry up. The flowers have been bought, the songs have been sung, why isn't he going up yet?
Feng and the others are getting anxious for him.
Chiao keeps wiping his sweat with tissues, then suddenly stuffs the flowers into Haozi's arms. Lao Si, please, help me this once, you give the flowers to her, I'll be your servant for a month, I'll listen to you from now on.
Feng,
why are you asking me to give them if you like her?
Hurry, Haozi, if you don't go now, she'll come down.
Chiao pushes Feng out.
Feng looks bewildered.
Lao Xiao and Yang Chu are speechless. Xiao Mei, you're a rich second generation, what are you afraid of? You're not even as good as me, a poor dog with nothing.
Lao Xiao asks in confusion, didn't you say the goddess has been actively chatting with you lately?
Chiao silently recalls his chat history with the goddess, even remembering the gentle smiley faces she sent him. Yes, Lin goddess did chat with him, but in the end, he realized that the goddess was asking about Haozi, where he had gone.
He likes the goddess, so he's willing to cater to her interests.
If he gives her the flowers himself, she might not be happy, but if Haozi gives them, she will definitely be very happy.
This subtle feeling cannot be expressed to others.
True lick dogs will ask the goddess's boyfriend's taste when buying breakfast for the goddess, whether they eat spicy food, whether they want coriander added. Screams, applause, cheers, a gathering belonging to young people.
Youthful and boiling.
Mrs. Zhao frowned when she saw the little girl dancing on stage, feeling uncultured, but when she heard the little girl sing, the frown on her forehead gradually eased. At least the song was not bad.
Her English is quite good.
But when the song ended and she heard the affected voice of the little girl, Mrs. Zhao clenched her bag handle so hard it almost deformed. She couldn't stand such affected girls.
Can't they speak naturally? Su Qingqing, on the other hand, relaxed her frown. The just singing Lin Xiaoya seemed a bit unfamiliar, not like her usual self. The affected, coquettish demeanor was her true self. The serious and hard-working Lin Xiaoya who just sang seemed too unfamiliar, and Su Qingqing couldn't adapt.
At this moment, someone went on stage to give flowers to Lin Xiaoya.
Su Qingqing was stunned.
She saw a young man in a shirt and glasses holding a bouquet of white carnations and handing it to Lin Xiaoya on stage. He whispered something, but it was too far from the microphone for others to hear clearly. Lin Xiaoya then burst into a big smile.
Su Qingqing suddenly felt her palms turn ice cold. She froze.
Mrs. Zhao was busy swatting a mosquito on her leg and missed this scene. She had been restless in this environment and hadn't noticed her daughter's emotional changes. Excited screams, whistles, and cheers filled the venue.
It wasn't until the next contestant went on stage that things calmed down a bit.
Feng returned to his roommate's side, patting his chest with lingering fear, feeling scared. Lin Xiaoya, who had just been on stage, was surprised to see Feng. She then flashed a confident and charming smile.
He quickly explained that the flowers were from his roommate Chiao.
Lin Xiaoya scolded, coward.
It was unclear if she was scolding him or Chiao. In any case, it was a mess.
She felt a bit guilty for no reason, but she was truly innocent, with nothing to hide. Lin Xiaoya set a good example, and more students were coming towards the auditorium. Even Lu Chuanli, who usually took Xiaoyu out for a walk at night, was now heading in this direction. Xiaoyu was at an age where even dogs found it boring, always seeking excitement and had to come and see.
Gua Man was still snacking, skipping dinner directly.
She had a junior in her major who was singing tonight, and her roommate was currently in a love-struck state.
She was infatuated with that junior, insisting that he looked like Wang Hedi.
Very charming, she had to drag her along to cheer for him.
Mrs.
Zhao was still impatient. Su Qingqing, however, felt a bit absent-minded.
She started to feel uncertain.
She had initially decided to study abroad, decided not to provoke Feng, but why did she gradually go against her own decisions?
Running with him, having breakfast together, riding bikes together, walking in the fields together, studying together, even exchanging watches.
She didn't wear Feng's watch, afraid her mother would notice. But just now, Feng went on stage wearing the watch she gave him.
She even felt uncomfortable watching Lin Xiaoya's smile bloom.
She had initially decided to give up,
but suddenly, she found a clue. Would he like someone else?
Just this tiny thought made her feel stiff, her cold palms sweating incessantly. She thought she was just curious, had a slight crush, or maybe a bit more than a crush. But at this moment, she realized she was deceiving herself. It was more than curiosity, more than a crush. Her heart was ahead of her, feeling sadness first. A huge sense of loss overwhelmed her. For some reason, Feng hadn't messaged her yet. Feng didn't message Qingqing because he heard that her elders were visiting, so she probably wouldn't have time for him now, and he didn't want to bother her.
The contestants went up on stage one by one.
When they arrived, his roommates praised them as super amazing, super talented, unbeatable, just sing on stage. But seeing each contestant, they were really impressive. The first one, Lin Xiaoya, was needless to say, her flamboyant style, English skills, and high-energy performance hyped up the whole audience, regardless of vocal skills, just her presence garnered continuous applause. The second guy was also spirited, standing on stage like a tree, especially tall, and surprisingly sang beautifully, skillfully, unbeatable. The third guy rapped. Fengchen didn't quite understand, relying on the lines on the big screen, but he looked handsome, shining brightly, causing a bunch of girls to scream on the spot. The fourth one, Fengchen didn't pay attention at all because the fifth one was him. He went backstage to prepare. Nervous. 3 roommates escorted him backstage. Lao Xiao filmed the whole thing. Did Xiao coaxed him wholeheartedly. Thanks, fourth brother, I'll bring you flowers later, roses, really, I'll shout for a runner. Yang Chu patted Fengchen's shoulder. Fourth brother, come on, you can do it, you are the most handsome in our dorm, we are proud of you. Fengchen, even more nervous. Phew. On stage. He hadn't planned to sing this song, but today, when De Qiao showed him the pictures in the group, his heart was suddenly touched. He chose a song, Born as a Human. An older song, heard it once in a taxi, felt inexplicably moved. Fengchen was very nervous. It felt like going on stage with his eyes closed. In reality, he had his eyes open, but when he got on stage, he found that the light on the stage was too strong. Almost all he could see was light in front of him, a vast expanse of white, unable to see anyone clearly. Reflecting on his life during this time, it felt like a dream. Sometimes drifting, sometimes confused, sometimes grounded, ultimately like a dream. You work very hard, only to find the finish line getting farther and farther away, too far to believe. The white light shining, Fengchen holding the microphone, palms sweaty. He couldn't see the audience. He could see the time bar above his head for singing. It felt somewhat familiar, somewhat like a teenage fantasy dream. The prelude was calm, faint. He stood adjusting the microphone, wiping his sweaty palms. The audience below saw a clean-cut young man on stage, wearing glasses, looking a bit serious, seemingly nervous. He let go of the microphone, wiping his palm on his shirt hem, causing his shirt to wrinkle slightly. He dressed simply, casual white shirt, black pants, sneakers, glasses. Like the kind of guy who comes out in glasses ads. Students in private schools ads also look like this. Clean and tidy. The big screen behind him had a close-up of his face. His eyelashes were long, even with glasses, they couldn't hide his long lashes, it always felt like his lashes would brush against the glasses. The prelude wasn't long, slow like flowing water. Someone was chatting. Someone was snacking. Someone was on the phone. Someone was swatting mosquitoes. Someone was daydreaming. Someone was heartbroken. Someone was full of ambition. The young man held the microphone and started singing. I once said I wouldn't smoke, but it's been in my lungs for years. I once dreamed innocently, but later all I could think about was money. People always change, sorry. They say life doesn't distinguish between high and low, but some are born as young masters, some can only look at the ground, and all they see are dirty faces. From the bottom of my heart, sorry. That day I clasped my hands together, looking at the disheveled me in the mirror. I used half of my youth to contemplate the principles of being human. Sorry to my younger self, walk thousands of miles, don't forget your original intention. The clear voice flowed out from the microphone, starting like a stream, then merging into a river, the river rushing towards the sea, the surface of the sea calm but turbulent inside, waves upon waves forming a tsunami-like effect. Waves of tsunami swept past everyone's ears. No one chatted anymore. No one snacked. No one made phone calls. No one swatted mosquitoes. No one daydreamed. No one felt sad. No one was full of ambition. They say life doesn't distinguish between high and low, but some are born as young masters, while others can only look at the ground, facing dirty faces. I want to forget everything from the past, be an ordinary person who doesn't ask questions, distance myself from the crowd starting today, be a cunning fox. The young man on stage, singing, his eyes turning red. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Some are born as young masters, while he is just a little mouse, living the most ordinary life, dreaming an extraordinary dream. Travel thousands of miles, but don't forget your original intention. Dad said, my son Hao is smarter than me, he will definitely have a bright future. Mom said, my son Hao is very well behaved, I will definitely enjoy blessings in the future. The senior high school teacher said, Fengchen, the future is vast and promising for you, young man, keep it up. The university teacher said, you don't know anything, what can you do? You can't do anything, just be obedient and work hard. The girl said, I'm sorry, you are a good person. The song was moving. The whole venue fell silent. The young man on the big screen, holding the microphone, didn't sing with a torn heart. His singing was gentle, but tears streamed down his face. He cried for himself and for everyone. The young judges took off their high-powered glasses, wiping tears inexplicably. He came to be a judge because the students said, making an extra 800 in a night would ease the pressure of the mortgage, so he came, hating the noise, actually preferring to rest at home. Gua Man, eating snacks, a mouthful of food she couldn't swallow or spit out, just cried, feeling so sad for him on stage, feeling sad herself. Lu Chunli pushed Xiaoyu to the outermost edge. For some reason, she thought of her and her ex-husband, their joint efforts, forgetting their original intentions. Mrs. Zhao had a mosquito on her foot. She didn't swat it, just pinched her bag, looking solemnly at the stage. And Su Qingqing at that moment, cried like a tearful person. She didn't know what to say. She felt like he was singing this song for herself. Lin Xiaoya was chatting with the staff backstage, flirting, suddenly heard that sentence. They say life doesn't distinguish between high and low, but some are born as young masters, while others can only look at the ground, facing dirty faces. She froze, tears burst forth. Lao Shao tried hard to take pictures with his phone. He didn't know how to better capture this moment. He was taking pictures of Heisei, but in his mind were his father bending down, his mother bowing, vast mountains, the hustle and bustle of the city, endless smog. Big Qiao really ran onto the stage. She gave Feng Chen a big bouquet of roses. Feng Chen looked at the sparkling Big Qiao. When she ran over with the roses, he thought, oh no, tomorrow everyone will know why the school rules were changed, from not allowing boys and girls to date, to not allowing anyone to date. You are really a fool. Buying carnations for the goddess you like. Buying red roses for your roommate. He was holding the roses and feeling both amused and exasperated. The first bouquet of roses in his life was given by his roommate. Fortunately, soon after, someone else came on stage to give flowers. Classmate Gu Xiaoman unexpectedly ran up and gave Feng Chen a big bouquet of colorful flowers. She snatched the flowers her roommate had prepared for the junior. Without thinking, she just hugged the flowers and went on stage. Gu Xiaoman gave the flowers, her eyes red, her voice choked. Heisei, you sing so beautifully, don't sing anymore in the future, it's too painful. After saying that, she cried and ran away. Feng Chen, you're going to be misunderstood like this. IQ is anxious. It also breaks the feeling of the Big Qiao red rose. Then someone else came up to the stage to give flowers. Applause thundered, flowers kept coming, and the lights were dazzling. Feng Chen stood on the stage, his heart surging. No wonder so many people want to be stars. At this moment, it really shines, one might even think of themselves as a star. Feng Chen quickly stabilized. At a critical moment, a firm heart buff is still very powerful. He didn't get carried away just because of some applause. The applause and emotions of the audience, most of the time, are not for the singer, but for themselves. Because emotions resonate strongly, so they applaud for the singing, applaud for themselves. Thank you, everyone. I am Feng Chen from the Information Management Class 2. I hope we can all remember our original intentions and go thousands of miles. The applause was boiling. It lasted for a long time. Feng Chen stepped down from the stage, embracing his roommates excitedly. He didn't know how well he sang, but because of empathy, he ended up crying anyway. But in the end, being able to introduce himself smoothly, to say a complete sentence without mistakes, without trembling, and to say encouraging words, in front of so many people, Feng Chen felt that he had improved. When he first entered his freshman year, during the self-introduction in front of the class podium, he stumbled and said his name was Feng Chen, which high school he graduated from, and even his height. Thinking back, he felt extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, at that time, everyone was more or less the same. Except for Yang Chu, a student with a strong family background in genetic mutation, who could turn a self-introduction into a speech with continuous applause. Most people were just ordinary. Sometimes being like most people feels quite secure. Among a group of cattle and horses, being one of them, grazing, feels quite leisurely. Feng Chen felt that once he finished singing, it was all over. Being able to step on stage, he had already won. The ranking of prizes was secondary. Because in his senior year, he needed to find a job, to interview, having the courage to step on stage and feel it, so that next time during an interview, he wouldn't be so nervous that he couldn't speak. Supper time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Lao Yang actually felt his heart surge when he listened to this song. His roommates envied him and called him Yang Chu, but he was the one in the dorm who understood class differences and background differences the most. His roommates had never directly experienced it, but he truly had. He was much better off than most students, but in the realm of real official second generation, being the son of the water bureau director was nothing. He was the one pouring tea and water for others. He had a more direct experience of class differences, so his utilitarianism was stronger, and he was more eager for success. He didn't want to keep pouring tea and water for others forever. He wanted one day for others to pour water for him, nod and smile at him, say nice things to him, tell him funny stories to make him laugh. Instead of him doing these things, Yang Chu's inferiority was something Feng Chen, Lao Xiao, and the others couldn't understand. But it was deeply rooted, more intense, and more twisted. Sometimes, being a healthy ordinary person is already a happy thing. Let's go for a late-night barbecue. Barbecue, beer, crayfish. But usually, the bosses on Student Street put fruit beer on the table, and beer is not openly displayed, but it's available if you ask for it. Howzy, you're amazing. The moment you spoke, I was simply in awe. I felt a bit uncomfortable like a corpse, as if I was being resurrected. De Qiao said excitedly. De Qiao actually had the least emotional impact. He was truly born to be called a young master. When his brother was young, the family's economic situation was still average, and they had some hard times. But from the time he was born and understood things, the family had been smooth sailing. He basically never suffered. His hardship was being nagged by family members, although annoying, it wasn't really suffering. So he felt a bit touched, but not too much, still joking around with a smile. Old Xiao, who was truly touched, remained silent. Overwhelmed by emotions, he couldn't find the words to express them. Like a silent volcano, Yang Chu didn't say anything either. A man of few words, he believed actions spoke louder than words. The group headed towards Student Street. After finishing singing and completing their task, they felt instantly relieved, walking more briskly. It was a magical feeling. Pressure followed by relief. Was it more satisfying than a constant stability? As they reached the intersection of Student Street, a young student was trying to cross the street with his bike but got stuck at the curb, struggling comically. The intersection had safety barriers made of intersecting steel pipes. The bike was stuck just right. The child was short, and the bike was tall. People were passing by. Without hesitation, Feng Chen quickly approached and helped the child lift the bike carefully, so it wouldn't get stuck anymore. The child was delighted and rode off on his tall bike. Thank you, big brother. Feng Chen waved at him. He had been short in his childhood too, finding it challenging to ride a bike but eager to do so, reminiscing about his slender figure on a bike, much like his younger self. Feng Chen smiled as he watched the bike disappear into the night, then turned back to join his roommates. On the roadside, a silent mother and daughter duo. Their silence spoke volumes. Su Qingqing listened to Feng Chen's song and decided she didn't want to linger in the noisy venue any longer. She had brought her mother here on a whim. Little did she expect to hear Feng Chen sing. When he finished, she immediately wanted to go on stage, to give him flowers, to hug him. Watching his tears on the big screen through her glasses, she couldn't hold back her own tears. But with her mother beside her, she couldn't, she mustn't. So she understood Feng Chen's song even more. It was because of her that he sang this song. Yet, he didn't dare to tell her. He cried. His singing was beautiful and calm, yet he cried. Tears flowed silently, just like the song, not boiling but moving people to tears. Her mother, unusually quiet, saw her daughter's red eyes but said nothing. The mother and daughter walked towards Student Street, a bit somber. Mrs. Zhao felt a bit unsettled at this moment. She had grown up in a wealthy family, then faced hardships before marrying her husband and gradually improving their life, although their social status had declined. She spent a lot of money, trying to make up for her past, rarely looking back, wanting to give her daughter the best life, shielding her from all the hardships she had endured. But things didn't go as planned. No matter what she did, her daughter was unhappy, always arguing and rebelling against her. Middle age brought many worries, having money but losing her beauty, watching her figure change, refraining from indulging in food she loved, suffering from insomnia, sagging skin. She invested in cosmetic procedures but couldn't turn back time. Yet outside, there were plenty of young, beautiful girls without any boundaries. She didn't understand why things turned out this way. Her life had been full of ups and downs. Despite living a comfortable life, she wasn't happy. Even the joy she felt from her first taste of fried chicken was gone. Unexpectedly, in the midst of a noisy school event, she heard a song that moved her to tears. She rarely cried, never compromised. But in that moment, she realized her past perspectives were narrow. She had always complained about her daughter's school and future prospects, but she now saw that even seemingly ordinary people had their moments of brilliance. Sitting with her daughter on a simple chair infested with mosquitoes, listening to a performance better than a VIP concert ticket worth 10,000 yuan, she realized it was a priceless experience. Eyes can deceive, but ears won't lie, and tears won't deceive. So, Mrs. Zhao fell silent. She pondered how to talk to her daughter. Both mother and daughter remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. Then they saw the teenager who helped a child free his bike from a predicament. Unlike the shining figure on stage just now, he appeared quite ordinary at the moment. He hurried to lift the bike, received thanks, waved goodbye, a faint smile on his lips, then turned back to chat and play with his dorm mates, their relationship harmonious.
An ordinary teenager, yet not so ordinary.
Suddenly, a radar went off in Mrs.
Zhao's mind. Do you like him? Is it him?
The barbecue was lit. Crayfish was ordered. Fruit beer was served.
De Chao treated everyone.
Fengchen felt very hungry, ate a lot, ordered 60 skewers of barbecue. He could eat 40 by himself.
They were small skewers, sold in batches of 20. Young bodies have high consumption, always feeling they can eat more. Yang, at a young age, focused on health and didn't overeat.
De Chao wanted to eat but got scolded at home yesterday, told to lose weight. He was asked to lose weight in high school, went from 140 pounds to 160 pounds, then in college, asked to lose weight again, went from 160 pounds to 180 pounds. Only during the third year of college, without much exercise during summer break, he lost 5 pounds. He seemed to gain weight as he tried to lose it.
De Chao, when I delivered the flowers, I told Lin Xiaoya it was you who bought them, but you were too shy to give them, so I did it for you, Fengchen said after eating 40 skewers of barbecue and drinking a fruit beer.
De Chao was drinking fruit beer and sprayed it out upon hearing Fengchen's words.
No way, buddy, did you really say that? I did, think about how to handle it, that girl is quite something. Fengchen continued eating skewers. He remembered the night he had skewers with Ching. They grilled chicken wings, potatoes, seaweed, and tofu skin. Everything ended up in his stomach. Ching didn't eat much. He took a photo of the barbecue and sent it to Ching. By now, she should have returned home. Have you had dinner? This is delicious, Fengchen sent a voice message.
Then he sent an emoji, a hungry bunny walking and then collapsing on the ground. Facing her mother's questioning, Su Qingqing immediately denied 3 times. I'm not, I didn't, don't say that.
Mrs.
Zhao thought, it's impossible to think her daughter likes someone just by seeing them.
That would be too crazy. Her daughter had a cold personality, maybe she hadn't matured yet. It was getting late, and students couldn't stay overnight at school. Mrs. Zhao couldn't help but give a bunch of instructions. She felt she had shown great restraint and empathy, at least this time visiting the school. She had a slightly different view. She felt the students' quality was acceptable. It wasn't as bad as the impression from when her daughter started her freshman year. That day happened to be rainy. She was wearing a white dress and got splattered with mud by an old man carrying a snakeskin bag. She was furious. The man apologized profusely, and the people around just watched. She had no outlet for her anger. Her designer dress was ruined, covered in mud spots. She couldn't wear it again. The old man even took out a dirty bunch of grass from his snakeskin pocket, saying it was a cooling herb, emitting a foul smell. Mrs.
Zhao was disgusted. Who knows what it was? She swatted it away and left in disgust.
The enrollment process that followed was also unpleasant. That time, Mrs.
Zhao had a big conflict with her daughter. On the first day of school, Su Qingqing cried in bed. It was also the day Lin Xiaoya entered the dorm and found something on her desk. As she picked it up, she heard a cold voice say, "Excuse me, please don't touch my things."
Mrs.
Zhao held back her temper and said to her daughter, "I'm not saying you can't date.
You're already in your 20s, it's normal to like someone.
It's just that girls need to protect themselves. There are too many scumbags out there, even your father."
At that moment, Su Qingqing's phone rang.
She immediately picked it up, afraid her mother would mention her father. It was terrifying when her mother talked about her father's infidelity in front of her. She didn't have a privacy screen, so Mrs.
Zhao also saw the pictures, emojis, and heard a voice message. Su Qingqing didn't open it.
She instinctively avoided her mother's topic, opened WeChat, clicked on Fengchen's chat, and only realized her mother was watching when she thought about playing the voice message.
Mrs. Zhao's hand was quicker than her verbal attack, directly pressing play. Have you had dinner? This is delicious, a familiar male voice said. Plain and gentle, Mrs. Zhao's face darkened. Su Qingqing blushed. A gust of wind blew by. Fengchen, eating barbecue, suddenly felt choked by chili peppers, coughing uncontrollably. Lao Xiao, who was busy editing videos beside him, didn't eat much barbecue and seemed absent-minded.
After hearing Fengchen cough, he looked up and handed him a glass of water.
It's late, don't eat too much barbecue. My dad gave me some fish mint, it cools the body. I'll cook some for you later, you all should drink it, or you'll get pimples tomorrow. Fengchen drank a big gulp of water, swallowed the chili, and stopped coughing. Lao Zhao's home remedies were indeed miraculous. He even had an electric cooker, and everyone in the dorm had tasted his cooking. Sometimes porridge, sometimes noodles, sometimes herbal tea. Thank you, Lao Xiao, I've been really irritable lately, De Chao chimed in. He was the fairest in the dorm, with the most obvious acne problem, and the most distressed. Lao Yang agreed, your herbal tea is much better than my chrysanthemum tea. Suddenly, Feng Chen remembered he was now a temporary assistant with a salary. Lao Shao, can you give me some of that herb tonight? I'll give it to Professor Liao tomorrow. Sure, there's plenty left. If we run out, my dad can pick more. They're everywhere in our area, worthless. Lao Shao chuckled. The group ate quickly. Lao Shao was editing at a fast pace now. He felt a sense of making Douyin videos. Sometimes it's best not to overthink. Strike while the iron is hot. He didn't understand how others felt watching videos of Heizi singing, but he was excited. That feeling, how to put it, boiling, his blood was boiling, shouting. He even understood Van Gogh's famous paintings, the twisted clocks, the screaming sunflowers in that moment. The distinction of art's value was irrelevant at that moment. The feeling was the same. So he urgently wanted to finish the video and post it. Maybe someone had already posted it. Making Douyin videos required courage and speed, or you'd miss the trend. Many people went viral, not with their own videos, but with others, which was a bit embarrassing. Finally clicking publish, he breathed a sigh of relief. He pushed himself up from the plastic stool, walked a few circles in the crowd at the barbecue stall to calm down, then sat back down. Only then did he earnestly start eating the barbecue. Everyone had almost finished eating, and the remaining barbecue and crayfish had cooled down a bit. But Lao Shao didn't mind, he neatly wrapped them all up. He didn't read the comments, didn't fidget, just earnestly peeled the crayfish, ate barbecue, and drank fruit beer. He even peeled a few for Heizi, who was too lazy to do it himself. Feng Chen, thank you, Godfather. The crayfish was spicy and delicious, but really hard to peel. The speed at which the video spread was like a raging fire. Very fast. After finishing reading in the apartment, Professor Liao, who was about to rest and sleep, opened TikTok on his phone. Before going to bed, he routinely liked the videos of flowers, plants, grandchildren, and granddaughters that his old friends posted. Surprisingly, he came across a video of Feng Chen singing in the school auditorium. He sat up, put on his reading glasses, and watched it again. And again. Only then did he turn off his phone. He took 2 pills to calm his heart and went to bed. Early to bed and early to rise is one of the secrets to longevity. Comments were rapidly increasing. Does Feng Chen have a girlfriend? My daughter is a junior in college, beautiful and gentle, with a Shanghai apartment and car as dowry. It's me, I'm the mother-in-law, leave me your number, I'll call you. I cried so many times watching this. As a human being, I'm truly sorry. I'm your girlfriend, I'm currently at 120 Wutong Road, Shangfang, Suzhou, come claim me immediately. So handsome. I cried, memories of my life flashed in my mind like movie scenes, frame by frame, drifting past. Reader, heartbroken. Tears welled up in my eyes as I watched. Finished watching, cried twice, haha. Reader, yen, saved, I want to watch it over and over again. Unbelievable, tears fell into my bowl. Reader, sun, when you get married, you must tell me. I want to know what kind of girl can marry someone like you, so I can strive harder in my next life. He has enchanted me, a 30 to 40-year-old aunt, making me forget the taste of food. Top 10 singers. No suspense. Feng Chen won first place. Lin Xiaoya came fourth. It can be considered quite fair. Second place went to a talented junior sister who sings beautifully, looks decent, maybe a bit chubby by today's standards, but her singing is powerful, like she could shatter a glass with her voice. Third place was taken by the student from the joint college, Gua Man, from their major. He's indeed very handsome. Seems like he's already a small internet celebrity. Fourth place was Lin Xiaoya. Her singing is average, but she has great stage presence, good atmosphere, good figure, and good perks. Feng Chen finished his barbecue and rushed back to receive his award. Timing was perfect. Mrs. Zhao and Su Qingqing, mother and daughter in confrontation. Mrs. Zhao reached out and slapped her legs several times. They were swollen from mosquito bites. She had bought mosquito repellent from a small supermarket on Student Street, but it was useless. It was as if she had some special body constitution that attracted all the mosquitoes in the school to her. Su Qingqing looked down at her mother's red legs and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her mother probably had never suffered like this before. Usually, she only went to high-end places, with cars picking her up and dropping her off, very picky. It was rare for her to be dragged around the school, struggling to breathe in the crowded auditorium. She wasn't used to it either, but Mrs. Zhao was even more uncomfortable. If she could bother Mrs. Zhao, Su Qingqing was quite happy. Fundamentally, Su Qingqing was not a good girl. She disliked and resented her mother, but sometimes, she was just like her mother. Mother and daughter in confrontation. The winner was the daughter. Mrs. Zhao eventually took a step back.
Mom isn't trying to interfere with you, she's genuinely worried about your safety. There are too many bad people in society now.
Mom, I haven't entered society yet, I'm still in school.
If you don't let me date my classmates now, when I enter society, I'll really find someone from society to date.
You know I like riding bikes, I'll find someone who loves riding bikes too, with tattoos, or if you send me abroad, I'll find a foreigner to date. I'll find you a foreign son-in-law with blonde hair, blue eyes, long hair, white or black skin. Mrs. Zhao turned green. Mom said we shouldn't talk about it. Mom thinks that young man is quite nice.
You can bring him over this weekend to our place to hang out.
Both your dad and I have time, Mrs.
Zhao gritted her teeth.
Su Ching.
Suppressing her blushing and racing heart, she tried to put on a look of rolling her eyes in anger.
Mom, what are you saying? We haven't even talked about it. It's just me liking him unilaterally. He doesn't like me yet.
Look, he even gave flowers to someone else, Su Ching said angrily.
This was genuine anger, no need to pretend. Mrs. Zhao felt something was off. The conversation just now seemed quite ambiguous, but she didn't really say anything. It couldn't be. Her daughter was so outstanding, how could he not like her daughter? He liked that girl, what's so good about her? Average looks, heavy makeup, messy dressing, messy dancing, not speaking seriously. But thinking about how she always criticized those kinds of girls, always worried that Lao Su would be seduced, Lao Su's secretaries had been driven away by her several times. Mrs.
Zhao felt a sense of crisis for no reason. She was originally worried about her daughter dating, now she was worried that her daughter couldn't date, feeling inferior and frustrated. In fact, she also understood that if you were in your 20s and had never dated, it was really not appropriate, somewhat abnormal. She got married in her early 20s, had never dated anyone before her husband, and now because she cared too much, she was living in agony.
Maybe she was wrong.
She had been too strict with her daughter, not even letting her date. It would be better to date a few more, accumulate experience, not end up like herself, entangled with Su Guolong for a lifetime.
Let me tell you, Mom has a good eye for people.
That boy is very shy, he likes small animals, is helpful. With this kind of guy, you can show some weakness appropriately, be bold sometimes, don't be afraid, you will definitely succeed. Su Ching.
She really wanted to record this. Was Mrs. Zhao possessed? Was she teaching herself how to date? Mom, do you want to hear what you're saying?
You used to tell me that guys who like small animals are scumbags, and those who are helpful are air conditioner guys. Seeing her daughter looking incredulous.
Your dad back then. Stop, Mom, that's enough. It's late, you should go back first. Let the driver take you.
I'll go back this weekend. Su Ching waved her hand to see Mrs.
Zhao off. Mrs.
Zhao sat in the car, feeling a bit weary. The air conditioning in the car was on full blast, finally feeling comfortable. Suddenly, she was filled with a fierce desire to shop, planning to buy her daughter some beautiful clothes and dresses.
Su Ching returned to the dorm.
Lin Xiaoya had also returned, holding flowers in her hands.
The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward.
Lin Xiaoya was particularly good at observing words and expressions.
She spoke first. Ching, don't misunderstand.
Fengchen was helping his roommate De Xiao, who bought the flowers, but felt embarrassed to give them, so when he got close, he pushed Fengchen forward, and he told me on stage. Lin Xiaoya put the flowers aside.
She used to receive flowers frequently.
After placing the flowers, she began to undress, her back to Su Ching.
She continued, you know, I like wealthy men. Fengchen is too poor, I don't like him. Su Ching remained silent.
Lin Xiaoya often received flowers from people, and she would just throw them on the ground, complaining that those who sent flowers were fools, they couldn't be eaten or sold, a waste of money, no matter how expensive the flowers were. But this bouquet of carnations and baby's breath, although it didn't look expensive, she carefully placed it on the table. Girls in love were the most foolish and yet the most sensitive. In some ways, intuition was terrifying.
Waiting for Lin Xiaoya to finish changing and turn around, Su Ching smiled and said, "It's okay, I know, it was just a favor, don't take it to heart." The next day, early morning, watching the gentle hands of time, familiar and warm, feeling time returning to its normal course. The system took over time. Feng, essentially lazy NPC, let out a sigh of relief. 6 to 6:30 wash up, drink a cup of honey water. For a healthy gut and a happy day. Fengchen finished washing up, continued scraping the bottom of the bottle, forgot to buy it again. At this rate, this might be a bottle of honey that never runs out, lasting a lifetime. Today's honey water isn't as sweet. Finished washing up and tidying. The dormitory is still quiet, normal senior students don't wake up this early. Lao Xiao seems to have stayed up late. De Chao stayed up late playing games. Young Churen is busy and needs more sleep. 6:30 to 7 o'clock run, a healthy body keeps the mind clear,
ignites fighting spirit, and maintains a positive mental state.
Watching the second time bar flash, Fengchen felt a sense of happiness. He was looking forward to it, because today is the morning run. With Ching. He didn't feel like he was in a battlefield at all, just a normal straight guy's experience, completely clueless about what was happening. But last night, Ching's liking for him increased by +1 again, reaching 83. Around the time he returned to the dormitory. Before leaving, he picked up the fishy grass he asked Lao Xiao for last night. 2 handfuls, 1 pound each, enough for a whole summer. This is the weight when dried. Fresh ones would need a lot more, even though they are said to be everywhere. They are definitely not easy to find. Picking and drying them would only yield a small amount. This local specialty feels quite valuable. Indeed, Fengchen left on time and met Professor Liao, who was exercising. Like 2 NPCs who come at a fixed time and place every day to meet. Professor Liao's eyes were a bit swollen today, looking like she hadn't slept well. When Fengchen approached, she was swinging her arms back and forth. Today, Professor Liao wore a lightweight pair of gold-rimmed glasses without a chain. Good morning, teacher.
My roommate Xiao Rui dug up some fishy grass from his hometown, which can relieve heat. They all got thermos cups yesterday, thank you very much.
Professor Liao was indeed quite interested. She picked up the grass, smelled it, and nodded. It's this scent. It's also sold in the market now. Feels like it's grown or something, the taste is different. Thank you, and thank your roommate too. Professor Liao asked him to put the grass aside. Her bag was on the chair nearby. She continued exercising, walking around in circles. When Fengchen was about to say goodbye, Professor Liao called out again, Xiao Feng, I watched the video of you singing yesterday, you sing well. Thank you, teacher, Fengchen replied happily. He ran off. Professor Liao watched the young figure running and smiled too. Fengchen was almost at the fountain when his steps unconsciously slowed down, but his heartbeat quickened. There is a kind of happiness in anticipation, waiting for flowers to bloom, for spring, for sunny days, for rain, for the wind, and for you to come. When he saw the girl in white standing in front of the fountain, Fengchen's heartbeat slowly steadied. His smile widened. Ching, good morning. Su Qingchang looked at Fengchen running up to her and smiled, tilting her head, good morning. She had a little trick today, wearing a white sports suit that accentuated her figure. She wasn't busty, but her proportions were very good, very symmetrical. As long as she wore tight clothes, there was no need for excessive decoration. Her curves from head to toe were unbeatable. Her short hair was casually styled to ear length, and her bangs often fell during running. Today, she used a ruby hair tie to tie up that small strand of hair. Playful and cute. Fengchen didn't know why, but when he saw Miss, he suddenly felt that Miss was so soft and sweet today, like cherries in early May, not fully red but especially sweet. During today's run, for some reason, Fengchen encountered a classmate who actually smiled and greeted him. Fengchen didn't like it. He was busy with love. In his mind, he could only focus on 2 things at most. For example, while eating, he could eat and have vegetables at the same time, but adding socializing and greetings made it quite difficult for him. And now, he was the same. Running with Ching, they encountered a stranger who greeted them. Not responding seemed strange. Responding also seemed strange. The key was that he really didn't know the other person. This feeling was something he only experienced when walking with Yang Chu. Walking on campus with Yang Chu, they would often encounter greetings, being called senior, president, chairman, or club president, president of the Calligraphy Association, vice president of the Student Union, president of the External Relations Society. Fengchen and Ching felt awkward. Every time they heard these titles, they felt they should keep their distance from Yang Chu, but Yang Chu always responded graciously, very approachable, fitting the demeanor of a senior university student. Fengchen and Ching ran to the lakeside path, where there were fewer people. Finally, he understood why people in love like to be in secluded places. Right now, he didn't really want to see other people either. In the past, these NPCs each had their own roles and responsibilities, but today, the NPCs on the road suddenly greeted him, which was a bit scary. Su Qingqing ran with Fengchen. When she was getting ready to go out in the morning, Su Qingqing saw Lin Xiaoya, who was wearing shorts and an old t-shirt. Lin Xiaoya found it hot in the dorm, so she cut off the bottom half of the old t-shirt, revealing a large part of her waist. She casually yawned, her long hair messy, not wearing a bra, the thin old t-shirt barely covering anything. As a girl, Su Qingqing couldn't help but blush. Seeing the fresh and clean Fengchen now, she felt a bit sour inside. Capricorn girls have things on their minds but don't speak about them. Constantly strategizing and self-denying, then denying the world. Every time they hit a wall, they wrap themselves in layers of thick shells, layer by layer, until the Capricorn gravel becomes a pearl. Bright and cold, dazzling and gorgeous. Feng ran alongside Ching and suddenly felt that Ching was unhappy.
He didn't know why. She was very happy when they first met, the kind of joy he should have felt. But after running for a while, she seemed unhappy.
Feng also didn't know what had happened in between. Was she tired? Or had she been lectured by her elders?
After going home for a while, she had to talk to her dorm mates for 8 hours, her emotions bursting out like a tank, rumbling. She also had to argue and debate in the group chat, then play games, argue with others in the game, and insult each other.
But thinking about the princess doing all this? The princess arguing in the group chat? The princess arguing in games? It just didn't fit the picture. If she didn't do all that, how did she express her emotions? Suppressing them? Studying? Doing exercises?
Feng ordinary NPC how felt that normal humans still needed some emotional outlet. It was too uncomfortable to keep it all in.
The princess was also human and should need it.
He ran slowly, changed direction, and surprisingly, the princess didn't object, foolishly following along.
She indeed had something on her mind. The two ran to a pavilion on a small hill by the lake.
No one else was there, and Feng NPC how felt happy for a moment.
Waking up early indeed had its advantages. Apart from the old professors and such, the students hadn't woken up yet.
Otherwise, in such a good spot with mountains, water, scenery, and trees for cover, he wouldn't have had a chance.
Rest for a bit? Feng suggested. Okay, Su Ching nodded.
The stone slabs inside the pavilion were very clean, having been rubbed by many university students, ordinary rough stone slabs, gleaming with a marble-like smoothness.
Feng wiped it with a tissue. Miss should mind.
There was some morning dew, and the tissue got wet.
Feng wiped the seat and threw the tissue into the trash can.
When he returned, Miss handed him a bottle of water. He had just seen her holding this bottle of water to her mouth, the transparent bottle neck gently pressing against her pink lips, water flowing into her graceful throat, her slender white neck raised, even the faint hairs on her neck could be seen.
Feng NPC how suddenly understood why vampires like to bite the neck when they drink blood, not the arms, not the buttocks, not the thighs.
Her fingers grabbed the water bottle and handed it to Feng, who gently took it, covering her hand in the process.
Clumsily holding it. Looking at her. Do you want some? It wasn't until Miss Su asked again.
Feng nervously took the water and let go of her hand. It was strange, no feeling when touching his left hand with his right.
Why did his hand go numb when he touched hers? Like being stung.
Ching is poisonous.
Feng took the water in a panic and drank it normally.
Originally, he thought it was impolite to touch the bottle mouth after Miss had drunk from it. But after holding her hand for a moment, he forgot.
Su Ching saw him actually take her water and drink from it.
The boy's throat had an Adam's apple. It rolled as he stood. She sat. From her angle, he was looking up. She could see his chin. He drank a bit hastily, and the water even flowed onto his neck.
Su Ching lowered her head, trying to act as if she didn't care that his lips touched her water bottle.
Normally, she was not very popular in the dormitory, partly because she was a bit of a clean freak and didn't like others touching her things. But now, Feng not only drank her water but also touched the bottle mouth, which was so small that both probably touched it.
Su's stubborn-faced Ching's earlobes quickly turned red, her face still calm and indifferent, pretending not to have seen it. Feng sat down, took out his phone, and asked, "Wanna play a game?"
Su Ching, huh?
Log in, King of Glory.
Su Ching had King of Glory on her phone. She had seen her roommates play it, and once out of boredom, she downloaded it because they said even elementary school kids could play this game.
Su Ching rarely played games, and when others said games that even elementary school kids could play, she opened it herself, tried to figure it out for a while but couldn't, and gave up.
"I don't know how," Su Ching said shyly.
Feng NPC how wasn't surprised. Being able to speak Portuguese but not play King of Glory seemed normal.
"I'll teach you."
Feng sat next to Miss Su and opened King of Glory with her. Hers hadn't been opened in a while and needed an update. There was a breeze in the morning, and the wind by the lake was cooler. Some say there's a cemetery on the mountaintop above this pavilion. But at this moment, Feng wasn't afraid at all. He just felt peaceful, undisturbed. He was just sitting next to Ching, waiting for the game to update, but he wasn't bored at all. He even hoped the update would take longer. Because this wasn't a classroom, there were no other living people here. The two of them were sitting a bit closer. It wasn't study time either. Although it was running time, Feng naturally ignored the time limit. "I promised to run back later. It's almost time to eat, and he can eat later." Right now, he was just sitting next to Ching, feeling half of his body numb, close to her. Even if he leaned back, it almost felt like Ching was at least half in his arms. In the early stages of love, Feng mind was filled with nothing else but wanting to get closer, wanting to experience this tingling sensation over and over again. Ching's mind was a mess,
with a slight tingling sensation occupying only a small part of it. Most of it was filled with various chaotic thoughts. Sometimes she felt she shouldn't like him, convinced she would only cause trouble and hurt him in the end with her coldness. Other times, she wondered if he might like someone else, as there seemed to be quite a few girls who liked him. Fengchen sat next to Ching, suddenly thinking that if he lifted her up and placed her on his lap, it would be more convenient to teach her, easier to handle, as it was really difficult to teach her when they sat side by side. It would be much easier with her on his lap. His hands could easily reach around her waist, making it convenient to use his phone.
Ching? This time, Su Ching was smart and didn't misunderstand. How much do you weigh? 100, maybe a bit less. Fengchen lifted Ching up, placed her on his lap, and explained, "Don't you feel the stone bench is a bit cold? It seems that girls shouldn't sit in too cold places, it's not good for the body." Su Ching, her earlobes burning hot. Fengchen's courage was like that of a pufferfish, not knowing what stimulus would suddenly make it swell. Like now. He actually lifted the young lady and placed her on his lap. Su Ching didn't scold him as a pervert, nor did she slap him, she just sat tensely on his lap, like a lychee just picked from a tree, peeled of its hard outer shell, not fully ripe, with a thin, transparent cell wall wrapping the sweet flesh inside, firm but delicate, a gentle poke could break it. Emitting a faint lychee scent, not overly ripe sweet, slightly sweet, a bit tingly if you bite into the cell wall. "No, you don't have to do this." Miss Su's voice was very soft, lacking confidence even in herself. She was dressed very modestly, in sportswear, sports leggings from Lululemon, tightly wrapped, the zipper of the sportswear pulled up high. If Lin Xiaoya wore this outfit, she would probably pull the zipper to the middle of her chest. The pants were also full length, covering the ankles. But Lululemon's clothing design philosophy is sensory science, marketed towards hot girls. Anyone who can wear it has a super proportioned figure. Every product designed by Lululemon, every fabric developed, every touch created, is to help customers unleash their potential. When you wear their clothes, you can move freely, your body won't be restricted, it feels like your skin. So when Fengchen held Miss Su, he could feel the heat through the sports pants on his legs transferring to Ching's legs. She could even feel her buttocks sitting on both legs, touching them, feeling the warmth. Playing a ghost game. In this state, their minds were blank. Fengchen also felt it slightly. He overestimated his resistance, courage, and other things. He was clearly holding her very gentlemanly through the clothes, but his mind went blank and he did it. When he lifted the young lady, it felt like holding a naked woman, unbelievably soft. When he placed her on his lap, his mind crashed, blood boiling. Both felt a strong discomfort, strong reactions. Their bodies were burning hot, but from the surface, they emitted a coolness. "It's updated, close it and reopen it." Fengchen tried to shift his focus, seeing the progress bar on Miss Su's phone was full, indicating the update was complete. He reached out to help reopen it. "Timmy, you choose to play with WeChat friends." Fengchen's courage shrank again, not daring to stop halfway. He simply pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly, hands clasped together, teaching her how to operate. He really just picked up Ching and placed her on his lap. It was a side position. Ching and he formed a 90-degree angle. His position allowed him to see Ching's absolute profile, her eyelashes, nose bridge, half of her lips, snow-white neck, undulating chest, straight back, slender waist, symmetrical legs. Feng Tang froze. He was now excited and very nervous. He decided to find something to do, to shift the tense mood. Teach Miss to play games. If Yang were here, he would probably use his phone to hit Fengchen's head. With a beauty in his arms, you play games, hitting your head. You are really benevolent. What game is fun with hugs and kisses? Get started. Not getting started with games, but letting you get started with touching. Unfortunately, Yang is not by his side. Unfortunately, even the ghosts in the cemetery cannot be heard by Fengchen. He decided to seriously teach Ching to play King of Glory. When you start playing, choose the simplest one, Shang Yao Jin. He's easy, he has thick blood, hard to kill, but his weaknesses are also very obvious. He can't kill others either. Su Ching endured her embarrassment and listened attentively. She thought, can't kill others, what is his purpose? Just to waste time? Fengchen himself was just slightly better than a noob, not that much of a noob. He plays dodgy. So the slender and tall miss operated the strong Shang Yao Jin in the game, wielding an axe and charging around, shouting loudly, the best defense is offense. The polite boy Fengchen controlled the coquettish dodgy, coquettishly saying, please command as you wish, master. Knock them down. Beat him. One word, attack. Hobbies. Cross-dressing counts? Tails can be used for more than just scratching. Come play with dodgy. Got played too much. Fengchen played King of Glory, blushing. For some reason, he usually had no lines when listening, but now, it sounded weird no matter how he listened. Su Qingqing clumsily operated Chang Yaojin on her phone, watching him majestic, holding an axe, getting beaten up continuously. Wanting to attack enemies, either hitting her own tower every time, or the air, or even a tree on the roadside. She couldn't even hit the minions. Her voice was still very rude, always shouting one word, attack. But she didn't do anything, looking strong but completely useless. Su Qingqing was sweating on her forehead from playing. She was serious. Fengchen adjusted the little buttocks on his lap to a comfortable position, shifting slightly, even moving a bit excitedly. He was done for. His dodgy died. Got played too much. Need to return to the tower to heal. Chang Yaojin, who was said to be unkillable, was also killed. Also need to return to the tower to heal. Dodgy was already full health, but seeing Chang Yaojin coming back, Fengchen felt she should wait for him to be full health before leaving. So Dodgy's character and Chang Yaojin's character were together under the main tower. Their characters had to be close together. The other three teammates suddenly found no one was there. What were the other two teammates doing returning to the tower? The teammates on the phone couldn't figure out that Dodgy and Chang Yaojin were in love, waiting for each other to heal, and even after healing, they didn't return to the battlefield. Damn it. Damn. Are the opponents asleep? Did Dodgy and Chang Yaojin fall asleep together? The top lane tower has been pushed. What's going on in the mid lane? Damn. Su Qingqing accidentally clicked on voice chat, and a string of curses came through. She looked speechless, looking at Fengchen. They didn't fall asleep together. Fengchen quickly helped turn off the voice chat to avoid the next round of output from teammates. If he encountered such teammates, he would not be able to resist cursing either. It's okay. The teammates you meet in the morning are all like this, either they haven't slept or haven't woken up. Fengchen hurriedly comforted the young lady, worried she would be upset by the cursing. As a result, he looked up to see her blushing, biting her lip. Kiss? Fengchen leaned in, gently touching her lips, then wrapped his arms around her, lightly touching, gently kissing, gently nibbling, and her hands climbed up to respond gently. The best defense is a good offense. Please, feel free to command, my master. The phone stacked on the slate emitted different sounds. Birds in the trees, chirp, 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 chirp. The cemetery was incredibly quiet, the pine trees in the middle of the gravestones swaying in the wind. How could saliva be sweet? Saliva is sweet. Feng personally verified the authoritative NPC house conclusion. Indeed, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Without experiencing it, one would never know. If possible, he would love to place a sign in front of the pavilion, commemorating the first kiss. This ordinary pavilion would become extraordinary in his future life. Even if he saw a similar pavilion elsewhere, it would no longer be ordinary. 6 corners, black tiles, red pillars, surrounded by a circle of slate benches. Feng now understood why the slate bench near the red pillar was so shiny. Because sitting there meant leaning against the red pillar. Holding the girl in his arms felt secure. And the view was excellent. He could even see if someone approached and react promptly. With the red pillar behind him, he didn't have to worry about someone suddenly standing behind him and tapping his shoulder. They didn't know how long they kissed, but the game of kings had already ended, with them both blushing, possibly from being scolded by teammates or from the heat of being close together. The kiss was already quite bold. Feng dared not touch her inappropriately, just holding her slender waist. Her waist was so soft and delicate. He had seen dancers on the Spring Festival Gala being lifted by male actors, their slender and soft waist seeming incredible but not aesthetically pleasing, not as good as crosstalk sketches. Now Feng realized he was wrong. How could it not be beautiful? He could now lift Qingqing's soft waist effortlessly, 100 times over, without stopping. Not bragging. He could fly. He could fly with Qingqing. That's how it felt when they kissed. Unfortunately, time couldn't stop. And it was because time couldn't stop that it was beautiful. During their first kiss, both lacked skill, but their emotions were genuine and intense. And the position of placing the girl on his lap was truly fantastic. However, if you're not strong enough, it's not recommended to attempt it. Especially if you're not familiar with each other. According to the laws of biological inheritance, when you're young, you should fall in love. At this time, your body is healthy, and kissing won't cause any strange gastrointestinal issues, hormonal imbalances, or tooth decay. Moreover, being in love at this age, when it reaches a certain level, is more conducive to reproduction, contributing to the propagation of the human species. If you don't fall in love when you're young and wait until you're older, there are more considerations. Your health might not be as good, you might be under more stress, and reproducing offspring might not be as smooth, requiring years of preparation, like quitting smoking and drinking. When you're young, just be cautious, take precautions to prevent pregnancy.
Of course, Heisey wasn't thinking about pregnancy now. He had studied biology and knew that kissing wouldn't lead to pregnancy. He was just a bit grateful to Tongzi. If he didn't have a firm heart buff now, he would have confessed everything here. But this buff only allowed him to kiss once. A second time, without torture, he would confess directly. So, he respectfully and gentlemanly let go of Ching. Ching, however, buried her head on his shoulder. Like two swans with their necks intertwined. Ching was half shy, half nervous. She buried her head into Feng Chen's shoulder, a different scent rushing into her nostrils, enveloping her. The smell on Feng Chen was different, not sweet, somewhat like the scent of freshly washed and sun-dried sheets. Not fragrant, but clean, with a hint of herbal scent? Fish mint. The unique blend of scents formed his aroma. Some memories are captured through the eyes, some through the ears, and some through the sense of smell. The olfactory memories are the most distant. In this moment, she didn't think about the future, Lin Xiaoya, or her mother. She simply wanted to snuggle like this, feeling happy, her body soft and relaxed. She felt like a vine, wanting to twine around a tree, quietly covering it, then joyfully blooming, filling the tree with flowers. However, Hauge wouldn't allow it. If he continued hugging her like this, his pufferfish gall might act up. He felt hot, not only wanting to take off his own clothes but also others. Pufferfish was indeed poisonous. Poisoned individuals lose their senses. He released Ching, and she immediately stood up like a little rabbit. Feng Chen also stood up. They faced each other. Feng Chen saw Ching's lips were rosy, her hair messy, a red bead hair tie hanging on her forehead, about to fall off, quite amusing, making the young lady seem lively. He reached out to remove the hair tie from her forehead, but the young lady thought he wanted to hug her. She shyly turned her head. Feng Chen took off the hair tie and handed it to her, just smiling at her. Both of them felt a bit embarrassed. So they walked out of the pavilion and continued up the mountain. Yes, when in love, one automatically goes to places with fewer people. The path up the mountain was not as easy, gradually becoming steep. Feng Chen held Ching's hand. With their hands tightly clasped, the path didn't seem difficult at all. It felt familiar, peaceful, and joyful. After walking for a while, they finally saw a gate. Feng Chen widened his eyes, shocked. The campus legend wasn't false, it was really a graveyard? Su Ching was also a bit puzzled. She hadn't paid attention to any campus legends, but it was hard to imagine that her first kiss happened right in front of a graveyard. The gate was not securely locked, one could easily step inside. Feng Chen wondered if any couples had actually crossed that threshold. The path inside seemed smoother and easier to walk on than the one outside. However, they decided against it. There were two photos on a tombstone at the intersection. A stern old man and a stern old lady placed side by side. It was a double grave. Feng Chen thought it would be nice to be buried together with someone you liked. Su Ching felt a bit scared, holding Feng Chen's hand tightly. The two turned around and descended the mountain. Passing by the pavilion again, they blushed a bit seeing the spot where they had just sat. They had been so engrossed in their kiss that they hadn't realized there was a graveyard behind them. No wonder, no wonder. Hand in hand, they descended the mountain together. Su Ching asked, "Do you like fruits?" Feng Chen replied, "Not particularly." "Then what do you want? I'll buy it for you." Honey. Honey? Yes. The morning sky was blue. White clouds drifted by. Feng NPC How thought the scenery was beautiful and clean. The world's graphics were well done. In the morning, Ching had a class with a foreign teacher and didn't have time for a meal together. Feng Chen hurriedly packed some noodles for his roommates. Today, the noodle shop owner looked even more beautiful than usual, wearing a black hollowed-out top that resembled a fishing net, accentuating her curves. But Feng Chen didn't even glance at her, not finding her as attractive as Ching. He could now see Ching's face in the shape of the noodles the shop owner was scooping. He packed 4 portions of deluxe noodles, fully loaded with ingredients. Pig liver, beef, fried dough sticks, shrimp, garlic sprouts, all packed up, running back to the dormitory. Having breakfast from 7 to 8 o'clock, only men without gallstones and kidney stones are truly healthy men. It was already 8 o'clock when they arrived at the dormitory. Surprisingly, it was still quiet. Feng Chen, like a rooster laying eggs, started crowing as soon as he came back. Excitement couldn't be contained. Lao Xiao, who was disturbed by the noise, sat up with dull eyes, holding his phone, wanting to check Douyin, only to find out it was completely out of battery, so he hurried to find a charging cable. De Chao sat up sniffing the aroma, eyes still closed, nose sniffing continuously. "There's noodle soup with fried dough sticks." "No, there's also a woman's scent." De Chao picked at the yellow eye boogers in her left eye while looking at Feng Chen with her right eye open. "Howsy, something's off about you, why do you smell so good?" Yang Chu was awakened, wearing a neat set of silk pajamas, sitting up, resembling a wife who had been out all night, waking up alone, with unwrinkled pajamas, looking brand new. Upon closer observation, De Chao appeared refined on the surface, but it was Yang Chu who paid attention to the details. Yang Chu opened his eyes and glanced at Feng Chen. He concluded, they kissed. Feng Chen. Damn. His slip of the tongue was immediately caught. He quickly presented the deluxe noodle soup to Yang Chu. Leader, please have your meal. Yang Chu smiled, you little rascal. Feng Chen couldn't handle Yang Chu's smile, which seemed warm on the surface but actually had a sinister undertone, making you involuntarily confess your crimes. No, kissing couldn't be shared. Feng Chen changed the subject. Yang Chu, I went for a run this morning, and several people greeted me, it felt so strange. Lao Shao plugged in his phone, immediately opening Douyin. Howsy, you're trending, you're really trending this time. Lao Shao shouted. Feng Chen, Xiao Ge, you shouted like this last time too, the trembling, the tone, all similar. This time is different. Lao Shao took off his glasses, vigorously wiped them on the edge of his underwear, then put them back on. Come and see the backstage. Lao Shao had numerous unread messages on Douyin backstage, mixed with various advertisements. There were even messages about interviews. They looked official. Hello, I'm Huang Danmai, a reporter from the Contemporary Student Youth magazine. I'd like to interview you. My contact number is 18799******. Same for WeChat. Looking forward to your reply. Hello, I'm Ching Quan, a special correspondent for the Top 100 Global Journals magazine, Flower Language Home, founded in 1970. We've always been committed to discovering beautiful people and things. We'd like to make a true record of Feng Chen's student life and publish it in our magazine. Would you be willing to be interviewed? It will be a phone interview, approximately 1 hour, at your convenience. Can we schedule a time? My number is 1639688*****. Same for VX. If possible, please leave me your number. Looking forward to your reply, thank you. Yang Chu, look at this, what should we do about this? Is this real? Lao Shao asked nervously. Previously, the video of Howsy singing in the bar was quite popular, with many likes and comments, but they hadn't received such formal interview invitations. Was it because of the university, the live broadcast of the university competition, or mentioning names? Someone actually wanted to interview Howsy. Feng Chen was also taken aback. Hearing the name of the magazine, his heart raced a bit. Contemporary Student Youth sounded impressive. Their high school Chinese teacher had them subscribe to Flower Language Home, saying they could learn how to write. If the Chinese teacher saw his photo in a magazine, that would be so cool. Feng Chen felt inexplicably excited at the thought. Yang Chu also looked at Lao Si in surprise. Never expected at all. The most impressive person in the dormitory turned out to be Howsy? The seemingly innocent Howsy? But he has also been through ups and downs. Back in junior high, he gained attention for his articles published in magazines, won speech contests in the city, and local media wanted to interview him. At first, he was quite proud, feeling like a big shot. But later, his family stopped him. His grandfather was a leader in a certain bureau, a deputy department-level official. His success might not have been solely his own. In high school, he worked even harder, winning first prize in debate competitions, second prize in national essay contests, and having an article published in a prestigious national magazine. He thought these were all his own achievements, beyond his grandfather's influence. More media wanted to interview him, several of them. He excitedly prepared and set up appointments. Then suddenly, he received notice that his grandfather might step back, move to the CPPCC. Those media outlets all disappeared with various excuses. Even the two that interviewed him didn't publish anything. Only one published the interview. That's when he felt ridiculous, always thinking he was impressive, when in reality, it was all closely tied to his family. These experiences made him realize that without absolute strength, interviews and such were just bubbles, empty fame. They were only used to kick you when you're down. When you're doing well, these things don't add to your glory, and when you're not, they become evidence of your failures. The only published interview, because he was young and spoke carelessly, was exaggerated, becoming evidence of his elders' favoritism. Young. 3 generations. Civilization. He learned to behave at a young age. If I remember correctly, Feng Chen mentioned his aunt working in the education bureau. And these sudden interviews due to his singing fame, Lao Yang didn't think Howsy could handle them. Lately, Howsy seemed more enlightened than before, but facing those experienced and slick journalists, he still fell short, as did he himself. So Lao Yang kindly advised, you can share your contact information, express gratitude sincerely, but think about whether your life story can fill a whole page for them. What remarkable things have you done? What do you regret the most in life?
What have you missed out on? What's your biggest regret? You can't imagine what headlines they might use. What theme to highlight. If you're not ready, take it slow. Feng Chen recalled reading articles in magazines like Contemporary Student Youth and House of Flower Language, mostly about stories like, at 6, he lost his mother and single-handedly supported a family. Success of the Unicorn, the splendid life of legless youth Yang Yi, from the northern mountains to Peking University. Feng Chen found them both inspiring and tragic, not like ordinary people, too bitter and pitiful. What qualifications did he have? What content was there to interview about? Healthy parents, intact legs, not even admitted to Peking University. Sigh. From childhood to adulthood, couldn't come up with a single serious topic. Thankfully, with Yang's reminder, if he got too excited and agreed, he might end up with interviews like, as a child, annoying teachers, regretting being human as an adult, being sorry for being human, documenting the life of a failed college student. Following Yang's advice, share contact information, sincerely and politely decline. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for passing the primary test of fame and not getting lost in this world of fame and fortune, not resorting to unethical means for success, distorting values for immediate success, and ultimately failing. An excellent soft rice man won't easily be tempted by false fame. An excellent soft rice man should eat his soft rice honestly and conscientiously. You deserve the best. Congratulations to the host for passing the primary test, rewarding the host with a primary prop, and a level 2 photography technique buff, permanent. This is quite impressive. He remembered that Lao Xiao's photography skills had reached the entry-level level 1. Lao Xiao could even make the 5-point beauties in the class look like 6 or 7 points. Lao Yang looked at Feng Chen in a daze and reminded him, it's okay. When you truly succeed, you'll be on the big screen directly. What you see now is nothing compared to that. Alright, thank you, Yang. Feng Chen sincerely thanked Yang, feeling that his mind was too clear, surpassing him in all aspects, simply in a different league. Sometimes he had some insights but couldn't articulate them. It was only after Yang's reminder that he suddenly understood. Feng Chen curiously asked, Yang, did you get beaten for being rebellious when you were young? Lao Xiao and De Qiao also looked over curiously, wanting to join in the conversation. Yang Guansan Daiwen Ming recalled for a moment, nodded heavily. Yes, when I was in junior high, I suddenly wanted to get an ear piercing and almost got beaten to death by my dad. Why? Is he that strict? De Qiao asked curiously. Because if you have an ear piercing, you can't take the civil service exam. Chuan Te Lang Pu. Implicit me? 8 to 9 o'clock study English. Learning is the ladder of human progress. The more you learn, the more ladders you have. Stepping on the ladder can easily bring you in front of rich women. The new timeline flashed. Feng Chen didn't stay in the dormitory anymore. Lao Xiao said he was on fire. My godly roommate's account gained over 20,000 in one night, now it has 34,000 followers and is still rising. This collection is very impressive, indicating that the people who follow are loyal, unlike many videos that are quickly forgotten. The likes are even more exaggerated, already over 700,000, with many zeros in the views. The spread speed is amazing. There are also some offers for collaboration, asking Feng Chen to sing and shoot commercials, one offer for 800 yuan, the highest bid being 2,000. There are too many private messages. De Qiao helps to handle them together. De Qiao spends his days applying face masks, doing makeup, buying shoes, and buying figurines, but the shoes he buys can often be resold at a high price, as well as the useless figurines he collects. In the dormitory, others spend and consume their money. De Qiao looks fierce in his spending, but in reality, the money in his hands can circulate, probably due to his family background. Growing up in a family business, he has learned a thing or two. His elders scold him for being useless, but compared to other dormitory mates, his ability to make money is already several levels above. De Qiao feels that accepting such advertisements is unnecessary and chaotic. It's better to continue making videos and building his account. It's a waste to start making ads now. It's like just learning to ride a bike slightly faster than walking, and wanting to fly a plane. Lao Xiao was also somewhat excited in floating. This video was too popular. He quickly passed the mid-video plan, and the back end was already showing income, making over 100 yuan in one night out of nowhere. This was a breakthrough from scratch. It meant that their efforts were not in vain. It meant that this path could be successful. Feng Chen found a classroom and forced himself into study mode. Now he was also quite interested in English. Professor Li Gangtia's aunt on WeChat occasionally chatted with him. He took it as oral practice and often found topics to chat about, feeling quite good. Once you get the hang of a language, it's not that difficult. Memorize more vocabulary. Once you understand the grammar, it becomes easier. Feng Chen felt that with a bit more vocabulary, he could already pass the 6th level.
Taking the 6th level exam in December as a small goal, he noted it down. Feng Chen also checked that he could apply for a senior nursing exam in January. He noted this down as well, planning to take it later. Anyway, for many 3rd and 4th year students, taking exams and obtaining various certificates was a common practice. When Feng Chenkai finally settled down to study, his phone suddenly vibrated. Opening it, he saw a WeChat message from a middle school classmate he hadn't been in touch with for years. The classmate sent a video and a long voice message. "Howsy, is this you? I saw you on Douyin today, you looked familiar, like it was you. You've become handsome, and your singing is amazing." Feng Chen opened the video, not the one posted by Lao Xiao, but a snippet with a different title, Born as a Human, the cry of contemporary college students. Feng Chen gasped. Cry? How could he represent contemporary college students? He'd be criticized in the comments. And indeed, the comments asked, if college students sing Born as a Human, what will they sing when they enter society? He could only awkwardly reply to his classmate, "It was just a school activity, so I sang casually." It was a bit strange that his middle school classmate could come across his video, maybe because they were friends on WeChat. Feng Chen was about to put away his phone when he saw a call coming in. It was from his aunt. He had to answer. On the other end, his aunt asked with concern, How, I saw a video of you singing, you're so good, so handsome. But how, have you been wronged? If so, tell your aunt, or tell your uncle, we can solve it. Feng Chen. Oh. Seeing the video his aunt sent on WeChat, college student heartbroken in love, moves everyone to tears, he replied, Aunt, no, it's nothing, just a school activity. I'm doing well at school, not wronged at all. Say hi to uncle for me, how's my cousin? I'll visit him during the holidays. After finally hanging up, Feng Chen was sweating. When he was young, his aunt loved him, not much older than him, she played with him everywhere like an older sister. He really needed to focus on studying now. But his phone buzzed again. It was his cousin, the successful one praised by everyone, who had graduated from a prestigious university and worked in a big city but lived in a half-basement. He messaged, How, you're famous. My colleague sent me a video this morning, saying the singing was superb. I watched it and realized it was my cousin. Wow, you've changed a lot, didn't expect you to sing so well and look great on camera. He also forwarded a video titled, The Son-in-Law Most Cherished by All Mothers-in-Law. The video was longer, featuring snippets of his singing and a self-introduction at the end. Feng Chen. Brother, good morning, this was from a competition at my school. How, let me tell you, you're going to be a hit. You have the potential. I'm off to work now, we'll talk later. Feng Chen. Phew. Feeling his cousin's inexplicable excitement, Feng Chen had a firm resolve now. He wasn't the same impulsive kid anymore, he had become more rational. What kind of fame was this? In the age of influencers, even big stars dare not call themselves famous, living today, gone tomorrow. He was nothing special, just an average person who happened to resonate with some. Stay calm, focus on studying. Everything else was just noise. Feng Chen decided to turn off his phone. But then he saw another WeChat message. It was from Professor Lu Haoming, who had given a career guidance lecture last time. Since adding Professor Lu, they hadn't chatted. Feng Chen didn't know how to start a conversation. Adding him on WeChat had already taken a lot of courage. Although he had mentioned wanting an autograph from Professor Lu's wife, Manhwa, he didn't know how to bring it up now that they were connected on WeChat. Fortunately, Feng Chen had already bought Professor Lu's book Starting Late, Running Fast. Occasionally seeing Professor Lu's posts on social media, sharing about cats, as Professor Lu liked to take photos of his cat, Feng would give a like. When seeing mutual friend Professor Liao, he would also like the post. Last time when attending a meeting with Professor Liao, there was another professor surnamed Lu, Professor Lu Chenggong. It seemed like those surnamed Lu were all quite impressive. With a single-digit number of professors in his phone, one in arts and one in science, both surnamed Lu. The video sent by Professor Lu turned out to be the original video from Lao Xiao. Feng Chen, I really enjoyed the song you sang, both my partner and I loved it. You cured my partner's insomnia, she cried herself to sleep last night. Just kidding, whenever you have time, come over for dinner at our place. My partner wants to give you an autograph, and she also wants yours. Oh, and I'm a great cook. Feng Chen. Professor Lu was indeed a born master at enjoying life. A role model for us all. Good at cooking, with a humorous way of speaking. He quickly replied, Thank you, Professor Lu. I'm available whenever you arrange it. Professor Lu, alright, come over for dinner tonight, my partner is resting at home. Feng Chen, okay. Feeling like his phone might keep ringing, he realized he would be constantly answering calls and messages, too busy to study. Half an hour had already passed.
Feng Chen decided to turn off his phone and focus on studying. However, he still felt somewhat excited, with his blood flowing restlessly. Phew! Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Two birds were chatting on the treetop for quite a while. The sunlight was gentle, and time seemed peaceful. Feng Chen's buttocks felt numb from sitting for too long, so he stood up, stretched lazily, and noticed his classmates turning to look at him. He quickly sat back down. Sometimes stretching made his belly show a bit. He didn't have abs, nor a potbelly, just a flat stomach. People with abs seemed cool, having to stretch and show off their abs all day long. Answering calls and messages wasted half an hour. With only half an hour left, he decided to buff up and study at 4 times the speed, managing to study for 2 hours. It was just the right amount, normal. His mind felt a bit empty now, ready for the next task. He decided to have some yogurt and fruits, taking a half-hour break. Actually, eating yogurt and fruits wouldn't take that long, maybe including the time to walk to the library, because the next task was to go to the library to read. Feng Chen brought peach-flavored yogurt. At this moment, he felt generous, carrying over 10,000 yuan, even his yogurt seemed more upscale, priced at 7.5 yuan per bottle. He was eating while walking. The classroom was too quiet, and drinking yogurt made noise, rustling. Recently, he learned a tip to maximize yogurt consumption. Before opening, tap the lid hard, and the thick yogurt on top would fall down, preventing waste. By the time he reached the first floor, having finished his yogurt, Feng Chen paused at the staircase. He thought of Ching. Last time, he leaned against this wall with his backpack on. Ching was beside him. Feng Chen's lips curved slightly upwards. He felt good. He opened his phone and took a picture of this staircase. Each level of the staircase, the not-so-white walls, the light outside brighter than inside. A mundane staircase, yet due to lighting and perspective, the photo composition made it look somewhat special, like a mysterious exit leading to another mysterious space. Infinitely extending, serene and joyful. Feng Chen had intended to capture the place of his first intimate encounter with Ching, but when he saw the photo, even he was surprised. It felt so sophisticated. Was this the photography level of a level 2 beginner? The photo had a great texture. The contrast of light and shadow, different angles, all made it unique. Every day, the staircase at school became more profound. Feng Chen thought for a moment and posted on his moments. He posted this photo, because Ching would definitely understand the meaning behind the photo he posted. Then he continued walking towards the library. His phone had many notifications. Feng Chen received messages from many people he didn't usually contact, suddenly messaging him, saying they saw him. There was also a friend request from someone claiming to be Ruoru. Feng Chen remembered her, the girl who used to go with him to the factory gate to watch the beautiful auntie selling pancakes, even prettier than Chun Yang, but her parents divorced, her mother took her away, and they lost contact. Feng Chen replied, Huang Ruoru? And added her on WeChat. She replied, I changed my surname, now it's Gao Ruoru. Hi Z, do you still remember me? When we were kids, I often went to your house, and you gave me ice pops. Your house had a freezer back then. Feng Chen couldn't quite remember, but he recalled going to see the auntie selling pancakes together. After exchanging pleasantries, she sent him a photo. It was a girl wearing a very short denim skirt, a black tank top, with a stylish design, tall and slender, with big wavy hair, smiling naturally and happily, not a selfie but taken by someone else. However, with Feng Chen's level 2 photography skills, he felt there were traces of posing in the photo. Although she was smiling brightly, she was indeed quite beautiful among the girls he had known before. He hadn't expected his childhood playmate to grow up like this. In his memory, she had a round face and 2 braids. Hi Z, I didn't expect you to grow up so handsome. I remember you were short and dark when you were a kid, always sniffling in winter, your nose never stopped running. Gao Ruoro then sent a screenshot of him singing. Feng Chen. Nostalgia didn't make him happy. Normally, with his high emotional intelligence, he should have replied, you've also become beautiful, or you've always been beautiful. Oh well, he didn't feel like exchanging pleasantries, so Feng Chen sent a smiling emoji. Because Ching messaged her. It was the same photo he posted on his moments. Ching, saved. Feng Chen suddenly felt happy. He walked briskly on the road. Whenever someone greeted him, he smiled back. The sunshine was bright. The library was as quiet and spacious as usual, except the tables in the periodicals reading room were filled with students preparing for postgraduate exams. Feng Chen replied to many WeChat messages along the way and answered a few phone calls. He turned off his phone when he reached the library. He couldn't help but wonder, am I really becoming popular? People who were previously distant were now greeting him, some even asking if he was going to be a star. Some even asked to borrow money, saying he was a big internet celebrity and must have a lot of money. After receiving the call asking for money,
Fengchen felt like he had fallen from the sky. It was all nonsense, he had nothing, he was nothing.
Fortunately, he hadn't accepted any interviews or anything.
If he had said many flattering things about himself to appear better during an interview, he would have unknowingly set up a noble image for himself, making it difficult to come down from that pedestal in the future. He had burdened himself with a shackle. Although he held the manual for life, he still encountered many pitfalls. His intelligence seemed insufficient. Fengchen picked up a book, found his usual spot by the window, and started reading.
Because he was feeling a bit floaty today, Fengchen decided to calm down and picked up Lei Jun's biography.
He must be really out of it, feeling so light that he dared to read a book about a truly successful male protagonist. Even with the time-warping buff, at 4 times the speed, he still didn't finish the book. Impressive people were indeed impressive from childhood to adulthood. Starting a company in college, resigning from a stable job in the system after graduation, becoming the boss at the first company, going public, achieving financial freedom, then resigning, and starting over a few years later because he found himself achieving nothing, with only a cold 4 billion in his account, and then continuing to be impressive. Every time he caught the wind, he won. In the past, Fengchen would have only 4 words to evaluate this book: wow, awesome. After adding a bit of intelligence attribute, looking at this book again, he had more awe in his heart. Because his intelligence was 7, he could be considered to have entered the ranks of smart people. His autobiography was already a memory after success, recorded as if it were a matter of course. The past difficulties and obstacles became simple sentences, with more extensive descriptions of scenes after success.
Moreover, after reading it, he was even more grateful to Yang Chu. With so many amazing events by Lei Dada, it was just a thin book, and he had no such events himself, so why should he be interviewed? After reading it, he became much calmer. His bone density returned.
His body relaxed, not as tense as before. Mechanical sounds rang in his ears. The host read seriously, maintained off of the predecessors, and was rewarded with a random small benefit from the book, The Skill of Bragging, one day. Congratulations to the host for moving further away from being a freeloader.
In life, you will always encounter many unexpected people.
Mastering the skill of bragging can make you engaging in conversations, leading others astray.
Fengchen, isn't this skill a bit of a moral test? Fengchen, I really never brag. Tongzi, just this sentence _
10:30 to 11:30 swimming, the best exercise for shaping, improving lung capacity, giving you a good mood. Host, show off shamelessly, this is one of the top 10 places to find meal tickets.
Indeed, it was necessary to calm down in the water.
This time, Fengchen unexpectedly met Lin Xiaoya again. But Lin Xiaoya ignored him. He swam his way, she swam hers.
They didn't even greet each other. This woman is really crazy.
At first, Fengchen didn't notice her until he accidentally saw a girl swimming next to him with a good figure, and then he realized it was Lin Xiaoya. She wore a black swim cap, black goggles, a black one-piece swimsuit, looking cool, like a big shot's wife. She swam very well, not at all like someone who would need to call for help if she fell into the water. While others' bodies swelled in the water, she could probably swim for another 3 hours. Because of a series of previous events, Fengchen kept his distance from Lin Xiaoya. Fortunately, she was also very aloof, not saying a word to him, not even giving a smile, which relieved Fengchen.
Fengchen swam seriously and vigorously.
He made up for the lack of morning running exercise. While exercising, although his body was tired, his mind was clearer. He felt uplifted, comfortable.
With improved physical attributes, exercise was less strenuous, and he was more efficient.
Halfway through his swim, Lin Xiaoya disappeared, making Fengchen even more relaxed. He used the "where did time go" buff and continued swimming. Swimming can shape the body and make people more confident. Around the same time, Fengchen went to take a shower. The shower room at the swimming pool was much better than the dormitory, at least it had showers, while in the dorm, everything was self-service, and even hot water had to be heated by oneself. Xiaogu. After washing up, changing into clean clothes, just a simple white t-shirt and sports pants, Fengchen felt that he might have started exercising recently as his clothes seemed a bit tight, so he needed to buy more. When he came out carrying his backpack, he saw Lin Xiaoya wearing a beautiful white long skirt with lace sleeves and a neckline that was cut straight across, but it was cut to the chest, cinched at the waist, with a fishtail hem that clearly highlighted her waist and hips. Pure white, without any embellishments, there were even loose threads on the edge of the skirt, indicating it might not be very expensive, but it complemented her figure exceptionally well. She tilted her head, standing there blow-drying her hair, which was particularly long. Fengchen glanced over, politely excused himself, and quickly left. Lin Xiaoya didn't greet him or smile, but something felt off. She left so early, took half an hour to shower?
just in time to see her blow drying her hair when he came out? Wearing the fishtail skirt he liked, blow drying her hair?
Sure enough, when Feng Chen dashed out of the swimming pool entrance, he heard the system prompt, "Congratulations to the host for successfully charming the bronze-level single Lin Xiaoya, with a good impression level of 70. Please continue your efforts, strive harder, and reach new heights."
Feng Chen. Xiaojie, please spare me.
Heaven knows, he really didn't say a word to her the whole time.
What kind of constitution did she have?
Last time she hugged him first, and the good impression level was 60, now without saying a word, it's 70. Feng Chen thought, maybe next time he should bring Ching along for swimming.
Thinking about Ching in a swimsuit.
His nose felt a bit wet. Forget it, not now, maybe later.
Feng Chen left the swimming pool and headed straight to Teacher Lu's house.
Today he was going to help Xiaoyu change his bandages. Last time, his bandaging skills were approved by the school Dr. Dong, allowing him to help with the bandaging at home next time.
Feng Chen had originally planned to have dinner with Ching tonight, but Professor Lu invited him for dinner.
Since Professor Lu didn't live on campus and had to leave the school, he informed Ching in advance.
Thinking about it, he was surprisingly busy.
Before being in a relationship, he felt like he had all the time in the world, but now, being in a relationship, time seemed insufficient.
Magical.
Feng Chen arrived at the teacher's apartment gate, where the guard, Wan, was playing with the birds.
3 bird cages hung under the big tree on the left.
In the left cage was a bright emerald yellow bird, in the middle was a bird with a white head and black body, and on the right was a pure white bird, all quite beautiful.
Feng Chen stopped and watched the birds for a while.
Wang said, "The one on the left is called Xiaosong, the one in the middle is Xiaoxiang, and the one on the right is Xiaobai.
These 3 fellows eat well. Xiaosong likes fresh vegetable leaves, Xiaoxiang loves meat, and Xiaobai enjoys apples."
The old man fed Xiaobai with an apple slice.
Feng Chen helped hand it over, watching Xiaobai peck at the apple with relish.
"Grandpa, you lead such a leisurely life."
"That's right, let me tell you, even those billionaires don't have it as comfortable as me.
I'm alone with my retirement pension plus school logistics salary, can't spend it all, too much money, too little to do, close to home, work outside without hearing my old lady nagging, go back to a hot meal, walk the birds if I want, nap if I feel like it, very comfortable."
Feng Chen couldn't help but give the old man a thumbs up.
He felt the old man's bragging skills were at least level 2. After playing with the birds for a while and deepening the relationship between the 2 NPCs who met by chance, Feng Chen went to Teacher Lu's house. Teacher Lu was already cooking, and the smell of stewed ribs and corn rib soup was delightful.
There was also braised pork and beef tendon?
Because the beef tendon was already sliced and placed on the table, with dipping sauce and a sprinkle of diced chile, the aroma was already enticing.
Teacher Lu was wearing an apron, looking very casual today, with just regular pajamas underneath. Proper long-sleeved pants, somewhat similar to Yang's. Feng Chen entered.
Seeing him carrying his swim bag, Teacher Lu smiled and said, "Off swimming again, young man, quite disciplined." Feng Chen remembered the last time the teacher helped wash his swim trunks and felt a bit shy.
He nodded, yes.
"You can play with Xiaoyu first, dinner will be ready soon." Feng Chen felt quite familiar with Teacher Lu's house as he wore the same slippers from last time. Xiaoyu was sitting in a wheelchair in the living room today, looking much better. Feng Chen noticed the living room was a bit crowded and helped move the table and chairs closer to the window. Fortunately, his strength has increased. This table is quite heavy, with a solid wood top and a large marble slab on it, very heavy. Teacher Lu just brought out the dishes and saw Feng Chen moving the tables and chairs, feeling very grateful. She had wanted to move the tables and chairs to the side a bit so that Xiaoyu's wheelchair could move more easily without bumping around. But without a big man at home, she couldn't move them herself, and it wasn't convenient to call other male teachers over. As a divorced person, Lu Chunli still felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable. In the past, when she was not divorced, she would have just asked her colleagues for help, but now, if she were to call male colleagues to her home, it would feel strange. Feng Chen was her student, at least 10 years younger than her, so Lu Chunli didn't think much of it.
She didn't expect Feng Chen to be so strong, and so attentive.
Then, during the meal, she discovered that Feng Chen had a very, very large appetite. Luckily, she had made a lot of dishes. She had cooked the beef shank in advance, a 5-pound beef shank that, when cooked, would yield about 2 pounds when sliced.
Feng Chen alone finished a large plate.
After the huge expenditure in the morning, both physically and mentally drained, he urgently needed a big meal. Feng Chen ate heartily, Xiaoyu also ate well, and seeing Xiaoyu eat well made Lu Chunli happy too. Teacher Lu's cooking skills were excellent, and Feng Chen curiously asked, "Teacher, how do you cook so fast?
Last time, with so many dishes, it seemed like you had them ready in half an hour."
Lu Chunli smiled and said, "It's not that fast. For dishes like braised pork, I wake up early to select good pork from the market, come back to clean it, remove the skin, and stew it in the pot early in the morning. The beef shank is the same, you have to get it early, or you won't find any later. Today's beef shank was arranged with the boss yesterday, cooked all morning, then taken out to cool before slicing. When cooling, it needs to be pressed with something heavy to make it more compact, and the slices taste better. But vegetables are best washed and stir-fried fresh. After the meal, the teacher didn't let Feng Chen clean up but asked him to play with Xiaoyu in the room. After resting a bit post-meal, she could change Xiaoyu's bandages. In fact, he was almost healed, mainly concerned about the hot weather causing inflammation at the wound site or tearing due to vigorous activity. Lu Chunli began to clean up and simply closed the bedroom door. Feng Chen played games and ate fruit with Xiaoyu. They continued playing the game they hadn't finished in the morning. Xiaoyu could openly play games with his friends, feeling very happy. When he wasn't injured, his game time was strictly limited by his mother, who only allowed it as a reward for good behavior. The two of them were happily engrossed in the game, and this time, Xiaoyu was exceptionally skilled, impressing Feng Chen. Xiaoyu was especially happy, feeling even more awesome than others. Elementary school students are truly invincible. After playing around, Feng Chen had Xiaoyu lie down so he could change his bandages. But halfway through, they suddenly heard voices outside. Xiaoyu was a bit excited, it was his father's voice. He instinctively wanted to get up, but the voices outside grew louder. Lu Chunli, what do you mean? I explained to you that day I was busy, I'm not here to pick up Xiaoyu now. Why won't you let me take him? You're just a university teacher, why do you look down on me all the time? My affair and divorce were all because of you pressuring me. You always have that high and mighty attitude, always saying I harm myself by drinking. Don't I know that drinking harms the body? Have no shame? You haven't changed, no dressing up when you're broke, and even when you have money, you don't dress up. Plain and simple, can't go out, I can only take Xiaolu out for social events. You keep saying I harm myself by drinking, but Xiaolu is there to drink with me, to take the hit for me. A woman like you, even if you have some education, no one will want you. I explained to you, I was busy that day, today I'm taking Xiaoyu with me. Lu Chunli, stop causing trouble. Xiaola is younger and more sensible than you. She doesn't mind, let me pick up Xiaoyu. Why shouldn't I? The best decision I made was to divorce you. Living with you is so damn exhausting. Feng Chen felt awkward in the room. Xiaoyu lay on the bed, burying her head in the blanket, crying softly. The door was pushed open. Feng Chen put on a show of confidence, turned around, and faced the irate man and the teary-eyed woman. He walked over, wrapped his arm around the teacher's soft waist, and said, Chunli, why don't you introduce me? Chendafa looked bewildered at the particularly young man, probably only a few years older than his son, in his ex-wife's room, now coming out and embracing his ex-wife's waist, extending a hand with a Rolex to shake his hand, saying, hello, ex-husband bro, thank you for divorcing teacher Lu. I'd been secretly in love with her for 4 years, thank you for making it happen. Chen Dafa reached out. When they shook hands, he felt something was off. Damn it, he's gone mad, who the hell is this short guy? Let go. Let go of the hand holding my wife's waist, no, let go of my hand, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Teacher, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional, Feng Chen apologized to Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu's ex-husband stormed off, visibly upset. His hands were turning blue. He grumbled, accusing Teacher Lu of keeping a toy boy. Lu Chunli was also driven mad. She tried her best not to argue in front of the children, but this time her ex-husband was too much. He came over suddenly, wanting to take Xiaoyu away, even though he had promised to pick her up. Xiaoyu was just recovering and not fit to run around, so Lu Chunli refused. This led to an argument. It was simply unreasonable and incomprehensible. He claimed his current wife sent him to pick up Xiaoyu. This made Lu Chunli even angrier. Why should her current wife be involved with her child? The current wife could show her virtues in any way, but should not involve Xiaoyu, and it escalated from there. Lu Chunli's heart was pounding, her slender, slightly trembling hands. It has nothing to do with you, thank you, Feng Chen. She felt a bit embarrassed now, letting the students see her pitiful side. Having the students come forward to save face, and in that manner, being embraced by her waist in front of her ex-husband, Lu Chunli felt a burning sensation, but she was really angry at that moment. Seeing Chen Dafa getting angry, she felt a sense of relief. The man she had once walked together with out of love, after 10 years of marriage, would curse her for being old, ugly, and bad-tempered because of another woman. It seemed like even her breathing was a sin. To be shameless, when Feng Chen stepped forward to embrace her waist, Lu Chunli actually felt quite pleased, a sense of releasing pent-up frustration. That frustration had been building up since she caught Chendafa and the mistress doing it in their new house. After Chendafa's divorce, he sent out numerous wedding invitations and held a grand wedding ceremony in the second month. When they got married, he had no money, she didn't ask for anything, not even a dowry. They simply had a meal with family and friends on their wedding day, in the rented house where they had struggled together. He always said he would give her a grand wedding. He did, but it was his wedding with the mistress. It was a lavish affair at the city's largest five-star hotel. Now she knew why he was in a hurry to get married. The mistress was pregnant. Lu Chunli has always been upset, feeling like she couldn't vent her frustrations. She thought she was sick but was too scared to go to the hospital. There was a lump in her breast that she felt while showering. It was already quite hard and big. She worried she might have breast cancer and also about falling ill, leaving no one to care for her son, Xiaoyu, who already had no father and couldn't lose his mother too. But today, she felt relieved, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. The young man holding her wasn't holding her waist but her dignity, giving her the courage to keep going. It was a complex and indescribable mix of emotions. As for the part about secretly loving her for 4 years, Lu Chunli blushed a bit, even though she knew it was nonsense. Seeing her blush, her ex-husband, Chendafa, was furious, calling them adulterers. At that time, he was having an affair within the marriage. Lu Chunli, being a teacher, couldn't even bring herself to curse, considering the child, so she tried to make the divorce as amicable as possible. Chendafa was probably angry because of Lu Chunli's dignity. He brought his mistress home and messed around, yet his wife left with dignity. He couldn't understand if his wife truly loved him. Having divorced, it was normal for Lu Chunli to date someone else. Chendafa, feeling embarrassed and angry, never expected his ex-wife to find someone new. He thought Lu Chunli, with a child, wouldn't remarry, especially with Xiaoyu being difficult to handle. Lu Chunli was a bit cold, not interested in intimacy, always avoiding it, which made him feel justified in his affair. But seeing her blush just now, she didn't seem cold at all. A young man in his 20s holding her waist, full of vitality, in his ex-wife's home, getting along well with his son Xiaoyu, who called him brother. Damn! Even after the divorce, Chendafa still felt like a fool, as green as the grasslands of Xining. Chendafa wanted to curse his ex-wife for keeping a young lover, surely being deceived for money. She was old and ugly. What could the young lover want from her, except money? But the young lover looked like a student, well-mannered, wearing a Rolex and expensive shoes, limited edition, which Sheila had bought for him, saying it cost over 4,000. Your Sheila overpriced it, it's just over 2,000, this pair was bought by your daughter-in-law. This was indeed a wealthy young lover. With so much money, why would the young lover choose his ex-wife when he could have any girlfriend? It must be that he truly loved his ex-wife, crazy to prefer a teacher over so many college girls. What could he compete with the young lover in? Money? A kid wearing a Rolex to school, he couldn't match that. Physically? The young lover was in his 20s, he was nearing 40, struggling with performance issues, while the young lover was probably as active as a motor, at least 3 times a night. Damn it! The only thing he could compete in was height. The young lover was short, half a head shorter. Bad genes, any child they had would be short, unlike himself, Xiaoyu was tall. Damn it, Xiaoyu called him brother now, would he call him dad in the future? Bro dad? The more Chendafa thought, the more he felt like spitting blood. He couldn't even drive properly. He stopped the car, lit a cigarette by the roadside, trying to calm down but couldn't, so he lit another one. Unfortunately, he didn't have mammary glands, or did he? So he probably wouldn't have breast nodules. But now, he was so angry that he was breathing heavily, smoking, with his lungs warning him of nodules. Lao Shi, it's not necessary, really, you're too kind, Fengchen politely declined. But Lu Chunli insisted on giving. She bought clothes for Xiaoyu and also for his father out of habit. After paying the bill, she remembered she was divorced and cried in the mall restroom. Now, she confidently took out the clothes and gave them to Fengchen. Although my ex-husband was taller, he always liked to wear tighter clothes to show off his figure, so he bought smaller sizes, usually size L. He had quite high standards for clothes. When he came this time, Lu Chunli noticed that he didn't look as comfortable as before, his clothes were wrinkled. When they were together, he always looked sharp wherever he went, but she didn't care anymore, they had no future together. Only you can wear this. Take it, don't be polite with the teacher. If you need anything, tell the teacher, and I will help. Lu Chunli said, her eyes suddenly turning red. This startled Fengchen, who quickly grabbed the clothes and ran off. It was a bit awkward. Luckily, it was just a white t-shirt, so it should fit. There was only one symbol on it, a letter B stacked on top of a T. BT? Pervert? What brand is this? It seemed like a legacy from her ex-husband. No, her ex-husband was still alive, so it should be his legacy. The young man panted as he ran back to the dormitory. Indeed, boasting skills were terrifying. Baseless claims, all blown out of proportion, giving a sense of grandeur. Fengchen, built everything from scratch, all through my own exaggerated stories. Back at the dorm, he saw Xiao, who looked unkempt. That sight brought some stability back to reality. Howsy, there's a package for you. I brought it downstairs, Xiao said. Fengchen thought it must be the electric shaver he had been waiting for. If it didn't arrive soon, he would be old. But it turned out to be a large box. Fengchen hesitated more as he tore it open. Inside was a vintage-looking box with green leaf patterns. In it was a black leather backpack with a metal bee on the lid. Opening the backpack, he found 2 bottles of honey, labeled in English. Fuster's Farm since 1898. If he hadn't been studying English diligently lately, expanding his vocabulary, he wouldn't have known it was honey. Xiao returned from another dormitory stroll and saw what Housie had received. Honey, a bee backpack, and a white t-shirt. Xiao didn't recognize the honey, so she took a photo and checked on Taobao. Wow, 2 bottles for 1,071 yuan, quite something. She recognized the bee backpack. It's a Gucci backpack. Missy really put thought into it. Gucci stuff is usually covered in logos, very tacky, but your backpack isn't overly flashy, just a small bee, classy and suitable for guys. It's probably around 10,000 for this leather one, maybe 30,000. But this white t-shirt looks a bit old. It's from Burberry, known for mature business attire, but this BT series is more youthful. My brother always wears their clothes, says the fit is great. Each t-shirt costs around 4 to 5,000. Fengchen. He's really good at boasting. Missy is just naturally impressive. He just wanted a regular bottle of honey. Is Missy trying to spoil him? He was being corrupted by materialism again. Fengchen used to think having over 10,000 yuan made him rich, but now, spending 10,000 on honey would only get him 20 bottles. Buying a t-shirt, he could only afford 2. And for this backpack, only a third of it. Phew! His perspective on money was getting twisted. He used to live well on just over 1,000 yuan a month, quite happily, not feeling particularly poor. Now, with over 10,000 yuan, he suddenly felt like a pauper. Missy gave him so much, Fengchen didn't know what to give her in return. The most valuable thing he had was the first prize for top 10 singers, an Apple phone. When they played games in the morning, it seemed like hers was the latest model. Maybe her memory was even higher. In that instant, he suddenly understood a bit. The day at the hotel breakfast restaurant during the meeting, when his uncle patted his shoulder twice, he knew what it meant. Spending the 10,000 yuan his uncle gave him on gifts wouldn't buy much. Every time the chubby girl Lu Min had a birthday in class, Lao Sha would worry about what to give. It was probably about giving something the other person liked, that he could afford, something with good value for money. Every time Lu Min received a gift, she would give Lao Xiao a good person card, then say she wanted to take the postgraduate entrance exam, she wanted to improve, didn't want a date, sorry. Obviously, Xiaogu might not have touched the other person's heart, or there were other considerations. Giving gifts was so difficult. It felt like Yang Chu had so many girlfriends, he never had gift-giving troubles, he should ask Yang Chu about it. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Chu came back with a big box of gifts. Yang Chu's family was very considerate. Almost every semester, they would send things over, and his roommates all got a share. They weren't extravagant gifts, just normal ones, like snacks such as beef jerky, some daily necessities. It made people feel that his family was very warm and friendly. This time was no different. He even sent spicy rabbit heads and gave each person a pen, saying his mom thought they were good when she bought them, so she bought some for their family too, hence the abundance. 1 Parker pen per person. Different colors too. Fengchen took the white one, Deqiao got the sapphire blue, Lao Xiao liked gray because he felt it had texture and was durable, while Yang Chu took the black one for himself. After distributing all these, there was still a separate bag of tea. The packaging was simple, just paper wrapped, shaped like a big steamed bun. Hao Zi, this tea is for you. My mom really likes that Oriental beauty tea, she has a lot of tea, and she said this tea and honey orchid fragrance dancong is also very good, you can try it. Fengchen. De what and what honey what fragrance what? He had only heard of duck shit fragrance dancong because duck shit was quite unique. His aunt also had a habit of drinking tea. In their hometown, aunts were basically regulars at tea houses. It seemed that drinking tea, especially this kind of tea, had little to do with ordinary people. His aunt, who couldn't sit still for an hour at home, could now sit for a whole day at the tea house. With the experience of 100 yuan chrysanthemum from last time, Fengchen still earnestly asked how to sound sophisticated about this tea. Yang Chu was like a godsend. At noon, when he was having lunch at Teacher Lu's house, he specifically asked Professor Lu about his preferences. Teacher Lu said Professor Lu was very skilled in tea art and it seemed he even had a national tea art certification. Too much. Even the naturally soft Professor Lu had it tough. He needed a national certification just to brew tea. Yang Chu didn't disappoint how Wang An explained, showed off, seriously. The Honey Orchid Fragrance Phoenix Single Bush is the pinnacle of honey orchid fragrance dancing, and this De Honey Orchid was the tea served when the US President Nixon visited China, from that batch of single bushes, made from a single tree, also certified by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and environmentally friendly tea. This De Honey Orchid was personally roasted by the 6th generation heir of Phoenix Single Bush, Mr. He Wu. Roommates. Impressive, but didn't understand, just tell us how much it costs. Yang Chu blushed and smiled shyly. It's free, this was specially customized with Mr. He Wu, and since he knew my grandpa likes tea, he gave it to my grandpa. Although my grandpa is retired, his former subordinates are still grateful, so they still give gifts on holidays. This tea is delicious, my grandpa gave some to my mom, and she also liked it, so she packed some and sent it over. Feng Chen thought the earlier introductions were nonsense, the last sentence was the real show-off, at a level 3. Introducing this tea with all the flowery language was not as impressive as saying my grandpa is XXX in terms of nobility. Thanks, Yang Chu, I'm going to Professor Lu's house tonight, I'll bring your tea. Do any of you want autographs? I can help you get them. Upon asking, everyone's mothers turned out to be fans of director Manhwa, who was Professor Lu's wife. The film Spring City Story directed by Manhwa is a nostalgic memory of youth for these mothers. Even Yang's mother grew up watching Spring City Story. Indeed, a good story transcends social classes. Both Da Xiao's mother and grandmother enjoy Spring City Story and have reserved 2 autographs. Lao Xiao's mother also likes watching Spring City Story and has reserved 1 autograph. Feng Chen reserved 1, making it a total of 5 autographs. Feng Chen also brought Professor Lu's book and managed to get him to sign 1, although he felt a bit guilty as he hadn't had the chance to read Professor Lu's book yet. He felt that the book, starting late, running fast, held some mysterious secret to success, something not to be taken lightly, requiring a sacred state of mind to read. Just like meeting a person, it shouldn't be too early or too late, but at the right moment when one is mature yet still young, full of hope for the future, meeting someone who won't make you sad, won't easily give up, and still holds dreams. It's at times like these. Gifts from Yang's family have all been sent, and Feng Chen goes out to the rooftop to make a call home. He asks if his mother received the tea leaves and expresses concern that his parents might come across strange videos on Douyin, so he decides to explain in advance. Dad, where's Mom? I couldn't reach her on her phone. She's out. Your aunt called her to go shopping together, so if she's not answering, she's probably out shopping. The tea leaves were received. They're great. Your mom couldn't bear to keep such expensive tea, so she gave it to your aunt, who loves tea. We're doing fine, don't worry about us. Ha! Douyin videos, I don't have time to watch them now, I'll talk later, guests are coming. Yang also calls his own mother from somewhere. I saw your roommate's video, the young man looks energetic, not bad, quite good. He looks decent, seems like a good match. Did you give the tea leaves? Penghua's husband is your professor, and he happened to be taking the tea leaves to Professor Lu. It's good, his luck is great, surrounded by benefactors, mutual benefits are true benefactors, you are his benefactor, and he might be yours too. Things are going well between me and your dad, nothing to worry about, your dad has his pride, he won't bring any mess to me, focus on your studies. After hanging up the call with his mother, Lao Yang sighed helplessly. The relationship between his parents was a bit tense, his mother was intelligent and wise, but stubborn in matters of the heart. She had been taught well in social etiquette, but perhaps struggled with matters of love. After hanging up the call with his father, Feng Chen sighed helplessly. His father seemed busy and not adept at heart-to-heart conversations. He had many insights to share but held back, feeling a bit eager to boast or receive a bit of criticism, perhaps feeling a bit restless. The rooftop was scorching hot, without a breeze. Feng Chen returned to his dormitory to rest. Yang also returned but didn't rest, his energy was inexhaustible. He probably came back just to drop off some things and would leave again soon. Being a senior college student was indeed different, full of vibrant energy. After Feng Chen finished tidying up and prepared to lie down, he glanced at his phone and suddenly noticed that Zhao's mother had transferred 80 yuan to him at some point. Xiao, why did you transfer me money? I didn't buy anything for you. He lay on the bed, poking his head out to ask. Lao Xiao smoothed his oily hair. He had something significant to share with Feng Chen, something grand and formal. But Haozi returned and opened a package. Inside was a valuable gift. Then Yang returned, bringing another valuable gift. The rabbit head might be fine, but the pen was definitely not cheap. And the tea leaves specifically for Haozi were even more expensive. It seemed that everything Lao Xiao wanted to share suddenly felt insignificant. Time and time again, decline after decline, until exhaustion. Yet, this was crucial to him. He ran his hand through his hair once more. Before speaking of importance, he always felt a tickle in his throat, a lump in his throat, and coughed a few times. His father always taught him, being a person, having a clear conscience is most important. If you can face your conscience, you can live at ease. Even though he had surpassed his father, who hadn't finished elementary school, in knowledge, he always remembered this saying. His father educated him this way and also his sister. After going to school and reading many books, some said that the poor deserved their poverty because they received a poor education. They should have integrity, a conscience, be kind, and stand up for what is right. The children of the poor were often the ones who acted bravely and selflessly, having nothing of their own to give but their bodies. These ideas made Lao Shao uneasy and shook his worldview. However, after facing many situations and making choices, he realized that his father was not wrong. Having a clear conscience, being able to face your conscience, at least brought peace of mind. When you have nothing, your moral conscience is your backbone, the support to keep going. Howsy, I joined the online video program before, made some videos, earned some money, and can withdraw it. I withdrew 100 and transferred 80 to you. Can we split it like this from now on? Ha! Feng Chen was a bit surprised. He saw Lao Shao always busy but not looking for internships, aspiring to make it big on Douyin, treating it as an internship, and he was just helping out. Because Lao Shao was genuinely good, always the most active in the dorm, never complaining, never keeping score. Every time he asked for help, Lao Shao silently did it, never asking for anything in return. So he was willing to help Lao Shao. He didn't expect to actually earn some income. Although not much, 100 or so, but it was rightfully Lao Shao's. He worked hard on shooting and editing, spent time doing odd jobs, and earned 1,000. After all that hard work, he only got 100, and he gave himself 80, keeping 20. Feng Chen looked at the 80 yuan, and for some reason, if there was a likability rating for him now, he felt that his likability towards Lao Shao was definitely more than 80. Among brothers, even giving a 1 yuan red envelope was a sign of deep friendship. The poor were ashamed to talk about money. Lao Shao didn't know how to talk about it either. He could only transfer 80 to Howsy, not as expensive as honey, bags, clothes, or even rabbit heads, but it was the most he could give. He kept 20 because he needed to continue shooting, update equipment, and live his daily life. He was frugal with his spending, could cut back, but updating equipment required money. This distribution made him feel at ease with his conscience, clear in his heart, and more peaceful. Feng Chen also didn't know how to talk about money. He received 80 yuan and then transferred 30 back to Lao Shao. Xiaogu, consider this 50 as my image rights, 30 for filming expenses, and 20 as your filming fee. If we must divide it, let's follow this from now on. When it came to money, Yang Chu and De Xiao didn't interfere, leaving the decision to them. Hearing what Howsy said, they all found it reasonable. In fact, when Lao Shao started making Douyin videos, Lao Yang had already thought about this issue, but back then, they had nothing. Maybe it was just a moment of impulse, so he didn't bring it up. De Xiao also thought about it, but he believed that money wasn't important, the experience, happiness, and sense of achievement were what mattered most, so he didn't mention it either. And if a small amount of money could ruin their relationship, then it wasn't worth it. Feng Chen, the one involved, hadn't thought about it. After all, his IQ was 6 at the time. Lao Shao saw the 30 that Howsy transferred, labeled as filming expenses, but he was the one doing the filming, so Howsy was essentially suggesting a 50-50 split. He felt like he was taking advantage of the situation because without Howsy, there wouldn't be this opportunity. He had filmed many others before, none of them had gained popularity. Only filming Howsy had brought success. If Howsy had someone else film him, it would probably have been successful too. He was just benefiting from being Howsy's roommate, being in the right place at the right time. Xiaogu, you take the money, and from now on, we'll go by this arrangement. Feng Chen didn't feel like he was losing out. Firstly, this 50 was easy money. Secondly, although it seemed like he became popular after singing a song, with many people asking about him all of a sudden, Professor Lu invited him because he had seen the video of him singing, and the video of him singing was filmed by Xiaogu. Relatives and friends sent videos about him, mostly taken from Xiao Ji's videos, and even though others filmed videos on site and posted them on Douyin, Xiao Ji's videos were the best. Feng Chen felt that he himself wasn't as handsome, emotional, or lively as portrayed in the videos. He was quite ordinary. The camera captured something special. Xiao Ji's shots were emotional. Even though his photography skills were basic, his shots were filled with emotion, very strong. Feng Chen felt they were at least level 4. Filming techniques could be learned and improved, but capturing emotions through the lens was hard to master. Xiaogu was a quiet but very emotional person. Others couldn't capture that feeling when filming him. It was like filming a loved one. It would look exceptionally beautiful, but filming others, even if they were beautiful, might look good but lack emotion. Like some celebrities who only look stunning in a specific director's lens, while in others, they appear average, lacking any spark, even though it's the same person. Xiao Ji's shots were full of emotion and richness. Feng Chen felt that he looked more impressive in the videos filmed by Xiao Ge than in real life. Lao Xiao took 30 and then transferred 10 to Feng Chen. "Howsy, you get 60, I get 20 for filming expenses, and this is how we'll split the earnings from now on." At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in Feng Chen's mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully charming the bronze-level single-man Xiaorui, highly effective, with an affinity level of 85, reaching the stage of lifelong best friends. No matter what you do in the future, he will forgive you at least 3 times. Please continue to work hard, strive for the best, and reach new heights." Feng Chen. What could he possibly do that would be considered over the top? He never expected that his roommate, Lao Xiao, was the one who had the highest affinity towards him every time. "Alright, Xiao Ge, that's settled then, but you must promise me one thing," Feng Chen said seriously. "Go ahead, if it's something I can do, I'll make sure to do it," Lao Xiao promised solemnly. Feng Chen. "Please don't fall in love with me." Lao Xiao. Get lost. Waking up from a nap, covered in sweat. The dormitory didn't have air conditioning, it was too hot. There was a fan, rattling as it blew. It wasn't that everyone couldn't afford another fan, but the dormitory's electricity supply was insufficient. If they bought a high-power fan or added another one, the power would trip, leading to penalties. So, the esteemed second-generation factory owner, De Xiao, sat shirtless, like a lump of meat, playing games. Feng Chen woke up, his clothes soaked, needing to shower and change. Due to his cleanliness habit, whenever it got hot, he would shower, not exercise, stay indoors, eat irregularly, and sleep irregularly, a lifestyle that could be traced to an early demise. Feng Chen checked his wardrobe. He had been exercising more lately, changing clothes frequently. He had gotten rid of the flashy and messy clothes and advertisement shirts, and now he couldn't find any clean clothes. He had to go to Professor Lu's house in the evening. Feng Chen wasn't one to be overdramatic. "I changed into the new white t-shirt. The fabric seemed a bit stiffer, but I couldn't really tell the difference between this $4,000 t-shirt and a $40 one. The more expensive clothes were a bit more extravagant. I also replaced my old backpack. It was still okay, just a broken zipper on the side pocket and a peeling pattern on the front, but it had a vintage charm to it, black and worn out in a way that wasn't too obvious. The new leather backpack was neat, with soft and lightweight leather and multiple compartments inside. The little bee on the outside was black and gold, quite playful." Feng Chen tidied up and Lao Xiao was already waiting at the dormitory door. Lao Xiao's scruffy beard look surprisingly gave off an artistic vibe. If he kept the beard until he was 80, maybe he could marry a 40-year-old and take her to climb snowy mountains on a snowy day. After watching the top 10 singers' videos, it felt like a carnival. The data was skyrocketing, but Lao Xiao remained steady, not getting carried away. He continued filming materials. The original theme was to document his roommate's daily life, so he just needed to film steadily. Feng Chen had plans to go out in the afternoon, so he took over the schedule. After the nap, he was getting ready to study. He still needed to quickly go through Professor Lu's book, better late than never. Yang Chu didn't provide any special information this time, after all, he was just Yang Chu, not Yang Province. But he did offer some special tea leaves, upgrading to Feng Chen's Yang Guerin. Walking on the road, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The host swims seriously, resists temptation, and understands the disciplined spirit of focusing on sports, rewarding the host with an entry-level tea art level 1. One day, the host eats seriously, earns the appreciation of a foodie, and is rewarded with an increase of 0.1 centimeter, applicable anywhere. Feng, 173, 5 centimeters tall, ran his hand through his hair. Tong Zi was in a hurry. When faced with a natural soft rice body, Tong Zi couldn't sit still and inexplicably gained a tea art skill. Oh well, no harm in having more skills. He also needed to ask for leave from his classmate Gua Man. Today, he couldn't play with De Mao again. Gua Man was furious when she received the message. Originally, it was the second day of her period, her stomach was less painful, and she dared to challenge a sexy suspender dress. Feeling sorry for Dahaozi singing last night, she didn't mind him at all. She decided to be bold and make a move, but Dahaozi didn't show up. Gua Man sent several angry emojis, arms akimbo person, big-bellied Ultraman, fierce milk cat, chubby 2-year-old saying he'll find someone to hit you, Luo Xiang teacher says you should be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. Feng Chen saved them all. Gua Man's emojis were so cute. After saving them, he noticed his mother had sent him a picture. Opening it, it was a checkered handbag. Then came a series of voice messages. It seemed that Mrs. Tan was in a good mood. Your aunt invited me for tea and shopping. She sent me tea, I took it to the tea shop for the owner to brew. It tastes great. I can't brew it like that myself. After tea, your aunt wanted to go shopping. She bought me a bag. I didn't want it, but she insisted. It was very expensive. This bag cost 4,880, no discount. I gave her tea leaves, and she had to give me a bag. When she was little, I took her to the mall. She saw a red leather jacket with fur collar. She had to have it. She threw a tantrum on the floor crying. I had no choice but to buy it. Then she stopped crying immediately. She's been clever since she was little. It wasn't in vain to spoil her.
Feng Chen.
The bag picture his mom sent had just been explained by Di Xiao. The stripes, the horse logo, and the BT were all from Burberry. The mother and son are really destined to be like Barbie. And about Mom and Auntie's childhood story of rolling on the floor for a red leather jacket, let's not talk about it anymore.
If we mention it again, Auntie will get angry.
We all know this. This is what Feng Jili 7 How has come to understand now.
Previously, he probably joked about Auntie with Mom. Something that you spent a lot of money and effort on for someone, they would appreciate it.
But if afterwards you keep mentioning how much you spent, repeating it several times, the other person will get annoyed.
Not only will they not be grateful, but they might also get angry because of it. Feng Chen couldn't say this to Mom. Mrs.
Tan was easily swayed by his dad, with a fiery temper. Teaching her things was impossible. And in Mom's eyes, he is probably forever the 8-year-old Hao, a child who never grows up.
Mom, don't talk about Auntie's embarrassing stories.
Auntie is a mother now and cares about her reputation.
Feng Chen replied in a voice message.
He thought his mom could accept this. After all, they are both mothers, understanding each other.
If Auntie is now Director Feng, Mom probably wouldn't be so happy. Feng Chen suddenly felt the difference between IQ 6 and 7. It's terrifying.
People who like their previous self with IQ 6 truly like themselves.
They are not picky.
Suddenly he thought of his classmate Gua Man.
She's not very smart. She's still sending emojis to herself straight face.
I remember reading in a book before, fools have no chance of leaving descendants and will eventually be eliminated by genetics. People who are not smart can't handle their relationships. If they miss it, leading a lonely life, naturally without descendants.
Mrs.
Tan replied in a voice message. I know, I'm not stupid. I won't say it in front of your aunt, just said it in front of you. Your aunt said you sing well and are quite popular. You take after your dad. Back then at the factory's cultural performance, your dad had a great voice, very pleasant. Many girls at the factory had a crush on him.
Feng Chen.
Mom, pause. Let's not talk about this anymore. Feng Chen was worried that if they continued, Dad would have to kneel and scrub the washboard at home, inviting unnecessary trouble.
Mom, I'm going to study now, let's talk later. Feng Chen ended the conversation with his mom. Lao Shao walked along, feeling a bit envious.
He and his mom basically had no topics to talk about. It was mostly about asking if there was money. A heavy topic. He had no money, but he couldn't say he had no money because there was even less money at home.
Feng Chen finished sending messages to his mom.
After dealing with various notifications, he prepared to seriously message Missy. Missy is super proud, except for that time she bought fruit, which was given in person, and when she buys gifts, she always asks someone else to deliver them, never does it herself. There's a feeling of being rich and willful. If you don't want it, just throw it away. I've given it away anyway.
Or maybe she's afraid of rejection? It feels a bit absurd. Missy shouldn't be like that.
For some reason, he suddenly felt that the most unlikely possibility might be the correct answer.
Feng Chen asked Lao Shao to take a picture of him with his new backpack.
Lao Shao had already taken it. Just as Feng Chen stopped to send a message to his mom, he took the picture. He was a camera with emotions. He took pictures from the front, side, and back. Finally, he chose a slightly angled side shot, with Feng Chen standing straight, looking ahead. The lighting was good. Just as he walked under the trees, tilting his head slightly, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a natural filter, very artistic. At that moment, he might have thought of Mrs. Tan being spoiled by her dad, so his expression was somewhat helpless yet indulgent and amusing, very warm.
Feng Chen gave Lao Shao a thumbs up.
If possible, he really wanted to share his basic photography level 2 skills with Lao Shao.
With Lao Shao's enhanced skills and emotional lens, he would be unbeatable. Feng Chen sent this photo to Ching. Miss almost instantly replied, very handsome. Just those 2 words. When others praised his looks, he took it for granted. When Miss praised his looks, he felt like he was on cloud 9. Then he saw Miss sending another emoji. A grass mud horse was bouncing in a marsh reflecting a rainbow. The marsh was pink, and the grass mud horse jumped into a puddle. Feng Chen's lips curled up, feeling like Miss was monitoring him, and this was his current demeanor. Like a grass mud horse, always bouncing, always bouncing. This grass mud horse looks really good. This marsh looks really good. This puddle looks really good.
14 to 1500 hours reading. Striving to change oneself is like an invisible, inaudible system. Reader, Sarah, who loves eating beef in the classroom.
Those two graduate exam NPCs are still there. Seeing phone scumbag NPC how coming again, this time with a photographer? Too pretentious. Who brings a photographer to study?
Turns out, more pretentious than having different girls approach him every time. He even brings a male photographer with him.
Terrifying. He's truly the king of pretentiousness.
The two graduate exam NPCs choose to continue studying, not looking.